Act 1 Scene 1 Rome. A street. Enter Flavius, Marullus and a throng of citizens. Flavius. Hence. Home, you idle creatures, get you home. Is this a holiday? What, know you not, being mechanical, you ought not walk upon a laboring day without the sign of your profession? Speak, what trade art thou? Carpenter. Why, sir, a carpenter. Marullus. Where is thy leather apron and thy rule? What dost thou with thy best apparel on? You, sir, what trade are you? Cobbler. Truly, sir, in respect of a fine workman, I am but, as you would say, a cobbler. Marullus. But what trade art thou? Answer me directly. Cobbler. A trade, sir, that I hope I may use with a safe conscience, which is indeed, sir, a mender of bad souls. Marullus. What trade, thou knave? Thou naughty knave, what trade? Cobbler. Nay, I beseech you, sir, be not out with me. Yet, if you be out, sir, I can mend you. Marullus. What mean'st thou by that? Mend me, thou saucy fellow. Cobbler. Why, sir, cobble you. Flavius. Thou art a cobbler, art thou? Cobbler. Truly, sir, all that I live by is with thee all. I meddle with no tradesman matters, nor women matters, but withal I am indeed, sir, a surgeon to old shoes. When they are in great danger, I recover them. As proper men as ever trod upon neat leather have gone upon my handiwork. Flavius. But wherefore art not in thy shop today? Why dost thou lead these men about the streets? Cobbler. Truly, sir, to wear out their shoes, to get myself into more work. But indeed, sir, we make holiday to see Caesar, and to rejoice in his triumph. Marullus. Wherefore rejoice? What conquest brings he home? What tributaries follow him to Rome, to grace in captive bonds his chariot wheels? You blocks, you stones, you worse than senseless things. O you hard hearts, you cruel men of Rome, knew you not Pompey? Many a time and oft have you climbed up to walls and battlements, to towers and windows, yea, to chimney tops, your infants in your arms, and there have sat alive a long day with patient expectation, to see great Pompey pass the streets of Rome. And when you saw his chariot appear, have you not made an universal shout, that Tiber trembled underneath her banks to hear the replication of your sounds made in her concave shores? And do you now put on your best attire? And do you now call out a holiday? And do you now strew flowers in his way, that comes in triumph over Pompey blood? Begone! Run to your houses, fall upon your knees, pray to the gods to intermit the plague that needs must light on this ingratitude. Flavius. Go, go, good countrymen, and, for this fault assemble all the poor men of your sword, draw them to Tiber banks, and weep your tears into the channel, till the lowest stream do kiss the most exalted shores of all. Exeunt citizens. See whether their bassest metal be not mauve. They vanish tongue-tied in their guiltiness. Go you down that way towards the Capitol. This way will I disrobe the images, if you do find them decked with ceremonies. Marullus. May we do so? You know it is the feast of Lupercal. Flavius. It is no matter. Let no images be hung with Caesar trophies. I'll about and drive away the vulgar from the streets. So do you too, where you perceive them thick. These growing feathers plucked from Caesar wing will make him fly an ordinary pitch, who else would soar above the view of men, and keep us all in servile fearfulness. Exeunt. Scene 2. The same. A public place. Enter, in procession, with music, Caesar. Antony, for the course. Calphurnia, Portia, Decius, Cicero, Brutus, Cassius and Casca. A great crowd following, among them a soothsayer. Caesar. Calphurnia. Casca. Peace. Ho. Caesar speaks. Music ceases. Caesar. Calphurnia. Calphurnia. Here, my lord. Caesar. Stand you directly in Antonius' way, when he doth run his course. Antonius. Antony. Caesar, my lord. Caesar. Forget not in your speed, Antonius, to touch Calphurnia. For our elders say, the baron, touched in this holy chase, shake off their sterile curse. Antony. I shall remember. When Caesar says do this, it is performed. Caesar. Set on, and leave no ceremony out. Music. Soothsayer. Caesar. Caesar. Ha! Who calls? Casca. Bid every noise be still. Peace. Yet again. Music ceases. Caesar. Who is it in the press that calls on me? I hear a tongue shriller than all the music. Cry Caesar. Speak. Caesar is turned to ear. Soothsayer. Beware the Ides of March. Caesar. What man is that? Brutus. A soothsayer bids you beware the Ides of March. Caesar. Set him before me. Let me see his face. Cassius. Fellow, come from the throng. Look upon Caesar. Caesar, what say'st thou to me now? Speak once again. Soothsayer, beware the Ides of March. Caesar, he is a dreamer. Let us leave him. Pass. Senate. Exeunt all but Brutus and Cassius. Cassius, will you go see the order of the course? Brutus, not I. Cassius, I pray you, do. Brutus, I am not gamesome. I do lack some part of that quick spirit that is in Antony. Let me not hinder, Cassius, your desires. I'll leave you. Cassius. Brutus, I do observe you now of late. I have not from your eyes that gentleness and show of love as I was wont to have. You bear too stubborn and too strange a hand over your friend that loves you. Brutus. Cassius, be not deceived. If I veil my look, I turn the trouble of my countenance merely upon myself. Vexed I am of late with passions of some difference, conceptions only proper to myself, which give some soil perhaps to my behaviors. But let not therefore my good friends be grieved, among which number, Cassius, be you one, nor construe any further my neglect, than that poor Brutus, with himself at war, forgets the shows of love to other men. Cassius. Then, Brutus, I have much mistook your passion, by means whereof this breast of mine hath buried thoughts of great value, worthy cogitations. Tell me, good Brutus, can you see your face? Brutus. No, Cassius, for the eye sees not itself but by reflection, by some other thing. Cassius. Is just, and it is very much lamented, Brutus, that you have no such mirrors as will turn your hidden worthiness into your eye, that you might see your shadow. I have heard where many of the best respect in Rome, except immortal Caesar, speaking of Brutus, and groaning underneath this age yoke, have wished that noble Brutus had his eyes. Brutus. Into what dangers would you lead me, Cassius, that you would have me seek into myself for that which is not in me? Cassius. Therefore, good Brutus, be prepared to hear. And since you know you cannot see yourself so well as by reflection, I, your glass, will modestly discover to yourself that of yourself which you yet know not of. And be not jealous on me, gentle Brutus, were I a common laugher, or did use to stale with ordinary oaths my love to every new protester. If you know that I do fawn on men, and hug them hard, and after scandal them, or if you know that I profess myself in banqueting, to all the rout, then hold me dangerous. Flourish and shout. Brutus. What means this shouting? I do fear the people to Caesar for their king. Cassius. Do you fear it? Then must I think you would not have it so. Brutus. I would not, Cassius. Yet I love him well. But wherefore do you hold me here so long? What is it that you would impart to me? If it be aught toward the general good, set honor in one eye and death eye the other, and I will look on both indifferently. For let the gods so speed me as I love the name of honor more than I fear death. Cassius. I know that virtue to be in you, Brutus American Samoa, well as I do know your outward favor. Well, honor is the subject of my story. I cannot tell what you and other men think of this life. But, for my single self, I had as lief not be as live to be in awe of such a thing as I myself. I was born free as Caesar. So were you. We both have fed as well, and we can both endure the winter cold as well as he. For once, upon a raw and gusty day, the troubled Tiber chafing with her shores, Caesar said to me, Dart thou, Cassius, now leap in with me into this angry flood, and swim to yonder point. Upon the word, accoutred as I was, I plunged in, and bade him follow. So indeed he did. The torrent roar, and we did buffet it with lusty sinews, throwing it aside and stemming it with hearts of controversy. But ere we could arrive the point propose, Caesar cried, Help me, Cassius, or I sink. I, as Aeneas, our great ancestor, did from the flames of Troy upon his shoulder the old Anchises bear, so from the waves of Tiber did I the tired Caesar. And this man is now become a god. And Cassius is a wretched creature, and must bend his body, if Caesar carelessly but not on him. He had a fever when he was in Spain, and when the fit was on him I did mark how he did shake. Is true, this god did shake, his coward lips did from their colour fly, and that same eye whose bend doth all the world did lose his lustre. I did hear him groan, and that tongue of his, that bade the Romans mark him, and write his speeches in their books, alas, it cried, Give me some drink, Titinius, as a sick girl. Ye gods, it doth amaze me, a man of such a feeble temper should so get the start of the majestic world, and bear the palm alone. Shout. Flourish. Brutus. Another general shout. I do believe that these applauses are for some new honors that are heaped on Caesar. Cassius. Why, man, He doth bestride the narrow world like a colossus, and we petty men walk under his huge legs, and peep about to find ourselves dishonorable graves. Men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings. Brutus and Caesar, what should be in that Caesar? Why should that name be sounded more than yours? Write them together, yours is as fair a name. Sound them, it doth become the mouth as well. Weigh them, it is as heavy. Conjure with M, Brutus will start a spirit as soon as Caesar. Now in the names of all the gods at once, upon what meat doth this our Caesar feed, that he is grown so great age? Thou art sham. Rome, thou hast lost the breed of noble bloods. When went there by an age since the great flood? But it was fam with more than with one man. When could they say, till now, that talk of Rome, that her wide walls encompass but one man? Now is it Rome indeed, and room enough, when there is in it but one only man? Oh, you and I have heard our fathers say, there was a Brutus once that would have brooked th eternal devil to keep his state in Rome American Samoa easily as a king. Brutus, that you do love me, I am nothing jealous. What you would work me to, I have some aim. How I have thought of this, and of these times, I shall recount hereafter. For this present, I would not, so with love I might entreat you, be any further move. What you have said, I will consider. What you have to say I will with patience hear, and find a time both me to hear and answer such high things. Till then, my noble friend, too upon this, Brutus had rather be a villager than to repute himself a son of Rome under these hard conditions as this time is like to lay upon us. Cassius, I am glad that my weak words have struck but thus much show of fire from Brutus. Enter Caesar and his train. Brutus, the games are done, and Caesar is returning. Cassius, as they pass by, pluck Casca by the sleeve, and he will, after his sour fashion, tell you what hath proceeded worthy know today. Brutus, I will do so. But, look you, Cassius, the angry spot doth glow on Caesar's brow, and all the rest look like a chidden train. Calphurnia's cheek is pale, and Cicero looks with such ferret and such fiery eyes as we have seen him in the Capitol, being cross in conference by some senators. Cassius, Casca will tell us what the matter is. Caesar, Antonius, Antony, Caesar, Caesar, let me have men about me that are fat, sleek-headed men, and such as sleep a nights. Yon Cassius has a lean and hungry look. He thinks too much. Such men are dangerous. Antony, fear him not. Caesar, he not dangerous. He is a noble Roman and well given. Caesar, would he were fatter. But I fear him not. Yet if my name were liable to fear, I do not know the man I should avoid so soon as that. Spare Cassius. He reads much, he is a great observer, and he looks quite through the deeds of men. He loves no plays, as thou dost, Antony. He hears no music. Seldom he smiles, and smiles in such a sort as if he mock himself and scorn his spirit that could be moved to smile at anything. Such men as he be never at heart ease whiles they behold the greater than themselves, and therefore are they very dangerous. I rather tell thee what is to be feared than what I fear. For always I am Caesar. Come on my right hand, for this ear is deaf, and tell me truly what thou think of him. Exeunt Caesar and his train. Casca stays. Casca, you pull me by the cloak. Would you speak with me? Brutus, Casca, tell us what hath chanced today, that Caesar looks so sad. Casca, why, you were with him, were you not? Brutus, I should not then ask Casca what had chanced. Casca, why, there was a crown offer him, and being offer him, he put it by with the back of his hand, thus. And then the people fell a shouting. Brutus, what was the second noise for? Casca, why, for that too. Cassius, they shouted thrice. What was the last cry for? Casca, why, for that too. Brutus, was the crown offer him thrice? Casca, marry, was, and he put it by thrice, every time gentler than other. And at every putting by mine honest neighbor shouted. Cassius, who offer him the crown? Casca, why, Antony. Brutus, tell us the manner of it. Gentle Casca. Casca, I can as well be hanged, as tell the manner of it. It was mere foolery. I did not mark it. I saw Mark Antony offer him a crown. Yet was not a crown neither, was one of these coronets. And, as I told you, he put it by once, but, for all that, to my thinking, he would fain have had it. Then he offered it to him again, then he put it by again, but, to my thinking, He was very loath to lay his fingers off it, and then he offered it the third time. He put it the third time by. And still, as he refused it, the rattlemen hooted, and clapped their chopped hands, and threw up their sweaty nightcaps, and uttered such a deal of stinking breath because Caesar refused the crown, that it had, almost, choked Caesar, for he swooned, and fell down at it. And for mine own part, I durst not laugh, for fear of opening my lips and receiving the bad air. Cassius. But, soft, I pray you. What, did Caesar swoon? Cassa. He fell down in the marketplace, and foam at mouth, and was speechless. Brutus is very like, he hath the falling sickness. Cassius. No, Caesar hath it not. But you, and I, and honest Casca, we have the falling sickness. Cassa. I know not what you mean by that. But I am sure Caesar fell down. If the tag-rag people did not clap him and hiss him, according as he pleased and displeased them, as they used to do the players in the theatre, I am no true man. Brutus. What said he when he came unto himself? Cassa. Marry, before he fell down, when he perceived the common herd was glad he refused the crown, he plucked me ope his doublet, and offered them his throat to cut. And I had been a man of any occupation, if I would not have taken him at a word, I would I might go to hell among the rogues. And so he fell. When he came to himself again, he said, if he had done or said anything amiss, he desire their worships to think it was his infirmity. 3 or 4 wenches where I stood cried, Alas, good soul! And forgave him with all their hearts. But there no heed to be taken of them. If Caesar had stabbed their mothers, they would have done no less. Brutus. And, after that, he came thus sad away. Cassa. Cassius. Did Cicero say anything? Cassa. He spoke Greek. Cassius. To what effect? Cassa. Nay, and I tell you that, I'll ne'er look you eye the face again. But those that understood him smiled at one another and shook their heads. But for mine own part, it was Greek to me. I could tell you more news too. Morellus and Flavius, for pulling scarfs off Caesar images, are put to silence. Fare you well. There was more foolery yet, if I could remember it. Cassius. Will you sup with me tonight, Casca? Cassa. No, I am promised forth. Cassius. Will you dine with me tomorrow? Cassa. If I be alive, and your mind hold, and your dinner worth the eating. Cassius. Good. I will expect you. Cassa. Do so. Farewell both. Exit Casca. Brutus. What a blunt fellow is this grown to be. He was quick-mettled when he went to school. Cassius. So is he now in execution of any bold or noble enterprise, however he puts on this tardy form. This rudeness is a sauce to his good wit, which gives men stomach to digest his words with better appetite. Brutus. And so it is. For this time I will leave you. Tomorrow, if you please to speak with me, I will come home to you. Or, if you will, come home to me, and I will wait for you. Cassius. I will do so. Till then, think of the world. Exit Brutus. Well, Brutus, thou art noble. Yet I see, thy honorable mettle may be wrought from that it is dispose, therefore is meet that noble minds keep ever with their likes. For who so firm that cannot be said, Caesar doth bear me hard, but he loves Brutus. If I were Brutus now, and he were Cassius, he should not humor me. I will this night, in several hands, in at his windows throw, as if they came from several citizens, writings, all tending to the great opinion that Rome holds of his name. Wherein obscurely Caesar ambition shall be glanced at. And after this, let Caesar seat him sure, for we will shake him, or worse days endure. Exit. Scene 3. The same. A street. Thunder and lightning. Enter, from opposite sides, Casca with his sword drawn, and Cicero. Cicero. Good even, Casca. Brought you Caesar home? Why are you breathless, and why stare you so? Cassa. Are not you moved, when all the sway of earth shakes like a thing unfirm? O Cicero, I have seen tempests, when the scolding winds have riven the knotty oaks. And I have seen ambitious ocean swell and rage and foam, to be exalted with the threatening clouds, but never till tonight, never till now, did I go through a tempest dropping fire. Either there is a civil strife in heaven, or else the world too saucy with the gods, incenses them to send destruction. Cicero. Why, saw you anything more wonderful? Cassa. A common slave, you know him well by sight, held up his left hand, which did flame and burn like 20 torches join, and yet his hand, not sensible of fire, remain unscorched. Besides, I ha not since put up my sword, against the Capitol I met a lion, who glared upon me, and went surely by, without annoying me. And there were drawn upon a heap 100 ghastly women, transformed with their fear, who swore they saw men, all in fire, walk up and down the streets. And yesterday the bird of night did sit, even at noonday upon the marketplace, hooting and shrieking. When these prodigies do so conjointly meet, let not men say, these are their reasons. They are natural. For I believe, they are portentous things unto the climate that they point upon. Cicero. Indeed, it is a strange disposed time, but men may construe things after their fashion, clean from the purpose of the things themselves. Come Caesar to the Capitol tomorrow? Casca. He doth, for he did bid Antonius send word to you he would be there tomorrow. Cicero. Good night then, Casca, this disturbed sky is not to walk in. Casca. Farewell, Cicero. Exit Cicero. Enter Cassius. Cassius. Who there? Casca. A Roman. Cassius. Casca, by your voice. Casca. Your ear is good. Cassius. What night is this? Cassius. A very pleasing night to honest men. Casca. Whoever knew the heavens menace so? Cassius. Those that have known the earth so full of faults. For my part, I have walked about the streets, submitting me unto the perilous night. And, thus unbraced, Casca, as you see, have bar my bosom to the thunderstone. And when the cross-blue lightning seemed to open the breast of heaven, I did present myself even in the aim and very flash of it. Casca. But wherefore did you so much tempt the heavens? It is the part of men to fear and tremble, when the most mighty gods by tokens send such dreadful heralds to astonish us. Cassius. You are dull, Casca. And those sparks of life that should be in a Roman you do want, or else you use not. You look pale and gaze, and put on fear and cast yourself in wonder, to see the strange impatience of the heavens. But if you would consider the true cause why all these fires, why all these gliding ghosts, why birds and beasts, from quality and kind, why old men, fools, and children calculate, why all these things change from their ordinance, their natures, and preformed faculties, to monstrous quality, why, you shall find that heaven hath infused them with these spirits, to make them instruments of fear and warning unto some monstrous state. Now could I, Casca, name to thee a man most like this dreadful night, that thunders, lightens, opens graves, and roars, as doth the lion in the Capitol. A man no mightier than thyself, or me, in personal action, yet prodigious grown, and fearful, as these strange eruptions are. Casca. Is Caesar that you mean? Is it not, Cassius? Cassius. Let it be who it is, for Romans now have thousand limbs like to their ancestors. But, woe the while! Our fathers' minds are dead, and we are governed with our mothers' spirits. Our yoke and suffrage show us womanish. Casca. Indeed, they say the senators tomorrow mean to establish Caesar as a king. And he shall wear his crown by sea and land, in every place, save here in Italy. Cassius. I know where I will wear this dagger then. Cassius from bondage will deliver. Cassius. Therein, ye gods, you make the weak most strong. Therein, ye gods, you tyrants do defeat. Nor stony tower, nor walls of beaten brass, nor airless dungeon, nor strong links of iron, can be retentive to the strength of spirit. But life, being weary of these worldly bars, never lacks power to dismiss itself. If I know this, know all the world besides, that part of tyranny that I do bear I can shake off at pleasure. Thunder still. Casca. So can I, so every bondman in his own hand bears the power to cancel his captivity. Cassius. And why should Caesar be a tyrant then? Poor man. I know he would not be a wolf, but that he sees the Romans are but sheep. He were no lion, were not Romans hinds. Those that with haste will make a mighty fire begin it with weak straws. What trash is Rome, what rubbish, and what awful, when it serves for the base matter to illuminate so vile a thing as Caesar. But, O grief, where hast thou led me? I, perhaps, speak this before a willing bondman, then I know my answer must be made. But I am armed, and dangers are to me indifferent. Casca. You speak to Casca, and to such a man that is no flaring telltale. Hold my hand, be factious for redress of all these griefs, and I will set this foot of mine as far as who goes farthest. Cassius. There a bargain made. Now know you, Casca, I have move already some certain of the noblest minded Romans to undergo with me an enterprise of honorable dangerous consequence. And I do know by this, they stay for me in Pompey porch, for now, this fearful night, There is no stir or walking in the streets. And the complexion of the element in favor like the work we have in hand, most bloody, fiery, and most terrible. Enter Cinna. Casca. Stand close a while, for here comes one in haste. Cassius is Cinna. I do know him by his gait. He is a friend. Cinna, where haste you so? Cinna. To find out you who that Metellus Cimber. Cassius. No, it is Casca, one incorporate to our attempts. Am I not stay for? Cinna. Cinna. I am glad on. What a fearful night is this. There 2 or 3 of us have seen strange sights. Cassius. Am I not stay for? Tell me. Cinna. Yes, you are. O Cassius, if you could but win the noble Brutus to our party. Cassius. Be you content. Good Cinna, take this paper, and look you lay it in the praetor chair, where Brutus may but find it. And throw this in at his window. Set this up with wax upon old Brutus' statue. All this done, repair to Pompey porch, where you shall find us. Is Decius Brutus and Trebonius there? Cinna. All but Metellus Cimber, and he gone to seek you at your house. Well, I will hie, and so bestow these papers as you bade me. Cassius. That done, repair to Pompey theatre. Exit Cinna. Come, Casca, you and I will yet, ere day, see Brutus at his house. 3 parts of him is ours already, and the man entire upon the next encounter, yields him ours. Casca. Oh, he sits high in all the people hearts, and that which would appear offense in us, his countenance, like richest alchemy, will change to virtue and to worthiness. Cassius. Him, and his worth, and our great need of him, you have right well conceded. Let us go, for it is after midnight. And ere day, we will awake him, and be sure of him. Exeunt. Act. Second Scene. I Rome. Brutus' orchard. Enter Brutus. Brutus. What, Lucius? Ho! I cannot, by the progress of the stars, give guess how near today. Lucius. I say I would it were my fault to sleep so soundly. When, Lucius, when awake, I say. What, Lucius? Enter Lucius. Lucius. Call you, my lord. Brutus. Get me a taper in my study. Lucius. When it is lighted, come and call me here. Lucius. I will, my lord. Exit. Brutus. It must be by his death, and for my part, I know no personal cause to spurn at him, but for the general he would be crowned. How that might change his nature, there the question. It is the bright day that brings forth theatre, and that craves weary walking. Crown him? That. And then, I grant, we put a sting in him, that at his will he may do danger with. Abuse of greatness is, when it disjoins remorse from power. And, to speak truth of Caesar, I have not known when his affections sway more than his reason. But as a common proof, that lowliness is young ambition ladder, whereto the climber upward turns his face. But when he once attains the utmost round, he then unto the ladder turns his back, looks in the clouds, scorning the base degrees by which he did ascend. So Caesar may. Then lest he may, prevent. And since the quarrel will bear no color for the thing is, fashion it thus, that what he is, augmented, would run to these and these extremities, and therefore think him as a serpent egg which hatch, would, as his kind grow mischievous, and kill him in the shell. Enter Lucius. Lucius. The taper burneth in your closet, sir. Searching the window for a flint, I found this paper, thus seal up, and I am sure it did not lie there when I went to bed. Gives him the letter. Brutus. Get you to bed again. It is not day. Is not tomorrow, boy, the Ides of March? Lucius. I know not, sir. Brutus. Look in the calendar, and bring me word. Lucius. I will, sir. Exit. Brutus. The exhalations, whizzing in the air, give so much light that I may read by them. Opens the letter and reads. Brutus. Thou sleep T, awake and see thyself. Shall roam, and see. Speak, strike, redress. Brutus. Thou sleep T, awake. Such instigations have been often dropped where I have took them up. Shall roam, and see. Thus must I piece it out. Shall Rome stand under one man awe? What, Rome? My ancestors did from the streets of Rome the Tarquine drive, when he was called a king. Speak, strike, redress. Am I entreated to speak and strike? O Rome, I make thee promise, if the redress will follow, thou receivest thy full petition at the hand of Brutus. Enter Lucius. Lucius. Sir, March is wasted 15 days. Knock within. Brutus. Is good. Go to the gate. Somebody knocks. Exit Lucius. Since Cassius first did whet me against Caesar, I have not slept. Between the acting of a dreadful thing and the first motion, all the interim is like a phantasma, or a hideous dream, The genius and the mortal instruments are then in council. And the state of man, like to a little kingdom, suffers then the nature of an insurrection. Enter Lucius. Lucius, sir, is your brother Cassius at the door, who doth desire to see you? Brutus, is he alone? Lucius, no, sir, there are more with him. Brutus, do you know them? Lucius, no, sir, their hats are plucked about their ears, and half their faces buried in their cloaks, that by no means I may discover them by any mark of favor. Brutus, let them enter. Exit Lucius. They are the faction. O conspiracy, shamty thou to show thy dangerous brow by night, when evils are most free. Oh, then, by day where wilt thou find a cavern dark enough to mask thy monstrous visage? Seek none, conspiracy. Hide it in smiles and affability, for if thou path thy native semblance on, not Erebus itself were dim enough to hide thee from prevention. Enter Cassius, Casca, Decius, Cinna, Metellus Cimber and Trebonius. Cassius, I think we are too bold upon your rest. Good morrow, Brutus. Do we trouble you? Brutus, I have been up this hour, awake all night. Know I these men that come along with you? Cassius, yes, every man of them. And no man here but honors you. And everyone doth wish you had but that opinion of yourself which every noble Roman bears of you. This is Trebonius. Brutus, he is welcome hither. Cassius, this Decius. Brutus, Brutus, he is welcome too. Cassius, this, Casca. This, Cinna. And this, Metellus Cimber. Brutus, they are all welcome. What watchful cares do interpose themselves betwixt your eyes and night? Cassius, shall I entreat a word? They whisper. Decius, here lies the east. Doth not the day break here? Casca, no. Cinna, oh, pardon, sir, it doth. And yon grey lines that fret the clouds are messengers of day. Casca, you shall confess that you are both deceived. Here, as I point my sword, the sun arises, which is a great way growing on the south, weighing the youthful season of the year. Some 2 months hence, up higher toward the north he first presents his fire. And the high east stands, as the capital, directly here. Brutus, give me your hands all over, one by one. Cassius, and let us swear our resolution. Brutus, no, not an oath. If not the face of men, the sufferance of our souls, the time abuse. If these be motives weak, break off betimes, and every man hence to his idle bed. So let high-sided tyranny range on, till each man drop by lottery. But if these, as I am sure they do, bear fire enough to kindle cowards, and to steal with valor the melting spirits of women, then, countrymen, what need we any spur but our own cause to prick us to redress? What other bond than secret Romans, that have spoke the word, and will not palter? And what other oath than honesty to honesty engag, that this shall be, or we will fall for it? Swear priests and cowards, and Manquatellus, old feeble Carians, and such suffering souls that welcome wrongs. Unto bad causes swear such creatures as men doubt. But do not stain the even virtue of our enterprise, nor in suppressive metal of our spirits, to think that or our cause or our performance did need an oath. When every drop of blood that every Roman bears, and nobly bears, is guilty of a several bastardy, if he do break the smallest particle of any promise that hath passed from him. Cassius, but what of Cicero? Shall we sound him? I think he will stand very strong with us. Casca, let us not leave him out. Cinna, no, by no means. Metellus, oh, let us have him, for his silver hairs will purchase us a good opinion, and by men voices to commend our deeds. It shall be said, his judgment rule our hands. Our youths and wildness shall know it appear, but all be buried in his gravity. Brutus, oh, name him not. Let us not break with him, for he will never follow anything that other men begin. Cassius, then leave him out. Casca, indeed, he is not fit. Decius, shall no man else be judged but only Caesar? Cassius, Decius, well, I think it is not meet, Mark Antony, so well beloved of Caesar, should outlive Caesar. We shall find of him a shrewd contriver. And you know, his means, if he improve them, may well stretch so far as to annoy us all. Which to prevent, let Antony and Caesar fall together. Brutus, our course will seem too bloody, Caius Cassius, to cut the head off, and then hack the limbs, like wrath in death, and envy afterwards. For Antony is but a limb of Caesar. Let us be sacrificers, but not butchers. Caius, we all stand up against the spirit of Caesar, and in the spirit of men there is no blood. Oh, that we then could come by Caesar's spirit, and not dismember Caesar. But, alas, Caesar must bleed for it. And, gentle friends, let kill him boldly, but not wrathfully. Let carve him as a dish fit for the gods, not hew him as a carcass fit for hounds. And let our hearts, as subtle masters do, stir up their servants to an act of rage, and after seem to chide them. This shall mark our purpose necessary, and not envious. Which so appearing to the common eyes, we shall be called purgers, not murderers. And for Mark Antony, think not of him. For he can do no more than Caesar, and when Caesar head is off. Cassius, yet I fear him. For in the engrafted love he bears to Caesar. Brutus, alas, good Cassius, do not think of him. If he loves Caesar, all that he can do is to himself. Take thought and die for Caesar, and that were much he should. For he is given to sports, to wildness, and much company. Trebonius, there is no fear in him. Let him not die. For he will live, and laugh at this hereafter. Clock strikes. Brutus, peace. Count the clock. Cassius, the clock hath stricken 3. Trebonius, is time to part. Cassius, but it is doubtful yet whether Caesar will come forth today or no. For he is superstitious grown of late, quite from the main opinion he held once of fantasy, of dreams, and ceremonies. It may be these apparent prodigies, the unaccustomed terror of this night, and the persuasion of his augurers, may hold him from the capital today. Decius, never fear that, if he be so resolved, I can ORSWAY him, for he loves to hear that unicorns may be betrayed with trees, and bears with glasses, elephants with holes, lions with toils, and men with flatterers. But when I tell him he hates flatterers, he says he does, being then most flattered. Let me work. For I can give his humor the true bent, and I will bring him to the capital. Cassius, nay, we will all of us be there to fetch him. Brutus, by the 8th hour, is that the uttermost? Cinna, be that the uttermost. And fail not then. Metellus, Caius Ligarius doth bear Caesar hard, who rated him for speaking well of Pompey. I wonder none of you have thought of him. Brutus, now, good Metellus, go along by him, he loves me well, and I have given him reason. Send him but hither, and I'll fashion him. Cassius, the morning comes upon. We'll leave you, Brutus, and, friends, disperse yourselves. But all remember what you have said, and show yourselves true Romans. Brutus, good gentlemen, look fresh and merrily. Let not our looks put on our purposes, but bear it as our Roman actors do, with untired spirits and formal constancy. And so, good morrow to you everyone. Exeunt all but Brutus. Boy, Lucius, fast asleep. It is no matter. Enjoy the honey heavy dew of slumber. Thou hast no figures nor no fantasies, which busy care draws in the brains of men. Therefore thou sleep so sound. Enter Portia. Portia. Brutus, my lord. Brutus. Portia, what mean you? Wherefore rise you now? It is not for your health thus to commit your weak condition to the raw cold morning. Portia. Nor for yours neither. Why have ungenerally, Brutus, stole from my bed? And yesternight at supper, you suddenly arose, and walk about, musing and sighing, with your arms across. And when I ask you what the matter was, you stare upon me with ungentle looks. I urge you further. Then you scratch your head, and too impatiently stamp with your foot. Yet I insisted, yet you answer not, but with an angry wafture of your hand gave sign for me to leave you. So I did, fearing to strengthen that impatience which seemed too much enkindled. And withal hoping it was but an effect of humor, which sometime hath his hour with every man. It will not let you eat, nor talk, nor sleep. And could it work so much upon your shape as it hath much prevail on your condition, I should not know you. Brutus. Dear my lord, make me acquainted with your cause of grief. Brutus. I am not well in health, and that is all. Portia. Brutus is wise, and, were he not in health, he would embrace the means to come by it. Brutus. Why, so I do. Good Portia, go to bed. Portia. Is Brutus sick, and is it physical to walk unbraced and suck up the humors of the dank morning? What, is Brutus sick, and will he steal out of his wholesome bed to dare the vile contagion of the night, and tempt the roomy and unpurged air to add unto his sickness? No, my Brutus. You have some sick offense within your mind, which, by the right and virtue of my place, I ought to know of, and, upon my knees, I charm you, by my once commanded beauty, by all your vows of love, and that great vow which did incorporate and make us one, that you unfold to me, yourself, your half, why you are heavy, and what men tonight have had resort to you. For here have been some 6 or 7, who did hide their faces even from darkness. Brutus. Kneel not, gentle Portia. Portia. I should not need, if you were gentle. Brutus. Within the bond of marriage, tell me, Brutus, is it accepted I should know no secrets that appertain to you? Am I yourself but, as it were, in sort or limitation, to keep with you at meals, comfort your bed, and talk to you sometimes? Dwell I but in the suburbs of your good pleasure? If it be no more, Portia is Brutus' harlot, not his wife. Brutus. You are my true and honorable wife, as dear to me as are the ruddy drops that visit my sad heart. Portia. If this were true, then should I know this secret. I grant I am a woman, but withal a woman that Lord Brutus took to wife. I grant I am a woman, but withal a woman well reputed. Cato. Daughter. Think you I am no stronger than my sex, being so father and so husbanded? Tell me your counsels, I will not disclose. I have made strong proof of my constancy, giving myself a voluntary wound here, in the thigh. Can I bear that with patience and not my husband's secrets? Brutus. O ye gods, render me worthy of this noble wife. Knock. Hark, hark, one knocks. Portia. Go in a while, and by thy bosom shall partake the secrets of my heart. All my engagements I will construe to thee, all the charactery of my sad brows. Leave me with haste. Exit Portia. Enter Lucius with Ligarius. Lucius. Who that knocks? Lucius. Here is a sick man that would speak with you. Brutus. Caius Ligarius, that Metellus spake of. Boy, stand aside. Caius Ligarius. How? Ligarius. Vouchsafe good morrow from a feeble tongue. Brutus. Oh, what a time have you chose out, brave Caius, to wear a kerchief. Would you were not sick. Ligarius. I am not sick, if Brutus have in hand any exploit worthy the name of honor. Brutus. Such an exploit have I in hand, Ligarius, had you a healthful ear to hear of it. Ligarius. By all the gods that Romans bow before, I here discard my sickness. Soul of Rome. Brave son, derived from honorable loins. Thou, like an exorcist, hast conjured up my mortified spirit. Now bid me run, and I will strive with things impossible, yea, get the better of them. What to do? Brutus. A piece of work that will make sick men whole. Ligarius. But are not some whole that we must make sick? Brutus. That must we also. What it is, my Caius, I shall unfold to thee, as we are going, to whom it must be done. Ligarius. Set on your foot, and with a heart new, for I follow you, to do I know not what. But it sufficeth that Brutus leads me on. Thunder. Brutus. Follow me then. Exeunt. Scene 2. A room in Caesar Palace. Thunder and lightning. Enter Caesar, in his nightgown. Caesar. Nor heaven nor earth have been at peace tonight. Thrice hath Calphurnia in her sleep cried out, Help, ho! They murder Caesar. Who within? Enter a servant. Servant. My lord. Caesar. Go bid the priests do present sacrifice, and bring me their opinions of success. Servant. I will, my lord. Exit. Enter Calphurnia. Calphurnia. What mean you, Caesar? Think you to walk forth? You shall not stir out of your house today. Caesar. Caesar shall forth. The things that threaten me are look but on my back. When they shall see the face of Caesar, they are vanished. Calphurnia. Caesar. I never stood on ceremonies, yet now they fright me. There is one within, besides the things that we have heard and seen, Recon's most horrid sight seen by the watch. A lioness hath whelped in the streets, and graves have yawned, and yielded up their dead. Fierce fiery warriors fight upon the clouds in ranks and squadrons and right form of war, which drizzled blood upon the Capitol. This noise of battle hurtled in the air, horses did neigh, and dying men did groan, and ghosts did shriek and squill about the streets. O Caesar, these things are beyond all use, and I do fear them. Caesar. What can be avoided whose end is purposed by the mighty gods? Yet Caesar shall go forth, for these predictions are to the world and general as to Caesar. Calphurnia. When beggars die, there are no comets seen. The heavens themselves blaze forth the death of princes. Caesar. Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. Of all the wonders that I yet have heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. Enter servant. What say the augurs? Servant. They would not have you to stir forth today. Plucking the entrails of an offering forth, they could not find a heart within the beast. Caesar. The gods do this in shame of cowardice. Caesar should be a beast without a heart if he should stay at home today for fear. No, Caesar shall not. Danger knows full well that Caesar is more dangerous than he. We are two lions litter in one day, and I the elder and more terrible, and Caesar shall go forth. Calphurnia. Alas, my lord, your wisdom is consummate confidence. Do not go forth today, call it my fear that keeps you in the house, and not your own. We'll send Mark Antony to the Senate house, and he shall say you are not well today. Let me upon my knee prevail in this. Caesar. Mark Antony shall say I am not well, and for thy humor, I will stay at home. Enter Decius. Hear Decius Brutus, he shall tell them so. Decius. Caesar, all hail. Good morrow, worthy Caesar. I come to fetch you to the Senate house. Caesar. And you are come in very happy time to bear my greeting to the senators, and tell them that I will not come today. Cannot, is false. And that I dare not, fail sir, I will not come today. Tell them so. Decius. Calphurnia. Say he is sick. Caesar. Shall Caesar send a lie? Have I in conquest stretched mine arm so far, to be afeard to tell greybeards the truth? Decius. Go tell them Caesar will not come. Decius. Most mighty Caesar, let me know some cause, lest I be laughed at when I tell them so. Caesar. The cause is in my will. I will not come. That is enough to satisfy the Senate. But for your private satisfaction, because I love you, I will let you know. Calphurnia. Here, my wife, stays me at home. She dreamt tonight she saw my statue, which like a fountain with 100 spouts did run pure blood. And many lusty Romans came smiling, and did bathe their hands in it. And these does she apply for warnings and portents and evils imminent. And on her knee hath begged that I will stay at home today. Decius. This dream is all a misinterpreted, it was a vision fair and fortunate. Your statue spouting blood in many pipes, in which so many smiling Romans bath, signifies that from you great Rome shall suck reviving blood, and that great men shall press for tinctures, stains, relics, and cognizance. This by Calphurnia dream is signified. Caesar. In this way have you well expounded it. Decius. I have, when you have heard what I can say. And know it now. The Senate have concluded to give this day a crown to mighty Caesar. If you shall send them word you will not come, their minds may change. Besides, it were a mock apt to be render, for someone to say, break up the Senate till another time, when Caesar wife shall meet with better dreams. If Caesar hide himself, shall they not whisper low, Caesar is afraid? Pardon me, Caesar. For my dear love to your proceeding bids me tell you this, and reason to my love is liable. Caesar. How foolish dear fears seem now, Calphurnia. I am ashamed I did yield to them. Give me my robe, for I will go. Enter Brutus, Ligarius, Metellus, Casca, Trebonius, Cinna and Publius. And look where Publius is come to fetch me. Publius. Good morrow, Caesar. Caesar. Welcome, Publius. What, Brutus, are you stir so early too? Good morrow, Casca. Caius Ligarius. Caesar was ne'er so much your enemy as that same egg which hath made you lean. What is Oloch? Brutus. Caesar is struck in the 8. Caesar. I thank you for your pains and courtesy. Enter Antony. See Antony, that revels long a nights, is notwithstanding up. Good morrow, Antony. Antony. So to most noble Caesar. Caesar. Bid them prepare within. I am to blame to be thus waited for. Now, Cinna. Now, Metellus. What, Trebonius? I have an hour talk in store for you. Remember that you call on me today. Be near me, that I may remember you. Trebonius. Caesar. I will. Aside. And so near will I be, that your best friends shall wish I had been further. Caesar. Good friends, go in, and taste some wine with me. And we, like friends, will straightway go together. Brutus. Aside. That every like is not the same, O Caesar, the heart of Brutus yearns to think upon. Exeunt. Scene 3. A street near the Capitol. Enter Artemidorus, reading a paper. Artemidorus. Caesar, beware of Brutus. Take heed of Cassius. Come not near Casca. Have an eye to Cinna. Trust not Trebonius. Mark well Metellus Cimber. Decius. Brutus loves thee not. Thou hast wrong Caius Ligarius. There is but one mind in all these men, and it is bent against Caesar. If thou be not immortal, look about you, security gives way to conspiracy. The mighty gods defend thee. Thy lover, Artemidorus. Here will I stand till Caesar pass along, and as a suitor will I give him this. My heart laments that virtue cannot live out of the teeth of emulation. If thou read this, O Caesar, thou mayest live. If not, the fates with traitors do contrive. Exit. Scene 4. Another part of the same street, before the house of Brutus. Enter Portia and Lucius. Portia, I pray thee, boy, run to the Senate house. Stay not to answer me, but get thee gone. Why dost thou stay? Lucius, to know my errand, madam. Portia, I would have had thee there and here again, ere I can tell thee what thou shouldst do there. Aside. O constancy, be strong upon my side, said a huge mountain wean my heart and tongue. I have a man mind, but a woman might. How hard it is for women to keep counsel. Art thou here yet? Lucius, madam, what should I do? Run to the capital, and nothing else, and so return to you, and nothing else. Portia, yes, bring me word, boy, if thy lord look well, for he went sickly forth, and take good note what Caesar doth, what suitors press to him. Hark, boy, what noise is that? Lucius, I hear none, madam. Portia, pray thee, listen well. I heard a bustling rumor, like a fray, and the wind brings it from the capital. Lucius, sooth, madam, I hear nothing. Enter the soothsayer. Portia, come hither, fellow, which way hast thou been? Soothsayer, at mine own house, good lady. Portia, what is o'clock? Soothsayer, about the 9th hour, lady. Portia, is Caesar yet gone to the capital? Soothsayer, madam, not yet. I go to take my stand, to see him pass on to the capital. Portia, thou hast some suit to Caesar, hast thou not? Soothsayer, that I have, lady. If it will please Caesar to be so good to Caesar as to hear me, I shall beseech him to befriend himself. Portia, why, note thou any harm intended towards him? Soothsayer, none that I know will be, much that I fear may chance. Good morrow to you. Here the street is narrow. The throng that follows Caesar at the heels, of senators, of praetors, common suitors, will crowd a feeble man almost to death. I'll get me to a place more void, and there speak to great Caesar as he comes along. Exit. Portia, I must go in. Aside. Amy, how weak a thing the heart of woman is. O Brutus, the heavens speed thee in thine enterprise. Sure, the boy heard me. Brutus hath a suit that Caesar will not grant. Oh, I grow faint. Run, Lucius, and command me to my lord. Say I am merry. Come to me again, and bring me word what he doth say to thee. Exeunt. Act. Third Scene. I Rome. Before the Capitol. The Senate sitting. A crowd of people in the street leading to the Capitol. Flourish. Enter Caesar, Brutus, Cassius, Casca, Decius, Metellus, Trebonius, Cinna, Antony, Lepidus, Artemidorus, Publius, Popilius and the soothsayer. Caesar. The Ides of March are come. Soothsayer. Caesar. But not gone. Artemidorus. Hail, Caesar. Read the schedule. Decius. Trebonius doth desire you to read, at your best leisure, this his humble suit. Artemidorus. O Caesar, read mine first. For mine a suit that touches Caesar nearer. Read it, great Caesar. Caesar. What touches us ourself shall be last served. Artemidorus. Delay not, Caesar. Read it instantly. Caesar. What, is the fellow mad? Publius. Sirrah, give place. Cassius. What, urge you your petitions in the street? Come to the Capitol. Caesar enters the Capitol, the rest following. All the senators rise. Popilius. I wish your enterprise today may thrive. Cassius. What enterprise? Popilius. Popilius. Fare you well. Advances to Caesar. Brutus. What said Popilius Lena? Cassius. He wished today our enterprise might thrive. I fear our purpose is discovered. Brutus. Look how he makes to Caesar, mark him. Cassius. Casca. Be sudden, for we fear prevention. Brutus. What shall be done? If this be known, Cassius or Caesar never shall turn back, for I will slay myself. Brutus. Cassius. Be constant. Popilius Lena speaks not of our purposes. For look, he smiles, and Caesar doth not change. Cassius. Trebonius knows his time, for look you, Brutus, he draws Mark Antony out of the way. Exeunt. Antony and Trebonius. Caesar and the senators take their seats. Decius. Where is Metellus Cimber? Let him go, and presently prefer his suit to Caesar. Brutus. He is address. Press near and second him. Cinna. Casca. You are the first that rears your hand. Caesar. Are we already? What is now amiss that Caesar and his senate must redress? Metellus. Most high, most mighty, and most puissant Caesar, Metellus Cimber throws before thy seat in humble heart kneeling. Caesar. I must prevent thee, Cimber. These couchings and these lowly courtesies might fire the blood of ordinary men, and turn preordinance and first decree into the law of children. Be not fond to think that Caesar bears such rebel blood that will be thought from the true quality with that which melteth fools. I mean sweet words, low crooked courtesies, and base spaniel fawning. Thy brother by decree is banished, If thou dost bend, and pray, and fawn for him, I spurn thee like a cur out of my way. No, Caesar does not wrong, nor without cause will he be satisfied. Metellus, is there no voice more worthy than my own, to sound more sweetly in great Caesar ear for the repealing of my banished brother? Brutus, I kiss thy hand, but not in flattery, Caesar, desiring thee that Publius Cimber may have an immediate freedom of repeal. Caesar, what? Brutus, Cassius, pardon, Caesar. Caesar, pardon, as lowest to thy foot doth Cassius fall, to beg enfranchisement for Publius Cimber. Caesar, I could be well moved, if I were as you. If I could pray to move, prayers would move me, but I am constant as the northern star, of whose true fixed and resting quality there is no fellow in the firmament. The skies are painted with unnumbered sparks, they are all fire, and every one doth shine. But there but one and all doth hold his place. So in the world is furnished well with men, and men are flesh and blood, and apprehensive. Yet in the number I do know but one that unassailable holds on his rank, unshook of motion, and that I am he. Let me a little show it, even in this, that I was constant. Cimber should be banished, and constant do remain to keep him so. Cinna. O Caesar, Caesar, hence. Wilt thou lift up Olympus? Decius, great Caesar, Caesar, doth not Brutus bootless kneel? Cassa, speak, hands, for me. Casca stabs Caesar in the neck. Caesar catches hold of his arm. He is then stabbed by several other conspirators, and at last by Marcus. Brutus, Caesar, at 2, Brute. Then fall. Caesar dies. The senators and people retire in confusion. Cinna. Liberty, freedom, tyranny is dead. Run hence, proclaim, cry it about the streets. Cassius. Some to the common pulpits and cry out, liberty, freedom, and enfranchisement. Brutus. People and senators, be not affrighted. Fly not. Stand still. Ambition debt is paid. Cassa. Go to the pulpit. Brutus, Decius, and Cassius too. Brutus, where Publius? Cinna. Here, quite confounded with this mutiny. Metellus, stand fast together, lest some friend of Caesar should chance. Brutus, talk not of standing. Publius, good cheer. There is no harm intended to your person, nor to no Roman else. So tell them, Publius, Cassius, and leave us, Publius, lest that the people rushing on us, should do your age some mischief. Brutus, do so. And let no man abide this deed but we the doers. Enter Trebonius. Cassius, where Antony. Trebonius fled to his house. Amos, men, wives, and children stare, cry out, and run, as it were doomsday. Brutus, fates, we will know your pleasures. That we shall die, we know, is but the time and drawing days out, that men stand upon. Cassa. Why, he that cuts off 20 years of life cuts off so many years of fearing death. Brutus, grant that, and then is death a benefit. So are we Caesar friends, that have abridged his time of fearing death. Stoop, Romans, stoop, and let us bathe our hands in Caesar blood up to the elbows, and besmear our swords. Then walk we forth, even to the marketplace, and waving our red weapons o'er our heads, let all cry, peace, freedom, and liberty. Cassius, stoop then, and wash. How many ages hence shall this our lofty scene be acted over in states unborn, and accents yet unknown? Brutus, how many times shall Caesar bleed in sport, that now on Pompey basis lies along, no worthier than the dust? Cassius, so oft as that shall be, so often shall the not of us be called the men that gave their country liberty. Decius, what, shall we forth? Cassius, every man away. Brutus shall lead, and we will grace his hills with the most boldest and best hearts of Rome. Enter a servant. Brutus, soft, who comes here? A friend of Antony. Servant, thus, Brutus, did my master bid me kneel. Thus did Mark Antony bid me fall down. And, being prostrate, thus he bade me say, Brutus is noble, wise, valiant, and honest. Caesar was mighty, bold, royal, and loving. Say I love Brutus and I honor him. Say I fear Caesar, honor him, and love him. If Brutus will vouchsafe that Antony may safely come to him, and resolve how Caesar hath deserved to lie in death, Mark Antony shall not love Caesar dead so well as Brutus living, but will follow the fortunes and affairs of noble Brutus thorough the hazards of this untrod state, with all true faith. So says my master Antony. Brutus, thy master is a wise and valiant Roman. I never thought him worse. Tell him, So please him come unto this place, he shall be satisfied, and, by my honor, depart untouched. Servant, I'll fetch him presently. Exit. Brutus, I know that we shall have him well to friend. Cassius, I wish we may, but yet have I a mind that fears him much, and my misgiving still falls shrewdly to the purpose. Enter Antony. Brutus, but here comes Antony. Welcome, Mark Antony. Antony, Almighty Caesar, dost thou lie so low? Are all thy conquests, glories, triumphs, spoils, shrunk to this little measure? Fare thee well. I know not, gentlemen, what you intend. Who else must be let blood? Who else is rank? If I myself, there is nowhere so fit as Caesar doth our, nor no instrument of half that worth as those your swords, made rich with the most noble blood of all this world. I do beseech ye, if you bear me hard, now, whilst your purpled hands do reek and smoke, fulfill your pleasure. Live 1,000 years, I shall not find myself so apt to die. No place will please me so, no means of death, as here by Caesar, and by you cut off, the choice and master spirits of this age. Brutus, O Antony, beg not your death of us. Though now we must appear bloody and cruel, as by our hands in this our present act you see we do. Yet see you but our hands in this the bleeding business they have done. Our hearts you see not. They are pitiful. And pity to the general wrong of Rome as fire drives out fire, so pity hath done this deed on Caesar. For your part, to you our swords have leaden points, Mark Antony. Our arms in strength of malice, and our hearts of brother's temper, do receive you in with all kind love, good thoughts, and reverence. Cassius, your voice shall be as strong as any man in the disposing of new dignities. Brutus, only be patient till we have appeased the multitude, beside themselves with fear, and then we will deliver you the cause why I, that did love Caesar when I struck him, have thus proceeded. Antony, I doubt not of your wisdom. Let each man render me his bloody hand. First, Marcus Brutus, will I shake with you. Next, Caius Cassius, do I take your hand. Now, Decius Brutus, yours. Now yours, Metellus. Yours, Cinna. And, my valiant Casca, yours. Though last, not least in love, yours, good Trebonius. Gentlemen all, alas, what shall I say? My critic now stands on such slippery ground, that one of two bad ways you must conceit me, either a coward or a flatterer. That I did love thee, Caesar, oh, is true. If then thy spirit look upon us now, shall it not grieve thee dearer than thy death, to see thy Antony making his peace, shaking the bloody fingers of thy foes? Most noble, in the presence of thy course had I as many eyes as thou hast wounds, weeping as fast as they stream forth thy blood, it would become me better than to close in terms of friendship with thine enemies. Pardon me, Julius. Here wast thou brave heart. Here didst thou fall. And here thy hunters stand, sign in thy spoil, and crimson in thy lethe. O world, thou wast the forest to this heart. And this indeed, O world, the heart of thee. How like a deer strucken by many princes, dost thou here lie. Cassius, Mark Antony. Antony, pardon me, Caius Cassius, the enemies of Caesar shall say this. Then, in a friend, it is cold modesty. Cassius, I blame you not for praising Caesar so. But what compact mean you to have with us? Will you be prick in number of our friends, or shall we on, and not depend on you? Antony, therefore I took your hands, but was indeed sway from the point, by looking down on Caesar. Friends am I with you all, and love you all, upon this hope, that you shall give me reasons why, and wherein, Caesar was dangerous. Brutus, or else were this a savage spectacle. Our reasons are so full of good regard that were you, Antony, the son of Caesar, you should be satisfied. Antony, that all I seek, and am moreover suitor that I may produce his body to the marketplace, and in the pulpit, as becomes a friend, speak in the order of his funeral. Brutus, you shall. Mark Antony. Cassius. Brutus, a word with you. Aside to Brutus. You know not what you do. Do not consent that Antony speak in his funeral. Know you how much the people may be moved by that which he will utter? Brutus. Aside to Cassius. By your pardon, I will myself into the pulpit first, and show the reason of our Caesar death. What Antony shall speak, I will protest he speaks by leave and by permission. And that we are contented Caesar shall have all true rights and lawful ceremonies. It shall advantage more than do us wrong. Cassius. Aside to Brutus. I know not what may fall. I like it not. Brutus. Mark Antony. Here, take you Caesar body. You shall not in your funeral speech blame us, but speak all good you can devise of Caesar, and say you do by our permission. Else shall you not have any hand at all about his funeral, and you shall speak in the same pulpit whereto I am going, after my speech is ended. Antony. Be it so. I do desire no more. Brutus. Prepare the body, then, and follow us. Exeunt all but Antony. Antony. Oh, pardon me, thou bleeding piece of earth, that I am meek and gentle with these butchers. Thou art the ruins of the noblest man that ever lived in the tide of times. Woe to the hand that shed this costly blood. Over thy wounds now do I prophesy, which, like dumb mouths do ope their ruby lips to beg the voice and utterance of my tongue. A curse shall light upon the limbs of men. Domestic fury and fierce civil strife shall cumber all the parts of Italy. Blood and destruction shall be so in use, and dreadful objects so familiar, that mothers shall but smile when they behold their infants quartered with the hands of war. All pity choke with custom of fell deeds, and Caesar's spirit, ranging for revenge, with 8 by his side come hot from hell, shall in these confines with a monarch voice cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war, that this foul deed shall smell above the earth with carrion men, groaning for burial. Enter a servant. You serve Octavius Caesar, do you not? Servant. I do. Mark Antony. Antony. Caesar did write for him to come to Rome. Servant. He did receive his letters, and is coming, and bid me say to you by word of mouth, seeing the body. O Caesar. Antony. Thy heart is big, get thee apart and weep. Passion, I see, is catching. For mine eyes, seeing those beads of sorrow stand in thine, begin to water. Is thy master coming? Servant. He lies tonight within 7 leagues of Rome. Antony. Post back with speed, and tell him what hath Shank. Here is a morning Rome, a dangerous Rome, no Rome of safety for Octavius yet. Hie hence, and tell him so. Yet stay a while. Thou shalt not back till I have borne this course into the market-place, there shall I try, in my oration, how the people take the cruel issue of these bloody men. According to the which thou shalt discourse to young Octavius of the state of things. Lend me your hand. Exeunt with Caesar body. Scene 2. The same. The Forum. Enter Brutus and goes into the pulpit, and Cassius, with a throng of citizens. Citizens. We will be satisfied. Let us be satisfied. Brutus. Then follow me, and give me audience, friends. Cassius. Go you into the other street and part the numbers. Those that will hear me speak, let them stay here. Those that will follow Cassius, go with him. And public reasons shall be rendered of Caesar death. First citizen. I will hear Brutus speak. Second citizen. I will hear Cassius. And compare their reasons, when severally we hear them rendered. Exit Cassius, with some of the citizens. Brutus goes into the rostrum. Third citizen. The noble Brutus is ascended. Silence. Brutus. Be patient till the last. Romans, countrymen, and lovers, hear me for my cause. And be silent, that you may hear. Believe me for mine honor, and have respect to mine honor, that you may believe. Censure me in your wisdom, and awake your senses, that you may the better judge. If there be any in this assembly, any dear friend of Caesar, to him I say that Brutus' love to Caesar was no less than his. If then that friend demand why Brutus rose against Caesar, this is my answer, not that I loved Caesar less, but that I loved Rome more. Had you rather Caesar were living, and die all slaves, than that Caesar were dead, to live all free men? As Caesar loved me, I weep for him. As he was fortunate, I rejoice at it. As he was valiant, I honor him. But, as he was ambitious, I slew him. There is tears, for his love, joy for his fortune, honor for his valour, and death, for his ambition. Who is here so base, that would be a bondman? If any, speak. For him have I offended. Who is here so rude, that would not be a Roman? If any, speak. For him have I offended. Who is here so vile, that will not love his country? If any, speak. For him have I offended. I pause for a reply. Citizens. None. Brutus. None. Brutus. Then none have I offended. I have done no more to Caesar than you shall do to Brutus. The question of his death is enrolled in the Capitol, his glory not extenuated, wherein he was worthy, nor his offences inferic, for which he suffered death. Enter Antony and others, with Caesar body. Here comes his body, mourned by Mark Antony, who, though he had no hand in his death, shall receive the benefit of his dying, a place in the commonwealth. As which of you shall not with this I depart, that, As I slew my best lover for the good of Rome, I have the same dagger for myself, when it shall please my country to need my death. Citizens. Live, Brutus. Live, live. First citizen. Bring him with triumph home unto his house. Second citizen. Give him a statue with his ancestors. Third citizen. Let him be Caesar. Fourth citizen. Caesar better parts shall be crowned in Brutus. First citizen. We all bring him to his house with shouts and clamors. Brutus. My countrymen. Second citizen. Peace. Silence. Brutus speaks. First citizen. Peace. Ho. Brutus. Good countrymen, let me depart alone, and, for my sake, stay here with Antony to grace to Caesar corpse, and grace a speech tending to Caesar glories, which Mark Antony, by our permission, is allowed to make. I do entreat you, not a man depart, save I alone, till Antony have spoke. Exit. First citizen. Stay, ho! And let us hear Mark Antony. Third citizen. Let him go up into the public chair. We all hear him. Noble Antony, go up. Antony, for Brutus' sake, I am beholding to you. Goes up. Fourth citizen. What does he say of Brutus? Third citizen. He says, for Brutus' sake he finds himself beholding to us all. Fourth citizen. Were best he speak no harm of Brutus here. First citizen. The Caesar was a tyrant. Third citizen. Nay, that's certain. We are blessed that Rome is rid of him. Second citizen. Peace. Let us hear what Antony can say. Antony. You gentle Romans. Citizens. Peace. Ho! Let us hear him. Antony. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them, the good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus hath told you Caesar was ambitious. If it were so, it was a grievous fault, and grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man, so are they all honorable men, come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff, yet Brutus says he was ambitious. And Brutus is an honorable man. You all did see that on the Lupercal I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious. And sure he is an honorable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to speak what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me. My heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me. First citizen. Methinks there is much reason in his sayings. Second citizen. If thou consider rightly of the matter, Caesar has had great wrong. Third citizen. Has he? Masters, I fear there will a worse come in his place. Fourth citizen. Mark ye his words? He would not take the crown. Therefore is certain he was not ambitious. First citizen. If it be found so, some will dare abide it. Second citizen. Poor soul, his eyes are red as fire with weeping. Third citizen. There not another man in Rome than Antony. Fourth citizen. Now mark him. He begins again to speak. Antony. But yesterday the word of Caesar might have stood against the world. Now lies he there, and none so poor to do him reverence. O masters, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong and Cassius wrong, who, you all know, are honorable men. I will not do them wrong. I rather choose to wrong the dead, to wrong myself and you, than I will wrong such honorable men. But here a parchment with the seal of Caesar, I found it in his closet. Is his will. Let but the commons hear this testament, which, pardon me, I do not mean to read, and they would go and kiss dead Caesar wounds, and dip their napkins in his sacred blood. Yea, beg a hair of him for memory, and, dying, mention it within their wills, bequeathing it as a rich legacy unto their issue. Fourth citizen. We all hear the will. Read it. Mark Antony. Citizens. The will. The will. We will hear Caesar will. Antony. Have patience, gentle friends, I must not read it. It is not meet. You know how Caesar loved you. You are not wood, you are not stones, but men. And being men, hearing the will of Caesar, it will inflame you, it will make you mad. Is good you know not that you are his heirs. For if you should, oh, what would come of it? Fourth citizen. Read the will. We all hear it. Antony. You shall read us the will, Caesar will. Antony, will you be patient? Will you stay a while? I have ORSHOT myself to tell you of it. I fear I wrong the honorable men whose daggers have stabbed Caesar. I do fear it. Fourth citizen, they were traitors. Honorable men. Citizens, the will. The testament. Second citizen, they were villains, murderers. The will. Read the will. Antony, you will compel me then to read the will? Then make a ring about the corpse of Caesar, and let me show you him that made the will. Shall I descend? And will you give me leave? Citizens, come down. Second citizen, descend. He comes down. Third citizen, you shall have leave. Fourth citizen, a ring. Stand round. First citizen, stand from the hearse, stand from the body. Second citizen, room for Antony, most noble Antony. Antony, nay, press not so upon me. Stand far off. Citizens, stand back. Room. Bear back. Antony, if you have tears, prepare to shed them now. You all do know this mantle. I remember the first time ever Caesar put it on was on a summer evening, in his tent. That day he overcame the Nervi. Look, in this place ran Cassius' dagger through. See what a rent the envious Casca made. Through this the well-beloved Brutus stab. And as he pluck his cursed steel away, mark how the blood of Caesar follow it, as rushing out of doors, to be resolve if Brutus so unkindly knock, or no. For Brutus, as you know, was Caesar angel judge. O you gods, how dearly Caesar loved him. This was the most unkindest cut of all. For when the noble Caesar saw him stab, ingratitude, more strong than traitors' arms, quite vanquish him, then burst his mighty heart. And in his mantle muffling up his face, even at the base of Pompey's statue which all the while ran blood, great Caesar fell. Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen! Then I, and you, and all of us fell down, whilst bloody treason flourished over us. Oh, now you weep. And I perceive you feel the dint of pity. These are gracious drops. Kind souls, what weep you when you but behold our Caesar vesture wounded? Look you here, here is himself, mark, as you see, with traitors. First citizen, O piteous spectacle. Second citizen, O noble Caesar. Third citizen, O woeful day. Fourth citizen, O traitors, villains. First citizen, O most bloody sight. Second citizen, we will be revenged. Citizens, revenge, about, seek, burn, fire, kill, slay, let not a traitor live. Antony, stay, countrymen. First citizen, peace there. Hear the noble Antony. Second citizen, we all hear him, we all follow him, we all die with him. Antony, good friends, sweet friends, let me not stir you up to such a sudden flood of mutiny. They that have done this deed are honorable. What private griefs they have, alas, I know not, that made them do it. They wise and honorable, and will, no doubt, with reasons answer you. I come not, friends, to steal away your hearts. I am no orator, as Brutus is. But, as you know me all, a plain blunt man, that love my friend. And that they know full well that gave me public leave to speak of him. For I have neither wit, nor words, nor worth, action, nor utterance, nor the power of speech, to stir men blood. I only speak right on. I tell you that which you yourselves do know, show you sweet Caesar wounds, poor dumb mouths, and bid them speak for me. But were I Brutus, and Brutus Antony, there were an Antony would ruffle up your spirits, and put a tongue in every wound of Caesar, that should move the stones of Rome to rise in mutiny. Citizens, we all mutiny. First citizen, we all burn the house of Brutus. Third citizen, away, then. Come, seek the conspirators. Antony, yet hear me, countrymen. Yet hear me speak. Citizens, peace, ho. Hear Antony. Most noble Antony. Antony, why, friends, you go to do you know not what. Wherein hath Caesar thus deserved your loves? Alas, you know not. I must tell you then. You have forgot the will I told you of. Citizens, most true. The will. Let's stay, and hear the will. Antony, here is the will, and under Caesar's seal. To every Roman citizen he gives, to every several man, 75 drachmas. Second citizen, most noble Caesar, we all revenge as death. Third citizen, oh, royal Caesar. Antony, hear me with patience. Citizens, peace, ho. Antony, moreover, he hath left you all his walks, his private arbors, and new planted orchards, on the side Tiber. He hath left them you, and to your heirs forever. Come in pleasures, to walk abroad, and recreate yourselves. Here was a Caesar. When comes such another? First citizen, never, never. Come, away, away. We all burn his body in the holy place, and with the brands fire the traitors' houses. Take up the body. Second citizen, go, Fetch fire. Third citizen. Pluck down benches. Fourth citizen. Pluck down forms, windows, anything. Exeunt citizens, with the body. Antony. Now let it work mischief. Thou art afoot. Take thou what course thou wilt. Enter a servant. How now, fellow? Servant. Sir, Octavius is already come to Rome. Antony. Where is he? Servant. He and Lepidus are at Caesar house. Antony. And thither will I straight to visit him. He comes upon a wish. Fortune is merry, and in this mood will give us anything. Servant. I heard him say Brutus and Cassius are rid like madmen through the gates of Rome. Antony. Belike they had some notice of the people, how I had moved them. Bring me to Octavius. Exeunt. Scene 3. The same. A street. Enter Cinna, the poet, and after him the citizens. Cinna. I dreamt tonight that I did feast with Caesar, and things unluckily charged my fantasy. I have no will to wander forth of doors, yet something leads me forth. First citizen. What is your name? Second citizen. Whither are you going? Third citizen. Where do you dwell? Fourth citizen. Are you a married man or a bachelor? Second citizen. Answer every man directly. First citizen. A, and briefly. Fourth citizen. A, and wisely. Third citizen. A, and truly. You were best. Cinna. What is my name? Whither am I going? Where do I dwell? Am I a married man or a bachelor? Then, to answer every man directly and briefly, wisely and truly. Wisely I say I am a bachelor. Second citizen. That as much as to say they are fools that marry. You'll bear me a bang for that, I fear. Proceed. Directly. Cinna. Directly. I am going to Caesar funeral. First citizen. As a friend, or an enemy? Cinna. As a friend. Second citizen. That matter is answered directly. Fourth citizen. For your dwelling, briefly. Cinna. Briefly, I dwell by the Capitol. Third citizen. Your name, sir? Truly. Cinna. Truly, my name is Cinna. First citizen. Tear him to pieces. He a conspirator. Cinna. I am Cinna the poet. I am Cinna the poet. Fourth citizen. Tear him for his bad verses. Tear him for his bad verses. Cinna. I am not Cinna the conspirator. Fourth citizen. It is no matter, his name Cinna. Pluck but his name out of his heart, and turn him going. Third citizen. Tear him, come. Brands, ho! Firebrands. To Brutus to Cassius burn all. Some to Decius' house, and some to Casca, some to Ligarius. Away, go. Exeunt. Act. Fourth Scene. I Rome. A room in Antony house. Enter Antony, Octavius and Lepidus, seated at a table. Antony. These many then shall die. Their names are Prick. Octavius. Your brother too must die. Consent you, Lepidus? Lepidus. I do consent. Octavius. Prick him down. Antony. Lepidus. Upon condition Publius shall not live. Who is your sister son? Mark. Antony. Antony. He shall not live. Look, with a spot I damn him. But, Lepidus, go you to Caesar house. Fetch the will hither, and we shall determine how to cut off some charge in legacies. Lepidus. What, shall I find you here? Octavius. Or here, or at the Capitol. Exit Lepidus. Antony. This is a slight unmeritable man, meet to be sent on errands. Is it fit, the threefold world divided, he should stand one of the three to share it? Octavius. So you thought him, and took his voice who should be pricked to die in our black sentence and proscription. Antony. Octavius. I have seen more days than you. And though we lay these honors on this man, to ease ourselves of divers landhouse loads, he shall but bear them as the ass bears gold, to groan and sweat under the business, either led or driven, as we point the way. And having brought our treasure where we will, then take we down his load, and turn him off, like to the empty ass, to shake his ears, and graze in commons. Octavius. You may, dear will. But he a tried and valiant soldier. Antony. So is my horse, Octavius. And for that I do appoint him store of provender. It is a creature that I teach to fight, to wind, to stop, to run directly on, his corporal motion governed by my spirit. And, in some taste, is Lepidus but so, he must be taught, and trained, and bid go forth, a barren-spirited fellow. One that feeds on objects, arts, and imitations, which, out of use and style by other men, begin as fashion. Do not talk of him but as a property. And now, Octavius, listen. Great things Brutus and Cassius are levying powers. We must straight make head. Therefore let our alliance be common, our best friends made, our means stretched. And let us presently go sit in council, how covert matters may be best disclosed, and open peril surest answered. Octavius. Let us do so, for we are at the stake, and bay about with many enemies. And some that smile have in their hearts, I fear, millions of mischiefs. Exeunt. Scene 2. Before Brutus' tent, in the camp near Sardis. Drum. Enter Brutus, Lucilius, Titinius and soldiers. Pindarus meeting them. Lucius at some distance. Brutus. Stand, ho. Lucilius. Give the word, ho. And stand. Brutus. What now, Lucilius? Is Cassius near? Lucilius. He is at hand, and Pindarus is come to do salutation from his master. Pindarus gives a letter to Brutus. Brutus. He greets me well. Your master, Pindarus, and his own change, or by ill officers, hath given me some worthy cause to wish things undone, but, if he be at hand, I shall be satisfied. Pindarus. I do not doubt but that my noble master will appear such as he is, full of regard and honor. Brutus. He is not doubted a word. Lucilius. How he receive you, let me be resolve. Lucilius. With courtesy and with respect enough, but not with such familiar instances, nor with such free and friendly conference, as he hath us of old. Brutus. Thou hast described a hot friend cooling. Ever note, Lucilius, when love begins to sicken and decay it useth an enforced ceremony. There are no tricks in plain and simple faith, but hollow men, like horses hot at hand, make gallant show and promise of their mettle. Low march within, but when they should endure the bloody spur, they fall their crests, and like deceitful jades sink in the trial. Comes his army on? Lucilius. They met this night in Sardis to be quarter. The greater part, the horse in general, are come with Cassius. Enter Cassius and soldiers. Brutus. Hark! He is Arrive. March gently on to meet him. Cassius. Stand, ho. Brutus. Stand, ho. Speak the word along. First soldier. Stand. Second soldier. Stand. Third soldier. Stand. Cassius. Most noble brother, you have done me wrong. Brutus. Judge me, you gods. Wrong I mine enemies? And if not so, how should I wrong a brother? Cassius. Brutus. This sober form of yours hides wrongs. And when you do them? Brutus. Cassius. Be content. Speak your grief softly, I do know you well. Before the eyes of both our armies here, which should perceive nothing but love from us, let us not wrangle. Bid them move away. Then in my tent, Cassius, enlarge your griefs, and I will give you audience. Cassius. Pindarus. Bid our commanders lead their charges off a little from this ground. Brutus. Lucilius. Do you the like. And let no man come to our tent till we have done our conference. Lucius and Titinius, guard our door. Exeunt. Scene 3. Within the tent of Brutus. Enter Brutus and Cassius. Cassius. That you have wronged me doth appear in this, you have condemned and noted Lucius Pella for taking bribes here of the Sardians, wherein my letters, praying on his side because I knew the man, were slighted off. Brutus. You wrong yourself to write in such a case. Cassius. In such a time as this it is not meet that every nice offense should bear his comment. Brutus. Let me tell you, Cassius, you yourself are much condemned to have an itching palm, to sell and march your offices for gold to undeservers. Cassius. An itching palm. You know that you are Brutus that speak this, or, by the gods, this speech were else your last. Brutus. The name of Cassius honors this corruption, and chastisement doth therefore hide his head. Cassius. Chastisement. Brutus. Remember March, the Ides of March remember, did not great Julius bleed for justice' sake? What villain touch his body, that did stab, and not for justice? What shall one of us, that struck the foremost man of all this world but for supporting robbers, shall we now contaminate our fingers with base bribes, and sell the mighty space of our large honors for so much trash as may be grasped thus? I had rather be a dog, and bay the moon, than such a Roman. Cassius. Brutus. Bait not me, I'll not endure it. You forget yourself, to hedge me in. I am a soldier, I, older in practice, abler than yourself to make conditions. Brutus. Go to. You are not. Cassius. Cassius. I am. Brutus. I say you are not. Cassius. Urge me no more, I shall forget myself. Have mind upon your health, tempt me no farther. Brutus. Away, slight man. Cassius. Is possible? Brutus. Hear me, for I will speak. Must I give way and room to your rash choler? Shall I be frighted when a madman stares? Cassius. O ye gods, must I endure all this? Brutus. All this? More, for till your proud heart break. Go show your slaves how choleric you are, and make your bondmen tremble. Must I budge? Must I observe you? Must I stand and crouch under your testy humor? By the gods, you shall digest the venom of your spleen, though it do split you. For, from this day forth, I'll use you for my mirth, Yea, for my laughter, when you are waspish. Cassius. Is it come to this? Brutus. You say you are a better soldier, let it appear so. Make your vaunting true, and it shall please me well. For mine own part, I shall be glad to learn of noble men. Cassius. You wrong me every way, you wrong me. Brutus. I said, an elder soldier, not a better. Did I say better? Brutus. If you did, I care not. Cassius. When Caesar lived, he durst not thus have moved me. Brutus. Peace, peace. You durst not so have tempted him. Cassius. I durst not. Brutus. No. Cassius. What? Durst not tempt him? Brutus. For your life you durst not. Cassius. Do not presume too much upon my love. I may do that I shall be sorry for. Brutus. You have done that you should be sorry for. There is no terror, Cassius, in your threats, for I am armed so strong in honesty, that they pass by me as the idle wind, which I respect not. I did send to you for certain sums of gold, which you denied me. For I can raise no money by vile means. By heaven, I had rather coin my heart, and drop my blood for drachmas, than to wring from the hard hands of peasants their vile trash by any indirection. I did send to you for gold to pay my legions, which you denied me. Was that done like Cassius? Should I have answered Caius Cassius so? When Marcus Brutus grows so covetous, to lock such rascal counters from his friends, be ready, gods, with all your thunderbolts, dash him to pieces. Cassius. I denied you not. Brutus. You did. Cassius. I did not. He was but a fool that brought my answer back. Brutus hath rived my heart. A friend should bear his friend infirmities, but Brutus makes mine greater than they are. Brutus. I do not, till you practice them on me. Cassius. You love me not. Brutus. I do not like your faults. Cassius. A friendly eye could never see such faults. Brutus. A flatterer would not, though they do appear as huge as high Olympus. Cassius. Come, Antony, and young Octavius, come, revenge yourselves alone on Cassius, for Cassius is aweary of the world, hated by one he loves, brave by his brother, checked like a bondman. All his faults observe, set in a notebook, learn and con by rote, to cast into my teeth. Oh, I could weep my spirit from mine eyes. There is my dagger, and here my naked breast. Within, a heart dearer than Plutus mine, richer than gold. If that thou be a Roman, take it forth. I, that denied thee gold, will give my heart, strike as thou didst at Caesar. For I know, when thou didst hate him worst, thou lovedst him better than ever thou lovedst Cassius. Brutus. Sheathe your dagger. Be angry when you will, it shall have scope. Do what you will, dishonor shall be humor. O Cassius, you are yoked with a limb that carries anger as the flint bears fire, who, much enforced, shows a hasty spark, and straight is cold again. Cassius. Hath Cassius lived to be but mirth and laughter to his Brutus, when grief and blood ill temper vexeth him? Brutus. When I spoke that, I was ill-tempered too. Cassius. Do you confess so much? Give me your hand. Brutus. And my heart too. Cassius. O Brutus. Brutus. What the matter? Cassius. Have not you love enough to bear with me, when that rash humor which my mother gave me makes me forgetful? Brutus. Yes, Cassius. And from henceforth, when you are over earnest with your Brutus, he'll think your mother chides, and leave you so. Enter Poet, followed by Lucilius, Titinius and Lucius. Poet. Within. Let me go in to see the generals, there is some grudge between them. Is not meet they be alone. Lucilius. Within. You shall not come to them. Poet. Within. Nothing but death shall stay me. Cassius. How now? What the matter? Poet. For shame, you generals. What do you mean? Love, and be friends, as two such men should be. For I have seen more years, I sure, than ye. Cassius. Ha, ha, how vilely doth this cynic rhyme. Brutus. Get you hence, Sirrah. Saucy fellow, hence. Cassius. Bear with him, Brutus. Is this fashion? Brutus. I'll know his humor when he knows his time. What should the wars do with these jigging fools? Companion. Hence. Cassius. Away, away, be gone. Exit Poet. Brutus. Lucilius and Titinius. Bid the commanders prepare to lodge their companies tonight. Cassius. And come yourselves and bring Messala with you immediately to us. Exeunt Lucilius and Titinius. Brutus. Lucius. A bowl of wine. Exit Lucius. Cassius. I did not think you could have been so angry. Brutus. O Cassius, I am sick of many griefs. Cassius. Of your philosophy you make no use, if you give place to accidental evils. Brutus. No man bears sorrow better. Portia is dead. Cassius. Ha? Portia? Brutus. She is dead. Cassius. How cap I killing, when I cross you so. Oh insupportable and touching loss! Upon what sickness, Brutus, impatient of my absence, and grief that young Octavius with Mark Antony have made themselves so strong. For with her death that tidings came. With this she fell distract, and, her attendants absent, swallow fire, Cassius, and died so? Brutus. Even so, Cassius. O ye immortal gods! Enter Lucius, with wine and a taper. Brutus. Speak no more of her. Give me a bowl of wine. In this I bury all in kindness. Cassius. Drinks. Cassius. My heart is thirsty for that noble pledge. Fill, Lucius, till the wine o'erswell the cup. I cannot drink too much of Brutus' love. Drinks. Exit Lucius. Enter Titinius and Messala. Brutus. Come in. Titinius. Welcome, good Messala. Now see we close about this taper here, and call in question our necessities. Cassius. Portia, art thou gone? Brutus. No more, I pray you. Messala. I have here received letters, that young Octavius and Mark Antony come down upon us with a mighty power, bending their expedition toward Philippi. Messala. Myself have letters of the self-same tenor. Brutus. With what addition? Messala. That by proscription and bills of outlawry Octavius, Antony, and Lepidus have put to death 100 senators. Brutus. Therein our letters do not well agree. Mine speak of 70 senators that died by their proscriptions, Cicero being one. Cassius. Cicero one. Messala. Cicero is dead, and by that order of proscription. Had you your letters from your wife, my lord? Brutus. No. Messala. Messala. Nor nothing in your letters but of her? Brutus. Nothing. Messala. Messala. That, methinks, is strange. Brutus. Why ask you? Hear you aught of her in yours? Messala. No, my lord. Brutus. Now as you are a Roman, tell me true. Messala. Then like a Roman bear the truth I tell, for certain she is dead, and by strange manner. Brutus. Why? Farewell, Portia. We must die. Messala. With meditating that she must die once, I have the patience to endure it now. Messala. Even so great men great losses should endure. Cassius. I have as much of this in art as you, but yet my nature could not bear it so. Brutus. Well, to our work alive. What do you think of marching to Philippi presently? Cassius. I do not think it good. Brutus. Your reason? Cassius. This it is better that the enemy seek us. So shall he waste his mains, weary his soldiers, doing himself offense, whilst we, lying still, are full of rest, defense, and nimbleness. Brutus. Good reasons must of force give place to better. The people wixt Philippi and this ground do stand but in a forced affection, for they have grudgs contribution. The enemy, marching along by them shall make a fuller number up, come on refresh, new added, and correct. From which advantage shall we cut him off if at Philippi we do face him there, these people at our back? Cassius. Hear me, good brother. Brutus. Under your pardon. You must know besides, that we have tried the utmost of our friends, our legions are brimful, our cause is ripe. The enemy increaseth every day. We, at the height, are ready to decline. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures. Cassius. Then, with your will, go on, we'll along ourselves, and meet them at Philippi. Brutus. The deep of night is crept upon our talk, and nature must obey necessity, which we will niggard with a little rest. There is no more to say? Cassius. No more. Good night. Early tomorrow will we rise, and hence. Enter Lucius. Brutus. Lucius. My gown. Exit Lucius. Farewell now, good Messala. Good night, Titinius. Noble Cassius. Good night, and good repose. Cassius. O my dear brother, this was an ill beginning of the night. Never come such division ween our souls. Let it not. Brutus. Enter Lucius with the gown. Brutus. Everything is well. Cassius. Good night, my lord. Brutus. Good night, good brother. Titinius and Messala. Good night, Lord Brutus. Brutus. Farewell, everyone. Exeunt Cassius, Titinius and Messala. Give me the gown. Where is thy instrument? Lucius. Here in the tent. Brutus. What? Thou speak drowsily. Poor knave, I blame thee not. Thou art o'er watch. Call Claudius and some other of my men. I'll have them sleep on cushions in my tent. Lucius. Varro and Claudius. Enter Varro and Claudius. Varro. Calls my lord. Brutus. I pray you, sirs, lie in my tent and sleep. It may be I shall raise you by and by on business to my brother Cassius. Varro. So please you, we will stand and watch your pleasure. Brutus. I will not have it so. Lie down, good sirs, It may be I shall otherwise bethink me. Look, Lucius, here the book I sought for so. I put it in the pocket of my gown. Servants, lie down. Lucius, I wish your lordship did not give it me. Brutus, bear with me, good boy, I am much forgetful. Canst thou hold up thy heavy eyes a while, and touch thy instrument a strain or two? Lucius, my lord, and please you. Brutus, it does, my boy. I trouble thee too much, but thou art willing. Lucius, it is my duty, sir. Brutus, I should not urge thy duty past thy might. I know young bloods look for a time of rest. Lucius, I have slept, my lord, already. Brutus, it was well done, and thou shalt sleep again. I will not hold thee long. If I do live, I will be good to thee. Lucius plays and sings till he falls asleep. This is a sleepy tune. O Murdow slumber, layest thou thy leaden mace upon my boy, that plays thee music? Gentle knave, good night. I will not do thee so much wrong to wake thee. If thou dost not, thou break thee thy instrument. I'll take it from thee. And, good boy, good night. Let me see, let me see. Is not the leaf turned down where I left reading? Here it is, I think. Enter the ghost of Caesar. How well this taper burns. Ha! Who comes here? I think it is the weakness of mine eyes that shapes this monstrous apparition. It comes upon me. Art thou anything? Art thou some god, some angel, or some devil, that maketh my blood cold and my hair to stare? Speak to me what thou art. Ghost, thy evil spirit. Brutus, Brutus, why comest thou? Ghost, to tell thee thou shalt see me at Philippi. Brutus, well, then I shall see thee again. Ghost, at Philippi. Brutus, why, I will see thee at Philippi then. Ghost vanishes. Now I have taken heart, thou vanishest. Ill spirit, I would hold more talk with thee. Boy. Lucius, Varro. Claudius, Sirs. Awake. Claudius. Lucius, the strings, my lord, are false. Brutus, he thinks he still is at his instrument. Lucius, awake. Lucius, my lord. Brutus, didst thou dream, Lucius, that thou so criedst out? Lucius, my lord, I do not know that I did cry. Brutus, yes, that thou didst. Didst thou see anything? Lucius, nothing, my lord. Brutus, sleep again. Lucius, Sarah. Claudius, fellow thou, awake. Varro, my lord. Claudius, my lord. Brutus, why did you so cry out, sirs, in your sleep? Varro. Claudius, did we, my lord? Brutus, saw you anything? Varro, no, my lord, I saw nothing. Claudius, nor I, my lord. Brutus, go and command me to my brother Cassius. Bid him set on his powers betimes before, and we will follow. Varro. Claudius, it shall be done, my lord. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. The plains of Philippi. Enter Octavius, Antony and their army. Octavius. Now, Antony, our hopes are answered. You said the enemy would not come down, but keep the hills and upper regions. It proves not so. Their battles are at hand. They mean to warn us at Philippi here, answering before we do demand of them. Antony. Tut, I am in their bosoms, and I know wherefore they do it. They could be content to visit other places, and come down with fearful bravery, thinking by this face to fasten in our thoughts that they have courage. But is not so. Enter a messenger. Messenger. Prepare you, generals. The enemy comes on in gallant show. Their bloody sign of battle is hung out, and something to be done immediately. Antony. Octavius, lead your battle softly on upon the left hand of the even field. Octavius. Upon the right hand I keep thou the left. Antony. Why do you cross me in this exigent? Octavius. I do not cross you, but I will do so. March. Drum. Enter Brutus, Cassius and their army. Lucilius, Titinius, Messala and others. Brutus. They stand, and would have parley. Cassius. Stand fast. Titinius. We must out and talk. Octavius. Mark Antony. Shall we give sign of battle? Antony. No, Caesar, we will answer on their charge. Make forth. The generals would have some words. Octavius. Stir not until the signal. Brutus. Words before blows. Is it so, countrymen? Octavius. Not that we love words better, as you do. Brutus. Good words are better than bad strokes. Octavius. Antony. In your bad strokes, Brutus, you give good words. Witness the hole you made in Caesar's heart, crying, long live hail, Caesar. Cassius. Antony. The posture of your blows are yet unknown. But for your words, they rob the high plebeians, and leave them honeyless. Antony. Not stingless too. Brutus. Oh yes, and soundless too, for you have stole their buzzing. Antony. and very wisely threat before you sting. Antony. Villains, you did not so when your vile daggers hack one another in the sides of Caesar, you show your teeth like apes, and fawn like hounds, and bow like bondmen, kissing Caesar's feet. Whilst damned Casca, like a cur, behind struck Caesar on the neck. O you flatterers! Cassius. Flatterers. Now, Brutus, think yourself. This tongue had not offended so today, if Cassius might have rule. Octavius. Come, come, the cause. If arguing makes us sweat, the proof of it will turn to redder drops. Look, I draw a sword against conspirators. When think you that the sword goes up again? Never, till Caesar 33 wounds be well avenged, or till another Caesar have added slaughter to the sword of traitors. Brutus. Caesar, thou canst not die by traitors' hands, unless thou bring them with thee. Octavius. So I hope. I was not born to die on Brutus' sword. Brutus. Oh, if thou wert the noblest of thy strain, young man, thou couldst not die more honorable. Cassius. A peevish schoolboy, worthless of such honor, join with a masker and a reveller. Antony. Old Cassius still. Octavius. Come, Antony. Away. Defiance, traitors, hurl we in your teeth. If you dare fight today, come to the field. If not, when you have stomachs. Exeunt Octavius, Antony and their army. Cassius. Why now, blow wind, swell billow, and swim bark. The storm is up, and all is on the hazard. Brutus. Ho, Lucilius. Hark, a word with you. Lucilius. My lord. Brutus and Lucilius talk apart. Cassius. Messala. Messala. What says my general? Cassius. Messala. This is my birthday. As this very day was Cassius born. Give me thy hand, Messala. Be thou my witness that against my will as Pompey was, am I compelled to set upon one battle all our liberties. You know that I held Epicurus strong, and his opinion. Now I change my mind, and partly credit things that do presage. Coming from Sardis, on our former ensign 2 mighty eagles fell, and there they perch, gorging and feeding from our soldiers' hands, who to Philippi here consorted us. This morning are they fled away and gone, and in their steads do ravens, crows, and kites fly o'er our heads, and downward look on us, as we were sickly prey. Their shadows seem a canopy most fatal, under which our army lies, ready to give up the ghost. Messala. Believe not so. Cassius. I but believe it partly, for I am fresh of spirit, and resolve to meet all perils very constantly. Brutus. Even so, Lucilius. Cassius. Now, most noble Brutus, the gods today stand friendly, that we may, lovers in peace, lead on our days to age. But, since the affairs of men rest still uncertain, let reason with the worst that may befall. If we do lose this battle, then is this the very last time we shall speak together. What are you then determined to do? Brutus. Even by the rule of that philosophy by which I did blame Cato for the death which he did give himself, I know not how, but I do find it cowardly and vile, for fear of what might fall, so to prevent the time of life, arming myself with patience to stay the providence of some high powers that govern us below. Cassius. Then, if we lose this battle, you are contented to be led in triumph through the streets of Rome? Brutus. No, Cassius, no, think not, thou noble Roman, that ever Brutus will go bound to Rome. He bears too great a mind. But this same day must end that work the Ides of March begun. And whether we shall meet again I know not. Therefore our everlasting farewell take. Forever, and forever, farewell. Cassius. If we do meet again, why, we shall smile. If not, why then this parting was well made. Cassius. Forever and forever farewell. Brutus. If we do meet again, we'll smile indeed. If not, is true this parting was well made. Brutus. Why then, lead on. Oh, that a man might know the end of this day business ere it come. But it sufficeth that the day will end, and then the end is known. Come, ho! Away. Exeunt. Scene 2. The same. The field of battle. Alarum. Enter Brutus and Messala. Brutus. Ride, ride, Messala, ride, and give these bills unto the legions on the other side. Loud alarum. Let them set on at once. For I perceive but cold demeanor in Octavius' wing, and sudden push gives them the overthrow. Ride, ride, Messala. Let them all come down. Exeunt. Scene 3. Another part of the field. Alarum. Enter Cassius and Titinius. Cassius. Oh, look, Titinius, look, the villains fly. Myself have to mine own turn enemy, this ensign here of mine was turning back. I slew the coward, and did take it from him. Titinius. O Cassius, Brutus gave the word too early. Who, having some advantage on Octavius, took it too eagerly, his soldiers fell to spoil, whilst we by Antony are all enclosed. Enter Pindarus. Pindarus, fly further off, my lord, fly further off. Mark Antony is in your tents, my lord. Fly, therefore, noble Cassius, fly far off. Cassius, this hill is far enough. Look, look, Titinius. Are those my tents where I perceive the fire? Titinius, they are, my lord. Cassius, Titinius, if thou lovest me, mount thou my horse and hide thy spurs in him, till he have brought thee up to yonder troops and here again, that I may rest assured whether yon troops are friend or enemy. Titinius, I will be here again, even with a thought. Exit. Cassius, go. Pindarus, get higher on that hill, my sight was ever thick. Regard Titinius, and tell me what thou notest about the field. Pindarus goes up. This day I am breathed first. Time is come round, and where I did begin, there shall I end. My life is run his compass. Sirrah, what news? Pindarus, above. O my lord. Cassius, what news? Pindarus, above. Titinius is enclosed round about with horsemen, that make to him on the spur, yet he spurs on. Now they are almost on him. Now, Titinius, now some light. Oh, he lights too. He and shout and, hark! They shout for joy. Cassius, come down. Behold no more. Oh, coward that I am, to live so long, to see my best friend Tom before my face. Pindarus descends. Come hither, Sirrah. In Parthia did I take thee prisoner. And then I swore thee, saving of thy life, that whatsoever I did bid thee do, thou shouldst attempt it. Come now, keep thine oath. Now be a freeman. And with this good sword, that rent through Caesar bowels, search this bosom. Stand not to answer. Here, take thou the hilts. And when my face is cover, as is now, guide thou the sword. Caesar, thou art revong, even with the sword that kill thee dies. Pindarus, so, I am free, yet would not so have been, durst I have done my will. O Cassius, far from this country Pindarus shall run, where never Roman shall take note of him. Exit. Enter Titinius with Messala. Messala, it is but change, Titinius. For Octavius is overthrown by noble Brutus' power, as Cassius' legions are by Antony. Titinius, these tidings would well comfort Cassius. Messala, where did you leave him? Titinius, all disconsolate, with Pindarus his bondman, on this hill. Messala, is not that he that lies upon the ground? Titinius, he lies not like the living. O my heart. Messala, is not that he? Titinius, no, this was he, Messala, but Cassius is no more. O setting sun, as in thy red rays thou dost sink tonight, so in his red blood Cassius' day is set. The sun of Rome is set. Our day is gone. Clouds, dews, and dangers come. Our deeds are done. Mistrust of my success hath done this deed. Messala, mistrust of good success hath done this deed. O hateful error, melancholy child, why dost thou show to the apt thoughts of men the things that are not? O error, soon conceive, thou never come unto a happy birth, but kill the mother that engender thee. Titinius, what? Pindarus, where art thou? Pindarus, Messala, seek him. Titinius, whilst I go to meet the noble Brutus, thrusting this report into his ears. I may say thrusting it, for piercing steel and darts and venom shall be as welcome to the ears of Brutus as tidings of the sight. Titinius, hie you, Messala, and I will seek for Pindarus the while. Exit. Messala, why didst thou send me forth, brave Cassius? Did I not meet thy friends? And did not they put on my brows this wreath of victory, and bid me give it thee? Didst thou not hear their shouts? Alas, thou hast misconstrued everything. But, hold thee, take this garland on thy brow. Thy Brutus bid me give it thee, and I will do his bidding. Brutus, come apace, and see how I regarded Caius Cassius. By your leave, gods, this is a Roman part. Come, Cassius' sword, and find Titinius' heart. Dies. Alarum. Enter Brutus, Messala, young Cato, Strato, Volumnius and Lucilius. Brutus, where, Messala, doth his body lie? Messala, lo, yonder, and Titinius mourning it. Brutus, Titinius' face is upward. Cato, he is slain. Brutus, O Julius Caesar, thou art mighty yet. Thy spirit walks abroad, and turns our swords in our own proper entrails. Lo alarums. Cato, brave Titinius, look whether he have not crowned dead Cassius. Brutus, are yet 2 Romans living such as these? The last of all the Romans, fare thee well. It is impossible that ever Rome should breed thy fellow friends. I owe more tears to this dead man than you shall see me pay. I shall find time, Cassius, I shall find time. Come therefore, and to Tasso send his body. His funeral shall not be in our camp, lest it discomfort us. Lucilius, come. And come, young Cato. Let us to the field. Labeo and Flavius, set our battles on. Istrioloch. And Romans, yet ere night we shall try fortune in a second fight. Exeunt. Scene 4. Another part of the field. Alarum. Enter fighting soldiers of both armies. Then Brutus, Messala, young Cato, Lucilius, Flavius and others. Brutus. Yet, countrymen, oh, yet hold up your heads. Cato. What bastard doth not? Who will go with me? I will proclaim my name about the field. I am the son of Marcus Cato, ho, a foe to tyrants, and my country friend. I am the son of Marcus Cato, ho, charges the enemy. Lucilius. And I am Brutus, Marcus Brutus, I Brutus, my country friend. Know me for Brutus. Exit, charging the enemy. Cato is overpowered, and falls. Lucilius. O young and noble Cato, art thou down? Why, now thou diest as bravely as Titinius, and mayst be honor, being Cato's son. First soldier. Yield, or thou diest. Lucilius. Only I yield to die. There is so much that thou wilt kill me straight. Offering money. Kill Brutus, and be honor in his death. First soldier. We must not. A noble prisoner. Second soldier. Room, ho. Tell Antony, Brutus is ta'en. First soldier. I'll tell the news. Here comes the general. Enter Antony. Brutus is ta'en. Brutus is ta'en, my lord. Antony. Where is he? Lucilius. Safe, Antony. Brutus is safe enough. I dare assure thee that no enemy shall ever take alive the noble Brutus. The gods defend him from so great a shame. When you do find him, or alive or dead, he will be found like Brutus, like himself. Antony. This is not Brutus, friend. But, I assure you, a prize no less in worth. Keep this man safe, give him all kindness. I had rather have such men my friends than enemies. Go on, and see whether Brutus be alive or dead. And bring us word unto Octavius' tent how everything is chank. Exeunt. Scene 5. Another part of the field. Enter Brutus, Dardanius, Clutus, Strato and Volumnius. Brutus. Come, poor remains of friends, rest on this rock. Clutus. Statilius. Show the torchlight. But, my lord, he came not back, he is or ta'en or slain. Brutus. Sit thee down, Clutus. Slaying is the word. It is a deed in fashion. Hark thee, Clutus. Whispering. Clutus. What? I, my lord. No, not for all the world. Brutus. Peace then, no words. Clutus. I'll rather kill myself. Brutus. Hark thee, Dardanius. Whispers him. Dardanius. Shall I do such a deed? Clutus. O Dardanius. Dardanius. O Clutus. Clutus. What ill request did Brutus make to thee? Dardanius. To kill him. Clutus. Look, he meditates. Clutus. Now is that noble vessel full of grief, that it runs over even at his eyes. Brutus. Come hither, good Volumnius. List a word. Volumnius. What says my lord? Brutus. Why, this, Volumnius, the ghost of Caesar hath appeared to me too several times by night. At Sardis once, and this last night here in Philippi fields. I know my hour is come. Volumnius. Not so, my lord. Brutus. Nay, I am sure it is, Volumnius. Thou seest the world, Volumnius, how it goes. Our enemies have beat us to the pit. Lowalarums. It is more worthy to leap in ourselves than tarry till they push us. Good Volumnius, thou know'st that we two went to school together. Even for that our love of old, I pray thee hold thou my sword hilts, whilst I run on it. Volumnius. That not an office or a friend, my lord. Alarums still. Clutus. Fly, fly, my lord. There is no tiring here. Brutus. Farewell to you. And you. And you, Volumnius. Strato, thou hast been all this while asleep. Farewell to thee too, Strato. Countrymen, my heart doth joy, that yet in all my life I found no man but he was true to me. I shall have glory by this losing day more than Octavius and Mark Antony by this vile conquest shall attain unto. So fare you well at once. For Brutus' tongue hath almost ended his life history. Night hangs upon mine eyes. My bones would rest, that have but labor to attain this hour. Alarums. Cry within, fly, fly, fly. Clutus. Fly, my lord, fly. Brutus. Hence I will follow. Exeunt. Clutus, Dardanius and Volumnius. I pray thee, Strato, stay thou by thy lord. Thou art a fellow of a good respect. Thy life hath had some smatch of honor in it. Hold then my sword, and turn away thy face, while I do run upon it. Wilt thou, Strato, give me your hand first? Fare you well, my lord. Brutus. Farewell, good Strato. Caesar, now be still, I kill not thee with half so good a will. He runs on his sword, and dies. Alarum. Retreat. Enter Antony, Octavius, Messala, Lucilius in the army. Octavius. What man is that? Messala. My master man. Strato. Where is thy master? Strato. Free from the bondage you are in. Messala. The conquerors can but make a fire of him. For Brutus only overcame himself, and no man else hath honor by his death. Lucilius. So Brutus should be found. I thank thee, Brutus, that thou hast proved Lucilius saying true. Octavius. All that serve Brutus, I will entertain them. Fellow, wilt thou bestow thy time with me? Strato. If Messala will prefer me to you. Octavius. Do so, good Messala. Messala. How died my master? Strato. I held the sword, and he did run on it. Messala. Octavius. Then take him to follow thee, that did the latest service to my master. Antony. This was the noblest Roman of them all. All the conspirators save only he, did that they did in envy of great Caesar. He only, in the general honest thought and common good to all, made one of them. His life was gentle, and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man. Octavius. According to his virtue let us use him with all respect and rites of burial. Within my tent his bones tonight shall lie, most like a soldier, order honorably. So call the field to rest, and let away, to part the glories of this happy day. Exeunt. The Tragedy of King Lear. Contents. Act I. Scene I. A room of state in King Lear Palace. Scene 2. A hall in the Earl of Gloucester Castle. Scene 3. A room in the Duke of Albany Palace. Scene 4. A hall in Albany Palace. Scene 5. Court before the Duke of Albany Palace. ACT. Second Scene I. A court within the castle of the Earl of Gloucester. Scene 2. Before Gloucester Castle. Scene 3. The open country. Scene 4. Before Gloucester Castle. ACT. Third Scene I. A heath. Scene 2. Another part of the heath. Scene 3. A room in Gloucester Castle. Scene 4. A part of the heath with a hovel. Scene 5. A room in Gloucester Castle. Scene 6. A chamber in a farmhouse adjoining the castle. Scene 7. A room in Gloucester Castle. ACT. Fourth Scene I. The heath. Scene 2. Before the Duke of Albany Palace. Scene 3. The French camp near Dover. Scene 4. The French camp. A tent. Scene 5. A room in Gloucester Castle. Scene 6. The country near Dover. Scene 7. A tent in the French camp. Act V. Scene I. The camp of the British forces near Dover. Scene 2. A field between the two camps. Scene 3. The British camp near Dover. Dramatis Person. Lear, King of Britain. Goneril, eldest daughter to Lear. Regan, second daughter to Lear. Cordelia, youngest daughter to Lear. Duke of Albany, married to Goneril. Duke of Cornwall, married to Regan. King of France. Duke of Burgundy. Earl of Gloucester. Edgar, elder son to Gloucester. Edmund, younger bastard son to Gloucester. Earl of Kent. Fool. Oswald, steward to Goneril. Curan, a courtier. Old Man, tenant to Gloucester. Physician, an officer employed by Edmund. Gentleman, attendant on Cordelia. A herald. Servants to Cornwall. Knights attending on the king. Officers, messengers, soldiers and attendants. Scene, Britain. Act I. Scene I. A room of state in King Lear Palace. Enter Kent, Gloucester and Edmund. Kent. I thought the king had more affected the Duke of Albany than Cornwall. Gloucester. It did always seem so to us. But now, in the division of the kingdom, it appears not which of the dukes he values most, for qualities are so weighed that curiosity and neither can make choice of either moiety. Kent. Is not this your son, my lord? Gloucester. His breeding, sir, hath been at my charge. I have so often blushed to acknowledge him that now I am breast to. Kent. I cannot conceive you. Gloucester. Sir, this young fellow mother could. Whereupon she grew round-wombed, and had indeed, sir, a son for her cradle ere she had a husband for her bed. Do you smell a fault? Kent. I cannot wish the fault undone, the issue of it being so proper. Gloucester. But I have a son, sir, by order of law, some year elder than this, who yet is no dear in my account, though this knave came something saucily to the world before he was sent for, yet was his mother fair. There was good sport at his making, and the whoreson must be acknowledged. Do you know this noble gentleman, Edmund? Edmund. No, my lord. Gloucester. My lord of Kent. Remember him hereafter as my honourable friend. Edmund. My services to your lordship. Kent. I must love you, and so to know you better. Edmund. Sir, I shall study deserving. Gloucester. He hath been out 9 years, and away he shall again. The king is coming. Senate within. Enter Lear, Cornwall, Albany, Goneril, Regan, Cordelia and attendants. Lear. Attend the lords of France and Burgundy. Gloucester. Gloucester. I shall, my lord. Exeunt Gloucester and Edmund. Lear. Meantime we shall express our darker purpose. Give me the map there. Know that we have divided in three our kingdom, and is our fast intent to shake all cares and business from our age, conferring them on younger strengths, while we unburdened crawl toward death. Our son of Cornwall, and you, our no less loving son of Albany, we have this our constant will to publish our daughter's several dowers, that future strife may be prevented now. The princes, France and Burgundy, great rivals in our youngest daughter love, long in our court have made their amorous sojourn, and here are to be answer. Tell me, my daughters, since now we will divest us both of rule, interest of territory, cares of state, which of you shall we say doth love us most, that we our largest bounty may extend where nature doth with merit challenge? Goneril, our eldest born, speak first. Goneril. Sir, I love you more than word can will the matter. Dearer than eyesight, space, and liberty. Beyond what can be value, rich or rare. No less than life, with grace, health, beauty, honor. As much as child ye our love, or father found. A love that makes breath poor and speech unable. Beyond all manner of so much I love you. Cordelia. Aside. What shall Cordelia speak? Love, and be silent. Lear. Of all these bounds, even from this line to this, with shadowy forests and with champaigns rich, with plenteous rivers and wide-skirted meads, we make thee lady, to thine and Albany issue be this perpetual. What says our second daughter, our dearest Regan, wife of Cornwall? Speak. Regan. Sir, I am made of the self-metal as my sister, and prize me at her worth. In my true heart I find she names my very deed of love. Only she comes too short, that I profess myself an enemy to all other joys which the most precious square of sense possesses, and find I am alone felicitate in your dear highness love. Cordelia. Aside. Then poor Cordelia, and yet not so. Since, I am sure, my love more ponderous than my tongue. Lear. To thee and thine hereditary ever remain this ample third of our fair kingdom, no less in space, validity, and pleasure than that conferrun Goneril. Now, our joy, although the last and least, to whose young love the vines of France and milk of Burgundy strive to be interest. What can you say to draw a third more opulent than your sisters? Speak. Cordelia. Nothing, my lord. Lear. Nothing. Cordelia. Nothing. Lear. Nothing will come of nothing. Speak again. Cordelia. Unhappy that I am, I cannot heave my heart into my mouth. I love your majesty according to my bond. No more nor less. Lear. How? Cordelia. Mend your speech a little, lest you may mar your fortunes. Cordelia. Good my lord, you have begot me, bred me, loved me, I return those duties back as are right fit, obey you, love you, and most honor you. Why have my sisters husbands if they say they love you all? Haply, when I shall wed, that lord whose hand must take my plight shall carry half my love with him, half my care and duty. Sure I shall never marry like my sisters, to love my father all. Lear. But goes thy heart with this? Cordelia. My good lord. Lear. So young, and so untender? Cordelia. So young, my lord, and true. Lear. Let it be so, thy truth then be thy dower, for, by the sacred radiance of the sun, the mysteries of Hecate and the night, by all the operation of the orbs, from whom we do exist and cease to be. Here I disclaim all my paternal care, propinquity and property of blood, and as a stranger to my heart and me hold thee from this forever. The barbarous Scythian, or he that makes his generation messes to gorge his appetite, shall to my bosom be as well neighbor, pitied, and really of, as thou my sometime daughter. Kent. Good my liege. Lear. Peace, Kent. Come not between the dragon and his wrath. I love her most, and thought to set my rest on her kind nursery. To Cordelia. Hence and avoid my sight. So be my grave my peace, as here I give her father heart from her. Call France who stirs. Call Burgundy, Cornwall and Albany, with my two daughters' dowers digest this third. Let pride, which she calls plainness, marry her. I do invest you jointly with my power, preeminence, and all the large effects that troop with majesty. Ourself, by monthly course, with reservation of 100 nights, by you to be sustained, shall our abode make with you by due turn. Only we shall retain the name, and all the addition to a king. the sway, revenue, execution of the rest, beloved sons, be yours. Which to confirm, this coronet part between you, giving the crown Kent royal Lear, whom I have ever honor as my king, love as my father, as my master follow, as my great patron thought on in my prayers. Lear, the bow is bent and drawn. Make from the shaft Kent, let it fall rather, though the fork invade the region of my heart, be Kent unmannerly when Lear is mad. What wouldst thou do, old man? Think thou that duty shall have dread to speak, when power to flattery bows to plainness honor bound, when majesty falls to folly reverse thy state, and in thy best consideration check this hideous rashness, answer my life my judgment, thy youngest daughter does not love thee least. Nor are those empty-hearted, whose low sounds reverb no hollowness. Lear, Kent, on thy life, no more. Kent, my life I never held but as a pawn to wage against thine enemies. Ne'er fear to lose it, thy safety being the motive. Lear, out of my sight. Kent, see better, Lear. And let me still remain the true blank of thine eye. Lear, now, by Apollo. Kent, now by Apollo, king, thou swear to thy gods in vain. Lear, O vassal miscreant, laying his hand on his sword. Albany and Cornwall, dear sir, forbear. Kent, kill thy physician, and the fee bestow upon the foul disease. Revoke thy gift, or, whilst I can vent clamor from my throat, I'll tell thee thou dost evil. Lear, hear me, recreant. On thine allegiance, hear me. Since thou hast sought to make us break our vows, which we durst never yet, and with strained pride to come betwixt our sentences and our power, which nor our nature, nor our place can bear, our potency made good, take thy reward. 5 days we do allot thee for provision, to shield thee from disasters of the world. And on the 6th to turn thy hated back upon our kingdom. If, on the next day following, thy banished trunk be found in our dominions, the moment is thy death. Away, by Jupiter, this shall not be revoked. Kent, fare thee well, king, sith thus thou wilt appear, freedom lives hence, and banishment is here. To Cordelia. The gods to their dear shelter take thee, maid, that justly think te and hast most rightly said. To Goneril and Regan. And your large speeches may your deeds approve, that good effects may spring from words of love. Thus Kent, O princes, bids you all adieu. He'll shape his old course in a country new. Exit flourish. Re-enter Gloucester, with France, Burgundy and attendants. Cordelia. Hear France and Burgundy, my noble lord. Lear. My lord of Burgundy, we first address toward you, who with this king hath revolved for our daughter, what in the least will you require in present dower with her, or cease your quest of love? Burgundy. Most royal majesty, I crave no more than hath your highness offer, nor will you tender less. Lear. Right noble Burgundy, when she was dear to us, we did hold her so. But now her price is full. Sir, there she stands, if aught within that little seeming substance, or all of it, with our displeasure pique, and nothing more, may fitly like your grace, she there, and she is yours. Burgundy. I know no answer. Lear. Will you, with those infirmities she owes, and friended, new adopted to our hate, dower with our curse, and stranger with our oath, take her or leave her? Burgundy. Pardon me, royal sir. Election makes not up in such conditions. Lear. Then leave her, sir. For, by the power that made me, I tell you all her wealth to France for you, great king, I would not from your love make such a stray to match you where I hate. Therefore beseech you t'vert your liking a more worthier way than on a wretch whom nature is ashamed almost t'acknowledge hers. France. This is most strange, that she, who even but now was your best object, the argument of your praise, balm of your age, the best, the dearest, should in this trice of time commit a thing so monstrous, to dismantle so many folds of favor. Sure her offense must be of such a natural degree that monsters it, or your forevouch affection fall into taint. Which to believe of her must be a faith that reason without miracle should never plant in me. Cordelia. I yet beseech your majesty, if or I want that glib and oily art to speak and purpose not. Since what I well intend, I'll do before I speak, that you make known it is no vicious blot, murder, or foulness, no unjust action or dishonor step, that hath deprived me of your grace and favor. But even for want of that for which I am richer, a still soliciting eye, and such a tongue as I am glad I have not, though not to have it hath lost me in your liking. Lear. Better thou hadst not been born than not to have pleased me better. France. Is it but this? a tardiness in nature which often leaves the history unspoke that it intends to do. My lord of Burgundy, what say you to the lady? Love not love one, it is mingled with regards that stand aloof from the entire point. Will you have her? She is herself a dowry. Burgundy, royal king, give but that portion which yourself propose, and here I take Cordelia by the hand. Duchess of Burgundy. Lear, nothing, I have sworn. I am firm. Burgundy, I am sorry, then, you have so lost a father that you must lose a husband. Cordelia, peace be with Burgundy. Since that respects of fortunes are his love, I shall not be his wife. France, fairest Cordelia, that art most rich, being poor, most choice forsaken, and most loved, Despis, thee and thy virtues here I seize upon, be it lawful, I take up what cast away. Gods, is strange that from their cruelty neglect my love should kindle to inflame respect. Thy dowerless daughter, king, thrown to my chance, is queen of us, of ours, and our fair France. Not all the dukes of waterish Burgundy can buy this precious maid of me. Bid them farewell. Cordelia, though unkind, thou losest here, a better where to find. Lear, thou hast her. France, let her be thine. For we have no such daughter, nor shall ever see that face of hers again. Therefore be gone without our grace, our love, our benison. Come, noble Burgundy, flourish. Exeunt. Lear, Burgundy, Cornwall, Albany, Gloucester and attendants. France, bid farewell to your sisters. Cordelia, the jewels of our father, with wash eyes. Cordelia leaves you, I know you what you are, and like a sister am most loath to call your faults as they are. Nam, love well our father, to your professed bosoms I commit him. But yet, alas, stood I within his grace, I would prefer him to a better place. So farewell to you both. Regan, prescribe not us our duties. Goneril, let your study be to content your lord, who hath received you at fortune alms. You have obedience scanted, and well are worth the want that you have wanted. Cordelia, time shall enfold what plighted cunning hides, who covers faults, at last shame derides. Well may you prosper. France, come, my fair Cordelia. Exeunt. France and Cordelia. Goneril, sister, it is not little I have to say of what most nearly appertains to us both. I think our father will hence tonight. Regan, that most certain, and with you. Next month with us. Goneril, you see how full of changes his age is. The observation we have made of it hath not been little, he always loved our sister most, and with what poor judgment he hath now cast her off appears too grossly. Regan, is the infirmity of his age, yet he hath ever but slenderly known himself. Goneril, the best and soundest of his time hath been but rash. Then must we look from his age to receive not alone the imperfections of long engrafted condition, but therewithal the unruly waywardness that infirm and choleric years bring with them. Regan, such unconstant starts are we like to have from him as this of camp banishment. Goneril, there is further compliment of leave taking between France and him. Pray you let us hit together, if our father carry authority with such disposition as he bears, this last surrender of his will but offend us. Regan, we shall further think of it. Goneril, we must do something, and eat. Exeunt. Scene 2. A hall in the Earl of Gloucester Castle. Enter Edmund with a letter. Edmund, thou, nature, art my goddess. To thy law my services are bound. Wherefore should I stand in the plague of custom, and permit the curiosity of nations to deprive me? For that I am some 12 or 14 moonshines lag of a brother. Why bastard? Wherefore base? When my dimensions are as well compact, my mind as generous, and my shape as true as honest Madam Issue. Why brand they as with base? With baseness? Bastardy? Base, who, in the lusty stealth of nature, take more composition and fierce quality than doth within a dull stale tired bed go to the creating a whole tribe of fops got we asleep and wake. Well then, legitimate Edgar, I must have your land. Our father love is to the bastard Edmund as to the legitimate. Fine word, legitimate. Well, my legitimate, if this letter speed, and my invention thrive, Edmund the base shall top the legitimate. I grow, I prosper. Now, gods, stand up for bastards. Enter Gloucester. Gloucester can't banish thus, and France in choler parted, and the king gone tonight. Prescribe his pal confined to exhibition. All this done upon the gad. Edmund, how now? What news? Edmund, so please your lordship, none. Putting up the letter. Gloucester, why so earnestly seek you to put up that letter? Edmund, I know no news, my lord. Gloucester, what paper were you reading? Edmund, nothing, my lord. Gloucester. No. What needed then that terrible dispatch of it into your pocket? The quality of nothing hath not such need to hide itself. Let's see. Come, if it be nothing, I shall not need spectacles. Edmund. I beseech you, sir, pardon me. It is a letter from my brother that I have not all or read. And for so much as I have perused, I find it not fit for your or looking. Gloucester. Give me the letter, sir. Edmund. I shall offend, either to detain or give it. The contents, as in part I understand them, are to blame. Gloucester. Let's see. Edmund. I hope, for my brother justification, he wrote this but as an essay, or taste of my virtue. Gloucester. Reads. His policy and reverence of age makes the world bitter to the best of our times. Keeps our fortunes from us till our oldness cannot relish them. I begin to find an idle and fond bondage in the oppression of age tyranny, who sways not as it hath power, but as it is suffered. Come to me, that of this I may speak more. If our father would sleep till I waked him, you should enjoy half his revenue forever, and live the beloved of your brother Edgar. Conspiracy. Leap till I wake him, you should enjoy half his revenue. My son Edgar. Had he a hand to write this? A heart and brain to breed it in? When came this to you? Who brought it? Edmund. It was not brought me, my lord. There the cunning of it. I found it thrown in at the casement of my closet. Gloucester. You know the character to be your brother? Edmund. If the matter were good, my lord, I durst swear it were his. But in respect of that, I would fain think it were not. Gloucester. It is his. Edmund. It is his hand, my lord. But I hope his heart is not in the contents. Gloucester. Has he never before sounded you in this business? Edmund. Never, my lord. But I have heard him oft maintain it to be fit that, sons at perfect age, and fathers declined, the father should be as ward to the son, and the son manage his revenue. Gloucester. O villain, villain! His very opinion in the letter. Abhorred villain! Unnatural, detested, brutish villain! Worse than brutish. Go, sirrah, seek him. I'll apprehend him. Abominable villain, where is he? Edmund. I do not well know, my lord. If it shall please you to suspend your indignation against my brother till you can derive from him better testimony of his intent, you should run a certain course, where, if you violently proceed against him, mistaking his purpose, it would make a great gap in your own honor, and shake in pieces the heart of his obedience. I dare put down my life for him, that he hath writ this to feel my affection to your honor, and to no other pretence of danger. Gloucester. Think you so? Edmund. If your honor judge it meet, I will place you where you shall hear us confer of this, and by an auricular assurance have your satisfaction, and that without any further delay than this very evening. Gloucester. He cannot be such a monster. Edmund. Nor is not, sure, Gloucester to his father, that so tenderly and entirely loves him. Heaven and earth. Edmund. Seek him out. Wind me into him, I pray you. Frame the business after your own wisdom. I would unstate myself to be in a due resolution. Edmund. I will seek him, sir, presently. Convey the business as I shall find means, and acquaint you withal. Gloucester. These late eclipses in the sun and moon portend no good to us, though the wisdom of nature can reason it thus and thus, yet nature finds itself scourged by the sequent effects. Love cools, friendship falls off, brothers divide, in cities, mutinies. In countries, discord. In palaces, treason. And the bond cracked twixt son and father. This villain of mine comes under the prediction. Their son against father, the king falls from bias of nature. Their father against child. We have seen the best of our time. Machinations, hollowness, treachery, and all ruinous disorders follow us disquietly to our graves. Find out this villain, Edmund. It shall lose thee nothing. Do it carefully, and the noble and true-hearted can't banished. His offense, honesty, is strange. Exit. Edmund. This is the excellent foppery of the world, that, when we are sick in fortune, often the surfeits of our own behavior, we make guilty of our disasters the sun, the moon, and the stars, as if we were villains on necessity, fools by heavenly compulsion, knaves, thieves, and treacherous by spherical predominance, drunkards, liars, and adulterers by an enforced obedience of planetary influence, and all that we are evil in, by a divine thrusting on an admirable evasion of whoremaster man, to lay his goatish disposition to the charge of a star. My father compounded with my mother under the dragon tail, and my nativity was under Ursa Major, so that it follows I am rough and lecherous. I should have been that I am, had the mightiest star in the firmament twinkled on my bastardizing. Enter Edgar. Pat. He comes, like the catastrophe of the old comedy, my cue is villainous melancholy, with a sigh like Tom O'Edlam. Oh, these eclipses do portend these divisions. Fa, sol, la, mi. Edgar. How now, brother Edmund, what serious contemplation are you in? Edmund. I am thinking, brother, of a prediction I read this other day. What should follow these eclipses? Edgar. Do you busy yourself with that? Edmund. I promise you, the effects he writes of succeed unhappily, as of unnaturalness between the child and the parent. Death, dearth, dissolutions of ancient amities, divisions in state, menaces and maledictions against king and nobles, needless diffidences, banishment of friends, dissipation of cohorts, nuptial breaches, and I know not what. Edgar. How long have you been a sectary astronomical? Edmund. Come. When saw you my father last? Edgar. The night gone by. Edmund. Spake you with him? Edgar. 2 hours together. Edmund. Parted you in good terms? Found you no displeasure in him, by word nor countenance? Edgar. None at all. Edmund. Bethink yourself wherein you may have offended him, and at my entreaty forbear his presence until some little time hath qualified the heat of his displeasure, which at this instant so rageth in him that with the mischief of your person it would scarcely allay. Edgar. Some villain hath done me wrong. Edmund. That my fear. I pray you have a continent forbearance till the speed of his rage goes slower. And, as I say, retire with me to my lodging, from whence I will fitly bring you to hear my lord speak. Pray ye, go. There my key. If you do stir abroad, go armed. Edgar. Armed, brother. Edmund. Brother, I advise you to the best. I am no honest man if there be any good meaning toward you. I have told you what I have seen and heard but faintly. Nothing like the image and horror of it. Pray you, away. Edgar. Shall I hear from you anon? Edmund. I do serve you in this business. Exit Edgar. A credulous father, and a brother noble, whose nature is so far from doing harms that he suspects none, on whose foolish honesty my practice is right easy. I see the business. Let me, if not by birth, have lands by wit. All with me meet that I can fashion fit. Exit. Scene 3. A room in the Duke of Albany Palace. Enter Goneril and Oswald. Goneril. Did my father strike my gentleman for chiding of his fool? Oswald. Madam. Goneril. By day and night, he wrongs me. Every hour he flashes into one gross crime or other, that sets us all at odds. I'll not endure it. His nights grow riotous, and himself upbraids us on every trifle. When he returns from hunting, I will not speak with him. Say I am sick. If you come slack of former services, you shall do well. The fault of it I'll answer. Horns within. Oswald. He coming, madam. I hear him. Goneril. Put on what weary negligence you please, you and your fellows. I have it come to question, if he distaste it, let him to our sister, whose mind and mine, I know, in that are one, not to be overruled. Idle old man, that still would manage those authorities that he hath given away. Now, by my life, old fools are babes again, and must be as with checks as flatteries, when they are seen abbess. Remember what I have said. Oswald. Very well, madam. Goneril. And let his knights have colder looks among you. What grows of it, no matter. Advise your fellows so. I would breed from hence occasions, and I shall, that I may speak. I'll write straight to my sister to hold my very course. Prepare for dinner. Exeunt. Scene 4. A hall in Albany Palace. Enter Kent, disguised. Kent. If but as well I other accents borrow, that can my speech diffuse, my good intent may carry through itself to that full issue for which I ray my likeness. Now, banish Kent, if thou canst serve where thou dost stand condemn, so may it come, thy master, whom thou loved shall find thee full of labours. Horns within. Enter King Lear, knights and attendants. Lear. Let me not stay a jot for dinner. Go get it ready. Exit an attendant. How now? What art thou? Kent. A man, sir. Lear. What dost thou profess? What wouldst thou with us? Kent. I do profess to be no less than I seem. To serve him truly that will put me in trust. To love him that is honest. To converse with him that is wise and says little. To fear judgment. To fight when I cannot choose. And to eat no fish. Lear. What art thou? Kent. A very honest-hearted fellow, and as poor as the king. Lear. If thou be as poor for a subject as he for a king, Thou art poor enough. What wouldst thou? Kent. Service. Lear. Who wouldst thou serve? Kent. You. Lear. Dost thou know me, fellow? Kent. No, sir. But you have that in your countenance which I would fain call master. Lear. What that? Kent. Authority. Lear. What services canst thou do? Kent. I can keep honest counsel, ride, run, mar a curious tale in telling it and deliver plain message bluntly. That which ordinary men are fit for, I am qualified in, and the best of me is diligence. Lear. How old art thou? Kent. Not so young, sir, to love a woman for singing, nor so old to dote on her for anything. I have years on my back 48. Lear. Follow me. Thou shalt serve me. If I like thee no worse after dinner, I will not part from thee yet. Dinner, ho, dinner. Where my knave? My fool? Go you and call my fool hither. Exit an attendant. Enter Oswald. You, sirrah, where my daughter? Oswald. So please you. Exit. Lear. What says the fellow there? Call the clodpole back. Exit a knight. Where my fool? Ho, I think the world asleep. Re-enter knight. How now? Where that mongrel? Knight. He says, my lord, your daughter is not well. Lear. Why came not the slave back to me when I called him? Knight. Sir, he answered me in the roundest manner, he would not. Lear. He would not. Knight. My lord, I know not what the matter is, but to my judgment your highness is not entertained with that ceremonious affection as you were wont. There a great abatement of kindness appears as well in the general dependents as in the duke himself also, and your daughter. Lear. Ha! Say thou so? Knight. I beseech you pardon me, my lord, if I be mistaken, for my duty cannot be silent when I think your highness wronged. Lear. Thou but rememberest me of mine own conception, I have perceived a most feigned neglect of late, which I have rather blamed as mine own jealous curiosity than as a very pretence and purpose of unkindness. I will look further into. But where my fool? I have not seen him this 2 days. Knight. Since my young lady going into France, sir, the fool hath much pined away. Lear. No more of that. I have noted it well. Go you and tell my daughter I would speak with her. Exit attendant. Go you, call hither my fool. Exit another attendant. Re-enter Oswald. Oh, you, sir, you, come you hither, sir. Who am I, sir? Oswald. My lady father. Lear. My lady father. My lord knave, you horse and dog, you slave, you cur. Oswald. I am none of these, my lord. I beseech your pardon. Lear. Do you bandy looks with me, you rascal? Striking him. Oswald. I'll not be struck, my lord. Kent. Nor trip neither, you base football player. Tripping up his heels. Lear. I thank thee, fellow. Thou served me, and I'll love thee. Kent. Come, sir, arise, away. I'll teach you differences, away, away. If you will measure your lubber length again, tarry. But away. Go to. Have you wisdom? So pushes Oswald out. Lear. Now, my friendly knave, I thank thee, the earnest of thy service. Giving Kent money. Enter fool. Fool. Let me hire him too. Here my coxcomb. Giving Kent his cap. Lear. How now, my pretty knave, how dost thou? Fool. Sirrah, you were best take my coxcomb. Kent. Why, fool? Fool. Why, for taking one part that out of favour. Nay, and thou canst not smile as the wind sits, thou catch cold shortly. There, take my coxcomb. Why, this fellow has banished 2 on daughters, and did the 3rd a blessing against his will. If thou follow him, thou must needs wear my coxcomb. How now, nuncle? Would I had 2 coxcombs and 2 daughters. Lear. Why, my boy? Fool. If I gave them all my living, I keep my coxcombs myself. They're mine. Beg another of thy daughters. Lear. Take heed, sirrah, the whip. Fool. Truth, a dog must to kennel. He must be whipped out, when the lady bratch may stand by the fire and stink. Lear. A pestilent gall to me. Fool. Sirrah, I'll teach thee a speech. Lear. Do. Fool. Mark it, nuncle. Have more than thou showest. Speak less than thou knowest. Lend less than thou owest. Ride more than thou goest. Learn more than thou trowest. Set less than thou throwest. Leave thy drink and thy whore, and keep in the door, and thou shalt have more than 2 tens to a score. Kent. This is nothing. Fool. Fool. Then he's like the breath of an unfee lawyer. You gave me nothing for. Can you make no use of nothing, nuncle? Lear. Why, no, boy. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Fool. To Kent. Prithee tell him, so much the rent of his land comes to, he will not believe a fool. Lear. A bitter fool. Fool. Dost thou know the difference, my boy, between a bitter fool and a sweet one? Lear. No, lad. Teach me, fool, that lord that counsel thee to give away thy land. Come place him here by me, do thou for him stand. The sweet and bitter fool will presently appear, the one in motley here, the other found out there. Lear. Dost thou call me fool, boy? Fool, all thy other titles thou hast given away, that thou wast born with. Kent. This is not altogether fool, my lord. Fool, no, faith. Lords and great men will not let me. If I had a monopoly out, they would have part on, and ladies too. They will not let me have all the fool to myself. They'll be snatching. Nuncle, give me an egg, and I'll give thee 2 crowns. Lear. What 2 crowns shall they be? Fool. Why, after I have cut the egg I the middle and eat up the meat, the 2 crowns of the egg. When thou clovest thy crown I the middle and gav'st away both parts, thou borete thine ass on thy back o'er the dirt. Thou hadst little wit in thy bald crown when thou gav'st thy golden one away. If I speak like myself in this, let him be whipped that first finds it so. Singing. Fools had ne'er less grace in the ear, for wise men are grown foppish, and know not how their wits to wear. Their manners are so appish. Lear. When were you wont to be so full of songs, sirrah? Fool. I have used it, nuncle, ere since thou mad'st thy daughters thy mothers. For when thou gav'st them the rod, and put down thine own breeches, singing, then they for sudden joy did weep, and I for sorrow sung, that such a king should play bo peep, and go the fools among. Prithee, nuncle, keep a schoolmaster that can teach thy fool to lie. I would fain learn to lie. Lear. And you lie, sirrah, we'll have you whipped. Fool. I marvel what kin thou and thy daughters are, they'll have me whipped for speaking true. Thou'lt have me whipped for lying. And sometimes I am whipped for holding my peace. I had rather be any kind o' hing than a fool, and yet I would not be thee, nuncle. Thou hast pared thy wit o' both sides, and left nothing i' the middle. Here comes one o' the parings. Enter Goneril. Lear. How now, daughter? What makes that from the dawn? Methinks you are too much of late i' the frown. Fool. Thou wast a pretty fellow when thou hadst no need to care for her frowning. Now thou art without a figure. I am better than thou art now. I am a fool. Thou art nothing. To Goneril. Yes, forsooth, I will hold my tongue. So your face bids me, though you say nothing. Mum, mum. He that keeps nor crust nor crumb, weary of all, shall want some. Pointing to Lear. That a shield piece God. Goneril. Not only, sir, this your all licensed fool, but other of your insolent retinue do hardly carp and quarrel, breaking forth in rank and not to be endured riots. Sir, I had thought, by making this well known unto you, to have found a safe redress. But now grow fearful, by what yourself too late have spoken done, that you protect this course, and put it on by your allowance. Which if you should, the fault would not scape censure, nor the redresses leap, which, in the tender of a wholesome weal, might in their working do that offence which else were shame, that then necessity will call discreet proceeding. Fool. For you know, nuncle, the hedge sparrow fed the cuckoo so long that it had bit off by it young. So out went the candle, and we were left darkling. Lear. Are you our daughter? Goneril. Come, sir, I would you would make use of that good wisdom, whereof I know you are fraught, and put away these dispositions, which of late transform you from what you rightly are. Fool. May not an ass know when the cart draws the horse? Whoop, jug. I love thee. Lear. Doth any here know me? This is not Lear. Doth Lear walk thus? Speak thus? Where are his eyes? Either his notion weakens, his discernings are lethargied. Ha, waking is not so. Who is it that can tell me who I am? Fool. Lear. Shadow. Lear. I would learn that. For by the marks of sovereignty, knowledge and reason, I should be false persuaded I had daughters. Fool. Which they will make an obedient father. Lear. Your name, fair gentlewoman? Goneril. This admiration, sir, is much o' the favor of other your new pranks. I do beseech you to understand my purposes aright. As you are old and reverend, you should be wise. Here do you keep 100 knights and squires, men so disorder, so debauch and bold that this our court, infected with their manners, shows like a riotous and epicurism, and lust makes it more like a tavern or a brothel than a grand palace. The shame itself doth speak for instant remedy. Be, then, discern by her that else will take the thing she begs a little to disquantity your train, and the remainder that shall still depend, to be such men as may besort your age, which know themselves, and you. Lear. Darkness and devils. Saddle my horses. Call my train together. Degenerate bastard. I'll not trouble thee, yet have I left a daughter. Goneril. You strike my people. and your disorder rabble make servants of their betters. Enter Albany. Lear. Woe that too late repents. To Albany. Oh, sir, are you come? Is it your will? Speak, sir. Prepare my horses. Ingratitude, thou marble-hearted fiend, more hideous when thou show thee in a child than the sea monster. Albany. Pray, sir, be patient. Lear. To Goneril. Detested kite, thou liest. My train are men of choice and rarest parts, that all particulars of duty know, and in the most exact regard support the worships of their name. O most small fault, how ugly didst thou in Cordelia show, which, like an engine, wrenched my frame of nature from the fixed place, drew from my heart all love, and added to the gall. O Lear, 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 striking his head, beat at this gate that let thy folly in and thy dear judgment out. Go, go, my people. Albany. My lord, I am guiltless, as I am ignorant of what hath moved you. Lear. It may be so, my lord. Here, nature, here. Dear goddess, here suspend thy purpose. If thou didst intend to make this creature fruitful, into her womb convey sterility, dry up in her the organs of increase, and from her derogate body never spring a babe to honor her. If she must teem, create her child of spleen, that it may live and be a thwart dismayed or torment to her. Let it stamp wrinkles in her brow of youth, with cadent tears fret channels in her cheeks, turn all her mother pains and benefits to laughter and contempt, that she may feel how sharper than a serpent tooth it is to have a thankless child. Away, away. Exit Albany. Now, gods that we adore, whereof comes this? Goneril. Never afflict yourself to know more of it, but let his disposition have that scope that dotage gives it. Re-enter Lear. Lear. What, 50 of my followers at a clap within a fortnight? Albany. What the matter, sir? Lear. I'll tell thee. To Goneril. Life and death. I am ashen that thou hast power to shake my manhood thus, that these hot tears, which break from me perforce, should make thee worth them. Blasts and fogs upon thee. Intended woundings of a father curse pierce every sense about thee. Old fond eyes, view this cause again, I'll pluck ye out, and cast you with the waters that you lose to temper clay. Ha! Let it be so. I have another daughter, who, I am sure, is kind and comfortable. When she shall hear this of thee, with her nail she'll flay thy wolvish visage. Thou shalt find that I'll resume the shape which thou dost think I have cast off forever. Exeunt Lear, Kent and attendants. Goneril. Do you mark that? Albany. I cannot be so partial, Goneril, to the great love I bear you. Goneril. Pray you, content. What, Oswald? Ho! To the fool. You, sir, more knave than fool, after your master. Fool. Nuncle Lear, Nuncle Lear, tarry and take the fool with thee. A fox when one has caught her, and such a daughter should sure to the slaughter. If my cap would buy a halter, so the fool follows after. Exit Goneril. This man hath had good counsel. 100 knights. Is politic and safe to let him keep at point 100 knights? Yes, that on every dream, each buzz, each fancy, each complaint, dislike, he may enguard his dotage with their powers, and hold our lives in mercy. Oswald, I say. Albany. Well, you may fear too far. Goneril. Safer than trust too far. Let me still take away the harms I fear, not fear still to be taken. I know his heart. What he hath utter I have rid my sister, if she sustain him and his 100 knights, when I have showed th in fitness. Re-enter Oswald. How now, Oswald? What, have you writ that letter to my sister? Oswald. Madam. Goneril. Take you some company, and await a horse, inform her full of my particular fear, and thereto add such reasons of your own as may compact it more. Get you gone, and hasten your return. Exit Oswald. No, no, my lord. This milky gentleness and course of yours, though I condemn not, yet, under pardon, you are much more at risk for want of wisdom than pray for harmful mildness. Albany. How far your eyes may pierce I cannot tell, striving to better, oft we mar what well. Goneril. Nay then. Albany. Well, well. The event. Exeunt. Scene 5. Court before the Duke of Albany Palace. Enter Lear, Kent and Fool. Lear. Go you before to Gloucester with these letters, acquaint my daughter no further with anything you know than comes from her demand out of the letter. If your diligence be not speedy, I shall be there for you. Kent. I will not sleep, my lord, till I have delivered your letter. Exit. Fool. If a man brains were in heels, were not in danger of knives. Lear. Boy. Fool. Then I prithee be merry. Thy wit shall not go slipshod. Lear. Ha! Ha, ha, fool! Shalt see thy other daughter will use thee kindly, for though she is like this as a crab like an apple, yet I can tell what I can tell. Lear. What canst tell, boy fool? She'll taste as like this as a crab does to a crab. Thou canst tell my one nose stands I he meddle face? Lear. No, fool. Why, to keep one eyes of either side nose, that what a man cannot smell out, he may spy into. Lear. I did her wrong. Fool. Canst tell how an oyster makes his shell? Lear. No, fool. Nor I neither. But I can tell why a snail has a house. Lear. Why, fool? Why, to put head in, not to give it away to his daughters, and leave his horns without a case. Lear. I will forget my nature. So kind a father. Be my horses ready? Fool. Thy asses are gone about the reason why the 7 stars are no more than 7 is a pretty reason. Lear. Because they are not 8. Fool. Yes indeed, thou wouldst make a good fool. Lear. To tack again perforce. Monster ingratitude. Fool. If thou wert my fool, nuncle, I'd have thee beaten for being old before thy time. Lear. How that? Fool. Thou shouldst not have been old till thou hadst been wise. Lear. Oh, let me not be mad, not mad, sweet heaven. Keep me in temper. I would not be mad. Enter gentlemen. How now? Are the horses ready? Gentlemen. Ready, my lord. Lear. Come, boy fool. She that a maid now, and laughs at my departure, shall not be a maid long, unless things be cut shorter. Exeunt. Act second. Scene I. Court within the castle of the Earl of Gloucester. Enter Edmund and Curan, meeting. Edmund. Save thee, Curan. Curan. And you, sir. I have been with your father, and given him notice that the Duke of Cornwall and Regan his Duchess will be here with him this night. Edmund. How comes that? Curan. Nay, I know not. You have heard of the news abroad? I mean the whispered ones, for they are yet but ear-kissing arguments. Edmund. Not I. Pray you, what are they? Curan. Have you heard of no likely wars toward, twixt the 2 Dukes of Cornwall and Albany? Edmund. Not a word. Curan. You may do, then, in time. Fare you well, sir. Exit. Edmund. The Duke be here tonight? The better. Best. This weaves itself perforce into my business. My father hath set guard to take my brother. And I have one thing, of a queasy question, which I must act. Briefness and fortune work. Brother, a word, descend. Brother, I say. Enter Edgar. My father watches. Oh sir, fly this place. Intelligence is given where you are hid. You have now the good advantage of the night. Have you not spoken against the Duke of Cornwall? He coming hither. Now, I the knight, I the haste, and Regan with him. Have you nothing said upon his party against the Duke of Albany? Advise yourself. Edgar. I am sure on, not a word. Edmund. I hear my father coming. Pardon me. In cunning I must draw my sword upon you. Draw, seem to defend yourself. Now quit you well. Yield, come before my father. Light, ho, here. Fly, brother. Torches, torches. So farewell. Exit Edgar. Some blood drawn on me would beget opinion of my more fierce endeavor. Wounds his arm. I have seen drunkards do more than this in sport. Farther, farther. Stop, stop. No help. Enter Gloucester and servants with torches. Gloucester. Now, Edmund, where the villain? Edmund. Here stood he in the dark, his sharp sword out, mumbling of wicked charms, conjuring the moon to stand auspicious mistress. Gloucester. But where is he? Edmund. Look, sir, I bleed. Gloucester. Where is the villain? Edmund. Edmund. Fled this way, sir. When by no means he could. Gloucester. Pursue him. Ho. Go after. Exeunt servants. By no means what? Edmund. Persuade me to the murder of your lordship. But that I told him the revenging gods against parricides did all their thunders bend. Spoke with how manifold and strong a bond the child was bound to the father. Sir, in fine, seeing how loathly opposite I stood to his unnatural purpose, in fell motion with his prepared sword, he charges home my unprovided body, latch mine arm. But when he saw my best alarum spirits, bold in the quarrel right, roused to th encounter, or whether gasted by the noise I made, full suddenly he fled. Gloucester. Let him fly far. Not in this land shall he remain uncaught. And found dispatch. The noble Duke my master, my worthy arch and patron, comes tonight. By his authority I will proclaim it, that he which finds him shall deserve our thanks, bringing the murderous coward to the stake. He that conceals him, death. Edmund. When I dissuaded him from his intent, and found him piked to do it, with cursed speech I threatened to discover him, he replied, who unpossessing bastard, dost thou think, if I would stand against thee, Would the reposal of any trust, virtue, or worth in thee make thy words faith? No, what I should deny as this I would. Though thou didst produce my very character, I turn it all to thy suggestion, plot, and damn practice, and thou must make a dullard of the world, if they not thought the profits of my death were very pregnant and potential spurs to make thee seek it. Gloucester. O strange and fast ad villain! Would he deny his letter? Said he. I never got him. Tuck it within. Hark, the Duke trumpets. I know not why he comes. All ports I'll bar. The villain shall not scape. The Duke must grant me that. Besides, his picture I will send far and near, that all the kingdom may have due note of him. And of my land, loyal and natural boy, I'll work the means to make thee capable. Enter Cornwall, Regan and attendants. Cornwall. How now, my noble friend? Since I came hither, which I can call but now, I have heard strange news. Regan. If it be true, all vengeance comes too short which can pursue. Th. Fender. How dost, my lord? Gloucester. O madam, my old heart is crack, it crack. Regan. What, did my father godson seek your life? He whom my father nam? Your Edgar? Gloucester. O lady, lady, shame would have it hid. Regan. Was he not companion with the riotous knights that tend upon my father? Gloucester. I know not, madam. Is too bad, too bad. Edmund. Yes, madam, he was of that consort. Regan. No marvel then though he were ill affected, is they have put him on the old man death, to have the expense and waste of his revenues. I have this present evening from my sister been well informed of them, and with such cautions that if they come to sojourn at my house, I'll not be there. Cornwall. Nor I, assure thee. Regan. Edmund, I hear that you have shown your father a childlike office. Edmund. It was my duty, sir. Gloucester. He did betray his practice, and received this hurt you see, striving to apprehend him. Cornwall. Is he pursued? Gloucester. My good lord. Cornwall. If he be taken, he shall never more be fear of doing harm. Make your own purpose, how in my strength you please. For you, Edmund, whose virtue and obedience doth this instant so much commend itself, you shall be ours. Natures of such deep trust we shall much need. We first seize on. Edmund. I shall serve you, sir, truly, however else. Gloucester. For him I thank your grace. Cornwall. You know not why we came to visit you? Regan. Thus out of season, threading dark a night, occasions, noble Gloucester, of some poise, wherein we must have use of your advice. Our father he hath writ, so hath our sister, of differences, which I best thought it fit to answer from our home. The several messengers from hence attend dispatch. Our good old friend, lay comforts to your bosom, and bestow your needful counsel to our business, which craves the instant use. Gloucester. I serve you, madam. Your graces are right welcome. Exeunt. Flourish. Scene 2. Before Gloucester Castle. Enter Kent and Oswald, severally. Oswald. Good dawning to thee, friend. Art of this house? Kent. Oswald. Where may we set our horses? Kent. I the mire. Oswald. Prithee, if thou love me, tell me. Kent. I love thee not. Oswald. Why then, I care not for thee. Kent. If I had thee in Lipsbury pinfold, I would make thee care for me. Oswald. Why dost thou use me thus? I know thee not. Kent. Fellow, I know thee. Oswald. What dost thou know me for? Kent. A knave, a rascal, an eater of broken meats, a base, proud, shallow, beggarly, three-suited, 100-pound, filthy, worsted-stocking knave, a lily-livered, action-taking, whoreson, glass-gazing, superserviceable, finical rogue, one trunk-inheriting slave, one that wouldst be a bawd in way of good service, and art nothing but the composition of a knave, beggar, coward, pander, and the son and heir of a mongrel bitch, one whom I will beat into clamorous whining, if thou deniest the least syllable of thy addition. Oswald. Why, what a monstrous fellow art thou, thus to rail on one that neither known of thee nor knows thee. Kent. What a brazen-faced varlet art thou, to deny thou knowest me. Is it 2 days ago since I tripped up thy heels and beat thee before the king? Draw, you rogue, for, though it be night, yet the moon shines. I'll make a sop o' the moonshine of you. Draw, you whoreson cleanly barbermonger. Draw. Drawing his sword. Oswald. Away. I have nothing to do with thee. Kent. Draw, you rascal, you come with letters against the king, and take Vanity the puppet part against the royalty of her father. Draw, you rogue, or I'll so carbonado your shanks. Draw, you rascal. Come your ways. Oswald. Help, ho! Murder! Help, Kent. Strike, you slave. Stand, rogue, stand. You need slave. Strike, beating him. Oswald. Help, ho. Murder. Murder. Enter Edmund, Cornwall, Regan, Gloucester and servants. Edmund. How now? What the matter? Part Kent with you, goodman boy, if you please. Come, I'll flesh ye. Come on, young master. Gloucester. Weapons. Arms. What the matter here? Cornwall. Keep peace, upon your lives. He dies that strikes again. What is the matter? Regan. The messengers from our sister and the king. Cornwall. What is your difference? Speak. Oswald. I am scarce in breath, my lord. Kent. No marvel, you have so bestir your valour. You cowardly rascal, nature disclaims in thee. A tailor made thee. Cornwall. Thou art a strange fellow. A tailor make a man? Kent. A tailor, sir, a stonecutter or a painter could not have made him so ill, though he had been but 2 years at the trade. Cornwall. Speak yet, how grew your quarrel? Oswald. This ancient ruffian, sir, whose life I have spared at suit of his grey beard. Kent. Thou whoreson Zed. Thou unnecessary letter. My lord, if you will give me leave, I will tread this unbolted villain into mortar and daub the walls of Ajax with him. Spare my grey beard, you wagtail. Cornwall. Peace, sirrah. You beastly knave, know you no reverence? Kent. Yes, sir. But anger hath the privilege. Cornwall. Why art thou angry? Kent. That such a slave as this should wear a sword, who wears no honesty. Such smiling rogues as these, like rats, oft bite the holy cords a twain which are to entrenched tnoose. Smooth every passion that in the natures of their lords rebel. Bring oil to fire, snow to their colder moods. Renege, affirm, and turn their halcyon beaks with every gale and vary of their masters, knowing naught, like dogs, but following a plague upon your epileptic visage. Smile you my speeches, as I were a full goose, if I had you upon Sarum plain, I'd drive ye cackling home to Camelot. Cornwall. What, art thou mad, old fellow? Gloucester. How fell you out? Say that. Kent. No contraries hold more antipathy than I and such a knave. Cornwall. Why dost thou call him knave? What is his fault? Kent. His countenance likes me not. Cornwall. No more perchance does mine, or his, or hers. Kent. Sir, is my occupation to be plain? I have seen better faces in my time than stands on any shoulder that I see before me at this instant. Cornwall. This is some fellow who, having been prey for bluntness, doth affect a saucy roughness, and constrains the garb quite from his nature. He cannot flatter. He, an honest mind and plain, he must speak truth, and they will take it so. If not, he plain. These kind of knaves I know which in this plainness harbour more craft and more corrupter ends than 20 silly ducking observants that stretch their duties nicely. Kent. Sir, in good faith, in sincere verity, under Lawrence of your great aspect, whose influence, like the wreath of radiant fire on flickering Phoebus' front. Cornwall. What mean he by this? Kent. To go out of my dialect, which you discommend so much. I know, sir, I am no flatterer. He that beguiled you in a plain accent was a plain knave. Which, for my part, I will not be, though I should win your displeasure to entreat me to. Cornwall. What was the offence you gave him? Oswald. I never gave him any. It pleased the king his master very late to strike at me, upon his misconstruction. When he, compact, and flattering his displeasure, tripped me behind. Being down, insulted, rail and put upon him such a deal of man, that worthied him, got praises of the king for him attempting who was self-subdue. And, in the fleshment of this dread exploit, drawn me here again. Kent. None of these rogues and cowards but Ajax is their fool. Cornwall. Fetch forth the stocks. You stubborn ancient knave, you reverend braggart, we'll teach you. Kent. Sir, I am too old to learn. Call not your stocks for me, I serve the king, on whose employment I was sent to you. You shall do small respect, show too bold malice against the grace and person of my master, stalking his messenger. Cornwall. Fetch forth the stocks. As I have life and honor, there shall he sit till noon. Regan. Till noon. Till night, my lord. And all night too. Kent. Why, madam, if I were your father dog, you should not use me so. Regan. Sir, being his knave, I will. Stocks brought out. Cornwall. This is a fellow of the self-same colour our sister speaks of. Come, bring away the stocks. Gloucester. Let me beseech your grace not to do so. His fault is much, and the good king his master will check him for. Your purpose low correction is such as bassest and contempt wretches for pilferings and most common trespasses. or punish with. The king must take it ill that he, so slightly valued in his messenger, should have him thus restrained. Cornwall. I'll answer that. Regan. My sister may receive it much more worse, to have her gentleman abbess, assaulted, for following her affairs, put in his legs. Kent is put in the stocks. Cornwall. Come, my good lord, away. Exeunt all but Gloucester and Kent. Gloucester. I am sorry for thee, friend. Is the Duke pleasure, whose disposition, all the world well knows, will not be rubbed nor stop? I'll entreat for thee. Kent. Pray do not, sir, I have watch, and travail hard. Sometime I shall sleep out, the rest I'll whistle. A good man fortune may grow out at heels, give you good morrow. Gloucester. The Duke to blame in this, will be ill taken. Exit. Kent. Good king, that must approve the common saw, thou out of heaven benediction come tea to the warm sun. Approach, thou beacon to this under globe, that by thy comfortable beams I may peruse this letter. Nothing almost sees miracles but misery. I know it is from Cordelia, who hath most fortunately been informed of my obscured course, and shall find time from this enormous state, seeking to give losses their remedies. All weary and overwatch, take vantage, heavy eyes, not to behold the shameful lodging. Fortune, good night, smile once more, turn thy wheel. He sleeps. Scene 3. The open country. Enter Edgar. Edgar. I heard myself proclaim, and by the happy hollow of a tree escape the hunt. No port is free, no place that guard and most unusual vigilance does not attend my taking. While I may escape I will preserve myself, and am bethought to take the bassest and most poorest shape that ever penury in contempt of man, brought near to beast, my face I'll grime with filth, blanket my loins, elf all my hair in knots, and with presented nakedness outface the winds and persecutions of the sky. The country gives me proof and precedent of bedlam beggars, who, with roaring voices, strike in their numb and mortified bare arms pins, wooden pricks, nails, sprigs of rosemary. And with this horrible object, from low farms, poor pelting villages, cheap coats, and mills, sometime with lunatic bands, sometime with prayers, enforce their charity. Poor Turligod. Poor Tom, that's something yet. Edgar. I nothing am. Exit. Scene 4. Before Gloucester Castle. Kent in the stocks. Enter Lear. Fool and gentleman. Lear. Is strange that they should so depart from home, and not send back my messenger. Gentleman. As I learn, the night before there was no purpose in them of this remove. Kent. Hail to thee, noble master. Lear. Ha! Macbeth, thou the shame thy pastime. Kent. No, my lord. Fool. Ha! Ha! He wears cruel garters. Horses are tied by the heads, dogs and bears by the neck, monkeys by the loins, and men by the legs. When a man is over lusty at legs, then he wears wooden nether stocks. Lear. What he that hath so much thy place mistook to set thee here. Kent. It is both he and she, your son and daughter. Lear. No. Kent. Yes. Lear. No. I say. Kent. I say, yea. Lear. No. No. They would not. Kent. Yes, they have. Lear. By Jupiter, I swear no. Kent. By Juno, I swear a. Lear. They durst not do. They could not, would not do. Is worse than murder, to do upon respect such violent outrage. Resolve me, with all modest haste, which way thou mightst deserve or they impose this usage, coming from us. Kent. My lord, when at their home I did command your highness letters to them, ere I was risen from the place that show my duty kneeling, came their reeking post, Stew in his haste, half breathless, panting forth from Gonorilla's mistress salutations. Deliver letters, spite of intermission, which presently they read. On those contents, they summon up their meanie, straight took horse. Commanded me to follow and attend the leisure of their answer. Gave me cold looks, and meeting here the other messenger, whose welcome I perceive had poisoned mine, being the very fellow which of late displays so saucily against your highness, having more man than wit about me, drew. He raid the house with loud and coward cries. Your son and daughter found this trespass worth the shame which here it suffers. Fool. Winter not gone yet, if the wild geese fly that way. Fathers that wear rags do make their children blind, but fathers that bear bags shall see their children kind. Fortune, that errant whore, Lear turns the key to th poor. But for all this, thou shalt have as many dolors for thy daughters as thou canst tell in a year. Lear. Oh, how this mother swells up toward my heart. Hysterica passio, down, thou climbing sorrow, thy element below. Where is this daughter? Kent. With the earl, sir, here within. Lear. Follow me not. stay here. Exit. Gentlemen, made you no more offence but what you speak of. Kent. None. How chance the king comes with so small a number? Fool. And thou hadst but set I the stocks for that question, thou hadst well deserved it. Kent. Why, fool, fool, we all set thee to school to an ant, to teach thee there no labouring I he winter. All that follow their noses are led by their eyes but blind men. And there not a nose among 20 but can smell him that's stinking. Let go thy hold when a great wheel runs down a hill, lest it break thy neck with following it. But the great one that goes upward, let him draw thee after. When a wise man gives thee better counsel, give me mine again, I would have none but knaves follow it, since a fool gives it. The sir which serves and seeks for gain and follows but for form will pack when it begins to rain and leave thee in the storm. But I will tarry. The fool will stay, and let the wise man fly. The knave turns fool that runs away. The fool no knave purdy. Kent. Where learn you this? Fool, fool. Not I the stocks, fool. Enter Lear and Gloucester. Lear. Deny to speak with me. They are sick. They are weary. They have travail all the night. Mere fetches. The images of revolt and flying off. Fetch me a better answer. Gloucester. My dear lord, you know the fiery quality of the Duke. How unremovable and fixed he is in his own course. Lear. Vengeance. Plague. Death. Confusion. Fiery. What quality? Why, Gloucester, Gloucester, I speak with the Duke of Cornwall and his wife. Gloucester. Well, my good lord, I have informed them so. Lear. Inform them. Dost thou understand me, man? Gloucester. My good lord. Lear. The king would speak with Cornwall. The dear father would with his daughter speak. Commands, tens, service. Are they in form of this? My breath and blood. Fiery. The fiery Duke. Tell the hot Duke that no, but not yet, maybe he is not well. Infirmity doth still neglect all office whereto our health is bound. We are not ourselves when nature, being oppress, commands the mind to suffer with the body. I'll forbear, and am fallen out with my more headier will, to take the indisposed and sickly fit for the sound man. Looking on Kent. Death on my state. Wherefore should he sit here? This act persuades me that this remotion of the Duke and her is practice only. Give me my servant forth. Go tell the Duke and wife I speak with them, now, presently. Bid them come forth and hear me, or at their chamber door I'll beat the drum till it cry sleep to death. Gloucester. I would have all well betwixt you. Exit. Lear. O me, my heart, my rising heart. But down, fool. Cry to it, nuncle, as the Cockney did to the eels when she put I the paste alive. She napped the coxcombs with a stick and cried own, wantons, down. Was her brother that, in pure kindness to his horse uttered his hay. Enter Cornwall, Regan, Gloucester and servants. Lear. Good morrow to you both. Cornwall. Hail to your grace. Kent here set at liberty. Regan. I am glad to see your highness. Lear. Regan, I think you are. I know what reason I have to think so. If thou shouldst not be glad, I would divorce me from thy mother tomb, sepulchring an adulteress to Kent. Oh, are you free? Some other time for that. Beloved Regan, thy sister not, O Regan, she hath tied sharp tooth unkindness, like a vulture, here points to his heart. I can scarce speak to thee. Thou not believe with how depraved a quality. O Regan. Regan. I pray you, sir, take patience. I have hope you less know how to value her desert than she to scant her duty. Lear. Say, how is that? Regan. I cannot think my sister in the least would fail her obligation. If, sir, perchance she have restrained the riots of your followers, is on such ground, and to such wholesome end, as clears her from all blame. Lear. My curses on her. Regan. Oh, sir, you are old. Nature in you stands on the very verge of her confine. You should be ruled and led by some discretion, that discerns your state better than you yourself. Therefore I pray you, that to our sister you do make return. Say you have wronged her, sir. Lear. Ask her forgiveness. Do you but mark how this becomes the house-eared daughter. I confess that I'm old. Kneeling. Age is unnecessary. On my knees I beg that you will vouchsafe me raiment, bed, and food. Regan. Good sir, no more. These are unsightly tricks. Return you to my sister. Lear. Rising. Never. Regan, she hath abated me of half my train. Look black upon me. Struck me with her tongue, most serpent-like, upon the very heart. All the store vengeances of heaven fall on her ingrateful top. Strike her young bones, you taking airs, with lameness. Cornwall. Fie, sir, fie. Lear. You nimble lightnings, dart your blinding flames into her scornful eyes. Infect her beauty, you fen-suck fogs, drawn by the powerful sun, to fall and blast her pride. Regan. Oh, the blessed gods! So will you wish on me when the rash mood is on. Lear. No, Regan, thou shalt never have my curse. Thy tender-hefted nature shall not give thee o'er to harshness. Her eyes are fierce, but thine do comfort, and not burn. Is not in thee to grudge my pleasures, to cut off my train, to bandy hasty words, to scant my sizes, and, in conclusion, to oppose the bolt against my coming in. Thou better know the offices of nature, bond of childhood, effects of courtesy, dues of gratitude. Thy half o' the kingdom hast thou not forgot, wherein I thee endow. Regan. Good sir, to the purpose. Lear. Who put my man I the stocks? Tuck it within. Cornwall. What trumpet that? Regan. I know, my sister, this approves her letter, that she would soon be here. Enter Oswald. Is your lady come? Lear. This is a slave, whose easy borrowed pride dwells in the fickle grace of her he follows. Out, varlet, from my sight. Cornwall. What means your grace? Lear. Who stalk my servant? Regan. I have good hope thou didst not know on who comes here. O heavens! Enter Goneril. If you do love old men, if your sweet sway allow obedience, if yourselves are old, make it your cause. Send down, and take my part. To Goneril. Art not ashamed to look upon this beard? O Regan, wilt thou take her by the hand? Goneril. Why not by the hand, sir? How have I offended? All not offence that indiscretion finds and dotage termed so. Lear. O sides! You are too tough. Will you yet hold? How came my man I the stocks? Cornwall. I set him there, sir, but his own disorders des of much less advancement. Lear. You? Did you? Regan. I pray you, farther, being weak, seems so. If, till the expiration of your month, you will return and sojourn with my sister, dismissing half your train, come then to me. I am now from home, and out of that provision which shall be needful for your entertainment. Lear. Return to her, and 50 men dismiss? No, rather I abjure all roofs, and choose to wage against the enmity o' the air. To be a comrade with the wolf and owl, necessity sharp pinch. Return with her? Why, the hot-blooded France, that dowerless took our youngest born, I could as well be brought in his throne, and, squire-like, pension beg to keep base life afoot. Return with her? Persuade me rather to be slave and sumpter to this detested groom. Pointing to Oswald. Goneril. At your choice, sir. Lear. I prithee, daughter, do not make me mad. I will not trouble thee, my child. Farewell. We all no more meet, no more see one another. But yet thou art my flesh, my blood, my daughter. Or rather a disease that in my flesh, which I must needs call mine. Thou art a boil, a plague sore, or embossed carbuncle in my corrupted blood. But I'll not chide thee. Let shame come when it will, I do not call it. I do not bid the thunder-bearer shoot, nor tell tales of thee to high-judging Jove. Mend when thou canst. Be better at thy leisure. I can be patient. I can stay with Regan, I and my 100 knights. Regan. Not altogether so. I look not for you yet, nor am provided for your fit welcome. Give ear, sir, to my sister. For those that mingle reason with your passion must be content to think you old. And so but she knows what she does. Lear. Is this well spoken? Regan. I dare avouch it, sir. What, 50 followers? Is it not well? What should you need of more? Yea, or so many, sith that both charge and danger speak ain't so great a number. How in one house should many people, under 2 commands, hold amity is hard. Almost impossible. Goneril. Why might not you, my lord, receive attendance from those that she calls servants, or from mine? Regan. Why not, my lord? If then they chank to slack ye, we could control them. If you will come to me, for now I spy a danger, I entreat you to bring but 25, to no more will I give place or notice. Lear. I gave you all. Regan. And in good time you gave it. Lear. Made you my guardians, my depositaries, but kept a reservation to be followed with such a number. What, must I come to you with 25? Regan. Said you so? Regan. And speak again, my lord. No more with me. Lear. Those wicked creatures yet do look well favor when others are more wicked. Not being the worst stands in some rank of praise. To Goneril. I'll go with thee, thy 50 yet of double 25, and thou art twice her love. Goneril. Hear me, my lord. What need you 25, 10 or 5 to follow in a house where twice so many have a command to tend you? Regan. What need one? Lear. Oh, reason not the need. Our basest beggars are in the poorest things superfluous. Allow not nature more than nature needs. Man life is cheap as beast. Thou art a lady. If only to go warm were gorgeous, why, nature needs not what thou gorgeous wear tea which scarcely keeps thee warm. But, for true need, you heavens, give me that patience, patience I need. You see me here, you gods, a poor old man, as full of grief as age. Wretched in both. If it be you that stirs these daughters' hearts against their father, fool me not so much to bear it tamely. Touch me with noble anger, and let not women weapons, water drops, stain my man cheeks. No, you unnatural hags, I will have such revenges on you both that all the world shall. I will do such things, what they are yet, I know not. But they shall be the terrors of the earth. You think I'll weep? No, I'll not weep, storm and tempest. I have full cause of weeping. But this heart shall break into 100,000 flaws or ere I'll weep. O fool, I shall go mad. Exeunt Lear, Gloucester, Kent and fool. Cornwall. Let us withdraw. Will be a storm. Regan. This house is little, the old man and his people cannot be well bestow. Goneril is his own blame. Hath put himself from rest and must needs taste his folly. Regan. For his particular, I'll receive him gladly, but not one follower. Goneril. So am I purpose. Where is my lord of Gloucester? Enter Gloucester. Cornwall. Followed the old man forth. He is returned. Gloucester. The king is in high rage. Cornwall. Whither is he going? Gloucester. He calls to horse. But will I know not whither. Cornwall. Is best to give him way. He leads himself. Goneril. My lord, entreat him by no means to stay. Gloucester. Alack, the night comes on, and the high winds do sorely ruffle. For many miles about there's scarce a bush. Regan. Oh, sir, to wilful men the injuries that they themselves procure must be their schoolmasters. Shut up your doors. He is attended with a desperate train, and what they may incense him to, being apt to have his ear abbess, wisdom bids fear. Cornwall. Shut up your doors, my lord. Is a wild night. My Regan counsels well. Come out, O the storm. Exeunt. Act. 3rd Scene. Ia Heath. A storm with thunder and lightning. Enter Kent and a gentleman. Severally. Kent. Who there, besides foul weather? Gentleman. One-minded like the weather, most unquietly. Kent. I know you. Where the king? Gentleman. Contending with the fretful elements. Bids the wind blow the earth into the sea, or swell the curled waters of the main, that things might change or cease. Tears his white hair, which the impetuous blasts with eyeless rage, catch in their fury and make nothing of. Strives in his little world of man to outscorn the to and fro conflicting wind and rain. This night, wherein the cub-drawn bear would couch, the lion and the belly-pinched wolf keep their fur dry, unbonneted he runs, and bids what will take all. Kent. But who is with him? Gentleman. None but the fool, who labors to outjest his heart-struck injuries. Kent. Sir, I do know you, and dare, upon the warrant of my note, commend a dear thing to you. There is division, although as yet the face of it be covered with mutual cunning, twixt Albany and Cornwall. Who have, as who have not, that their great stars thrown and set high. Servants, who seem no less, which are to France the spies and speculations intelligent of our state. What hath been seen, either in snuffs and packings of the dukes, or the hard reign which both of them have borne against the old kind king, or something deeper, whereof, perchance, these are but furnishings. But, true it is, from France there comes a power into the scattered kingdom, who already, wise in our negligence, have secret feet in some of our best ports, and are at point to show their open banner. Now to you, if on my credit you dare build so far to make your speed to Dover, you shall find some that will thank you, making just report of how unnatural and bematting sorrow the king hath cause to plain. I am a gentleman of blood and breeding, and from some knowledge and assurance offer this office to you. Gentlemen, I will talk further with you. Kent. No, do not. For confirmation that I am much more than my outwall, open this purse, and take what it contains. If you shall see Cordelia, as fear not but you shall, show her this ring, and she will tell you who your fellow is that yet you do not know. Fie on this storm. I will go seek the king. Gentlemen, give me your hand. Have you no more to say? Kent. Few words, but, to effect, more than all yet, that, when we have found the king, in which your pain that way, I all this. he that first lights on him holla the other. Exeunt. Scene 2. Another part of the heath. Storm continues. Enter Lear and Fool. Lear. Blow, winds, and crack your cheeks. Rage. Blow, you cataracts and hurricanes, spout till you have drenched our steeples, drown the cocks. You sulphurous and thought-executing fires, vaunt couriers to oak-cleaving thunderbolts, send my white head. And thou, all-shaking thunder, strike flat the thick rotundity o' the world. Crack nature molds, all Germans spill at once, that make ingrateful man. Fool. O nuncle, quart holy water in a dry house is better than this rain water out o' door. Good nuncle, in and ask thy daughter's blessing. Here a knight pities neither wise men nor fools. Lear. Rumble thy bellyful. Spit, fire, spout, rain nor rain, wind, thunder, fire are my daughters. I tax not you, you elements, with unkindness. I never gave you kingdom, call you children. You owe me no subscription, then let fall your horrible pleasure. Here I stand your slave, a poor, infirm, weak, and despous old man, but yet I call you servile ministers, that will with two pernicious daughters join your high engender battles ainst a head so old and white as this. Oh, is foul. Fool. He that has a house to put head in has a good head piece. The cod piece that will house before the head has any. The head and he shall louse. So beggars marry many. The man that makes his toe what he his heart should make, shall of a corn cry woe, and turn asleep to wake. For there was never yet fair woman but she made mouths in a glass. Lear. No, I will be the pattern of all patience. I will say nothing. Enter Kent. Kent. Who there? Fool. Marry, here grace and a codpiece. That a wise man and a fool. Kent. Alas, sir, are you here? Things that love night love not such nights as these. The wrathful skies gallow the very wanderers of the dark, and make them keep their caves. Since I was man, such sheets of fire, such bursts of horrid thunder, such groans of roaring wind and rain I never remembered to have heard. Man nature cannot carry affliction, nor the fear. Lear. Let the great gods, that keep this dreadful putter o'er our heads, find out their enemies now. Tremble, thou wretch, that hast within thee undivulged crimes unwrought of justice. Hide thee, thou bloody hand, thou perjurer, and thou simuler of virtue that art incestuous. Caitiff, to pieces shake that under covert and convenient seeming hast practice on man life, close pent-up guilts, rive your concealing countenance, and cry these dreadful summoners grace. I am a man more sin against than sinning. Kent. Alack, bareheaded. Gracious my lord, hard by here is a hovel. Some friendship will it lend you ainst the tempest, repose you there, whilst I to this hard house, more harder than the stones whereof is ray, which even but now, demanding after you, denied me to come in, return, enforce their scanted courtesy. Lear. My wits begin to turn. Come on, my boy. How dost, my boy? Art cold? I am cold myself. Where is this straw, my fellow? The art of our necessities is strange, that can make vile things precious. Come, your hovel. Poor fool and knave, I have one part in my heart that's sorry yet for thee. Fool. Singing. He that has a little tiny wit with hi-ho, the wind and the rain, must make content with his fortunes fit, though the rain it raineth every day. Lear. True, boy. Come, bring us to this hovel. Exeunt Lear and Kent. Fool. This is a brave night to cool a courtesan. I'll speak a prophecy ere I go. When priests are more in word than matter, when brewers mar their malt with water, when nobles are their tailors' tutors, no heretics burn, but wenches suitors, when every case in law is right, no squire in debt, nor no poor knight, when slanders do not live in tongues, nor cut purses come not to throngs, when usurers tell their gold I the field, and bawds and whores do churches build, then shall the realm of Albion come to great confusion. Then comes the time, who lives to see, that going shall be us with feet. This prophecy Merlin shall make, for I live before his time. Exit. Scene 3. A room in Gloucester Castle. Enter Gloucester and Edmund. Gloucester. Alack, alack, Edmund, I like not this unnatural dealing. When I desired their leave that I might pity him, they took from me the use of mine own house, charged me on pain of perpetual displeasure, neither to speak of him, entreat for him, or any way sustain him. Edmund. Most savage and unnatural. Gloucester. Go to. Say you nothing. There is division between the dukes, and a worse matter than that. I have received a letter this night. Is dangerous to be spoken. I have locked the letter in my closet. These injuries the king now bears will be revenged home. They're part of a power already footed. We must incline to the king. I will look him, and privily relieve him, Go you and maintain talk with the Duke, that my charity be not of him perceived. If he ask for me, I am ill, and gone to bed. If I die for it, as no less is threatened me, the king my old master must be relieved. There is some strange thing toward Edmund. Pray you be careful. Exit. Edmund. This courtesy, forbid thee, shall the Duke instantly know. End of that letter too. This seems a fair deserving, and must draw me that which my father loses, no less than all. The younger rises when the old doth fall. Exit. Scene 4. A part of the heath with a hovel. Storm continues. Enter Lear, Kent and Fool. Kent. Here is the place, my lord. Good my lord, enter. The tyranny of the open night too rough for nature to endure. Lear. Let me alone. Kent. Good my lord, enter here. Lear. Wilt break my heart? Kent. I had rather break mine own. Good my lord, enter. Lear. Thou think 'tis much that this contentious storm invades us to the skin, so is to thee, but where the greater malady is fixed, the lesser is scarce felt. Thou st shun a bear. But if thy flight lay toward the raging sea, thou st meet the bear I the mouth. When the mind free, the body delicate, the tempest in my mind doth from my senses take all feeling else save what beats there. Filial ingratitude is it not is this mouth should tear this hand for lifting food too? But I will punish home. No, I will weep no more. In such a night to shut me out. Pour on. I will endure, in such a night as this. O Regan, Goneril, your old kind father, whose frank heart gave all. Oh, that way madness lies. Let me shun that. No more of that. Kent. Good my lord, enter here. Lear. Prithee go in thyself. Seek thine own ease. This tempest will not give me leave to ponder on things would hurt me more. But I'll go in to the Fool. In, boy. Go first. You houseless poverty, nay, get thee in. I'll pray, and then I'll sleep. Fool goes in. Poor naked wretches, wheresoe'er you are, that bide the pelting of this pitiless storm, how shall your houseless heads and unfed sides, your loop and window raggedness, defend you from seasons such as these? Oh, I have taken too little care of this. Take physic, pomp. Expose thyself to feel what wretches feel, that thou mayst shake the superflux to them and show the heavens more just. Edgar. Within. Fathom and half, fathom and half. Poor Tom. The Fool runs out from the hovel. Fool. Come not in here, nuncle, here a spirit. Help me, Kent. Give me thy hand. Who there? Fool. A spirit, he says his name. Poor Tom. Kent. What art thou that dost grumble there? I the straw. Come forth. Enter Edgar, disguised as a madman. Edgar. Away. The foul fiend follows me. Through the sharp hawthorn blows the cold wind. Humh. Go to thy cold bed, and warm thee. Lear. Didst thou give all to thy 2 daughters? And art thou come to this? Edgar. Who gives anything to poor Tom, whom the foul fiend hath led through fire and through flame, through ford and whirlpool, o'er bog and quagmire? That hath laid knives under his pillow and halters in his pew, set ratsbane by his porridge, made him proud of heart, to ride on a bay-trotting horse over 4-inched bridges, to course his own shadow for a traitor. Bless thy 5 wits. Tom A. Cole. Oh, do, bless thee from whirlwinds, star blasting, and taking to poor Tom some charity, whom the foul fiend vexes. There could I have him now, and there again, and there. Storm continues. Lear. What, have his daughters brought him to this pass? Couldst thou save nothing? Didst thou give em all? Fool. Nay, he reserve a blanket, else we had been all shamed. Lear. Now all the plagues that in the pendulous air hang faded o'er men falls light on thy daughters. Kent. He hath no daughters, sir. Lear. Deaf, traitor. Nothing could have subdued nature to such a lowness but his unkind daughters. Is it the fashion that discarded fathers should have thus little mercy on their flesh? Judicious punishment. Was this flesh begot those pelican daughters? Edgar. Pillicock sat on Pillicock Hill. Allo, Lulu. Fool. This cold night will turn us all to fools and madmen. Edgar. Take heed, oth foul fiend, obey thy parents. Keep thy word justly. Swear not. Commit not with man's sworn spouse. Set not thy sweetheart on proud array. Tom A. Cole. Lear. What hast thou been? Edgar. A serving man, proud in heart and mind. That curled my hair, wore gloves in my cap, served the lust of my mistress' heart, and did the act of darkness with her. Swore as many oaths as I spake words, and broke them in the sweet face of heaven. One that slept in the contriving of lust, and waked to do it. Wine loved I deeply, dies dearly. And in woman I'll near the Turk, false of heart, light of ear, bloody of hand. Hog in sloth, fox in stealth, wolf in greediness, dog in madness, lion in prey. Let not the creaking of shoes nor the rustling of silks betray thy poor heart to woman. Keep thy foot out of brothels, thy hand out of plackets, thy pen from lender book, and defy the foul fiend. Still through the hawthorn blows the cold wind, says Suan, Mun, Nani. Dolphin my boy, Sessa. Let him trot by. Storm still continues. Lear. Why, thou wert better in thy grave than to answer with thy uncovered body this extremity of the skies. Is man no more than this? Consider him well. Thou wast the worm no silk, the beast no hide, the sheep no wool, the cat no perfume. Ha! Here three on are sophisticated. Thou art the thing itself. An accommodated man is no more but such a poor, bare, forked animal as thou art. Off, you lendings. Come, unbutton here. Tears off his clothes. Fool. Prithee, nuncle, be contented. Is a naughty night to swim in. Now a little fire in a wild field were like an old lecher heart, a small spark, all the rest on body cold. Look, here comes a walking fire. Edgar. This is the foul fiend Flibbertigibbet. He begins at curfew, and walks till the first cock. He gives the web and the pin, squints the eye, and makes the harelip. Mildews the white wheat, and hurts the poor creature of earth. Swift-hold-footed thrice the old. He met the nightmare, and her ninefold. Bid her alight and her troth plight. And aroint thee, which, aroint thee. Kent. How fares your grace? Enter Gloucester with the torch. Lear. What he? Kent. Who there? What is you seek? Gloucester. What are you there? Your names? Edgar. Poor Tom, that eats the swimming frog, the toad, the tadpole, the walnut and the water. That in the fury of his heart, when the foul fiend rages, eats cow dung for sellets. Swallows the old rat and the ditch dog. Drinks the green mantle of the standing pool. Who is whipped from tithing to tithing, and stalked, punished, and imprisoned. Who hath had 3 suits to his back, 6 shirts to his body, horse to ride, and weapon to wear. But mice and rats and such small deer have been Tom food for 7 long year. Beware my follower. Peace, Smolkin. Peace, thou fiend. Gloucester. What, hath your grace no better company? Edgar. The Prince of Darkness is a gentleman, Modo he call, and Mahu. Gloucester. Our flesh and blood, my lord, is grown so vile that it doth hate what gets it. Edgar. Poor Tom a cold. Gloucester. Go in with me, my duty cannot suffer T-bay in all your daughter's hard commands. Though their injunction be to bar my doors, and let this tyrannous night take hold upon you, yet have I ventured to come seek you out, and bring you where both fire and food is ready. Lear. First let me talk with this philosopher. What is the cause of thunder? Kent. Good my lord, take his offer. Go into the house. Lear. I'll talk a word with this same learned Theban. What is your study? Edgar. How to prevent the fiend and to kill vermin. Lear. Let me ask you one word in private. Kent. Importune him once more to go, my lord. His wits begin teen sidle. Gloucester. Canst thou blame him? His daughters seek his death. Ah, that good Kent. He said it would be thus. Poor banished man. Thou say yes, the king grows mad. I'll tell thee, friend, I am almost mad myself. I had a son, now outlaw from my blood. He sought my life but lately, very late. I love him, friend, no father his son dear. True to tell thee, storm continues. The grief hath crazed my wits. What a night this! I do beseech your grace. Lear. Oh, cry you mercy, sir. Noble philosopher, your company. Edgar. Tom a cold. Gloucester. In, fellow, there, into the hovel. Keep thee warm. Lear. Come, let in all. Kent. This way, my lord. Lear. With him. I will keep still with my philosopher. Kent. Good my lord, soothe him. Let him take the fellow. Gloucester. Take him you on. Kent. Sirrah, come on. Go along with us. Lear. Come, good Athenian. Gloucester. No words, no words. Hush. Edgar. Child Roland to the dark tower came. His word was still fi, foe, and fum. I smell the blood of a British man. Exeunt. Scene 5. A room in Gloucester Castle. Enter Cornwall and Edmund. Cornwall. I will have my revenge ere I depart his house. Edmund. How, my lord, I may be censured, that nature thus gives way to loyalty, something fears me to think of. Cornwall. I now perceive it was not altogether your brother evil disposition made him seek his death, but a provoking merit, set a work by a reprovable badness in himself. Edmund. How malicious is my fortune, that I must repent to be just. This is the letter he spoke of, which approves him an intelligent party to the advantages of France. O heavens! That this treason were not, or not I the detector. Cornwall, go with me to the Duchess. Edmund, if the matter of this paper be certain, you have mighty business in hand. Cornwall, true or false, it hath made thee Earl of Gloucester. Seek out where thy father is, that he may be ready for our apprehension. Edmund, aside. If I find him comforting the king, it will stuff his suspicion more fully. I will persevere in my course of loyalty, though the conflict be sore between that and my blood. Cornwall, I will lay trust upon thee, and thou shalt find a dearer father in my love. Exeunt. Scene 6. A chamber in a farmhouse adjoining the castle. Enter Gloucester, Lear, Kent, Fool and Edgar. Gloucester, here is better than the open air. Take it thankfully. I will piece out the comfort with what addition I can. I will not be long from you. Kent, all the power of his wits have given way to his impatience. The gods reward your kindness. Exit Gloucester. Edgar, Frateretto calls me, and tells me Nero is an angler in the lake of darkness. Pray, innocent, and beware the foul fiend. Fool. Prithee, nuncle, tell me whether a madman be a gentleman or a yeoman. Lear. A king. Fool. No, he a yeoman that has a gentleman to his son. For he a mad yeoman that sees his son a gentleman before him. Lear. To have 1,000 with red burning spits come hissing in upon him. Edgar. The foul fiend bites my back. Fool. He mad that trusts in the tameness of a wolf, a horse health, a boy love, or a whore oath. Lear. It shall be done. I will arraign them straight. To Edgar. Come, sit thou here, most learned justicer. To the fool. Thou, sapiencer, sit here. Now, you she-foxes. Edgar. Look, where he stands and glares. Want ye thou eyes at trial, madam? Come o'er the bourne, Bessy, to me. Fool. Her boat hath a leak, and she must not speak. Why she dares not come over to thee. Edgar. The foul fiend haunts poor Tom in the voice of a nightingale. Hopkins cries and Tom belly for 2 white herring. Croak not, black angel. I have no food for thee. Kent. How do you, sir? Stand you not so, Amos. Will you lie down and rest upon the cushions? Lear. I'll see their trial first. Bring in their evidence. To Edgar. Thou, robed man of justice, take thy place. To the fool. And thou, his yokel fellow of equity, bench by his side. To Kent. You are owed the commission, sit you too. Edgar. Let us deal justly. Sleepest or wackest thou, jolly shepherd? Thy sheep be in the corn, and for one blast of thy minikin mouth thy sheep shall take no harm. Purr. The cat is grey. Lear. Arraign her first. Is Goneril. I here take my oath before this honorable assembly, she kicked the poor king her father. Fool. Come hither, mistress. Is your name Goneril? Lear. She cannot deny it. Fool. Cry you mercy, I took you for a joint stool. Lear. And here another, whose warped looks proclaim what store her heart is made on. Stop her there. Arms, arms. Sword. Fire. Corruption in the place. False justicer, why hast thou let her cape? Edgar. Bless thy 5 wits. Kent. Oh pity, sir, where is the patience now that you so oft have boasted to retain? Edgar. Aside. My tears begin to take his part, so much they mar my counterfeiting. Lear. The little dogs and all, Tray, Blanche, and Sweetheart, see, they bark at me. Edgar. Tom will throw his head at them. Avaunt, you curs. Be thy mouth or black or white, tooth that poisons if it bite. Mastiff, greyhound, mongrel grim, hound or spaniel, brach or im, or bobtail tyke or trundle tail. Tom will make them weep and wail. For, with throwing thus my head, dogs leap the hatch, and all are fled. Do, Sessa. Come, march to wakes and fairs and market towns. Poor Tom, thy horn is dry. Lear. Then let them anatomize Regan. See what breeds about her heart. Is there any cause in nature that makes these hard hearts? To Edgar. You, sir, I entertain you for one of my 100. Only I do not like the fashion of your garments. You'll say they are Persian. But let them be changed. Kent. Now, good my lord, lie here and rest a while. Lear. Make no noise, make no noise. Draw the curtains. So, we'll go to supper I the morning. Fool. And I'll go to bed at noon. Enter Gloucester. Gloucester. Come hither, friend. Where is the king my master? Kent. Here, sir. But trouble him not, his wits are gone. Gloucester. Good friend, I prithee, take him in thy arms. I have reared a plot of death upon him. There is a litter ready. Lay him in and drive towards Dover, friend, where thou shalt meet both welcome and protection. Take up thy master. If thou shouldst dally half an hour, his life, with thine, and all that offer to defend him, stand in assured loss. Take up, and follow me, that will to some provision give thee quick conduct. Can't oppressed nature sleeps. This rest might yet have bound thine broken sinews, which, if convenience will not allow, stand in hard cure. Come, help to bear thy master. To the fool, thou must not stay behind. Gloucester, come, away. Exeunt Kent, Gloucester and the fool bearing off Lear. Edgar. When we our betters see bearing our woes, we scarcely think our miseries our foes. Who alone suffers most the mind, leaving free things and happy shows behind. But then the mind much sufferance doth o'erskip when grief hath mates, and bearing fellowship. How light and portable my pain seems now, when that which makes me bend makes the king bow. He childed as I fathered Tom, away. Mark the high noises, and thyself bewray, when false opinion, whose wrong thoughts defile thee, in thy just proof repeals and reconciles thee. What will happen more tonight? Safe Cape the king. Lurk. Exit. Scene 7. A room in Gloucester Castle. Enter Cornwall, Regan, Goneril, Edmund and servants. Cornwall. Post speedily to my lord your husband, show him this letter. The army of France is landed. Seek out the traitor Gloucester. Exeunt some of the servants. Regan. Hang him instantly. Goneril. Pluck out his eyes. Cornwall. Leave him to my displeasure. Edmund. Keep you our sister company. The revenges we are bound to take upon your traitorous father are not fit for your beholding. Advise the Duke where you are going, to a most festinate preparation. We are bound to the like. Our post shall be swift and intelligent betwixt us. Farewell, dear sister, farewell, my lord of Gloucester. Enter Oswald. How now? Where the king? Oswald. My lord of Gloucester hath conveyed him hence. Some 5 or 36 of his knights, hot questress after him, met him at gate. Who, with some other of the lord dependents, are gone with him toward Dover, where they boast to have well-armed friends. Cornwall. Get horses for your mistress. Goneril. Farewell, sweet lord, and sister. Cornwall. Edmund. Farewell. Exeunt Goneril, Edmund and Oswald. Go seek the traitor Gloucester, pinion him like a thief, bring him before us. Exeunt other servants. Though well we may not pass upon his life without the form of justice, yet our power shall do a courtesy to our wrath, which men may blame, but not control. Who there? The traitor. Enter Gloucester and servants. Regan. Ingrateful fox is he. Cornwall. Bind fast his corky arms. Gloucester. What mean your graces? Good my friends, consider you are my guests. Do me no foul play, friends. Cornwall. Bind him, I say. Servants. Bind him. Regan. Hard, O filthy traitor. Gloucester. Unmerciful lady as you are, I none. Cornwall. To this chair bind him. Villain, thou shalt find. Regan plucks his beard. Gloucester. By the kind gods, it's most ignobly done to pluck me by the beard. Regan. So white, and such a traitor. Gloucester. Naughty lady, these hairs which thou dost ravish from my chin will quicken, and accuse thee. I am your host, with robber hands my hospitable favors you should not ruffle thus. What will you do? Cornwall. Come, sir, what letters had you late from France? Regan. Be simple answer, for we know the truth. Cornwall. And what confederacy have you with the traitors, late-footed in the kingdom? Regan. To whose hands have you sent the lunatic king? Speak. Gloucester. I have a letter guessingly set down, which came from one that of a neutral heart, and not from one oppose. Cornwall. Cunning. Regan. And false. Cornwall. Where hast thou sent the king? Gloucester. To Dover. Regan. Wherefore to Dover? Wast thou not charged at peril? Cornwall. Wherefore to Dover? Let him first answer that. Gloucester. I am tied to the stake, and I must stand the course. Regan. Wherefore to Dover, sir? Gloucester. Because I would not see thy cruel nails pluck out his poor old eyes, nor thy fierce sister in his anointed flesh stick boorish fangs. The sea, with such a storm as his bare head in hell-black night endure, would have buoyed up, and quenched the stelled fires. Yet, poor old heart, he hold the heavens to rain. If wolves had at thy gate howled at stern time, thou shouldst have said, Ood porter, turn the key. All cruels else subscribe, but I shall see the winged vengeance overtake such children. Cornwall. See shalt thou never. Fellows, hold the chair. Upon these eyes of thine I'll set my foot. Gloucester is held down in his chair, while Cornwall plucks out one of his eyes and sets his foot on it. Gloucester. He that will think to live till he be old, give me some help. O cruel, O you gods. Regan. One side will mock another, the other too. Cornwall. If you see vengeance. First servant. Hold your hand, my lord, I have served you ever since I was a child. But better service have I never done you than now to bid you hold. Regan. How now, you dog? First servant. If you did wear a beard upon your chin, I shake it on this quarrel. What do you mean? Cornwall. My villain draws, and runs at him. First servant. Nay, then, come on, and take the chance of anger. Draws. They fight. Cornwall is wounded. Regan. To another servant. Give me thy sword. A peasant stand up thus, snatches a sword, comes behind, and stabs him. First servant. Oh, I am slain. My lord, you have one eye left to see some mischief on him. Oh, dies. Cornwall. Lest it see more, prevent it. Out, vile jelly. Where is thy lustre now? Tears out Gloucester other eye and throws it on the ground. Gloucester. All dark and comfortless. Where my son Edmund? Edmund, enkindle all the sparks of nature to quit this horrid act. Regan. Out, treacherous villain. Thou call tea on him that hates thee, it was he that made the overture of thy treasons to us. Who is too good to pity thee? Gloucester. Oh my follies! Then Edgar was abbess. Kind gods, forgive me that, and prosper him. Regan. Go thrust him out at gates, and let him smell his way to Dover. How is, my lord? How look you? Cornwall. I have received a hurt, follow me, lady. Turn out that eyeless villain. Throw this slave upon the dunghill. Regan. I bleed apace, untimely comes this hurt, give me your arm. Exit Cornwall, led by Regan. Servants unbind Gloucester and lead him out. Second servant. I'll never care what wickedness I do, if this man come to good. Third servant. If she live long, and in the end meet the old course of death, women will all turn monsters. Second servant. Let follow the old earl, and get the bedlam to lead him where he would, his roguish madness allows itself to anything. Third servant. Go thou, I'll fetch some flax and whites of eggs to apply to his bleeding face. Now heaven help him. Exeunt. ACT. Fourth Scene I. The Heath. Enter Edgar. Edgar. Yet better thus, and known to be contemn, than still contemn and flatter to be worst, the lowest and most dejected thing of fortune, stands still in esperance, lives not in fear, the lamentable change is from the best. The worst returns to laughter. Welcome then, thou unsubstantial air that I embrace. The wretch that thou hast blown unto the worst owes nothing to thy blasts. Enter Gloucester, led by an old man. But who comes here? My father, poorly led. World, world, O world! But that thy strange mutations make us hate thee, life would not yield to age. Old man. O my good lord, I have been your tenant, and your father tenant these 80 years. Gloucester. Away, get thee away. Good friend, be gone. Thy comforts can do me no good at all. Thee they may hurt. Old man. You cannot see your way. Gloucester. I have no way, and therefore want no eyes. I stumbled when I saw full oft is seen our means secure us, and our mere defects prove our commodities. O dear son Edgar, the food of thy abused father wrath. Might I but live to see thee in my touch, I say I had eyes again. Old man. How now? Who there? Edgar. Aside. O gods! Who is can say I'm at the worst? I am worse than I was. Old man. Is poor mad Tom. Edgar. Aside. And worse I may be yet. The worst is not so long as we can say his is the worst. Old man. Fellow. Where ghost? Gloucester. Is it a beggar man? Old man. Madman, and beggar too. Gloucester. He has some reason, else he could not beg. I the last night's storm I such a fellow saw, which made me think a man a worm. My son came then into my mind, and yet my mind was then scarce friends with him. I have heard more since. As flies to wanton boys are we to the gods, they kill us for their sport. Edgar. Aside. How should this be? Bad is the trade that must play fool to sorrow, angering itself and others. Bless thee, master. Gloucester. Is that the naked fellow? Old man. Ay, my lord. Gloucester. Then prithee get thee away. If for my sake thou wilt overtake us hence a mile or twain, I the way toward Dover, do it for ancient love, and bring some covering for this naked soul, which I'll entreat to lead me. Old man. Alack, sir, he is mad. Gloucester. Is the time plague when madmen lead the blind? Do as I bid thee, or rather do thy pleasure. Above the rest, be gone. Old man. I'll bring him the best RL that I have, come on what will. Exit. Gloucester. Sir, a naked fellow. Edgar. Poor Tom a cold. Aside. I cannot daub it further. Gloucester. Come hither, fellow. Edgar. Aside. And yet I must. Bless thy sweet eyes, they bleed. Gloucester. Know thou the way to Dover? Edgar. Both style and gate, horseway and footpath. Poor Tom hath been scared out of his good wits. Bless thee, good man son, from the foul fiend. 5 fiends have been in poor Tom at once. Of lust, as Obadicut. Hobbididance, prince of darkness. Mahu, of stealing. Moto, of murder. Flibbertigibbet, of mopping and mowing, who since possesses chambermaids and waiting women. So, bless thee, Master Gloucester. Here, take this purse, thou whom the heaven plagues have humbled to all strokes. That I am wretched makes thee the happier. Heavens deal so still. Let the superfluous and lust-deeded man, that slaves your ordinance, that will not say because he does not feel your power quickly. So distribution should unto excess, and each man have enough. Dost thou know Dover? Edgar. Master Gloucester. There is a cliff, whose high and bending head looks fearfully in the confined deep. Bring me but to the very brim of it, and I'll repair the misery thou dost bear with something rich about me. From that place I shall no leading need. Edgar. Give me thy arm, poor Tom shall lead thee. Exeunt. Scene 2. Before the Duke of Albany Palace. Enter Goneril, Edmund. Oswald meeting them. Goneril. Welcome, my lord. I marvel our mild husband not met us on the way. Now, where your master? Oswald. Madam, within. But never man so chang. I told him of the army that was landed. He smiled at it. I told him you were coming. His answer was, he worse. Of Gloucester treachery and of the loyal service of his son when I inform him, then he called me sot, and told me I had turned the wrong side out. What most he should dislike seems pleasant to him. What like, offensive. Goneril to Edmund. Then shall you go no further. It is the cowish terror of his spirit, that dares not undertake. He'll not feel wrongs which tie him to an answer. Our wishes on the way may prove effects. Back, Edmund, to my brother. Hasten his musters and conduct his powers. I must change names at home, and give the distaff into my husband's hands. This trusty servant shall pass between us. Ere long you are like to hear, if you dare venture in your own behalf, a mistress command giving a favor. Where this spare speech, decline your head. This kiss, if it durst speak, would stretch thy spirits up into the air. Conceive, and fare thee well. Edmund. Yours in the ranks of death. Exit Edmund. Goneril. My most dear Gloucester. Oh, the difference of man and man. To thee a woman's services are due. My fool usurps my body. Oswald. Madam, here comes my lord. Exit. Enter Albany. Goneril. I have been worth the whistle. Albany. Oh Goneril, you are not worth the dust which the rude wind blows in your face. I fear your disposition. That nature which contemns its origin cannot be bordered certain in itself. She that herself will sliver and disbranch from her material sap, perforce must wither and come to deadly use. Goneril. No more. The text is foolish. Albany. Wisdom and goodness to the vile seem vile. Filths suffer but themselves. What have you done? Tigers, not daughters. What have you performed? A father, and a gracious aged man, whose reverence even the head-lug bear would lick. Most barbarous, most degenerate, have you madded? Could my good brother suffer you to do it? A man, a prince, by him so benefited. If that the heavens do not their visible spirits send quickly down to tame these vile offences, it will come. Humanity must perforce prey on itself, like monsters of the deep. Goneril. Milk-liver man, that bear a cheek for blows, a head for wrongs. Who hast not in thine brows an eye discerning thine honor from thy suffering. That not no fools do those villains pity who are punished ere they have done their mischief. Where thy drum France spreads his banners in our noiseless land. With plumed helm thy state begins the threat, whilst thou, a moral fool, sit still, and criest lack. Why does he so? Albany. See thyself, devil. Proper deformity seems not in the fiend so horrid as in woman. Goneril. O vain fool. Albany. Thou changed and self-cover thing, for shame. Be monster not thy feature. Were my fitness to let these hands obey my blood, they are apt enough to dislocate and tear thy flesh and bones. However thou art a fiend, a woman's shape doth shield thee. Goneril. Marry, your manhood. Mew. Enter a messenger. Albany. What news? Messenger. Oh, my good lord, the Duke of Cornwall dead. Slain by his servant, going to put out the other eye of Gloucester. Albany. Gloucester eyes. Messenger. A servant that he bred, thrill with remorse, oppose against the act, bending his sword to his great master. Who, thereat an egg, flew on him, and amongst them fell him dead. But not without that harmful stroke which sense hath plucked him after. Albany. This shows you are above, you justicers, that these our nether crimes so speedily convenge. But, O poor Gloucester, lost he his other eye? Messenger, both, my lord. This letter, madam, craves a speedy answer. Is from your sister. Goneril aside. One way I like this well. But being widow, and my Gloucester with her, may all the building in my fancy pluck upon my hateful life. Another way the news is not so tart. I'll read, and enter. Exit Albany. Where was his son when they did take his eyes? Messenger, come with my lady hither. Albany, he is not here. Messenger, no, my good lord. I met him back again. Albany, knows he the wickedness? Messenger, my good lord. Was he in form against him? And quit the house on purpose, that their punishment might have the freer course. Albany, Gloucester, I live to thank thee for the love thou showest the king, and to revenge thine eyes. Come hither, friend, tell me what more thou know. Exeunt. Scene 3. The French camp near Dover. Enter Kent and a gentleman. Kent. Why the King of France is so suddenly gone back? Know you no reason? Gentleman. Something he left imperfect in the state, which since his coming forth is thought of, which imports to the kingdom so much fear and danger that his personal return was most required and necessary. Kent. Who hath he left behind him? General. Gentleman. The Marshal of France, Monsieur Lafar. Kent. Did your letters pierce the Queen to any demonstration of grief? Gentleman. Sir. She took them, read them in my presence. And now and then an ample tear trilled down her delicate cheek. It seemed she was a queen over her passion, who, most rebel-like, sought to be king o'er her. Kent. Oh, then it move her. Gentleman. Not to a rage, patience and sorrow strove who should express her goodliest. You have seen sunshine and rain at once, her smiles and tears were like a better day. Those happy smilets that play on her ripe lips seem not to know what guests were in her eyes, which parted thence as pearls from diamonds drop. In brief, sorrow would be a rarity most Baloth, if all could so become it. Kent. Made she no verbal question? Gentleman. Faith, once or twice she heaved the name of Ather pantingly forth, as if it press her heart. Cried sisters, shame of ladies. Sisters. Kent. Farther. Sisters. What? I the storm, I the night. Let pity not be belly of. There she shook the holy water from her heavenly eyes, and clamor master her. Then away she started to deal with grief alone. Kent. It is the stars above us govern our conditions. Else when self-mate and make could not beget such different issues. You spoke not with her since? Gentleman. No. Kent. Was this before the king returned? Gentleman. No, since. Kent. Well, sir, the poor distressed Lear I the town, who sometime, in his better tune, remembers what we are come about, and by no means will yield to see his daughter. Gentleman. Why, good sir? Kent. A sovereign shame so elbows him. His own unkindness, it stripped her from his benediction, turned her to foreign casualties, gave her dear rights to his dog-hearted daughters. These things sting his mind so venomously that burning shame detains him from Cordelia. Gentleman. Alack, poor gentleman. Kent. Of Albany and Cornwall powers you heard not? Gentleman. Isso. They are afoot. Kent. Well, sir, I'll bring you to our master Lear and leave you to attend him. Some dear cause will in concealment wrap me up a while. When I am known aright, you shall not grieve lending me this acquaintance. I pray you, go along with me. Exeunt. Scene 4. The French camp. A tent. Enter with drum and colours, Cordelia, physician and soldiers. Cordelia. Alack, is he? Why, he was met even now as mad as the vexed sea. Singing aloud. Crown with rank fumiter and furrow weeds, with harlocks, hemlock, nettles, cuckoo flowers, darnel, and all the idle weeds that grow in our sustaining corn. A sentry send forth. Search every acre in the high-grown field, and bring him to our eye. Exit an officer. What can man wisdom in the restoring his bereaved sense? He that helps him take all my outward worth. Physician. There is means, madam, our foster nurse of nature is repose, the which he lacks. That to provoke in him are many simples operative, whose power will close the eye of anguish. Cordelia. All blessed secrets, all you unpublished virtues of the earth, spring with my tears. Be aidant and remediate in the good man distress. Seek for him, lest his ungoverned rage dissolve the life that wants the means to lead it. Enter a messenger. Messenger. News, madam. The British powers are marching hitherward. Cordelia. Is known before. Our preparation stands in expectation of them. O dear father, it is thy business that I go about. Therefore great France my mourning and important tears hath pitied. No blown ambition doth our arms incite, but love, dear love, and our agate father right, soon may I hear and see him. Exeunt. Scene 5. A room in Gloucester Castle. Enter Regan and Oswald. Regan. But are my brother powers set forth? Oswald. Madam. Regan himself in person there? Oswald. Madam, with much ado. Your sister is the better soldier. Regan. Lord Edmund spake not with your lord at home? Oswald. No, madam. Regan. What might import my sister letter to him? Oswald. I know not, lady. Regan. Faith, he is posted hence on serious matter. It was great ignorance, Gloucester eyes being out, to let him live. Where he arrives he moves all hearts against us. Edmund, I think, is gone in pity of his misery, to dispatch his nighted life. Moreover to descry the strength oth Nemi. Oswald. I must needs after him, madam, with my letter. Regan. Our troops set forth tomorrow. Stay with us. The ways are dangerous. Oswald. I may not, madam, my lady charge my duty in this business. Regan. Why should she write to Edmund? Might not you transport her purposes by word? Belike, somethings, I know not what, I'll love thee much. Let me unseal the letter. Oswald. Madam, I had rather. Regan. I know your lady does not love her husband. I am sure of that. And at her late being here she gave strange alarms and most speaking looks to noble Edmund. I know you are of her bosom. Oswald. I, madam. Regan. I speak in understanding. Why, Ray, I know, therefore I do advise you take this note. My lord is dead. Edmund and I have talked, and more convenient is he for my hand than for your lady. You may gather more. If you do find him, pray you give him this. And when your mistress hears thus much from you, I pray desire her call her wisdom to her. So, fare you well. If you do chance to hear of that blind traitor, preferment falls on him that cuts him off. Oswald. Would I could meet him, madam. I should show what party I do follow. Regan. Fare thee well. Exeunt. Scene 6. The country near Dover. Enter Gloucester, and Edgar dressed like a peasant. Gloucester. When shall I come to the top of that same hill? Edgar. You do climb up it now. Look how we labor. Gloucester. Methinks the ground is even. Edgar. Horrible steep. Hark, do you hear the sea? Gloucester. No, truly. Edgar. Why, then, your other senses grow imperfect by your eyes' anguish. Gloucester. So may it be indeed. Methinks thy voices alter, and thou speak tea in better phrase and matter than thou didst. Edgar. Why, Ray, much deceive, in nothing am I chang but in my garments. Gloucester. Methinks you better spoken. Edgar. Come on, sir. Hear the place. Stand still. How fearful and dizzy is to cast one eye so low. The crows and chows that wing the midway air show scarce so gross as beetles. Halfway down hangs one that gathers samphire dreadful trade. Methinks he seems no bigger than his head. The fishermen that walk upon the beach appear like mice. And yon tall anchoring bark, diminished to her cock. Her cock a buoy almost too small for sight, the murmuring surge that on number idle pebble chafes cannot be heard so high. I'll look no more, lest my brain turn, and the deficient sight topple down headlong. Gloucester. Set me where you stand. Edgar. Give me your hand. You are now within a foot of stream verge. For all beneath the moon would I not leap upright. Gloucester. Let go my hand. Here, friend, another purse. In it a jewel well worth a poor man taking. Fairies and gods prosper it with thee. Go thou further off. Bid me farewell, and let me hear thee going. Edgar. Now fare ye well, good sir. Seems to go. Gloucester. With all my heart. Edgar. Aside. Why I do trifle thus with his despair is done to cure it. Gloucester. O you mighty gods, this world I do renounce, and in your sights, shake patiently my great affliction off, if I could bear it longer, and not fall to quarrel with your great opposeless wills, my snuff and loathed part of nature should burn itself out. If Edgar live, oh, bless him. Now, fellow, fare thee well. Edgar. Gone, sir, farewell. Gloucester leaps, and falls along. And yet I know not how conceit may rob the treasury of life when life itself yields to the theft. Had he been where he thought, by this had thought been passed, alive or dead? Ho you, sir. Friend. Hear you, sir. Speak. Thus might he pass indeed, yet he revives. What are you, sir? Gloucester. Away, and let me die. Edgar. Hadst thou been aught but gossamer, feathers, air, so many fathom down precipitating, thou st shiver like an egg, but thou dost breathe. Hast heavy substance. Bleats he not? Speak t. Art sound. 10 masts at each make not the altitude which thou hast perpendicularly fell. Thy life is a miracle. Speak yet again. Gloucester. But have I fall, or no? Edgar. From the dread summit of this chalky bourne look up a height, the shrill gorge lark so far cannot be seen or heard. Do but look up. Gloucester. Alack, I have no eyes. Is wretchedness deprived that benefit to end itself by death? Was yet some comfort when misery could beguile the tyrant rage and frustrate his proud will. Edgar. Give me your arm. Up. So. How is? Feel you your legs? You stand. Gloucester. Too well. Too well. Edgar. This is above all strangeness. Upon the crown o' the cliff what thing was that which parted from you? Gloucester. A poor unfortunate beggar. Edgar. As I stood here below, methought his eyes were two full moons. He had 1,000 noses, horns whelked and waved like the enraged sea. It was some fiend. Therefore, thou happy father, think that the clearest gods, who make them honours of men and possibilities, had preserved thee. Gloucester. I do remember now. Henceforth I'll bear affliction till it do cry out itself enough, and die. That thing you speak of, I took it for a man. Often would say, he fiend, the fiend he led me to that place. Edgar. Bear free and patient thoughts. But who comes here? Enter Lear, fantastically dressed up with flowers. The safer sensible Lear accommodate his master thus. Lear. No. They cannot touch me for coining. I am the king himself. Edgar. O thou side-piercing sight. Lear. Nature above art in that respect. There your press money. That fellow handles his bow like a crow-keeper. Draw me a clothier yard. Look, look, a mouse. Peace, peace. This piece of toasted cheese will do. There my gauntlet. I'll prove it on a giant. Bring up the brown bills. Oh, well flown, bird. I the clout. I the clout. Hewgh. Give the word. Edgar. Sweet marjoram. Lear. Pass. Gloucester. I know that voice. Lear. Ha! Goneril with a white beard. They flattered me like a dog, and told me I had white hairs in my beard ere the black ones were there. To say why and oh to everything I said why and oh to was no good divinity. When the rain came to wet me once, and the wind to make me chatter, when the thunder would not peace at my bidding, there I found M, there I smelt M out. Go to, they are not men. Oh, their words, they told me I was everything, is a lie. I am not egg-proof. Gloucester. The trick of that voice I do well remember, is not the king? Lear. Every inch a king. When I do stare, see how the subject quakes. I pardon that man life. What was thy cause? Adultery. Thou shalt not die for adultery. No, the wren goes to, and the small gilded fly does lecture in my sight. Let copulation thrive. For Gloucester bastard son was kinder to his father than my daughters got me in the lawful sheets. 2. Luxury, pell-mell. For I lack soldiers. Behold yon simping dame, whose face between her forks presages snow, that minces virtue, and does shake the head to hear of pleasure name. The fittoon or the soiled horse goes to with a more riotous appetite. Down from the waist they are centaurs, though women all above. But to the girdle do the gods inherit, beneath is all the fiend. Their hell, their darkness, there is the sulphurous pit. Burning, scalding, stench, consumption. Fie, fie, fie. Pa, give me an ounce of civet, good apothecary, to sweeten my imagination. Their money for thee. Gloucester. Oh, let me kiss that hand. Lear. Let me wipe it first. It smells of mortality. Gloucester. O ruined piece of nature, this great world shall so wear out to naught. Dost thou know me? Lear. I remember thine eyes well enough. Dost thou squint at me? No. Do thy worst, blind Cupid. I'll not love. Read thou this challenge. Mark but the penning of it. Gloucester. Were all the letters sons, I could not see one. Edgar. I would not take this from report. It is, and my heart breaks at it. Lear. Read. Gloucester. What, with a case of eyes? Lear. Oh, ho, are you there with me? No eyes in your head, nor no money in your purse? Your eyes are in a heavy case, your purse in a light, yet you see how this world goes. Gloucester. I see it feelingly. Lear. What? Art mad? A man may see how the world goes with no eyes. Look with thine ears. See how yon justice rails upon yon simple thief. Hark, in thine ear, change places. And, handy-dandy, which is the justice, which is the thief? Thou hast seen a farmer dog bark at a beggar? Gloucester. Sir. Lear. And the creature run from the cur? There thou mightst behold the great image of authority, a dog obeyed in office. Thou rascal beetle, hold thy bloody hand. Why dost thou lash that whore? Strip thine own back. Thou hotly lust'st to use her in that kind for which thou whipped her. The usurer hangs the cozener. Through tattered clothes great vices do appear. Robes and fur gowns hide all. Plates and with gold, and the strong legs of justice hurtless breaks. Armor in rags, a pygmy straw does pierce it. None does offend, none, I say none. I'll able am. Take that of me, my friend, who have the power to seal the accuser lips. Get thee glass eyes, and like a scurvy politician, seem to see the things thou dost not. Now, pull off my boots, harder, harder, so. Edgar. Oh, matter and impertinency mix reason in madness. Lear. If thou wilt weep my fortunes, take my eyes. I know thee well enough, thy name is Gloucester. Thou must be patient. We came crying hither, thou know'st the first time that we smell the air we wail and cry. I will preach to thee, mark. Gloucester. Alack, alack the day. Lear. When we are born, we cry that we are come to this great stage of fools. This a good block, it were a delicate stratagem to shoe a troop of horse with felt. I'll put on proof, and when I have stole upon these son-in-laws, then kill, 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 kill. Enter a gentleman with attendants. Gentleman. Oh, here he is. Lay hand upon him. Sir, your most dear daughter. Lear. No rescue? What, a prisoner? I am even the natural fool of fortune. Use me well. You shall have ransom. Let me have surgeons. I am cut to the brains. Gentlemen. You shall have anything. Lear. No seconds? All myself? Why, this would make a man of salt, to use his eyes for garden water pots, and for laying autumn dust. Gentlemen. Good sir. Lear. I will die bravely, like a smug bridegroom. What? I will be jovial. Come, come, I am a king, my masters, know you that. Gentlemen. You are a royal one, and we obey you. Lear. Then their life in. Come, and you get it. You shall get it by running. Saw, 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 saw. Exit running. Attendants follow. Gentlemen. A sight most pitiful in the meanest wretch, past speaking of in a king. Thou hast one daughter who redeems nature from the general curse which twain have brought her to. Edgar. Hail, gentle sir. Gentlemen. Sir, speed you which you will. Edgar. Do you hear aught, sir, of a battle toward? Gentlemen. Most sure and vulgar. Everyone hears that, which can distinguish sound. Edgar. But, by your favor, how near the other army? Gentlemen. Near and on speedy foot. The main descry stands on the hourly thought. Edgar. I thank you, sir, that all. Gentlemen. Though that the queen on special cause is here, her army is move on. Edgar. I thank you, sir. Exit. Gentlemen. Gloucester. You ever gentle gods, take my breath from me. Let not my worser spirit tempt me again to die before you please. Edgar. Well, pray you, farther. Gloucester. Now, good sir, what are you? Edgar. A most poor man, made tame to fortune blows, who, by the art of known and feeling sorrows, am pregnant to good pity. Give me your hand, I'll lead you to some biting. Gloucester. Hearty thanks, the bounty and the benison of heaven to boot, and boot. Enter Oswald. Oswald. A proclaimed prize. Most happy that eyeless head of thine was first from flesh to raise my fortunes. Thou old unhappy traitor, briefly thyself remember. The sword is out that must destroy thee. Gloucester. Now let thy friendly hand put strength enough to. Edgar interposes. Oswald. Wherefore, bold peasant, darty thou support a published traitor? Hence, lest that th infection of his fortune take like hold on thee. Let go his arm. Edgar. Chill not let go, Zir, without further Asian. Oswald. Let go, slave, or thou diest. Edgar. Good gentleman, go your gate, and let poor Volk pass. And should Hobbins waggered out of my life, would not Hobbins so long as is by a fortnight. Nay, come not near thld man. Keep out, chavour ye, or eyes try whether your costard or my ballow be the harder. Chill be plain with you. Oswald. Out, dunghill. Edgar. Chill pick your teeth, Zir. Come. No matter vor your foins. They fight, and Edgar knocks him down. Oswald. Slave, thou hast slain me. Villain, take my purse. If ever thou wilt thrive, bury my body, and give the letters which thou find about me to Edmund, Earl of Gloucester. Seek him out upon the British party. Oh, untimely death. Dies. Edgar. I know thee well. A serviceable villain, as duteous to the vices of thy mistress as badness would desire. Gloucester. What, is he dead? Edgar. Sit you down, farther. Rest you. Let's see these pockets. The letters that he speaks of may be my friends. He dead. I am only sorry he had no other deathsman. Let us see. Leave, gentle wax, and, manners, blame us not to know our enemies' minds. We rip their hearts, their papers is more lawful. Reads. At our reciprocal vows be remembered. You have many opportunities to cut him off, if your will want not, time and place will be fruitfully offered. There is nothing done if he return the conqueror, then am I the prisoner, and his bed my jail. From the loathed warmth whereof deliver me, and supply the place for your labor. Our wife, so I would say affectionate servant, owner ill. O indistinguished space of woman will applaud upon her virtuous husband life, and the exchange my brother. Here in the sands thee I'll rake up, the post unsanctified of murderous lectures, and in the mature time, with this ungracious paper strike the sight of the death-practised Duke. For him is well that of thy death and business I can tell. Exit Edgar, dragging out the body. Gloucester. The king is mad. How stiff is my vile sense, that I stand up, and have a genius feeling of my huge sorrows. Better I were distract, so should my thoughts be sever from my griefs, and woes by wrong imaginations lose the knowledge of themselves. A drum afar off. Edgar. Give me your hand. Far off methinks I hear the beaten drum. Come, farther. I'll bestow you with a friend. Exeunt. Scene 7. A tent in the French camp. Lear on a bed, asleep, soft music playing. Physician, gentlemen and others attending. Enter Cordelia and Kent. Cordelia. O thou good Kent, how shall I live and work to match thy goodness? My life will be too short, and every measure fail me. Kent. To be acknowledged, madam, is ORPAID. All my reports go with a modest truth. Nor more, nor clip. But so, Cordelia, be better suited. These weeds are memories of those worser hours. I prithee put them off. Kent. Pardon, dear madam. Yet to be known shortens my made intent. My boon I make it that you know me not till time and I think meet. Cordelia. Then be so, my good lord. To the physician. How does the king? Physician. Madam, sleep still. Cordelia. O you kind gods, cure this great breach in his abused nature. The unton and jarring senses, oh, wind up of this child changed father. Physician. So please your majesty that we may wake the king, he hath slept long. Cordelia. Be governed by your knowledge, and proceed I the sway of your own will. Is he a physician? Madam. In the heaviness of sleep we put fresh garments on him. Be by, good madam, when we do awake him. I doubt not of his temperance. Cordelia. Very well. Physician. Please you draw near. Louder the music there. Cordelia. O my dear father. Restoration. Hang thy medicine on my lips, and let this kiss repair those violent harms that my two sisters have in thy reverence made. Kent. Kind and dear princess. Cordelia. Had you not been their father, these white flakes did challenge pity of them. Was this a face to be opposed against the warring winds? To stand against the deep dread bolted thunder in the most terrible and nimble stroke of quick cross lightning? To watch, poor Perdue with his thin helm? Mine enemy dog, though he had bit me, should have stood that night against my fire. And wast thou fain, poor father, to hovel thee with swine and rogues forlorn and short and musty straw? Alack! Alack! Is wonder that thy life and wits at once had not concluded all. He wakes. Speak to him. Physician. Madam, due is fittest. Cordelia. How does my royal lord? How fares your majesty? Lear. You do me wrong to take me out o' the grave. Thou art a soul in bliss, but I am bound upon a will of fire, that mine own tears do scald like molten lead. Cordelia. Sir, do you know me? Lear. You are a spirit, I know. When did you die? Cordelia. Still, far wide. Physician. He's scarce awake, let him alone a while. Lear. Where have I been? Where am I? Fair daylight. I am idly abbess. I should e'en die with pity, to see another thus. I know not what to say. I will not swear. These are my hands, let's see. I feel this pin prick. Would I were Asher of my condition. Cordelia. Oh, look upon me, sir, and hold your hands in benediction o'er me. No, sir, you must not kneel. Lear. Pray, do not mock me. I am a very foolish fond old man, fourscore and upward, not in more nor less. And to deal plainly, I fear I am not in my perfect mind. Methinks I should know you, and know this man. Yet I'm doubtful, for I am mainly ignorant what place this is. And all the skill I have remembers not these garments. Nor I know not where I did lodge last night. Do not laugh at me. For, as I am a man, I think this lady to be my child. Cordelia. Cordelia. And so I am. Lear. Be your tears wet? Yes, faith. I pray weep not. If you have poison for me, I will drink it. I know you do not love me, for your sisters have, as I do remember, done me wrong. You have some cause, they have not. Cordelia. No cause, no cause. Lear. Am I in France? Kent. In your own kingdom, sir. Lear. Do not abuse me. Physician. Be comforted, good madam. The great rage, you see, is killing him, and yet it is danger to make him even o'er the time he has lost. Desire him to go in. Trouble him no more till further settling. Cordelia will please your highness walk. Lear, you must bear with me, pray you now, forget and forgive, I am old and foolish. Exeunt. Lear, Cordelia, physician and attendants. Gentlemen, holds it true, sir, that the Duke of Cornwall was so slain? Kent, most certain, sir. Gentlemen, who is conductor of his people? Kent, as is said, the bastard son of Gloucester. Gentlemen, they say Edgar, his banished son, is with the Earl of Kent in Germany. Kent, report is changeable. Is time to look about. The powers of the kingdom approach apace. Gentlemen, the arbitrament is like to be bloody. Fare you well, sir. Exit. Kent, my point and period will be thoroughly wrought, or well or ill, as this day battle fought. Exit. Act V. Scene I. The camp of the British forces near Dover. Enter, with drum and colours, Edmund, Regan, officers, soldiers and others. Edmund, know of the Duke if his last purpose hold, or whether since he is advised by ought to change the course, he full of alteration and self-reproving, bring his constant pleasure to an officer, who goes out. Regan, our sister man is certainly miscarried. Edmund, is to be doubted, madam. Regan, now, sweet lord, you know the goodness I intend upon you, tell me but truly, but then speak the truth. Do you not love my sister? Edmund, in honour love. Regan, but have you never found my brother way to the forfended place? Edmund, that thought abuses you. Regan, I am doubtful that you have been conjunct and bosom with her, as far as we call hers. Edmund, no, by mine honour, madam. Regan, I never shall endure her, dear my lord, be not familiar with her. Edmund, fear not, she and the Duke her husband. Enter with drum and colours. Albany, Goneril and soldiers. Goneril, aside. I had rather lose the battle than that sister should loosen him and me. Albany, our very loving sister, well be met. Sir, this I heard, the king is come to his daughter, with others whom the rigour of our state fork to cry out. Where I could not be honest, I never yet was valiant for this business, it toucheth us as France invades our land, not bolds the king, with others whom I fear most just and heavy causes make oppose. Edmund, sir, you speak nobly. Regan, why is this reason? Goneril, combined together against the enemy. For these domestic and particular broils are not the question here. Albany, let, then, determine with the ancient of war on our proceeding. Edmund, I shall attend you presently at your tent. Regan, sister, you'll go with us? Goneril, no. Regan, is most convenient. Pray you, go with us. Goneril, aside. Oh, ho, I know the riddle. I will go. Exeunt. Edmund, Regan, Goneril, officers, soldiers and attendants. As they are going out, enter Edgar disguised. Edgar, if ye are your grace had speech with man so poor, hear me one word. Albany, I'll overtake you. Speak. Edgar, before you fight the battle, ope this letter. If you have victory, let the trumpet sound for him that brought it. Wretched though I seem, I can produce a champion that will prove what is avouched there. If you miscarry, your business of the world hath so an end, and machination ceases. Fortune love you. Albany, stay till I have read the letter. Edgar, I was forbid it. When time shall serve, let but the herald cry, and I'll appear again. Albany, why, fare thee well. I will orlook thy paper. Exit Edgar. Enter Edmund. Edmund, the enemy in view. Draw up your powers. Here is the guess of their true strength and forces by diligent discovery. But your haste is now gone you. Albany, we will greet the time. Exit Edmund. To both these sisters have I sworn my love, each jealous of the other, as the stung or of the adder. Which of them shall I take? Both one or neither? Neither can be in joy, if both remain alive. To take the widow exasperates, makes mad her sister Goneril, and hardly shall I carry out my side, her husband being alive. Now, then, we'll use his countenance for the battle. Which being done, let her who would be rid of him devise his speedy taking off. As for the mercy which he intends to Lear and to Cordelia, the battle done, and they within our power, shall never see his pardon, for my state stands on me to defend, not to debate. Exit. Scene 2. A field between the two camps. Alarum within. Enter with drum and colours, Lear, Cordelia and their forces. An exeunt. Enter Edgar and Gloucester. Edgar, here, farther, take the shadow of this tree for your good host. Pray that the right may thrive. If ever I return to you again, I'll bring you comfort. Gloucester, grace go with you, sir. Exit Edgar. Alarum and retreat within. Enter Edgar. Edgar, away, old man, give me thy hand. Away. King Lear hath lost, he and his daughter Tamen, give me thy hand. Come on, Gloucester. No further, sir. A man may rot even here. Edgar. What? In ill thoughts again. Men must endure their going hence, even as their coming hither. Rightness is all. Come on, Gloucester. And that true too. Exeunt. Scene 3. The British camp near Dover. Enter in conquest with drum and colours, Edmund, Lear and Cordelia as prisoners. Officers, soldiers, and see Edmund. Some officers take them away. Good guard until their greater pleasures first be known that are to censure them. Cordelia. We are not the first who with best meaning have incurred the worst. For the oppressed king, I am cast down. Myself could else outfrown false fortune frown. Shall we not see these daughters and these sisters? Lear. No, 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 no. Come, let away to prison, we two alone will sing like birds I the cage. When thou dost ask me blessing I'll kneel down and ask of thee forgiveness. So we'll live, and pray, and sing, and tell old tales, and laugh at gilded butterflies, and hear poor rogues talk of court news. And we'll talk with them too, who loses and who wins, who in, who out, and take upon the mystery of things, as if we were God's spies. And we'll wear out, in a wall prison, packs and sects of great ones that ebb and flow by the moon. Edmund. Take them away. Lear. Upon such sacrifices, my Cordelia, the gods themselves throw incense. Have I caught thee? He that parts us shall bring a brand from heaven, and fire us hence like foxes. Wipe thine eyes. The good years shall devour them, flesh and fell, ere they shall make us weep. We'll see 'em starve first. Come. Exeunt Lear and Cordelia, guarded. Edmund. Come hither, Captain. Hark. Take thou this note giving a paper. Go follow them to prison. One step I have advanced thee. If thou dost as this instructs thee, thou dost make thy way to noble fortunes. Know thou this, that men are as the time is. To be tender-minded does not become a sword. Thy great employment will not bear question. Either say thou do, or thrive by other means. Captain. I'll do, my lord. Edmund. About it. And right happy when thou hast done. Mark, I say, instantly. And carry it so as I have set it down. Captain. I cannot draw a cart, nor eat dried oats. If it be man work, I'll do. Exit. Flourish. Enter Albany, Goneril, Regan, officers and attendants. Albany. Sir, you have shown today your valiant strain, and fortune led you well. You have the captives who were the opposites of this day's strife. I do require them of you, so to use them as we shall find their merits and our safety may equally determine. Edmund. Sir, I thought it fit to send the old and miserable king to some retention and appointed guard, whose age has charms in it, whose title more, to pluck the common bosom on his side, and turn our breast lances in our eyes which do command them. With him I sent the queen. My reason all the same. And they are ready tomorrow, or at further space, to appear where you shall hold your session. At this time we sweat and bleed, the friend hath lost his friend. And the best quarrels in the heat are cursed by those that feel their sharpness. The question of Cordelia and her father requires a fitter place. Albany. Sir, by your patience, I hold you but as subject of this war, not as a brother. Regan. That as we list to grace him, methinks our pleasure might have been demanded ere you had spoke so far. He led our powers, bore the commission of my place and person, the which immediacy may well stand up and call itself your brother. Goneril. Not so hot, in his own grace he doth exalt himself, more than in your addition. Regan. In my rights, by me invested, he compeers the best. Albany. That were the most, if he should husband you. Regan. Jesters do oft prove prophets. Goneril. Holla, holla. That I that told you so look but asquint. Regan. Lady, I am not well, else I should answer from a full flowing stomach. General. Take thou my soldiers, prisoners, patrimony. Dispose of them, of me. The walls are thine, witness the world that I create thee here my lord and master. Goneril. Mean you to enjoy him? Albany. The lead alone lies not in your goodwill. Edmund. Nor in thine, lord. Albany. Half-blooded fellow. Yes. Regan. To Edmund. Let the drum strike, and prove my title thine. Albany. Stay yet. Hear reason, Edmund. I arrest thee on capital treason. And, in thine arrest, this gilded serpent pointing to Goneril. For your claim, fair sister, I bar it in the interest of my wife. If she is subcontracted to this lord, and I her husband contradict your bans. If you will marry, make your loves to me, My lady is bespoke. Goneril. An interlude. Albany. Thou art armed. Gloucester. Let the trumpet sound. If none appear to prove upon thy person thy heinous, manifest, and many treasons, there is my pledge. Throwing down a glove, I'll make it on thy heart, ere I taste bread. Thou art in nothing less than I have here proclaimed thee. Regan. Sick. Oh, sick. Goneril. Aside. If not, I'll knee our trust medicine. Edmund. There my exchange. Throwing down a glove. What in the world he is that names me traitor? Villain like he lies. Call by thy trumpet, he that dares approach, on him, on you, who not. I will maintain my truth and honor firmly. Albany. A herald. Ho! Enter a herald. Trust to thy single virtue. For thy soldiers, all levied in my name, have in my name took their discharge. Regan. My sickness grows upon me. Albany. She is not well. Convey her to my tent. Exit. Regan. Led. Come hither, herald. Let the trumpet sound and read out this. Officer. Sound. Trumpet. A trumpet sounds. Herald reads. If any man of quality or degree within the lists of the army will maintain upon Edmund, supposed Earl of Gloucester, that he is a manifold traitor, let him appear by the third sound of the trumpet. He is bold in his defense. Edmund. Sound. First trumpet. Herald. Again. Second trumpet. Herald. Again. Third trumpet. Trumpet answers within. Enter Edgar, armed, preceded by a trumpet. Albany. Ask him his purposes, why he appears upon this call. O the trumpet. Herald. What are you? Your name, your quality, and why you answer this present summons. Edgar. No, my name is lost by treason, tooth-bared one and canker-bit. Yet am I noble as the adversary I come to cope. Albany. Which is that adversary? Edgar. What he that speaks for Edmund, Earl of Gloucester. Edmund himself. What say'st thou to him? Edgar. Draw thy sword, that if my speech offend a noble heart, thy arm may do thee justice. Here is mine. Behold, it is the privilege of mine honors, my oath, and my profession. I protest, maugre thy strength, youth, place, and eminence, despite thy victor sword and fire new fortune, thy valour in thy heart, thou art a traitor. False to thy gods, thy brother, and thy father. Conspirant against this high illustrious prince. And, from the extremest upward of thy head to the descent and dust beneath thy foot, a most toad-spotted traitor. Say thou, oh, this sword, this arm, and my best spirits are bent to prove upon thy heart, whereto I speak, thou liest. Edmund. In wisdom I should ask thy name. But since thy outside looks so fair and warlike, and that thy tongue some say of breeding breathes, what safe and nicely I might well delay by rule of knighthood, I disdain and spurn. Back do I toss those treasons to thy head, with the hell-hated Liorwhlm thy heart, which for they yet glance by and scarcely bruise, the sword of mine shall give them instant way, where they shall rest forever. Trumpets, speak. Alarums. They fight. Edmund falls. Albany. Save him, save him. Goneril. This is mere practice. Gloucester, by the law of arms thou wast not bound to answer an unknown opposite. Thou art not vanquish, but cousin and beguile. Albany. Shut your mouth, dame, or with this paper shall I stop it. Hold, sir. Thou worse than any name, read thine own evil. No tearing, lady. I perceive you know it. Gives the letter to Edmund. Goneril. Say if I do, the laws are mine, not thine, who can arraign me for. Exit. Albany. Most monstrous. Oh, know thou this paper? Edmund. Ask me not what I know. Albany. To an officer, who goes out. Go after her. She desperate. Govern her. Edmund. What you have charged me with, that have I done. And more, much more. The time will bring it out. Is past, and so am I. But what art thou that hast this fortune on me? If thou be noble, I do forgive thee. Edgar. Let exchange charity. I am no less in blood than thou art, Edmund. If more, the more thou hast wronged me. My name is Edgar and thy father's son. The gods are just, and of our pleasant vices make instruments to plague us. The dark and vicious place where thee he got cost him his eyes. Edmund. Thou hast spoken right, is true. The will is come full circle. I am here. Albany. Methought thy very gait did prophesy a royal nobleness. I must embrace thee. Let sorrow split my heart if ever I did hate thee or thy father. Edgar. Worthy prince, I know. Albany. Where have you hid yourself? How have you known the miseries of your father? Edgar. By nursing them, my lord. List a brief tale. And when is told, oh that my heart would burst. The bloody proclamation to escape that follow me so near. Oh, our lives' sweetness, that with the pain of death we hourly die rather than die at once. Taught me to shift into a madman rags, t'assume a semblance that very dogs disdain. And in this habit met I my father with his bleeding rings, their precious stones new lost. Became his guide, led him, begged for him, salve him from despair. Never, O fault, reveal myself unto him until some half hour passed, when I was not sure, though hoping of this good success. I asked his blessing, and from first to last told him my pilgrimage. But his flawed heart, alack, too weak the conflict to support 'twixt two extremes of passion, joy and grief, burst smilingly. Edmund, this speech of yours hath moved me, and shall perchance do good, but speak you on. You look as you had something more to say. Albany, if there be more woeful, hold it in. For I am almost ready to dissolve, hearing of this. Edgar, this would have seemed a period to such as love not sorrow. But another, to amplify too much, would make much more, and top extremity. Whilst I was big in clamour, came there a man who, having seen me in my worst estate, shunned my abhor society. But then finding who was that so endure, with his strong arms he fastened on my neck, and bellow out as he burst heaven. Threw him on my father. Told the most piteous tale of Lear and him that ever e'er receive, which in recounting his grief grew puissant, and the strings of life begin to crack. Twice then the trumpet sounded, and there I left him trank. Albany, but who was this? Edgar, Kent, sir, the banished Kent, who in disguise follow his enemy king and did him service improper for a slave. Enter a gentleman hastily, with a bloody knife. Gentleman, help, help, oh, help. Edgar, what kind of help? Albany, speak, man. Edgar, what means this bloody knife? Gentleman, is hot, it smokes. It came even from the heart of she dead. Albany, who dead? Speak, man. Gentleman, your lady, sir, your lady. And her sister by her is poisoned. She hath confesses it. Edmund, I was contracted to them both, all three now marry in an instant. Edgar, here comes Kent. Enter Kent. Albany, produce their bodies, be they alive or dead. This judgment of the heavens that makes us tremble touches us not with pity. Oh, is this he? The time will not allow the compliment which very manners urges. Kent, I am come to bid my king and master I good night. Is he not here? Albany, great thing of us forgot. Speak, Edmund, where the king? And where Cordelia? The bodies of Goneril and Regan are brought in. Seest thou this object, Kent? Kent, alack, why thus? Edmund, yet Edmund was Baloth, the one the other poisoned for my sake, and after slew herself. Albany, even so. Cover their faces. Edmund, I pant for life. Some good I mean to do, despite of mine own nature. Quickly send, be brief in it, to the castle. For my writ is on the life of Lear and on Cordelia. Nay, send in time. Albany, run, run, oh, run. Edgar, to who? My lord, who has the office. Send thy token of reprieve. Edmund, well thought on. Take my sword, give it the captain. Edgar, haste thee for thy life. Exit Edgar. Edmund, he hath commission from thy wife and me to hang Cordelia in the prison, and to lay the blame upon her own despair, that she forded herself. Albany, the gods defend her. Bear him hence a while. Edmund is borne off. Enter Lear with Cordelia dead in his arms. Edgar, officer and others following. Lear, how, oh, you are men of stone. Had I your tongues and eyes, I'd use them so that heaven vault should crack. She gone forever. I know when one is dead, and when one lives. She dead as earth. Lend me a looking glass. If that her breath will mist or stain the stone, why, then she lives. Kent, is this the promise end? Edgar, or image of that horror? Albany, fall, and cease. Lear, this feather stirs. She lives. If it be so, it is a chance which does redeem all sorrows that ever I have felt. Kent, oh, my good master. Kneeling. Lear, prithee, away. Edgar, is noble Kent, your friend. Lear, a plague upon you, murderers, traitors all. I might have saved her. Now she gone forever. Cordelia, Cordelia, stay a little. Ha! What is thou say t? Her voice was ever soft, gentle, and low. An excellent thing in woman. I killed the slave that was a hanging. The officer is true, my lords, he did. Lear, did I not? Fellow, I have seen the day, with my good biting falcon I would have made them skip. I am old now, and these same crosses spoil me. Who are you? Mine eyes are not the best, I'll tell you straight. Kent, if fortune brag of two she loved and hated, one of them we behold. Lear, this is a dull sight. Are you not Kent? Kent, the same. Your servant Kent. Where is your servant Caius? Lear. He a good fellow, I can tell you that. He'll strike, and quickly too. He dead and rotten. Kent. No, my good lord. I am the very man. Lear. I'll see that straight. Kent. That from your first of difference and decay he follow your sad steps. Lear. You are welcome hither. Kent. Nor no man else. All tearless, dark and deadly. Your eldest daughters have fordone themselves, and desperately are dead. Lear. So I think. Albany. He knows not what he says. And vain is it that we present us to him. Edgar. Very bootless. Enter an officer. Officer. Edmund is dead, my lord. Albany. That but a trifle here. You lords and noble friends, know our intent. What comfort to this great decay may come shall be applied for us. We will resign, during the life of this old majesty, to him our absolute power. To Edgar and Kent you to your rights. With boot and such addition as your honours have more than merited. All friends shall taste the wages of their virtue, and all foes the cup of their deservings. Oh, see, Lear. And my poor fool is hanged. No life. Why should a dog, a horse, a rat have life, and thou no breath at all? Thou come no more. Never. Pray you undo this button. Thank you, sir. Do you see this? Look on her. Look, her lips. Look there. He dies. Edgar. He faints. My lord. Kent. Break, heart. I prithee break. Edgar. Look up, my lord. Kent. Vex not his ghost. Oh, let him pass. He hates him that would upon the rack of this rough world stretch him out longer. Edgar. He is gone indeed. Kent. The wonder is, he hath endure so long, he but usurp his life. Albany. Bear them from hence. Our present business is general woe. To Edgar and Kent. Friends of my soul, you twain, rule in this realm and the gore state sustain. Kent. I have a journey, sir, shortly to go. My master calls me, I must not say no. Edgar. The weight of this sad time we must obey. Speak what we feel, not what we ought to say. The oldest hath borne most. We that are young shall never see so much, nor live so long. Exeunt with a dead march. Love labor lost. Dramatis personae. Ferdinand, King of Navarre. Baroun, Lord attending on the King. Longueville. Domain. Boyet, Lord attending on the Princess of France. Marcade. Don Adriano de Armado, fantastical Spaniard. Sir Nathaniel, a curate. Holofernes, a schoolmaster. Dill, a constable. Costard, a clown. Moth, page to Armado, a forester. The Princess of France. Rosaline, lady attending on the Princess. Maria Catherine, lady attending on the Princess. Jaquinetta, a country wench. Lords, attendants, etc. Scene, Navarre. Act I. Scene I. Navarre. The King's Park. Enter the King, Baroun, Longueville, and Domain. King. Let fame, that all hunt after in their lives, live registered upon our brazen tombs, and then grace us in the disgrace of death, when, spite of cormorant devouring time, th endeavour of this present breath may buy that honour which shall bait his sight's keen edge, and make us heirs of all eternity. Therefore, brave conquerors, for so you are, that war against your own affections and the huge army of the world's desires, our late edict shall strongly stand in force. Navarre shall be the wonder of the world. Our court shall be a little academe, still and contemplative in living art. E3, Baroun, Domain, and Longueville have sworn for 3 years' term to live with me, my fellow scholars, and to keep those statutes that are recorded in this schedule here. Your oaths are passed. And now subscribe your names, that his own hand may strike his honor down that violates the smallest branch herein. If you are armed to do as sworn to do, subscribe to your deep oaths, and keep it too. Longueville. I am resolved. 'Tis but a 3 years fast. The mind shall banquet, though the body pine. Fat paunches have lean pates, and dainty bits make rich the ribs, but bankrupt quite the wits. Domain. My loving lord, Domain is mortified. The grosser manner of these world's delights he throws upon the gross world's baser slaves. To love, to wealth, to pomp, I pine and die. With all these living in philosophy. Baroun. I can but say their protestation over so much, dear liege, I have already sworn, that is, to live and study here 3 years. But there are other strict observances, as, not to see a woman in that term, which I hope well is not enrolled there, and 1 day in a week to touch no food, and but 1 meal on every day beside, the which I hope is not enrolled there, and then to sleep but 3 hours in the night, and not be seen to wink of all the day, when I was wont to think no harm all night, and make a dark night too of half the day, which I hope well is not enrolled there. Oh, these are barren tasks, too hard to keep. Not to see ladies, study, fast, not sleep. King, your oath is passed to pass away from these. Brown, let me say no, my liege, and if you please. I only swore to study with your grace and stay here in your court for 3 years' space. Longueville, you swore to that, Brown, and to the rest. Brown, by yea and nay, sir. Then I swore in jest. What is the end of study? Let me know. King, why, that to know which else we should not know. Brown, things hidden barred, you mean, from common sense? King, that a study's godlike recompense. Brown, come on, then. I will swear to study so, to know the thing I am forbid to know, as thus, to study where I well may dine, when I to feast expressly am forbid, or study where to meet some mistress fine, when mistresses from common sense are hid, or, having sworn too hard a keeping oath, study to break it, and not break my troth. If study's gain be thus, and this be so, study knows that which yet it doth not know. Swear me to this, and I will ne'er say no. King, these be the stops that hinder study quite, and train our intellects to vain delight. Brown, why, all delights are vain, but that most vain, which, with pain purchased, doth inherit pain, as painfully to pore upon a book to seek the light of truth, while truth the while doth falsely blind the eyesight of his look. Light, seeking light, doth light of light beguile. So, ere you find where light in darkness lies, your light grows dark by losing of your eyes. Study me how to please the eye indeed, by fixing it upon a fairer eye, who dazzling so, that I shall be as heed, and give him light that it was blinded by. Study is like the heaven's glorious sun, that will not be deep searched with saucy looks. Small have continual plotters ever won, save base authority from others' books. These earthly godfathers of heaven's lights, that give a name to every fixed star, have no more profit of their shining nights, than those that walk and wot not what they are. Too much to know is to know naught but fame, and every godfather can give a name. King, how well he's read, to reason against reading. Domain, proceeded well, to stop all good proceeding. Longueville, he weeds the corn, and still lets grow the wheating. Brown, the spring is near, when green geese are breeding. Domain, how follows that? Brown, fit in his place and time. Domain, in reason nothing. Brown, something then in rhyme. Longueville, Brown is like an envious sneaping frost, that bites the first-born infants of the spring. Brown, well, say I am. Why should proud summer boast, before the birds have any cause to sing? Why should I joy in any abortive birth? At Christmas I no more desire a rose, than wish a snow in May's newfangled shows. But like of each thing that unseasoned grows, so you, to study now it is too late. Climb o'er the house to unlock the little gate. King, well, sit out. Go home, Brown. Adieu. Brown, no, my good lord. I have sworn to stay with you, and though I have for barbarism spoke more than for that angel knowledge you can say, yet confident I'll keep what I have swore, and by the penance of each 3 years' day, give me the paper. Let me read the same, and to the strictest decrees I'll write my name. King, how well this yielding rescues thee from shame. Brown, reads item, that no woman shall come within a mile of my court. Hath this been proclaimed? Longueville, 4 days ago. Brown, let's see the penalty. Reads on pain of losing her tongue. Who devised this penalty? Longueville, Mary, that did I. Brown, sweet lord, and why? Longueville, to fright them hence with that dread penalty. Brown, a dangerous law against gentility. Reads item, if any man be seen to talk with a woman within the term of 3 years, he shall endure such public shame as the rest of the court can possibly devise. This article, my liege, yourself must break, for well you know here comes in embassy the French king's daughter, with yourself to speak a mild of grace and complete majesty about surrender up of Aquitaine to her decrepit, sick, and bedrid father. Therefore this article is made in vain, or vainly comes th admired princess hither. King, what say you, lords? Why, this was quite forgot. Brown, so study evermore is overshot. While it doth study to have what it would, it doth forget to do the thing it should. And when it hath the thing it hunteth most, 'tis one as towns with fire so won, so lost. King, we must of force dispense with this decree. She must lie here on mere necessity. Brown, necessity will make us all forsworn 3,000 times within this 3 years' space. For every man with his effects is born, not by might mastered, but by special grace. If I break faith, this word shall speak for me. I am forsworn on mere necessity. So to the laws at large I write my name. Subscribes, and he that breaks them in the least degree stands in attainder of eternal shame. Suggestions are to other estimate, but I believe, Although I seem so loath, I am the last that will last keep his oath. But is there no quick recreation granted? King. That there is. Our court, you know, is haunted with a refined traveller of Spain, a man in all the world's new fashion planted, that hath a mint of phrases in his brain, one who the music of his own vain tongue doth ravish like enchanting harmony, a man of compliments, whom right and wrong have chose as umpire of their mutiny. This child of fancy, that our motto hight for interim to our studies, shall relate in high-born words the worth of many a knight from tawny Spain lost in the world's debate. How you delight, my lords, I know not, but I protest I love to hear him lie, and I will use him for my minstrelsy. Brown. Our motto is a most illustrious wight, a man of fire, new words, fashion's own knight. Longueville. Costard the swain, and he shall be our sport, and so to study 3 years is but short. Enter Doll, a constable, with a letter, and Costard. Doll. Which is the Duke's own person. Brown. This, fellow. What wouldst? Doll. I myself reprehend his own person, for I am his Grace's Farborough. But I would see his own person and flesh and blood. Brown. This is he. Doll. Sign your arm commands you. There's villainy abroad. This letter will tell you more. Costard. Sir, the contempts thereof are as touching me. King. A letter from the magnificent Armado. Brown. How low soever the matter, I hope in God for high words. Longueville. A high hope for a low heaven. God grant us patience. Brown. To hear, or forbear hearing. Longueville. To hear meekly, sir, and to laugh moderately. Or, to forbear both. Brown. Well, sir, be it as the style shall give us cause to climb in the merriness. Costard. The matter is to me, sir, as concerning Jacquinetta. The manner of it is, I was taken with the manner. Brown. In what manner? Costard. In manner and form following, sir. All those 3, I was seen with her in the manor house, sitting with her upon the form, and taken following her into the park. Which, put together, is in manner and form following. Now, sir, for the manner it is the manner of a man to speak to a woman, for the form in some form. Brown. For the following, sir. Costard. As it shall follow in my correction. And God defend the right. King. Will you hear this letter with attention? Brown. As we would hear an oracle. Costard. Such is the simplicity of man to hearken after the flesh. King. Reads great deputy, the Welkin's vicegerent and sole dominator of Navarre, my soul's earth's god and body's fostering patron. Costard. Not a word of Costard yet. King. Read so it is. Costard. It may be so. But if he say it is so, he is, in telling, true. But so. King. Peace. Costard. Be to me, and every man that dares not fight. King. No words. Costard. Of other men's secrets, I beseech you. King. Read so it is. Besieged with sable-colored melancholy, I did command the black oppressing humor to the most wholesome physic of thy health-giving air. And, as I am a gentleman, betook myself to walk the time when about the 6th hour. When beasts most graze, birds best peck, and men sit down to that nourishment which is called supper. So much for the time when. Now for the ground which, I mean, I upon. It is yclept thy park. Then for the place where, I mean, I did encounter that obscene and most preposterous event that drank from my snow-white pen the ebon-colored ink which here thou viewest, beholdest, surveyest, or seest. But to the place where it standeth north, northeast, and by east from the west corner of thy curious knotted garden, there did I see that low-spirited swain, that base minnow of thy mirth. Costard. Me. King. That unlettered small knowing soul. Costard. Me. King. That shallow vessel. Costard. Still me. King. Which, as I remember, hight Costard. Costard. Oh, me. King. Sorted and consorted, contrary to thy established proclaimed edict and continent canon. Which, but with this I passion to say wherewith. Costard. With a wench. King. With the child of our grandmother Eve, a female. Or, for thy more sweet understanding, a woman whom I, as my ever esteemed duty pricks me on, have sent to thee, to receive the meat of punishment, by thy sweet grace's officer, Antony Doll, a man of good repute, carriage, bearing, and estimation. Doll. Me, and shall please you. I am Antony Doll. King. For Jacquinetta so is the weaker vessel called, which I apprehended with the aforesaid swain. I keep her as a vessel of thy law's fury, and shall, at the least of thy sweet notice, bring her to trial. Thine, in all compliments of devoted and heart-burning heat of duty, Don Adriano de Armado. Brown. This is not so well as I looked for, but the best that ever I heard. King. The best for the worst. But, sirrah, what say you to this? Costard. Sir, I confess the wench. King. Did you hear the proclamation? Costard. I do confess much of the hearing it, but little of the marking of it. King. It was proclaimed a year's imprisonment to be taken with a wench. Costard. I was taken with none, sir. I was taken with a damsel. King. Well, it was proclaimed damsel. Costard. This was no damsel neither, sir. She was a virgin. King. It is so varied too, for it was proclaimed virgin. Costard. If it were, I deny her virginity. I was taken with a maid. King. This maid not serve your turn, sir. Costard. This maid will serve my turn, sir. King. Sir, I will pronounce your sentence. You shall fast a week with bran and water. Costard. I had rather pray a month with mutton and porridge. King. And Don Armado shall be your keeper. My lord Brown, see him delivered o'er. And go we, lords, to put in practice that which each to other hath so strongly sworn. Exeunt King, Longueville, and Amain. Brown. I'll lay my head to any good man's hat. These oaths and laws will prove an idle scorn. Sirrah, come on. Costard. I suffer for the truth, sir. For true it is I was taken with Jacquinetta, and Jacquinetta is a true girl. And therefore welcome the sour cup of prosperity. Affliction may one day smile again. Until then, sit thee down, sorrow. Exeunt. Scene 2. The park. Enter Armado and Moth, his page. Armado. Boy, what sign is it when a man of great spirit grows melancholy? Moth. A great sign, sir, that he will look sad. Armado. Why, sadness is one and the self-same thing, dear imp. Moth. No, no. O Lord, sir, no. Armado. How canst thou part sadness and melancholy, my tender juvenile? Moth. By a familiar demonstration of the working, my tough seigneur. Armado. Why tough seigneur? Why tough seigneur? Moth. Why tender juvenile? Why tender juvenile? Armado. I spoke it, tender juvenile, as a congruent epithet appertaining to thy young days, which we may nominate tender. Moth. And I, tough seigneur, as an appurtenant title to your old time, which we may name tough. Armado. Pretty and apt. Moth. How mean you, sir? I pretty, and my saying apt? Or I apt, and my saying pretty? Armado. Thou pretty, because little. Moth. Little pretty, because little. Wherefore apt? Armado. And therefore apt, because quick. Moth. Speak you this in my praise, master? Armado. In thy condign praise. Moth. I will praise an eel with the same praise. Armado. That an eel is ingenious. Moth. That an eel is quick. Armado. I do say thou art quick in answers. Thou heat'st my blood. Moth. I am answered, sir. Armado. I love not to be crossed. Moth. Aside he speaks the mere contrary, cross is love not him. Armado. I have promised to study 3 years with the Duke. Moth. You may do it in an hour, sir. Armado. Impossible. Moth. How many is one thrice told? Armado. I am ill at reckoning. It fitteth the spirit of a tapster. Moth. You are a gentleman and a gamester, sir. Armado. I confess both. They are both the varnish of a complete man. Moth. Then I am sure you know how much the gross sum of douce amounts to. Armado. It doth amount to one more than two. Moth. Which the base vulgar do call 3. Armado. True. Moth. Why, sir, is this such a piece of study? Now here is 3 studied ere ye'll thrice wink. And how easy it is to put ears to the word 3, and study 3 years in 2 words. The dancing horse will tell you. Armado. A most fine figure. Moth. A sign to prove you a cipher. Armado. I will hereupon confess I am in love. And as it is base for a soldier to love, so am I in love with a base wench. If drawing my sword against the humor of affection would deliver me from the reprobate thought of it, I would take Desire prisoner, and ransom him to any French courtier for a new deficit curtsy. I think scorn to sigh. Methinks I should outswear Cupid. Comfort me, boy. What great men have been in love. Moth. Hercules, master. Armado. Most sweet Hercules. More authority, dear boy, nay more. And, sweet my child, let them be men of good repute and carriage. Moth. Samson, master. He was a man of good carriage, great carriage, for he carried the town gates on his back like a porter. And he was in love. Armado. O well-knit Samson. Strong-jointed Samson. I do excel thee in my rapier as much as thou didst me in carrying gates. I am in love too. Who was Samson's love, my dear Moth? Moth. A woman, master. Armado. Of what complexion? Moth. Of all the 4, or the 3, or the 2, or one of the 4. Armado. Tell me precisely of what complexion. Moth. Of the sea-water green, sir. Our motto is that one of the four complexions, moth, as I have read, sir. And the best of them too. Our motto, green, indeed, is the color of lovers. But to have a love of that color, methinks Samson has small reason for it. He surely affected her for her wit, moth. It was so, sir. For she had a green wit. Our motto, my love is most immaculate white and red, moth. Most maculate thoughts, master, are masked under such colors. Our motto, define, well-educated infant, moth. My father's wit, my mother's tongue assist me. Our motto, sweet invocation of a child. Most pretty, and pathetical, moth. If she be made of white and red, her faults will ne'er be known. For blushing cheeks by faults are bred, and fears by pale white shown. Then if she fear, or be to blame, by this you shall not know. For still her cheeks possess the same which native she doth owe. A dangerous rhyme, master, against the reason of white and red. Our motto, is there not a ballad, boy, of the king and the beggar, moth? The world was very guilty of such a ballad some 3 ages since. But I think now 'tis not to be found. Or if it were, it would neither serve for the writing nor the tune. Our motto, I will have that subject newly writ o'er, that I may example my digression by some mighty precedent. Boy, I do love that country girl that I took in the park with the rational hind costard. She deserves well, moth, a sign to be whipped. And yet a better love than my master. Our motto, sing, boy. My spirit grows heavy in love, moth, and that's great marvel, loving a light wench. Our motto, I say, sing, moth. Forbear till this company be past. Enter Doll, Costard, and Jacquinetta. Doll, sir, the Duke's pleasure is that you keep Costard safe. And you must suffer him to take no delight nor no penance. But A must fast 3 days a week. For this damsel, I must keep her at the park. She is allowed for the day woman. Fare you well. Our motto, I do betray myself with blushing maid. Jacquinetta, man. Our motto, I will visit thee at the lodge. Jacquinetta, that's nearby. Our motto, I know where it is situate. Jacquinetta, Lord, how wise you are. Our motto, I will tell thee wonders. Jacquinetta, with that face. Our motto, I love thee. Jacquinetta, so I heard you say. Our motto, and so, farewell. Jacquinetta, fair weather after you. Doll, come. Jacquinetta, away. Exit with Jacquinetta. Our motto, villain, thou shalt fast for thy offences ere thou be pardoned. Costard, well, sir, I hope when I do it I shall do it on a full stomach. Our motto, thou shalt be heavily punished. Costard, I am more bound to you than your fellows, for they are but lightly rewarded. Our motto, take away this villain. Shut him up. Moth, come, you transgressing slave, away. Costard, let me not be pent up, sir. I will fast, being loose. Moth, no, sir. That were fast, and loose. Thou shalt to prison. Costard, well, if ever I do see the merry days of desolation that I have seen, some shall see. Moth, what shall some see? Costard, nay, nothing, master Moth, but what they look upon. It is not for prisoners to be too silent in their words, and therefore I will say nothing. I thank God I have as little patience as another man, and therefore I can be quiet. Exeunt Moth and Costard. Our motto, I do affect the very ground, which is base, where her shoe, which is baser, guided by her foot, which is basest, doth tread. I shall be forsworn, which is a great argument of falsehood if I love. And how can that be true love which is falsely attempted? Love is a familiar. Love is a devil. There is no evil angel but love. Yet was Samson so tempted, and he had an excellent strength. Yet was Solomon so seduced, and he had a very good wit. Cupid's butt shaft is too hard for Hercules' club, and therefore too much odds for a Spaniard's rapier. The first and second cause will not serve my turn. The passato he respects not, the duello he regards not. His disgrace is to be called boy, but his glory is to subdue men. Adieu, volure. Rust, rapier. Be still, drum, for your manager is in love. Yea, he loveth. Assist me, some extemporal god of rhyme, for I am sure I shall turn sonnet. Devise, wit. Write, pen. For I am for whole volumes in folio. Exit Act second. Scene 2. The park. Enter the Princess of France, with 3 attending ladies, Rosaline, Maria, Catherine, Boyet, and 2 other lords. Boyet. Now, madam, summon up your dearest spirits. Consider who the king your father sends, to whom he sends, And what's his embassy? Yourself, held precious in the world's esteem, to parley with the sole inheritor of all perfections that a man may owe. Matchless Navarre, the plea of no less weight than Aquitaine, a dowry for a queen. Be now as prodigal of all dear grace as nature was in making graces dear, when she did starve the general world beside, and prodigally gave them all to you. Princess of France, good Lord Boit, my beauty, though but mean, needs not the painted flourish of your praise. Beauty is bought by judgment of the eye, not a tread by base sale of chapmen's tongues. I am less proud to hear you tell my worth than you much willing to be counted wise in spending your wit in the praise of mine. But now to task the tasker. Good Boit, you are not ignorant. All telling fame doth noise abroad. Navarre hath made a vow, till painful study shall outwear 3 years, no woman may approach his silent court. Therefore 'tis seemeth it a needful course, before we enter his forbidden gates, to know his pleasure. And in that behalf, bold of your worthiness, we single you as our best moving fair solicitor. Tell him the daughter of the King of France, on serious business, craving quick dispatch, importunes personal conference with his grace. Haste signifies so much, while we attend like humble vice-good suitors. His high will be a yet proud of employment, willingly I go. Princess of France, all pride is willing pride, and yours is so. Exit be a yet, who are the votaries, my loving lords, that are vow fellows with this virtuous duke. First Lord Longueville is one. Princess of France, know you the man? Maria, I know him, madam. At a marriage feast between Lord Perigord and the beauteous heir of Jacques Falconbridge, solemnized in Normandy, saw I this Longueville, a man of sovereign parts, peerless esteemed, well fitted in arts, glorious in arms. Nothing becomes him ill that he would well. The only soil of his fair virtue's gloss, if virtue's gloss will stain with any soil, is a sharp wood matched with too blunt a will, whose edge hath power to cut, whose will still wills. It should none spare that come within his power. Princess of France, some marry mocking lord, belike. Is it so? Maria, they say so most that most his humours know. Princess of France, such short-lived wits do wither as they grow. Who are the rest? Catherine, the young domain, a well-accomplished youth, of all that virtue loved for virtue loved, most power to do most harm, least knowing ill, for he hath wit to make an L-shape good, and shape to win grace though he had no wit. I saw him at the Duke of Lincoln's once, and much too little of that good I saw is my report to his great worthiness. Rosaline, another of these students at that time, was there with him, if I have heard a truth. Baroun they call him, but a merrier man within the limit of becoming mirth. I never spent an hour's talk withal. His eye begets occasion for his wit. For every object that the one doth catch, the other turns to a mirth-moving jest, which his fair tongue, conceit's expositor, delivers in such apt and gracious words, that aged ears play truant at his tales, and younger hearings are quite ravished. So sweet and voluble is his discourse. Princess of France, God bless my ladies, are they all in love, that everyone her own hath garnished with such bedecking ornaments of praise? First Lord, here comes Boit, re-enter be a yet. Princess of France, now, what admittance? Lord be a yet. Navarre had notice of your fair approach, and he and his competitors in oath were all addressed to meet you, gentle lady. Before I came, marry, thus much I have learnt. He rather means to lodge you in the field, like one that comes here to besiege his court, than seek a dispensation for his oath to let you enter his unpeopled house. The ladies in waiting mask. Enter King Longueville, Domain, Baroun, and attendants. Here comes Navarre. King, fair princess, welcome to the court of Navarre. Princess of France, fair I give you back again. And welcome I have not yet. The roof of this court is too high to be yours, and welcome to the wide fields too base to be mine. King, you shall be welcome, madam, to my court. Princess of France, I will be welcome then. Conduct me thither. King, hear me, dear lady, I have sworn an oath. Princess of France, Our Lady help my lord, he'll be forsworn. King, not for the world, fair madam, by my will. Princess of France, why, will shall break it. Will, and nothing else. King, your ladyship is ignorant what it is. Princess of France, were my lord so, his ignorance were wise. Where now his knowledge must prove ignorance. I hear your grace hath sworn out housekeeping. 'Tis deadly sin to keep that oath, my lord, and sin to break it. But pardon me, I am too sudden bold to teach. A teacher ill beseemeth me. Vouchsafe to read the purpose of my coming, and suddenly resolve me in my suit. Giving a paper. King, madam, I will, if subtly I may. Princess of France, you will the sooner that I were away, for you'll prove perjured if you make me stay. Baroun, did not I dance with you in Brabant once? Catherine, did not I dance with you in Brabant once? Baroun, I know you did. Catherine, how needless was it then to ask the question? Baroun, you must not be so quick. Catherine, 'tis long of you that spur me with such questions. Baroun, your wit is too hot, it speeds too fast, 'twill tire. Catherine, not till it leave the rider in the mire. Baroun, what time o' day? Catherine, the hour that fools should ask. Baroun, now fair befall your mask. Catherine, fair fall the face it covers. Baroun, and send you many lovers. Catherine, amen, so you be none. Baroun, nay, then will I be gone. King, madam, your father here doth intimate the payment of 100,000 crowns, being but the one half of an entire sum disbursed by my father in his wars. But say that he or we, as neither have received that sum, yet there remains unpaid 100,000 more, in surety of the which one part of Aquitaine is bound to us, although not valued to the money's worth. If then the king your father will restore but that one half which is unsatisfied, we will give up our right in Aquitaine and hold fair friendship with his majesty. But that, it seems, he little purposeth, for here he doth demand to have repaid 100,000 crowns, and not demands on payment of 100,000 crowns to have his title live in Aquitaine, which we much rather had depart withal, and have the money by our father lent, than Aquitaine so gelded as it is. Dear princess, were not his request so far from reason's yielding, your fair self should make a yielding gainst some reason in my breast, and go well satisfied to France again. Princess of France, you do the king my father too much wrong, and wrong the reputation of your name, in so unseeming to confess receipt of that which hath so faithfully been paid. King, I do protest I never heard of it, and, if you prove it, I'll repay it back, or yield up Aquitaine. Princess of France, we arrest your word. Boit, you can produce acquittances for such a sum from special officers of Charles his father. King, satisfy me so. Boyet, so please your grace, the packet is not come, where that and other specialties are bound. Tomorrow you shall have a sight of them. King, it shall suffice me. At which interview all liberal reason I will yield unto. Meantime receive such welcome at my hand as honor, without breach of honor, may make tender up to thy true worthiness. You may not come, fair princess, within my gates, but here without you shall be so received as you shall deem yourself lodged in my heart. Though so denied fair harbor in my house, your own good thoughts excuse me, and farewell. Tomorrow shall we visit you again. Princess of France, sweet health and fair desires consort your grace. King, thy own wish I thee in every place. Exit with attendants. Baroun, lady, I will commend you to mine own heart. Rosaline, pray you, do my commendations. I would be glad to see it. Baroun, I would you heard it groan. Rosaline, is the fool sick? Baroun, sick at the heart. Rosaline, alack, let it blood. Baroun, would that do it good? Rosaline, my physic says a. Baroun, will you prick with your eye? Rosaline, no point, with my knife. Baroun, now, God save thy life. Rosaline, and yours from long living. Baroun, I cannot stay Thanksgiving. Retiring. Domain. Sir, I pray you, a word. What lady is that same? Boyet, the heir of a Lincoln. Catherine her name. Domain, a gallant lady. Monsieur, fare you well. Exit. Longueville, I beseech you a word. What is she in the white? Boyet, a woman sometimes, and you saw her in the light. Longueville, perchance light in the light. I desire her name. Boyet, she hath but one for herself. To desire that were a shame. Longueville, pray you, sir, whose daughter? Boyet, her mother's. I have heard. Longueville, God's blessing on your beard. Boyet, good sir, be not offended. She is an heir of Falconbridge. Longueville, nay, my choler is ended. She is a most sweet lady. Boyet, not unlike, sir. That may be. Exit Longueville. Baroun, what's her name in the cap? Boyet, Rosaline, by good hap. Baroun, is she wedded or no? Boyet, to her will, sir, or so. Baroun, you are welcome, sir. Adieu. Boyet, farewell to me, sir, and welcome to you. Exit Baroun. Ladies unmask. Maria, that last is Baroun, the merry madcap lord. Not a word with him but a jest. Boyet, and every jest but a word. Princess of France, it was well done of you to take him at his word. Boyet, I was as willing to grapple as he was to board. Catherine, two hot sheeps. Mary. Boyet, and wherefore not ships? No sheep, sweet lamb, unless we feed on your lips. Catherine, you sheep and I pasture, shall that finish the jest? Byet, so you grant pasture for me, offering to kiss her. Catherine, not so, gentle beast, my lips are no common, though several they be. Byet, belonging to whom? Catherine, to my fortunes and me. Princess of France, good wits will be jangling. But, gentles agree, the civil war of wits were much better used on Navarre and his bookmen, for here 'tis abused. Byet, if my observation, which very seldom lies by the heart's still rhetoric disclosed with eyes, deceive me not now, Navarre is infected. Princess of France, with what? Byet, with that which we lovers entitle affected. Princess of France, your reason? Byet, why, all his behaviors did make there retire to the court of his eye, peeping thorough desire. His heart, like an agate, with your print impressed, proud with his form, and as I pride expressed. His tongue, all impatient to speak and not see, did stumble with haste in his eyesight to be. All senses to that sense did make their repair, to feel only looking on fairest of fair. Methought all his senses were locked in his eye, as jewels in crystal for some prince to buy, who, tendering their own worth from where they were glassed, did point you to buy them. Along as you passed, his face's own margin did quote such amazes, that all eyes saw his eyes enchanted with gazes. I'll give you Aquitaine and all that is his, and you give him for my sake but one loving kiss. Princess of France, come to our pavilion. Boyd is disposed. Byet, but to speak that in words which his eye hath disclosed, I only have made a mouth of his eye, by adding a tongue which I know will not lie. Maria, thou art an old love-monger, and speakest skilfully. Catherine, he is Cupid's grandfather, and learns news of him. Rosaline, then was Venus like her mother, for her father is but grim. Byet, do you hear, my mad wenches? Maria, no. Byet, what, then? Do you see? Maria, our way to be gone. Byet, you are too hard for me. Exeunt. Act third. Scene I. The park. Enter Armado and Moth. Armado, warble, child. Make passionate my sense of hearing. Moth sings concolonal. Armado, sweet air. Go, tenderness of years, take this key, give enlargement to the swain, bring him festernately hither. I must employ him in a letter to my love. Moth, master, will you in your love with a French brawl? Armado, how meanest thou? Brawling in French? Moth, no, my complete master, but to jig off a tune at the tongues, and, canary to it with your feet, humor it with turning up your eyelids, sigh a note and sing a note, sometime through the throat, as if you swallowed love with singing love, sometime through the nose, as if you snuffed up love by smelling love, with your hat penthouse-like o'er the shop of your eyes, with your arms crossed on your thin belly doublet, like a rabbit on a spit, or your hands in your pocket, like a man after the old painting. And keep not too long in one tune, but a snip and away. These are compliments, these are humors. These betray nice wenches, that would be betrayed without these. And make them men of note. Do you note me? That most are affected to these. Armado, how hast thou purchased this experience? Moth, by my penny of observation. Armado, but oh, Moth, the hobby horse is forgot. Armado, hail'st thou my love hobby horse? Moth, no, master. The hobby horse is but a colt, and your love perhaps a hackney. But have you forgot your love? Armado, almost I had. Moth, negligent student. Learn her by heart. Armado, by heart and in heart. Boy. Moth, and out of heart, master. All those three I will prove. Armado, what wilt thou prove? Moth, a man, if I live. And this, by, in, and without, upon the instant. By heart you love her, because your heart cannot come by her. In heart you love her, because your heart is in love with her. And out of heart you love her, being out of heart that you cannot enjoy her. Armado, I am all these three. Moth, and 3 times as much more, and yet nothing at all. Armado, fetch hither the swain. He must carry me a letter. Moth, a message well sympathized, a horse to be ambassador for an ass. Armado, ha, ha, what sayest thou? Moth, marry, sir, you must send the ass upon the horse, for he is very slow-gaited. But I go. Armado, the way is but short. Away. Moth, as swift as lead, sir. Armado, the meaning, pretty ingenious, is not lead a metal heavy, dull, and slow? Moth, minim, honest master. Or rather, master, no. Armado, I say lead is slow. Moth, you are too swift, sir, to say so is that lead slow which is furred from a gun. Armado, sweet smoke of rhetoric, he reputes me a cannon. And the bullet, that's he. I shoot thee at the swain. Moth, thump, then, and I flee. Exit. Armado, a most acute juvenile. Voluble and free of grace. By thy favor, sweet welkin, I must sigh in thy face. Most rude melancholy, Lear gives thee place. My herald is returned. Re-enter moth with costard. Moth, a wonder, master. Here's a costard broken in a shin. Armado, some enigma, some riddle. Come, thy l'envoy. Begin. Costard, no enigma, no riddle, no l'envoy. No salve in the mail, sir. Oh, sir, plantain, a plain plantain. No l'envoy, no l'envoy. No salve, sir, but a plantain. Armado, by virtue thou enforcest laughter. Thy silly thought, my spleen. The heaving of my lungs provokes me to ridiculous smiling. Oh, pardon me, my stars. Doth the inconsiderate take salve for l'envoy, and the word l'envoy for a soft moth? Do the wise think them other? Is not l'envoy a soft? Armado, no, page. It is an epilogue or discourse to make plain some obscure precedents that hath tofore been seen. I will example it. The fox, the ape, and the humble bee were still at odds, being but three. There's the moral. Now the l'envoy. Moth. I will add the l'envoy. Say the moral again. Armado. The fox, the ape, and the humble bee were still at odds, being but three. Moth. Until the goose came out of door and stayed the odds by adding four. Now will I begin your moral, and do you follow with my l'envoy? The fox, the ape, and the humble bee were still at odds, being but three. Armado. Until the goose came out of door, staying the odds by adding four. Moth. A good l'envoy, ending of the goose. Would you desire more? Costard. The boy hath sold him a bargain, a goose, that's flat. Sir, your pennyworth is good, and your goose be fat. To sell a bargain well is as cunning as fast and loose. Let me see, a fat l'envoy. That's a fat goose. Armado. Come hither, come hither. How did this argument begin? Moth. By saying that a costard was broken in a shin. Then called you for the l'envoy. Costard. True, and I for a plantain. Thus came your argument in. Then the boy's fat l'envoy, the goose that you bought, and he ended the market. Armado. But tell me, how was there a costard broken in a shin? Moth. I will tell you sensibly. Costard. Thou hast no feeling of it. Moth. I will speak that. L'envoy. I, costard, running out, that was safely within, fell over the threshold and broke my shin. Armado. We will talk no more of this matter. Costard. Till there be more matter in the shin. Armado. Sarah. Costard. I will enfranchise thee. Costard. Oh, marry me to one Francis. I smell some l'envoy, some goose, in this. Armado. By my sweet soul, I mean setting thee at liberty, in freedoming thy person. Thou wert immured, restrained, captivated, bound. Costard. True, true. And now you will be my purgation, and let me loose. Armado. I give thee thy liberty, set thee from durance, and, in lieu thereof, impose on thee nothing but this. Bear this. Significant. Giving a letter to the country maid Jaquinetta. There is remuneration, for the best word of mine honor is rewarding my dependence. Moth. Follow. Exit. Moth. Like the sequel, I sign ere costard. Adieu. Costard. My sweet ounce of man's flesh, my incarnate Jew. Exit. Moth. Now will I look to his remuneration. Remuneration. Oh, that's the Latin word for 3 farthings. 3 farthings remuneration. What's the price of the sickle? 1 penny. No, I'll give you a remuneration. Why, it carries it. Remuneration. Why, it is a fairer name than French crown. I will never buy and sell out of this word. Enter Baroun. Baroun. My good knave. Costard. Exceedingly well met. Costard. Pray you, sir, how much carnation ribbon may a man buy for a remuneration? Baroun. What is a remuneration? Costard. Marry, sir, halfpenny farthing. Baroun. Why, then, 3 farthing worth of silk. Costard. I thank your worship. God be wi' you. Baroun. Stay, slave. I must employ thee. As thou wilt win my favor, good my knave. Do one thing for me that I shall entreat. Costard. When would you have it done, sir? Baroun. This afternoon. Costard. Well, I will do it, sir. Fare you well. Baroun. Thou knowest not what it is. Costard. I shall know, sir, when I have done it. Baroun. Why, villain, thou must know first. Costard. I will come to your worship tomorrow morning. Baroun. It must be done this afternoon. Hark, slave, it is but this. The princess comes to hunt here in the park, and in her train there is a gentle lady. When tongues speak sweetly, Then they name her name, and Rosaline they call her. Ask for her, and to her white hand see thou do commend the sealed up counsel. There's thy guerdon. Go, giving him a shilling. Costard garden, oh sweet garden, better than remuneration. Leave in pence farthing better. Most sweet garden, I will do it, sir. In print, garden remuneration. Exit. Brown and I, forsooth, in love. I, that have been love's whip, a very beadle to a humorous eye, a critic, nay, a night watch constable, a domineering pedant o'er the boy than whom no mortal so magnificent. This whippled, whining, purblind, wayward boy, the senior junior, giant dwarf, Dan Cupid, regent of love rhymes, lord of folded arms, anointed sovereign of sighs and groans, liege of all loiterers and malcontents, dread prince of plackets, king of codpieces, sole imperator, and great general of trotting paradors. O my little heart, and I to be a corporal of his field, and wear his colors like a tumbler's hoop. What I love, I sue, I seek a wife, a woman, that is like a German clock, still a-repairing, ever out of frame, and never going aright, being a watch, but being watched that it may still go right, nay, to be perjured, which is worst of all, and, among three, to love the worst of all, a whitely Watson with a velvet brow, with 2 pitch balls stuck in her face, 4 eyes, and, by heaven, one that will do the deed, though Orgus were her eunuch and her guard, and I to sigh for her, to watch for her, to pray for her, go to. It is a plague that Cupid will impose for my neglect of his almighty dreadful little might. Well, I will love, write, sigh, pray, sue, and groan. Some man must love my lady, and some Joan. Exit. Act 4th. Scene I. The park. Enter the princess, Rosaline, Maria, Catherine, Boit, lords, attendants, and a forester. Princess of France. Was that the king that spurred his horse so hard against the steep uprising of the hill? Byet. I know not, but I think it was not he. Princess of France. Whoe'er was, showed a mounting mind. Well, lords, today we shall have our dispatch. On Saturday we will return to France. Then, forester, my friend, where is the bush that we must stand and play the murderer in? Forester. Hereby, upon the edge of yonder coppice, a stand where you may make the fairest shoot. Princess of France. I thank my beauty I am fair that shoot, and thereupon thou speakest the fairest shoot. Forester. Pardon me, madam, for I meant not so. Princess of France. What? First praise me, and again say no? O short-lived pride! Not fair? Alack for woe! Forester. Yes, madam, fair. Princess of France. Nay, never paint me now where fair is not. Praise cannot mend the brow. Here, good my glass, take this for telling true. Giving him money. Fair payment for foul words is more than due. Forester. Nothing but fair is that which you inherit. Princess of France. See, my beauty will be sapped by merit. O heresy and fair, fit for these days. A giving hand, though foul, shall have fair praise. But come, the bow. Now mercy goes to kill, and shooting well is then accounted ill. Thus will I save my credit in the shoot. Not wounding, pity would not let me doubt. If wounding, then it was to show my skill. That more for praise than purpose meant to kill. And, out of question, so it is sometimes. Glory grows guilty of detested crimes. When, for fame's sake, for praise, an outward part, we bend to that the working of the heart. As I for praise alone now seek to spill the poor dear's blood, that my heart means no ill. Byet. Do not cursed wives hold that self-sovereignty only for praise sake, when they strive to be lords o'er their lords? Princess of France. Only for praise, and praise we may afford to any lady that subdues a lord. Enter Costard. Byet. Here comes a member of the Commonwealth. Costard. God dig you den all. Pray you, which is the head lady? Princess of France. Thou shalt know her, fellow, by the rest that have no heads. Costard. Which is the greatest lady, the highest? Princess of France. The thickest and the tallest. Costard. The thickest and the tallest. It is so. Truth is truth. And your waist, mistress, were as slender as my wit. Oh, these maids' girdles for your waist should be fit. Are not you the chief woman? You are the thickest here. Princess of France. What's your will, sir? What's your will? Costard. I have a letter from Monsieur Brown to one Lady Rosaline. Princess of France. Oh, thy letter. He's a good friend of mine. Stand aside, good bearer. Boit, you can carve. Break up this capon. Byet. I am bound to serve. This letter is mistook. It importeth none here. It is writ to Jaquinetta. Princess of France. We will read it, I swear. Break the neck of the wax, and everyone give ear. Byet reads by heaven, that thou art fair is most infallible. True that thou art beauteous. Truth itself that thou art lovely. More fairer than fair, beautiful than beauteous, truer than truth itself. Have commiseration on thy heroical vassal. The magnanimous and most illustrate King Cophetua set eye upon the pernicious and indubitate beggar Xenophon. And he it was that might rightly say, Veni, vidi, vici. Which to anathemize in the vulgar, O base and obscure vulgar. Videlicet, he came, saw and overcame. He came, 1. Saw, 2. Overcame, 3. Who came? The king. Why did he come? To see. Why did he see? To overcome. To whom came he? To the beggar. What saw he? The beggar. Who overcame he? The beggar. The conclusion is victory. On whose side? The king's. The captive is enriched. On whose side? The beggar's. The catastrophe is a nuptial. On whose side? The king's. No, on both in one, or one in both. I am the king, for so stands the comparison. Thou the beggar, for so witnesseth thy lowliness. Shall I command thy love? I may. Shall I enforce thy love? I could. Shall I entreat thy love? I will. What shalt thou exchange for rags? Robes, for titles? Titles, for thyself? Me. Thus expecting thy reply, I profane my lips on thy foot, my eyes on thy picture, and my heart on thy every part. Thine in the dearest design of industry. Don Adriano de Armado. Thus dost thou hear the Nemean lion roar 'gainst thee, thou lamb, that standest as his prey. Submissive fall his princely feet before, and he from forage will incline to play. But if thou strive, poor soul, what art thou then? Food for his rage, repast store for his den. Princess of France, what plume of feathers is he that indited this letter? What vane, what weathercock? Did you ever hear better? Byet I am much deceived, but I remember the style. Princess of France, else your memory is bad, going o'er it erewhile. Byet this Armado is a Spaniard, that keeps here in court a fantasime, a monarcho, and one that makes sport to the prince and his bookmates. Princess of France, thou fellow, a word. Who gave thee this letter? Costard. I told you, my lord. Princess of France, to whom shouldst thou give it? Costard. From my lord to my lady. Princess of France, from which lord to which lady? Costard. From my lord Baron, a good master of mine, to a lady of France that he calleth Rosaline. Princess of France, thou hast mistaken his letter. Come, lords, away to Rosaline here, sweet, put up this. 'Twill be thine another day. Exeunt princess and train. Byet who is the shooter? Who is the shooter? Rosaline. Shall I teach you to know? Byet my continent of beauty. Rosaline. Why, she that bears the bow. Finally put off. Byet my lady goes to kill horns. But, if thou marry, hang me by the neck, if horns that your miscarry. Finally put on. Rosaline. Well then, I am the shooter. Byet and who is your dear? Rosaline. If we choose by the horns, yourself come not near. Finally put on indeed. Maria. You still wrangle with her, Boit, and she strikes at the brow. Byet but she herself is hid lower. Have I hit her now? Rosaline. Shall I come upon thee with an old saying, that was a man when King Pepin of France was a little boy, as touching the hit it? Byet so I may answer thee with one as old. That was a woman when Queen Guinevere of Britain was a little wench, as touching the hit it. Rosaline. Singing. Thou canst not hit it, hit it, hit it. Thou canst not hit it, my good man. Byet and I cannot, and I cannot, another can. Exeunt Rosaline and Catherine. Costard. By my troth, most pleasant how both did fit it. Maria. A mark marvellous well shot. For they both did hit it. Byet a mark. Oh, mark, but that mark. A mark, says my lady. Let the mark have a prick eyed, to meet it, if it may be. Maria. Wide o' the bow hand. I faith, your hand is out. Costard. Indeed, I must shoot nearer, or he'll ne'er hit the clout. Byet and if my hand be out, then belike your hand is in. Costard. Then will she get the upshoot by cleaving the peon. Maria. Come, you talk greasily. Your lips grow foul. Costard. She's too hard for you, it pricks, sir. Challenge her to bowl. Byet I fear too much rubbing. Good night, my good owl. Exeunt Byet and Maria. Costard. By my soul, a swain, a most simple clown. Lord, how the ladies and I have put him down. Oh my troth, most sweet jests, most incanny vulgar wit when it comes so smoothly off, so obscenely, as it were, so fit our motto of Th Jones side a most dainty man to see him walk before a lady and to bear her fan, to see him kiss his hand, and how most sweetly A will swear, and his page at other side, that handful of wit. Ah, heavens, it is a most pathetical niet. Sola. Exit Costard. Scene 2. The park. From the shooting within, enter Holofernes, Sir Nathaniel, and Doll. Nathaniel. Very reverend sport, truly, and done in the testimony of a good conscience. Holofernes. The deer was, as you know, sanguis, in blood, ripe as the palm water, who now hangeth like a jewel in the ear of Calo. The sky, the welkin, the heaven, and anon falleth like a crab on the face of Terra, the soil, the land, the earth. Nathaniel. Truly, Master Holofernes, the epithets are sweetly varied, like a scholar at the least. But, sir, I assure ye it was a buck of the first head. Holofernes. Sir Nathaniel. Hod credo. Doll. 'Twas not a hod credo, 'twas a pricket. Holofernes. Most barbarous intimation, yet a kind of insinuation, as it were, in via, in way, of explication. Facer, as it were, replication, or rather, ostanter, to show, as it were, his inclination, after his undressed, and polished, uneducated, unpruned, untrained, or rather unlettered, or ratherest unconfirmed fashion, to insert again my hod credo for a deer. Doll. I said the deer was not a hod credo, 'twas a pricket. Holofernes. Twice odd simplicity, bis coctus. O thou monster ignorance, how deformed dost thou look. Nathaniel. Sir, he hath never fed of the dainties that are bred in a book. He hath not eat paper, as it were. He hath not drunk ink. His intellect is not replenished. He is only an animal, only sensible in the duller parts, and such barren plants are set before us that we thankful should be, which we have taste and feeling are for those parts that do fructify in us more than he. For as it would ill become me to be vain, indiscreet, or a fool, so, were there a patch set on learning, to see him in a school. But, bene, say I, being of an old father's mind, many can brook the weather that love not the wind. Doll. You two are bookmen. Can you tell me by your wit what was a month old at Cain's birth that's not 5 weeks old as yet? Holofernes. Dictana, Goodman. Doll. Dictana, Goodman. Doll. What is Dictana? Nathaniel. A title to Phoebe, to Luna, to the moon. Holofernes. The moon was a month old when Adam was no more, and wrought not to 5 weeks when he came to 50. Th illusion holds in the exchange. Doll. 'Tis true, indeed. The collusion holds in the exchange. Holofernes. God comfort thy capacity. I say Th illusion holds in the exchange. Doll. And I say the pollution holds in the exchange. For the moon is never but a month old. And I say, beside, that 'twas a pricket that the princess killed. Holofernes. Sir Nathaniel, will you hear an extemporal epitaph on the death of the deer, and, to humor the ignorant, call the deer the princess killed a pricket? Nathaniel. Purge, good Master Holofernes, purge, so it shall please you to abrogate scurrility. Holofernes. I will something affect the letter, for it argues facility. The prayful princess Purket and pricket, a pretty pleasing pricket. Some say is sore, but not a sore till now made sore with shooting. The dogs did yell, put L to sore, then sorrel jumps from thicket, or pricket sore, or else sorrel. The people fall a hooting. If sore be sore, then L to sore makes 50 sores. O sorrel of one sore I 100 make by adding but one more L. Nathaniel. A rare talent. Doll. A sight if a talent be a claw, look how he claws him with a talent. Holofernes. This is a gift that I have, simple. A foolish, extravagant spirit, full of forms, figures, shapes, objects, ideas, apprehensions, motions, revolutions. These are begot in the ventricle of memory, nourished in the womb of Pia Mater, and delivered upon the mellowing of occasion. But the gift is good in those in whom it is acute, and I am thankful for it. Nathaniel. Sir, I praise the Lord for you, and so may my parishioners. For their sons are well tutored by you, and their daughters profit very greatly under you. You are a good member of the Commonwealth. Holofernes. Miracle, if their sons be ingenious, they shall want no instruction. If their daughters be capable, I will put it to them. But, vir sapit qui pauca loquitur, a soul feminine saluteth us. Enter Jaquinetta and Costard. Jaquinetta. God give you good morrow, Master Person. Holofernes. Master Person, quasi-purse one. And if one should be period, which is the one costard, marry, master schoolmaster, he that is likest to a hogshead. Holofernes, piercing a hogshead, a good lustre of conceit in a turf of earth. Fire enough for a flint, pearl enough for a swine. 'Tis pretty. It is well. Jaquenetta, good master parson, be so good as read me this letter. It was given me by Costard, and sent me from Don Armado. I beseech you read it. Holofernes, Faust, precer gelida quando picus sub umbra ruminat, and so forth. Ah, good old Mantuan, I may speak of thee as the traveller doth of Venice. Venetia, Venetia, qui non ti vide, non ti precia. Old Mantuan, who understandeth thee not, loves thee not. Ut, re, sol, la, mi, fa. Under pardon, sir, what are the contents? Or rather, as Horace says in his What, my soul, verses. Nathaniel, sir, and very learned. Holofernes, let me hear a staff, a stanza, a verse. Liege, Domine. Nathaniel reads, if love make me forsworn, how shall I swear to love? Ah, never faith could hold, if not to beauty vowed. Though to myself forsworn, to thee I'll faithful prove. Those thoughts to me were oaks, to thee like osiers bowed. Study his bias leaves, and makes his book thine eyes, where all those pleasures live that art would comprehend. If knowledge be the mark, to know thee shall suffice. Well learned is that tongue that well can thee commend. All ignorant that soul that sees thee without wonder, which is to me some praise that I thy parts admire. Thy eye Jove's lightning bears, thy voice is dreadful thunder, which, not to anger bent, is music and sweet fire. Celestial as thou art, oh, pardon love this wrong that singes heaven's praise with such an earthly tongue. Holofernes, you find not the apostrophes, and so miss the accent. Let me supervise the canzonet. Here are only numbers ratified, but, for the elegancy, facility, and golden cadence of poesy. Ovidius Naso was the man. And why, indeed, Naso but for smelling out the odoriferous flowers of fancy, the jerks of invention. Imitari is nothing, so doth the hound his master, the ape his keeper, the tired horse his rider. But, damosel virgin, was this directed to you? Jaquenetta, sir, from one Monsieur Brown, one of the strange Queen's lords. Holofernes, I will overglance the superscript, to the snow-white hand of the most beauteous Lady Rosaline. I will look again on the intellect of the letter, for the nomination of the party writing to the person written unto, your ladyship's in all desired employment, Brown. Sir Nathaniel, this Brown is one of the votaries with the king. And here he hath framed a letter to a sequent of the stranger queens which accidentally, or by the way of progression, hath miscarried. Trip and go, my sweet, deliver this paper into the royal hand of the king. It may concern much. Stay not thy compliment. I forgive thy duty. Adieu. Jaquenetta. Good Costard, go with me. Sir, God save your life. Costard, have with thee, my girl. Exeunt Costard and Jaquenetta. Nathaniel. Sir, you have done this in the fear of God, very religiously. And, as a certain father saith. Holofernes. Sir, tell not me of the father. I do fear colorable colors. But to return to the verses, did they please you, sir? Nathaniel. Marvelous well for the pen. Holofernes. I do dine today at the father's of a certain pupil of mine. Where, if, before repast, it shall please you to gratify the table with a grace, I will, on my privilege I have with the parents of the foresaid child or pupil, undertake your benvenuto. Where I will prove those verses to be very unlearned, neither savouring of poetry, wit, nor invention. I beseech your society, Nathaniel, and thank you too. For society, saith the text, is the happiness of life. Holofernes. And certes, the text most infallibly concludes it. To dull sir, I do invite you to. You shall not say me nay. Pauca verba, away. The gentles are at their game, and we will to our recreation. Exeunt. Scene 3. The park. Enter Brown, with a paper his band, alone. Brown. The king he is hunting the deer, I am coursing myself. They have pitched a toil, I am tolling in a pitch that defiles. Defile. A foul word. Well, set thee down, sorrow. For so they say. The fool said, and so say I, and I am the fool. Well proved, wit. By the Lord, this love is as mad as Ajax, it kills sheep. It kills me, I, a sheep. Well proved again. O my side, I will not love. If I do, hang me. I faith, I will not. Oh, but her I by this light, but for her I, I would not love her, yes, for her 2 eyes. Well, I do nothing in the world but lie, and lie in my throat. By heaven, I do love, and it hath taught me to rhyme, and to be melancholy. And here is part of my rhyme, and here my melancholy. Well, she hath won all my sonnets already. The clown bore it, the fool sent it, and the lady hath it. Sweet clown, sweeter fool, sweetest lady by the world, I would not care a pin if the other 3 were in. Here comes one with a paper. God give him grace to groan. Climbs into a tree. Enter the king, with a paper. King, Amy, Brown, shot, by heaven. Proceed, sweet Cupid. Thou hast thumped him with thy bird bolt under the left pap. In faith, secrets. King reads. So sweet a kiss the golden sun gives not to those fresh morning drops upon the rose as thy eye beams, when their fresh rays have smote the night of dew that on my cheeks down flows. Nor shines the silver moon one half so bright through the transparent bosom of the deep as doth thy face through tears of mine give light. Thou shin'st in every tear that I do weep. No drop but as a coach doth carry thee. So ridest thou triumphing in my woe. Do but behold the tears that swell in me, and they thy glory through my grief will show. But do not love thyself. Then thou wilt keep my tears for glasses, and still make me weep. O Queen of Queens! How far dost thou excel? No thought can think nor tongue of mortal tell. How shall she know my griefs? I'll drop the paper. Sweet leaves, shade folly. Who is he comes here? Steps aside. Enter Longueville, with a paper. What, Longueville, and reading. Listen, Car. Brown. Now, in thy likeness, one more fool appear. Longueville. Amy, I am forsworn. Brown. Why, he comes in like a perjurer, wearing papers. King. In love, I hope. Sweet fellowship in shame. Brown. One drunkard loves another of the name. Longueville. Am I the first that have been perjured so? Brown. I could put thee in comfort, not by 2 that I know. Thou makest the triumvirate, the corner cap of society, the shape of love's Tyburn that hangs up simplicity. Longueville. I fear these stubborn lines lack power to move. O sweet Maria, empress of my love, these numbers will I tear, and write in prose. Brown. Oh, rhymes are guards on wanton Cupid's hose. Disfigure not his slop. Longueville. This same shall go. He reads the sonnet. Did not the heavenly rhetoric of thine eye, gainst whom the world cannot hold argument, persuade my heart to this false perjury? Vows for thee broke deserve not punishment. A woman I forswore, but I will prove. Thou being a goddess, I forswore not thee. My vow was earthly, thou a heavenly love. Thy grace being gained cures all disgrace in me. Vows are but breath, and breath of vapor is. Then thou, fair sun, which on my earth dost shine, exhalest this vapor vow. In thee it is. If broken, then it is no fault of mine. If by me broke, what fool is not so wise to lose an oath to win a paradise? Brown. This is the liver vein, which makes flesh a deity. A green goose a goddess pure, pure idolatry. God amend us, God amend. We are much out oth way. Enter domain, with a paper. Longueville. By whom shall I send this? Company. Stay. Steps aside. Brown. All hid, an old infant play. Like a demigod here sit I in the sky, and wretched fool secrets heedfully o'er I. More sacks to the middle. O heavens, I have my wish. Domain transformed. 4 woodcocks in a dish. Domain. O most divine Kate. Brown. O most profane coxcomb. Domain. By heaven, the wonder in a mortal eye. Brown. By earth, she is not, corporal. There you lie. Domain. Her amber hairs for foul hath amber quoted. Brown. An amber-colored raven was well noted. Domain. As upright as the cedar. Brown. Stoop, I say. Her shoulder is with child. Domain. As fair as day. Brown. As some days, but then no sun must shine. Domain. Oh that I had my wish. Longueville. And I had mine. King. And I mine too, good Lord. Brown. Amen. So I had mine. Is not that a good word? Domain. I would forget her, but a fever she reigns in my blood, and will remembered be. Brown. A fever in your blood? Why, then incision would let her out in saucers. Sweet misprision. Domain. Once more I'll read the ode that I have writ. Brown. Once more I'll mark how love can vary wit. Domain. Reads. On a day like the day, love, whose month is ever May, spied a blossom passing fair, playing in the wanton air. Through the velvet leaves the wind, all unseen, can passage find, that the lover, sick to death, wished himself the heaven's breath. Ere, quoth he, thy cheeks may blow. Ere, would I might triumph so, but, alack, my hand is sworn ne'er to pluck thee from thy thorn. Thou, alack, For youth and meet, youth so apt to pluck a sweet. Do not call it sin in me, that I'm forsworn for thee. Thou for whom Jove would swear Juno but an Ethiop were, and deny himself for Jove, turning mortal for thy love. This will I send, and something else more plain, that shall express my true love's fasting pain. Oh, would the king, Baroun and Longueville were lovers too. Ill, to example ill, would from my forehead wipe a perjured note, for none offend where all alike do dote. Longueville, advancing domain, thy love is far from charity, that in love's grief discerst society. You may look pale, but I should blush, I know, to be o'erheard and taken napping so. King, advancing, come, sir, you blush. As is, your case is such. You chide at him, offending twice as much. You do not love Maria. Longueville did never sonnet for her sake compile, nor never lay his wreathed arms athwart his loving bosom, to keep down his heart. I have been closely shrouded in this bush, and marked you both, and for you both did blush. I heard your guilty rhymes, observed your fashion, saw sighs reek from you, noted well your passion. Amy, says one, O Jove. The other cries, one, her hairs were gold, crystal the other's eyes. To Longueville you would for paradise break faith and troth. To Domain and Jove fear love would infringe an oath. What will Baroun say when that he shall hear faith infringed which such zeal did swear? How will he scorn, how will he spend his wit, how will he triumph, leap, and laugh at it? For all the wealth that ever I did see, I would not have him know so much by me. Baroun, descending now step I forth to whip hypocrisy. Ah, good my liege, I pray thee pardon me. Good heart, what grace hast thou thus to reprove these worms for loving, that art most in love? Your eyes do make no coaches, in your tears there is no certain princess that appears. You'll not be perjured, 'tis a hateful thing. Tush, none but minstrels like of sonneting. But are you not ashamed? Nay, are you not, all three of you, to be thus much o'ershot? You found his mote, the king your mote did see, but I a beam do find in each of three. Oh, what a scene of foolery have I seen, of sighs, of groans, of sorrow, and of teen. Oh, me, with what strict patience have I sat, to see a king transformed to a gnat, to see great Hercules whipping a gig, and profound Solomon to tune a jig, and Nestor play at push-pin with the boys, and critic Timon laugh at idle toys. Where lies thy grief? Oh, tell me, good Domain, and, gentle Longueville, where lies thy pain? And where my lieges all about the breast, a caudle? Ho, king, too bitter is thy jest. Are we betrayed thus to thy overview? Baroun, not you by me, but I betrayed to you. I that am honest, I that hold it sin to break the vow I am engaged in. I am betrayed by keeping company with men like you, men of inconstancy. When shall you see me write a thing in rhyme, or groan for Joan, or spend a minute's time in pruning me? When shall you hear that I will praise a hand, a foot, a face, an eye, a gait, a state, a brow, a breast, a waist, a leg, a limb? King, soft, whither away so fast? A true man or a thief that gallops so? Baroun, I post from love. Good lover, let me go. Enter Jaquenetta and Costard. Jaquenetta, God bless the king. King, what present hast thou there? Costard, some certain treason. King, what makes treason here? Costard, nay, it makes nothing, sir. King, if it mar nothing neither the treason and you go in peace away together. Jaquenetta, I beseech your grace, let this letter be read. Our person misdoubts it, 'twas treason, he said. King, Baroun, read it over. Baroun reads the letter. Where hadst thou it? Jaquenetta, of Costard. King, where hadst thou it? Costard, of Dun Adramatio. Dun Adramatio. Baroun tears the letter. King, how now? What is in you? Why dost thou tear it? Baroun, a toy, my liege, a toy. Your grace needs not fear it. Longueville, it did move him to passion, and therefore let's hear it. Domain, it is Baroun's writing, and here is his name. Gathering up the pieces. Baroun, to Costard. Ah, you whoreson loggerhead, you were born to do me shame. Guilty, my lord, guilty. I confess, I confess. King, what? Baroun, that you three fools lacked me full to make up the mess. He, and you, my liege, and I are pick purses in love, and we deserve to die. Oh, dismiss this audience, and I shall tell you more. Domain, now the number is even. Baroun, true, true, we are four. Will these turtles be gone? King, hence, sirs, away. Costard, walk aside the true folk, and let the traitors stay. Exeunt Costard and Jaquenetta. Baroun, sweet lords, sweet lovers, oh, let us embrace. As true we are as flesh and blood can be. The sea will ebb and flow, Heaven show his face. Young blood doth not obey an old decree. We cannot cross the cause why we were born. Therefore of all hands must we be forsworn. King. What, did these red lines show some love of thine? Brown. Did they? Quoth you who sees the heavenly Rosaline, that, like a rude and savage man of Ind, at the first opening of the gorgeous east, bows not his vassal head and, struck and blind, kisses the base ground with obedient breast? What peremptory eagle-sighted eye dares look upon the heaven of her brow, that is not blinded by her majesty? King. What zeal, what fury hath inspurred thee now? My love, her mistress, is a gracious moon. She, an attending star, scarce seen a light. Brown. My eyes are then no eyes, nor I. Brown. Oh, but for my love, day would turn to night. Of all complexions the colour'd sovereignty do meet, as at a fair, in her fair cheek, where several worthies make one dignity, where nothing wants that want itself doth seek. Lend me the flourish of all gentle tongues. Fie, painted rhetoric. Oh, she needs it not. To things of sale a seller's praise belongs. She passes praise, then praise too short doth blot. A withered hermit, 50 winters worn, might shake off 50, looking in her eye. Beauty doth varnish age, as if new-born, and gives the crutch the cradle's infancy. Oh, 'tis the sun that maketh all things shine. King. By heaven, thy love is black as ebony. Brown. Is ebony like her? Oh, would divine a wife of such wood were felicity. Oh, who can give an oath, where is a book, that I may swear beauty doth beauty lack, if that she learn not of her eye to look? No face is fair that is not full so black. King. O paradox! Black is the badge of hell, the hue of dungeons, and the school of night, and beauty's crest becomes the heaven's well. Brown. Devils soonest tempt, resembling spirits of light. Oh, if in black my lady's brows be dect, it mourns that painting and usurping hair should ravish doters with a false aspect, and therefore is she born to make black fair. Her favour turns the fashion of the days, for native blood is counted painting now, and therefore red that would avoid dispraise paints itself black, to imitate her brow. Domain. To look like her are chimney sweepers black. Longueville. And since her time are colliers counted bright. King. And Ethiops of their sweet complexion crack. Domain. Dark needs no candles now, for dark is light. Brown. Your mistresses dare never come in rain, for fear their colour should be washed away. King. 'Twere good yours did. For, sir, to tell you plain, I'll find a fairer face not washed today. Brown. I'll prove her fair, or talk till doomsday here. King. No devil will fright thee then so much as she. Domain. I never knew man hold vile stuff so dear. Longueville. Look, here's thy love, my foot and her face see, showing his shoe. Brown. Oh, if the streets were paved with thine eyes, her feet were much too dainty for such tread. Domain. Oh vile. Then, as she goes, what upward lies the street should see as she walked overhead. King. But what of this? Are we not all in love? Brown. Nothing so sure, and thereby all forsworn. King. Then leave this chat, and, good Brown, now prove our loving lawful, and our faith not torn. Domain. Mary, there. Some flattery for this evil. Longueville. Oh, some authority how to proceed. Some tricks, some quillets, how to cheat the devil. Domain. Some saw for perjury. Brown. 'Tis more than need. Have it you, then, affection's men at arms. Consider what you first did swear unto, to fast, to study, and to see no woman. Flat treason gains the kingly state of youth. Say, can you fast? Your stomachs are too young, and abstinence engenders maladies. And, where that you have vowed to study, lords, in that each of you have forsworn his book, can you still dream, and pore, and thereon look? For when would you, my lord, or you, have found the ground of study's excellence without the beauty of a woman's face? From women's eyes this doctrine I derive. They are the ground, the books, the academes, from whence doth spring the true Promethean fire. Why, universal plotting poisons up the nimble spirits in the arteries, as motion and long-during action tires the sinewy vigor of the traveller. Now, for not looking on a woman's face, you have in that forsworn the use of eyes, and study too, the causer of your vow. For where is author in the world teaches such beauty as a woman's eye? Learning is but an adjunct to ourself, and where we are our learning likewise is. Then when ourselves we see in ladies' eyes, with ourselves do we not likewise see our learning there? Oh, we have made a vow to study, lords, and in that vow we have forsworn our books. For when would you, my liege, or you, in leaden contemplation have found out such fiery numbers as the prompting eyes of beauty's tutors have enriched you with? Other slow arts entirely keep the brain, and therefore, finding barren practisers scarce show a harvest of their heavy toil. But love, first learned in a lady's eyes, lives not alone immered in the brain, but with the motion of all elements, courses as swift as thought in every power, and gives to every power a double power. Above their functions and their offices, it adds a precious seeing to the eye. A lover's eyes will gaze an eagle blind. A lover's ear will hear the lowest sound, when the suspicious head of theft is stopped. Love's feeling is more soft and sensible than are the tender horns of cockiled snails. Love's tongue proves dainty Bacchus gross in taste. For velour, is not love a Hercules still climbing trees in the Hesperides, subtle as Sphinx, as sweet and musical as bright Apollo's lute, strung with his hair? And when love speaks, the voice of all the gods make heaven drowsy with the harmony. Never durst poet touch a pen to write until his ink were tempered with love's sighs. Oh, then his lines would ravish savage ears and plant in tyrants mild humility. From women's eyes this doctrine I derive. They sparkle still the right Promethean fire. They are the books, the arts, the academes that show, contain, and nourish all the world. Else none at all, and aught proves excellent. Then fools you were these women to forswear, or, keeping what is sworn, you will prove fools. For wisdom's sake, a word that all men love, or for love's sake, a word that loves all men, or for men's sake, the authors of these women, or women's sake, by whom we men are men. Let us once lose our oaths to find ourselves, or else we lose ourselves to keep our oaths. It is religion to be thus forsworn, for charity itself fulfils the law, and who can sever love from charity? King Saint Cupid, then. And, soldiers, to the field. Baroun, advance your standards, and upon them, lords, pell-mell, down with them. Be first advocate in conflict, that you get the son of them. Longueville, now to plain dealing. Lay these glozes by. Shall we resolve to woo these girls of France, King, and win them too? Therefore let us devise some entertainment for them in their tents. Baroun, first, from the park let us conduct them thither. Then homeward every man attach the hand of his fair mistress. In the afternoon we will with some strange pastime solace them, such as the shortness of the time can shape. For revels, dances, masks, and merry hours. For unfair love, strewing her way with flowers. King, away, away. No time shall be omitted that will betime, and may by us be fitted. Baroun, Allens, sowed cockle reapeth no corn, and justice always whirls in equal measure. Light wenches may prove plagues to men forsworn. If so, our copper buys no better treasure. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. The park. Enter Holofernes, Sir Nathaniel, and dull Holofernes. Satis quod sufficit. Nathaniel. I praise God for you, sir. Your reasons at dinner have been sharp and sententious, pleasant without scurrility, witty without affection, audacious without impudency, learned without opinion, and strange without heresy. I did converse this quondam day with a companion of the king's who is intituled, nominated or called, Don Adriano de Armado. Holofernes, novi hominem tanquam te. His humor is lofty, his discourse peremptory, his tongue filed, his eye ambitious, his gait majestical, and his general behavior vain, ridiculous, and thrasonical. He is too picked, too spruce, too affected, too odd, as it were, too peregrinate, as I may call it. Nathaniel, a most singular and choice epithet, draws out his table book. Holofernes, he drank without the thread of his verbosity finer than the staple of his argument. I abhor such fanatical phantasiems, such insociable and point-devised companions, such rackers of orthography, as to speak doubt fine, when he should say doubt, that when he should pronounce dead d, e, b, t, not d, e, t. He clippeth a calf cough, half hoff. Neighbor vocator nebor. Nay abbreviated ne. This is abominable which he would call abominable. It insinuateth me of insini, ne intelliges, domine. To make frantic, lunatic. Nathaniel. Laws deal, bona telligo. Holofernes. Bone for bena. Christian a little scratched. 'Twill serve. Enter Armado, moth, and costard. Nathaniel. Videnque venit. Holofernes. Video, et gaudio. Armado. To moth chura. Holofernes. Quertura, not sira. Armado. Men of peace, well encountered. Holofernes. Most military sir. Salutation. Moth. Aside to costard, they have been at a great feast of languages and stol in the scraps. Costard. Oh, they have lived long on the alms-basket of words. I marvel thy master hath not eaten thee for a word, for thou art not so long by the head as honorificabilichid in a tattobus. Thou art easier swallowed than a flapdragon moth. Peace. The peal begins. Our motto to Holofernes, monsieur, are you not lettered? Moth. Yes, yes. He teaches boys the horn book. What is a B spelt backward with the horn on his head? Holofernes. Bah, Portia, with a horn added. Moth. Bah, most silly sheep with a horn. You hear his learning. Holofernes. Key, thou consonant. Moth. The third of the 5 vowels, if you repeat them. Or the 5th, if I. Holofernes. I will repeat them. A, E, I. Moth. The sheep. The other 2 concludes it. Oh, you. Our motto. Now, by the salt wave of the Mediterranean, a sweet touch, a quick venue of wit, snip, snap, quick and home. It rejoiceth my intellect. True wit. Moth. Offered by a child to an old man, which is wit old. Holofernes. What is the figure? What is the figure? Moth. Horns. Holofernes. Thou disputes like an infant. Go whip thy gig. Moth. Lend me your horn to make one, and I will whip about your infamy. Circa a gig of a cuckold's horn costed, and I had but 1 penny in the world, thou shouldst have it to buy gingerbread. Hold, there is the very remuneration I had of thy master, thou halfpenny purse of wit, thou pigeon egg of discretion. Oh, and the heavens were so pleased that thou wert but my bastard. What a joyful father wouldst thou make me go to! Thou hast it ad dunghill, at the fingers' ends, as they say. Holofernes. Oh, I smell false Latin. Dunghill ferengum. Our motto. Arts man, preambulate. We will be singular from the barbarous. Do you not educate youth at the charge house on the top of the mountain? Holofernes. Or Mons, the hill. Our motto. At your sweet pleasure, for the mountain. Holofernes. I do, sans question. Our motto. Sir, it is the king's most sweet pleasure and affection to congratulate the princess at her pavilion, in the posteriors of this day, which the rude multitude call the afternoon. Holofernes. The posterior of the day, most generous sir, is liable, congruent, and measurable, for the afternoon. The word is well called, chose, sweet, and apt. I do assure you, sir, I do assure. Our motto. Sir, the king is a noble gentleman, and my familiar, I do assure ye, very good friend. For what is inward between us, let it pass. I do beseech thee, remember thy courtesy. I beseech thee, apparel thy head. And among other importunate and most serious designs, and of great import indeed, too, but let that pass. For I must tell thee it will please his grace, by the world, sometime to lean upon my poor shoulder, and with his royal finger thus dally with my excrement, with my mustachio. But, sweetheart, let that pass. By the world, I recount no fable. Some certain special honors it pleaseth his greatness to impart to our motto, a soldier, a man of travel, that hath seen the world. But let that pass. The very all of all is but, sweetheart, I do implore secrecy that the king would have me present the princess, sweet chuck, with some delightful ostentation, or show, or pageant, or antic, or firework. Now, understanding that the curate and your sweet self are good at such eruptions and sudden breaking out of mirth, as it were, I have acquainted you with all, to the end to crave your assistance. Holofernes. Sir, you shall present before her the 9 worthies. Sir Nathaniel, as concerning some entertainment of time, some show in the posterior of this day, to be rendered by our assistants, the king's command, and this most gallant illustrate, and learned gentleman, before the princess I say none so fit as to present the 9 worthies. Nathaniel. Where will you find men worthy enough to present them? Holofernes. Joshua, yourself. Myself, Alexander. This gallant gentleman, Judas Maccabeus. This swain, because of his great limb or joint, shall pass Pompey the Great. The page, Hercules. Our motto. Pardon, sir. Error, he is not quantity enough for that worthy's thumb. He is not so big as the end of his club. Holofernes. Shall I have audience? He shall present Hercules in minority, his enter and exit shall be strangling a snake. And I will have an apology for that purpose. Moth. An excellent device. So, if any of the audience hiss, you may cry well done, Hercules. Now thou crushest the snake. That is the way to make an offense gracious, those few have the grace to do it. Our motto for the rest of the worthies. Holofernes, I will play three myself. Moth, thrice worthy gentlemen. Our motto, shall I tell you a thing? Holofernes, we attend. Our motto, we will have, if this fad's not an antic, I beseech you follow. Holofernes, via Goodman Doll, thou hast spoken no word all this while. Doll, nor understood none neither, sir. Holofernes, Allens, we will employ thee. Doll, I'll make one in a dance, or so, or I will play on the tabor to the worthies, and let them dance the hay. Holofernes, most Doll, honest Doll, to our sport, away. Exeunt. Scene 2. The park. Enter the Princess, Maria, Catherine, and Rosaline. Princess of France. Sweethearts, we shall be rich ere we depart, if fairings come thus plentifully in. A lady wallet about with diamonds. Look you what I have from the loving king. Rosaline, Madam, came nothing else along with that? Princess of France, nothing but this. Yes, as much love in rhyme as would be crammed up in a sheet of paper, writ o both sides the leaf, margent and all, that he was fain to seal on Cupid's name. Rosaline, that was the way to make his godhead wax, for he hath been 5,000 year a boy. Catherine, and a shrewd unhappy gallows too. Rosaline, you'll ne'er be friends with him, a kill of your sister. Catherine, he made her melancholy, sad, and heavy, and so she died. Had she been light, like you, of such a merry, nimble, stirring spirit, she might a been a grand dame ere she died, and so may you. For a light heart lives long. Rosaline, what's your dark meaning, mouse, of this light word? Catherine, a light condition in a beauty dark. Rosaline, we need more light to find your meaning out. Catherine, you'll mar the light by taking it in snuff, therefore I'll darkly end the argument. Rosaline, look what you do it still ith dark. Catherine, so do not you, for you are a light wench. Rosaline, indeed, I weigh not you, and therefore light. Catherine, you weigh me not? Oh, that's you care not for me. Rosaline, great reason, for past cure is still past care. Princess of France, well bandied both, a set of wit well played. But, Rosaline, you have a favor too. Who sent it? And what is it? Rosaline, I would you knew. And if my face were but as fair as yours, my favor were as great. Be witness this. Nay, I have verses too, I thank Baroun. The number's true, and, were the numbering too, I were the fairest goddess on the ground. I am compared to 20,000 fairs. Oh, he hath drawn my picture in his letter. Princess of France, anything like? Rosaline, much in the letters, nothing in the praise. Princess of France, hideous as ink, a good conclusion. Catherine, fair as a text be in a copy book. Rosaline, where pencils, ho, let me not die your debtor. My red dominical, my golden letter. Oh, that your face were not so full of O's. Catherine, a pox of that jest, and I beshrew all shrows. Princess of France, but, Catherine, what was sent to you from fair domain? Catherine, Madam, this glove. Princess of France, did he not send you twain? Catherine, yes, Madam, and, moreover, some 1,000 verses of a faithful lover, a huge translation of hypocrisy, vilely copuled, profound simplicity. Maria, this, and these pearl to me, said Longueville. The letter is too long by half a mile. Princess of France, I think no less. Dost thou not wish in heart the chain were longer and the letter short? Maria, or I would these hands might never part. Princess of France, we are wise girls to mock our lovers so. Rosaline, they are worse fools to purchase mocking so. That same Baroun I'll torture ere I go. Oh, that I knew he were but in by th week, how I would make him fawn, and beg, and seek, and wait the season, and observe the times, and spend his prodigal wits in bootless rhymes, and shape his service wholly to my hests, and make him proud to make me proud that jests. So pertwant like would I o'er sway his state, that he should be my fool, and I his fate. Princess of France, none are so surely caught, when they are catched, as wit turned fool. Folly, in wisdom hatched, hath wisdom's warrant and the help of school, and wit's own grace to grace a learned fool. Rosaline, the blood of youth burns not with such excess as gravity's revolt to wantonness. Maria, folly in fools bears not so strong a note as foolery in the wise when wit doth dote, since all the power thereof it doth apply to prove, by wit, worth and simplicity. Enter Boyet. Princess of France, here comes Boyet, and mirth is in his face. Boyet, oh, I am stabbed with laughter. Where's her grace? Princess of France, thy news. Boyet. Boyet, prepare, Madam, prepare. Arm, wenches, arm. Encounters mounted are against your peace. Love doth approach discussed, armed in arguments. You'll be suppressed. Muster your wits. stand in your own defense, or hide your heads like cowards, and fly hence. Princess of France. Saint Denis to Saint Cupid. What are they that charge their breath against us? Say, scout, say. Byet. Under the cool shade of a sycamore I thought to close mine eyes some half an hour, when, lo, to interrupt my purposed rest, toward that shade I might behold addressed the king and his companions. Warily I stole into a neighbor thicket by, and overheard what you shall overhear, that, by and by, discussed they will be here. Their herald is a pretty knavish page, that well by heart hath conned his embassage. Action and accent did they teach him there. Thus must thou speak, and thus thy body bear. And ever and anon they made a doubt. Presence majestical would put him out. For quoth the king, an angel shalt thou see. Yet fear not thou, but speak audaciously. The boy replied, an angel is not evil. I should have feared her had she been a devil. With that all laughed, and clapped him on the shoulder, making the bold wag by their praises bolder. One rubbed his elbow, thus, and fleered, and swore a better speech was never spoke before. Another with his finger and his thumb cried via, we will doubt, come what will come. The third he capered, and cried, all goes well. The fourth turned on the toe, and down he fell. With that they all did tumble on the ground, with such a zealous laughter, so profound, that on the spleen ridiculous appears, to check their folly, passion's solemn tears. Princess of France. But what, come they to visit us? Byet. They do, and are apparelled thus, like Muscovites or Russians, as I guess. Their purpose is to parley, court, and dance, and everyone his love feet will advance unto his several mistress, which they'll know by favors several which they did bestow. Princess of France. And will they so? The gallants shall be tasked. For, ladies, we will every one be masked, and not a man of them shall have the grace, despite of suit, to see a lady's face. Hold, Rosaline, this favor thou shalt wear, and then the king will court thee for as dear. Hold, take thou this, my sweet, and give me thine. So shall Baroun take me for Rosaline, and change you favors too. So shall your loves woo contrary, deceived by these removes. Rosaline. Come on, then, where the favors most incite. Catherine. But, in this changing, what is your intent? Princess of France. The effect of my intent is to cross theirs. They do it but in mocking merriment, and mock for mock is only my intent. Their several counsels they unbosom shall to loves mistook, and so be mocked withal. Upon the next occasion that we meet, with visages displayed to talk and greet. Rosaline. But shall we dance, if they desire us tout? Princess of France. No, to the death. We will not move a foot, nor to the penitent speech render we no grace. But while 'tis spoke each turn away her face. Byet. Why, that contempt will kill the speaker's heart, and quite divorce his memory from his part. Princess of France. Therefore I do it, and I make no doubt the rest will ne'er come in, if he be out. There's no such sport as sport by sport overthrown, to make theirs ours, and ours none but our own. So shall we stay, mocking intended game, and they well mock it depart away with shame. Trumpet sounds within. Byet. The trumpet sounds. Be masked. The maskers come. The ladies mask. Enter blackamoor's music, moth as prologue, the king and his lords as maskers, in the guise of Russians. Moth. All hail, the richest beauties on the earth. Byet. Beauties no richer than rich taffeta. Moth. A holy parcel of the fairest dames. The ladies turn their backs to him that ever turned their backs to mortal views. Baroun. Their eyes, villain, their eyes. Moth. That ever turned their eyes to mortal views. Out. Byet. True. Out indeed. Moth. Out of your favors, heavenly spirits, vouchsafe not to behold. Baroun. Once to behold. Rogue. Moth. Once to behold with your sunbeamed eyes. With your sunbeamed eyes. Byet. They will not answer to that epithet. You were best call it daughter-beamed eyes. Moth. They do not mark me, and that brings me out. Baroun. Is this your perfectness? Begone, you rogue. Exit. Moth. Rosaline. What would these strangers know their minds? Boyt. If they do speak our language, 'tis our will that some plain man recount their purposes. Know what they would. Byet. What would you with the princess? Baroun. Nothing but peace and gentle visitation. Rosaline. What would they, say they? Byet. Nothing but peace and gentle visitation. Rosaline. Why, that they have, and bid them so be gone. Byet. She says you have it, and you may be gone. King, say to her we have measured many miles to tread a measure with her on this grass. Byet, they say that they have measured many a mile to tread a measure with you on this grass. Rosaline, it is not so. Ask them how many inches is in 1 mile. If they have measured many, the measure, then, of one is easily told. Byet, if to come hither you have measured miles and many miles, the princess bids you tell how many inches doth fill up 1 mile. Baroun, tell her we measure them by weary steps. Byet, she hears herself. Rosaline, how many weary steps of many weary miles you have orgone are numbered in the travel of 1 mile. Baroun, we number nothing that we spent for you. Our duty is so rich, so infinite, that we may do it still without account. Vouchsafe to show the sunshine of your face, that we, like savages, may worship it. Rosaline, my face is but a moon, and clouded too. King, blessed are clouds, to do as such clouds do. Vouchsafe, bright moon, and these thy stars, to shine. Those clouds removed, upon our watery Ain. Rosaline, O vain petitioner, beg a greater matter. Thou now requests but moonshine in the water. King, then in our measure do but vouchsafe one change. Thou bidst me beg. This begging is not strange. Rosaline, play, music, then. Nay, you must do it soon. Not yet. No, dance. Thus change I like the moon. King, will you not dance? How come you thus estranged? Rosaline, you took the moon at full, but now she's changed. King, yet still she is the moon, and I the man. The music plays. Vouchsafe some motion to it. Rosaline, our ears vouchsafe it. King, but your legs should do it. Rosaline, since you are strangers, and come here by chance, we'll not be nice. Take hands. We will not dance. King, why take we hands then? Rosaline, only to part friends. Curtsy, sweethearts. And so the measure ends. King, more measure of this measure. Be not nice. Rosaline, we can afford no more at such a price. King, price you yourselves. What buys your company? Rosaline, your absence only. King, that can never be. Rosaline, then cannot we be bought? And so adieu. Twice to your visor and half once to you. King, if you deny to dance, let's hold more chat. Rosaline, in private then. King, I am best pleased with that. They converse apart. Baroun, white-headed mistress, one sweet word with thee. Princess of France, honey, and milk, and sugar. There is 3. Baroun, nay, then, 2 trays, and if you grow so nice. Metheglin, wort, and Momsey. Well run dice. There's half a dozen sweets. Princess of France, 7th sweet, adieu. Since you can cog, I'll play no more with you. Baroun, one word in secret. Princess of France, let it not be sweet. Baroun, thou grievest my gall. Princess of France, gall. Bitter. Baroun, therefore meet. They converse apart. Domain, will you vouchsafe with me to change a word? Maria, name it. Domain, fair lady. Maria, say you so? Fair lord, take that for your fair lady. Domain, please it you, as much in private, and I'll bid adieu. They converse apart. Catherine, what? Was your vizard made without a tongue? Longueville, I know the reason. Lady, why you ask? Catherine, oh for your reason. Quickly, sir. I long. Longueville, you have a double tongue within your mask, and would afford my speechless vizard half. Catherine, veal, quoth the Dutchman, is not veal a calf? Longueville, a calf, fair lady. Catherine, no, a fair lord calf. Longueville, let's part the word. Catherine, no, I'll not be your half. Take all and wean it. It may prove an ox. Longueville, look how you butt yourself in these sharp mocks. Will you give horns? Chaste lady, do not so. Catherine, then die a calf, before your horns do grow. Longueville, one word in private with you ere I die. Catherine, bleat softly, then. The butcher hears you cry. They converse apart. Byet, the tongues of mocking wenches are as keen as is the razor's edge invisible, cutting a smaller hair than may be seen above the sense of sense. So sensible seemeth their conference. Their conceits of wings, fleeter than arrows, bullets, wind, thought, swifter things. Rosaline, not one word more, my maids. Break off, Baroun, by heaven, all dry beaten with pure scoff. King, farewell, mad wenches. You have simple wits. Exeunt king, lords, and blackamoors. Princess of France, 20 adieus. My frozen Muscovites, are these the breed of wits so wondered at? Byet, tapers they are, with your sweet breaths puffed out. Rosaline, well liking wits they have. Gross, fat, Princess of France, O poverty and wit, kingly poor flout. Will they not, think you, hang themselves tonight or ever but in vizards show their faces? This pert Baroun was out of countenance quite. Rosaline, they were all in lamentable cases. The king was weeping ripe for a good word. Princess of France, Baroun did swear himself out of all suit. Maria de Maine was at my service, and his sword no point, quoth I. My servant straight was mute. Catherine, Lord Longueville said I came o'er his heart, and trow you what he calleth me? Princess of France, quam, perhaps. Catherine, yes, in good faith. Princess of France, go, sickness as thou art. Rosaline, well, better wits have worn plain statute caps. But will you hear? The king is my love sworn. Princess of France, and quick Baroun hath plighted faith to me. Catherine, and Longueville was for my service born. Maria de Maine is mine, as sure as bark on tree. Byet, madam, and pretty mistresses, give ear. Immediately they will again be near in their own shapes. For it can never be. They will digest this harsh indignity. Princess of France, will they return? Byet, they will, God knows, and leap for joy, though they are lame with blows. Therefore, change favors. And, when they repair, blow like sweet roses in the summer air. Princess of France, how blow? How blow? Speak to be understood. Byet, fair ladies masked are roses in their bud. Dismasked, their damask sweet commixture shown are angels veiling clouds, or roses blown. Princess of France, avaunt, perplexity. What shall we do if they return in their own shapes to woo? Rosaline, good madam, if by me you'll be advised, let's mock them still, as well known as disquised. Let us complain to them what fools were here, disquised like Muscovites, in shapeless gear, and wonder what they were, and to what end. Their shallow shows and prologue vilely penned, and their rough carriage so ridiculous, should be presented at our tent to us. Byet, ladies, withdraw. The gallants are at hand. Princess of France, whip to our tents, as roes run o'er land. Exeunt Princess, Rosaline, Catherine, and Maria. Re-enter the king, Baroun, Longueville, and de Maine in their proper habits. King, fair sir, God save you. Where's the princess? Byet, gone to her tent. Please it your majesty, command me any service to her thither. King, that she vouchsafe me audience for one word. Byet, I will. And so will she, I know, my lord. Exit. Baroun, this fellow pecks up wit as pigeons peas, and utters it again when God doth please. He is wit's peddler, and retails his wares at wakes, and wassails, meetings, markets, fairs, and we that sell by gross, the Lord doth know, have not the grace to grace it with such show. This gallant pins the wenches on his sleeve. Had he been Adam, he had tempted Eve. A can carve too, and lisp. Why, this is he that kissed his hand away in courtesy. This is the ape of form, Monsieur the niece, that, when he plays at tables, chides the dice in honorable terms. Nay, he can sing a mean most meanly, and in ushering mend him who can. The ladies call him sweet. The stairs, as he treads on them, kiss his feet. This is the flower that smiles on every one, to show his teeth as white as whale's bone, and consciences that will not die in debt. Pay him the due of honey-tongued Boit. King, a blister on his sweet tongue, with my heart that put Armado's page out of his part. Re-enter the princess, ushered by Byet, Rosaline, Maria, and Catherine. Baroun, see where it comes. Behavior, what word thou tell this man showed thee, and what art thou now? King, all hail, sweet madam, and fair time of day. Princess of France, fair and all hail is foul, as I conceive. King, construe my speeches better, if you may. Princess of France, then wish me better. I will give you leave. King, we came to visit you, and purpose now to lead you to our court. Vouchsafe it then. Princess of France, this field shall hold me, and so hold your vow. Nor God, nor I, delights in perjured men. King, rebuke me not for that which you provoke. The virtue of your eye must break my oath. Princess of France, you nickname virtue, vice you should have spoke. For virtue's office never breaks men's troth. Now by my maiden honor, yet as pure as the unsullied lily, I protest. A world of torments though I should endure, I would not yield to be your house's guest. So much I hate a breaking cause to be of heavenly oaths, vowed with integrity. King, oh, you have lived in desolation here, unseen, unvisited, much to our shame. Princess of France, not so, my lord. It is not so, I swear. We have had pastimes here, and pleasant game. A mess of Russians left us but of late. King, how, madam? Russians. Princess of France, in truth, my lord. Trim gallants, full of courtship and of state. Rosaline, madam, speak true. It is not so, my lord, my lady, to the manner of the days. In courtesy gives undeserving praise. We four indeed confronted war with four in Russian habit. Here they stayed an hour and talked apace. And in that hour, my lord, they did not bless us with one happy word. I dare not call them fools. But this I think, when they are thirsty, fools would fain have drink. Baroun, this jest is dry to me. Fair gentle sweet, your wit makes wise things foolish. When we greet with eyes best seeing, heaven's fiery eye, by light we lose light. Your capacity is of that nature that to your huge store wise things seem foolish and rich things but poor. Rosaline, this proves you wise and rich, for in my eye, Baroun, I am a fool, and full of poverty. Rosaline, but that you take what doth to you belong, it were a fault to snatch words from my tongue. Baroun, oh, I am yours, and all that I possess. Rosaline, all the fool mine. Baroun, I cannot give you less. Rosaline, which of the vizards was it that you wore? Baroun, where? When? What vizard? Why demand you this? Rosaline, there, then, that vizard. That superfluous case that hid the worse and showed the better face. King, we were discreet. They'll mock us now downright. Domain, let us confess, and turn it to a jest. Princess of France, Amazed, my lord, why looks your highness sad? Rosaline, help, hold his brows. He'll swoon. Why look you pale? Seasick, I think, coming from Muscovy. Baroun, thus pour the stars down plagues for perjury. Can any face of brass hold longer out? Here stand I, lady, dart thy skill at me. Bruise me with scorn, confound me with a flout. Thrust thy sharp wit quite through my ignorance. Cut me to pieces with thy keen conceit. And I will wish thee never more to dance, nor never more in Russian habit wait. Oh, never will I trust to speeches penned, nor to the motion of a schoolboy's tongue, nor never come in vizard to my friend, nor woo in rhyme, like a blind harper's song. Taffeta phrases, silken terms precise, three-pillet hyperboles, spruce affectation, figures pedantical. These summer flies have blown me full of maggot ostentation. I do forswear them. And I here protest by this white glove, how white the hand, God knows. Henceforth my wooing mind shall be expressed in russet yeas, an honest cursey nose. And, to begin, wench, so God help me, law, my love to thee is sound, sans crack or flaw. Rosaline, sans, I pray you. Baroun, yet I have a trick of the old rage. Bear with me, I am sick. I'll leave it by degrees. Soft, let us see. Right Lord, have mercy on us, on those three. They are infected. In their hearts it lies. They have the plague, and caught it of your eyes. These lords are visited. You are not free, for the Lord's tokens on you do I see. Princess of France, no, they are free that gave these tokens to us. Baroun, our states are forfeit. Seek not to undo us. Rosaline, it is not so. For how can this be true, that you stand forfeit, being those that sue? Baroun, peace. For I will not have to do with you. Rosaline, nor shall not, if I do as I intend. Baroun, speak for yourselves. My wit is at an end. King, teach us, sweet madam, for our rude transgression, some fair excuse. Princess of France, the fairest is confession. Were not you here but even now, discussed? King, madam, I was. Princess of France, and were you well advised? King, I was. Fair madam. Princess of France, when you then were here, what did you whisper in your lady's ear? King, that more than all the world I did respect her. Princess of France, when she shall challenge this, you will reject her. King, upon mine honor, no. Princess of France, peace, peace, forbear. Your oath once broke, you force not to forswear. King, despise me when I break this oath of mine. Princess of France, I will, and therefore keep it. Rosaline, what did the Russian whisper in your ear? Rosaline, madam, he swore that he did hold me dear as precious eyesight, and did value me above this world, adding thereto, moreover, that he would wed me, or else die my lover. Princess of France, God give thee joy of him. The noble lord most honorably doth uphold his word. King, what mean you, madam, by my life, my troth? I never swore this lady such an oath. Rosaline, by heaven, you did. And, to confirm it plain, you gave me this. But take it, sir, again. King, my faith in this the princess I did give. I knew her by this jewel on her sleeve. Princess of France, pardon me, sir, this jewel did she wear? And Lord Baroun, I thank him, is my dear. What, will you have me, or your pearl again? Baroun, neither of either. I remit both twain. I see the trick. O't, Here was a consent knowing aforehand of our merriment to dash it like a Christmas comedy. Some carry tale, some please man, some slight zany, some mumble news, some trencher knight, some dick that smiles his cheek in years and knows the trick to make my lady laugh when she's disposed. Told our intents before, which once disclosed, the ladies did change favors. And then we, following the signs, would but the sign of she. Now, to our perjury to add more terror, we are again forsworn in will and error. Much upon this it is to be a yet, and might not you forestall our sport, to make us thus untrue? Do not you know my lady's foot by Squire, and laugh upon the apple of her eye, and stand between her back, sir, and the fire, holding a trencher, jesting merrily? You put our page out. Go, you are allowed. Die when you will, a smock shall be your shroud. You leer upon me, do you? There's an eye wounds like a leaden sword. Be a yet, full merrily hath this brave manage, this career, been run. Baround, lo, he is tilting straight. Peace, I have done. Enter Costard. Welcome, pure wit. Thou part'st a fair fray. Costard. O Lord, sir, they would know whether the three worthies shall come in or no. Baround. What, are there but three? Costard. No, sir, but it is vara fine for everyone persons three. Baround. And 3 times thrice is 9. Costard. Not so, sir. Under correction, sir. I hope it is not so. You cannot beg us, sir, I can assure you, sir. We know what we know. I hope, sir. 3 times thrice, sir. Baround. Is not 9. Costard. Under correction, sir. We know where until it doth amount. Baround. By Jove, I always took 3 threes for 9. Costard. O Lord, sir, it were pity you should get your living by reckoning, sir. Baround. How much is it? Costard. O Lord, sir, the parties themselves, the actors, sir, will show where until it doth amount. For mine own part, I am, as they say, but to perfect one man and one poor man, Pompey the Great. Sir. Baround. Art thou one of the worthies? Costard. It pleased them to think me worthy of Pompey the Great. For mine own part, I know not the degree of the worthy, but I am to stand for him. Baround. Go, bid them prepare. Costard. We will turn it finely off, sir. We will take some care. Exit Costard. King. Baround. They will shame us. Let them not approach. Baround. We are shame-proof, my lord, and 'tis some policy to have one show worse than the king's and his company. King. I say they shall not come. Princess of France. Nay, my good lord, let me overrule you now. That sport best pleases that doth least know how. Where zeal strives to content, and the contents dies in the zeal of that which it presents. Their form confounded makes most form and mirth. When great things laboring perish in their birth. Baround. A right description of our sport, my lord. Enter Armado. Armado. Anointed, I implore so much expense of thy royal sweet breath as will utter a brace of words. Converses apart with the king, and delivers a paper. Princess of France. Doth this man serve God? Baround. Why ask you? Princess of France. Speaks not like a man of God his making. Armado. That is all one, my fair, sweet, honey monarch. 4. I protest, the schoolmaster is exceeding fantastical. Too vain. Too vain. But we will put it, as they say, to Fortuna de la Guerra. I wish you the peace of mind, most royal couplement. Exit Armado. King. Here is like to be a good presence of worthies. He presents Hector of Troy, the swain, Pompey the Great, the parish curate, Alexander, Arenado's page, Hercules, the pedant, Judas Maccabeus. And if these 4 worthies in their first show thrive, these 4 will change habits and present the other 5. Baround. There is 5 in the first show. King. You are deceived, 'tis not so. Baround. The pedant, the braggart, the head priest, the fool, and the boy abate throw at novum, and the whole world again cannot pick out 5 such. Take each one in his vein. King. The ship is under sail, and here she comes amain. Enter Costard, armed for Pompey. Costard. I Pompey am. Baround. You lie, you are not he. Costard. I Pompey am. Be a yet, with Libard's head on knee. Baround. Well said, old mocker. I must needs be friends with thee. Costard. I Pompey am. Pompey surnamed the big, domain the great. Costard. It is great, sir. Pompey surnamed the great, that oft in field, with targe and shield, did make my foe to sweat. And travelling along this coast, I beer am come by chance, and lay my arms before the legs of this sweet lass of France. If your ladyship would say thanks, Pompey, I have done. Princess of France. Great thanks, great Pompey costard, 'tis not so much worth. But I hope I was perfect. I made a little fault in great Brown my hat to a halfpenny. Pompey proves the best worthy. Enter Sir Nathaniel, for Alexander Nathaniel. When in the world I lived, I was the world's commander. By east, west, north, and south, I spread my conquering might. My scutcheon plain declares that I am Alexander Boyet. Your nose says, no, you are not. For it stands to right. Brown. Your nose smells no in this most tender-smelling night. Princess of France. The conqueror is dismayed. Proceed. Good Alexander Nathaniel. When in the world I lived, I was the world's commander. Boyet. Most true, 'tis right, you were so, Alexander Brown. Pompey the great costard, your servant, and costard. Brown. Take away the conqueror, take away Alexander costard. To Sir Nathaniel. Oh, sir, you have overthrown Alexander the conqueror. You will be scraped out of the painted cloth for this. Your lion, that holds his poleaxe sitting on a close stool, will be given to Ajax. He will be the 9th worthy, a conqueror and afeard to speak. Run away for shame, Alexander. Sir Nathaniel retires there, and shall please you, a foolish mild man, an honest man, look you, and soon dashed. He is a marvelous good neighbor, faith, and a very good bowler. But for Alexander, alas! You see how 'tis a little aparted. But there are worthies a-coming will speak their mind in some other sort. Princess of France. Stand aside, good Pompey. Enter Holofernes, for Judas, and Moth, for Hercules. Holofernes. Great Hercules is presented by this imp, whose club killed Cerberus, that three-headed Canis. And when he was a babe, a child, a shrimp, thus did he strangle serpents in his manus. Quoniam he seemeth in minority. Ergo I come with this apology. Keep some state in thy exit, and vanish. Moth retires. Judas I am. Domain. A Judas. Holofernes. Not Iscariot, sir. Judas I am. Ecliped Maccabeus. Domain. Judas Maccabeus clipped is plain. Judas. Brown. A kissing traitor. How art thou prophet? Judas. Holofernes. Judas I am. Domain. The more shame for you, Judas. Holofernes. What mean you, sir? Boyet. To make Judas hang himself. Holofernes. Begin, sir. You are my elder. Brown. Well followed. Judas was hanged on an elder. Holofernes. I will not be put out of countenance. Brown. Because thou hast no face. Holofernes. What is this? Boyet. A cittern head. Domain. The head of a bodkin. Brown. A death's face in a ring. Longueville. The face of an old Roman coin, scarce seen. Boyet. The pommel of Caesar's falcon. Domain. The carved bone face on a flask. Brown. St. George's half-cheek in a brooch. Domain. A. And in a brooch of lead. Brown. A. And worn in the cap of a tooth drawer. And now, forward. For we have put thee in countenance. Holofernes. You have put me out of countenance. Brown. False. We have given thee faces. Holofernes. But you have outfacted them all. Brown. And thou wert a lion, we would do so. Boyet. Therefore, as he is an ass, let him go. And so adieu, sweet Jude. Nay, why dost thou stay? Domain. For the latter end of his name. Brown. For the ass to the Jude. Give it him Judas. Away. Holofernes. This is not generous, not gentle, not humble. Boyet. A light for Monsieur Judas. It grows dark, he may stumble. Holofernes retires. Princess of France. Alas, poor Maccabeus, how hath he been baited? Enter Armado, for Hector. Brown. Hide thy head, Achilles. Here comes Hector in arms. Domain. Though my mocks come home by me, I will now be merry. King. Hector was but a Trojan in respect of this. Boyet. But is this Hector? Domain. I think Hector was not so clean-timbered. Longueville. His leg is too big for Hector's. Domain. More calf, certain. Boyet. No. He is best endued in the small. Brown. This cannot be Hector. Domain. He's a god or a painter, for he makes faces. Armado. The omnipotent Mars of lances the Almighty gave Hector a gift. Domain. A gilt nutmeg. Brown. A lemon. Longueville. Stuck with cloves. Domain. No, cloven. Armado. Peace. The omnipotent Mars of lances the Almighty gave Hector a gift, the heir of Ilion, a man so breathed that certain he would fight ye from morn till night out of his pavilion. I am that flower. Domain. That meant Longueville. The Columbine. Armado. Sweet Lord Longueville, rein thy tongue. Longueville. I must rather give it the rein, for it runs against Hector. Domain. A. And Hector's a greyhound. Armado. The sweet warm man is dead and rotten. Sweet chucks, beat not the bones of the buried. When he breathed, he was a man. But I will forward with my device to the princess sweet royalty. Bestow on me the sense of hearing. Baroun steps forth, and speaks to Costard. Princess of France. Speak, brave Hector. We are much delighted. Armado. I do adore thy sweet grace's slipper. Byet. Assigned to Domain loves her by the foot. Domain. Assigned to Byet he may not by the yard. Armado. This Hector far surmounted Hannibal. Costard. The party is gone, fellow Hector, she is gone. She is 2 months on her way. Armado. What meanest thou? Costard. Faith, unless you play the honest Troyan, the poor wench is cast away. She's quick. The child brags in her belly already. 'Tis yours. Armado. Dost thou infaminize me among potentates? Thou shalt die. Costard. Then shall Hector be whipped for Jaquenetta that is quick by him, and hanged for Pompey that is dead by him. Domain. Most rare Pompey. Byet. Renowned Pompey. Baroun. Greater than great. Great Pompey. Pompey the huge. Domain. Hector trembles. Baroun. Pompey is moved. Morates. Stir them on. Domain. Hector will challenge him. Baroun. If I have no more man's blood in his belly than will sup a flea. Armado. By the North Pole, I do challenge thee. Costard. I will not fight with a pole, like a northern man. I'll do it by the sword. I betray you. Let me borrow my arms again. Domain. Room for the incensed worthies. Costard. I'll do it in my shirt. Domain. Most resolute Pompey. Moth. Master, let me take you a buttonhole lower. Do you not see Pompey is uncasing for the combat? What mean you? You will lose your reputation. Armado. Gentlemen and soldiers, pardon me. I will not combat in my shirt. Domain. You may not deny it, Pompey hath made the challenge. Armado. Sweet bloods, I both may and will. Baroun. What reason have you for tea? Armado. The naked truth of it is, I have no shirt. I go woolward for penance. Byet. True, and it was enjoined him in Rome for want of linen. Since when, I'll be sworn, he wore none but a dish-clout of Jaquenettas, and that wears next his heart for a favour. Enter as messenger, Monsieur Marcade. Marcade. God save you, Madam Princess of France. Welcome, Marcade. But that thou interruptest our merriment. Marcade. I am sorry, Madam, for the news I bring is heavy in my tongue. The king your father, Princess of France, dead, for my life. Marcade. Even so. My tale is told. Baroun. Worthies away. The scene begins to cloud. Armado. For mine own part, I breathe free breath. I have seen the day of wrong through the little hole of discretion, and I will right myself like a soldier. Exeunt. Worthies. King. How fares your majesty? Princess of France. Boit. Prepare. I will away tonight. King. Madam, not so. I do beseech you stay. Princess of France. Prepare, I say. I thank you, gracious lords, for all your fair endeavours, and entreat out of a new sad soul, that you vouchsafe in your rich wisdom to excuse or hide the liberal opposition of our spirits. If over boldly we have borne ourselves in the converse of breath, your gentleness was guilty of it. Farewell, worthy lord. A heavy heart bears not a nimble tongue. Excuse me so, coming too short of thanks for my great suit so easily obtained. King. The extreme parts of time extremely forms all causes to the purpose of a speed, and often at his very loose decides that which long process could not arbitrate. And though the morning brow of progeny forbid the smiling courtesy of love, the holy suit which fain it would convince, yet, since love's argument was first on foot, let not the cloud of sorrow justle it from what it purposed. Since to wail friends lost is not by much so wholesome profitable as to rejoice at friends but newly found. Princess of France. I understand you not. My griefs are double. Baroun. Honest plain words best pierce the ear of grief, and by these badges understand the king. For your fair sakes have we neglected time, played foul play with our oaths. Your beauty, ladies, hath much deformed us, fashioning our humours even to the opposed end of our intents. And what in us hath seemed ridiculous, as love is full of unbefitting strains, all wanton as a child, skipping in vain, formed by the eye, and therefore, like the eye, full of strange shapes, of habits, and of forms, varying in subjects as the eye doth roll to every varied object in his glance, which party-coated presence of loose love put on by us, even your heavenly eyes have misbecommed our oaths and gravities. Those heavenly eyes that look into these faults suggested us to make. Therefore, ladies, our love being yours, The error that love makes is likewise yours. We to ourselves prove false by being once false forever to be true to those that make us both fair ladies, you and even that falsehood, in itself a sin, thus purifies itself and turns to grace. Princess of France, we have received your letters, full of love, your favors, the ambassadors of love, and, in our maiden council, rated them at courtship, pleasant jest, and courtesy as bombast and as lining to the time. But more devout than this in our respects have we not been, and therefore met your loves in their own fashion, like a merriment. Domain. Our letters, madam, showed much more than jest. Longueville. So did our looks. Rosaline. We did not quote them so. King. Now, at the latest minute of the hour, grant us your loves. Princess of France. A time, methinks, too short to make a world without and bargain in. No, no, my lord, your grace is perjured much, full of dear guiltiness. And therefore this, if for my love, as there is no such cause, you will do aught, this shall you do for me. Your oath I will not trust, but go with speed to some forlorn and naked hermitage, remote from all the pleasures of the world. There stay until the 12 celestial signs have brought about the annual reckoning. If this austere and sociable life change not your offer made in heat of blood, if frosts and fasts, hard lodging and thin weeds, knit not the gaudy blossoms of your love, but that it bear this trial, and last love, then, at the expiration of the year, come, challenge me by these deserts, and, by this virgin palm now kissing thine, I will be thine. And, till that instant, shut my woeful self up in a mournful house, raining the tears of lamentation for the remembrance of my father's death. If this thou do deny, let our hands part, neither entitled in the other's heart. King. If this, or more than this, I would deny, to flatter up these powers of mine with rest, the sudden hand of death close up mine eye. Hence, hermit, then, my heart is in thy breast. Brown. And what to me, my love? And what to me? Rosaline. You must be purged too, your sins are racked. You are attainted with faults and perjury. Therefore, if you my favor mean to get, a 12-month shall you spend, and never rest, but seek the weary beds of people sick. Domain. But what to me, my love? But what to me? A wife, Catherine, a beard, fair health, and honesty. With threefold love I wish you all these three. Domain. Oh, shall I say I thank you, gentle wife? Catherine. No, so, my lord. A 12-month and a day. I'll mark no words that smooth faced wooer say. Come when the king doth to my lady come. Then, if I have much love, I'll give you some. Domain. I'll serve thee true and faithfully till then. Catherine. Yet swear not, lest ye be forsworn again. Longueville. What says Maria? Maria. At the 12 months' end, I'll change my black gown for a faithful friend. Longueville. I'll stay with patience, but the time is long. Maria. The like are you. Few taller are so young. Brown. Studies my lady. Mistress, look on me. Behold the window of my heart, mine eye. What humble suit attends thy answer there? Impose some service on me for thy love. Rosaline. Oft have I heard of you, my lord Brown, before I saw you, and the world's large tongue proclaims you for a man replete with mocks, full of comparisons and wounding flouts, which you on all estates will execute that lie within the mercy of your wit, to weed this wormwood from your fruitful brain, and therewithal to win me, if you please, without the which I am not to be won. You shall this 12-month term from day to day visit the speechless sick, and still converse with groaning wretches. And your task shall be, with all the fierce endeavor of your wit, to enforce the pain impotent to smile. Brown. To move wild laughter in the throat of death? It cannot be. It is impossible. Mirth cannot move a soul in agony. Rosaline. Why, that's the way to choke a giving spirit, whose influence is begot of that loose grace which shallow laughing hearers give to fools. A jest's prosperity lies in the ear of him that hears it, never in the tongue of him that makes it. Then, if sickly ears, deafened with the clamors of their own dear groans, will hear your idle scorns, continue then, and I will have you in that fault withal. But if they will not, throw away that spirit, and I shall find you empty of that fault, right joyful of your reformation. Brown. A 12-month. Well, befall what will befall. I'll jest a 12-month in an hospital. Princess of France. To the king. A, sweet my lord, and so I take my leave. King. No, madam. We will bring you on your way. Brown. Our wooing doth not end like an old play. Jack hath not Jill. These ladies' courtesy might well have made our sport a comedy. King. Come, sir, it wants a 12-month and a day, and then 'twill end. Brown. That's too long for a play. Re-enter Armado. Armado. Sweet Majesty, vouchsafe me. Princess of France, was not that not Hector de Maine, the worthy knight of Troy? Armado, I will kiss thy royal finger, and take leave. I am a votary, I have vowed to Jaquenetta to hold the plough for her sweet love 3 year. But, most esteemed greatness, will you hear the dialogue that the 2 learned men have compiled in praise of the owl and the cuckoo? It should have followed in the end of our show. King, call them forth quickly. We will do so. Armado, holla. Approach. Enter all. This side is Hemes, winter. This ver, the spring, the one maintained by the owl, th other by the cuckoo. Ver, begin. Spring, when daisies plied and violets blue, and lady smocks all silver white, and cuckoo buds of yellow hue do paint the meadows with delight. The cuckoo then on every tree mocks married men, for thus sings he: cuckoo, 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 a word of fear, unpleasing to a married ear. When shepherds pipe on oaten straws, and merry larks are ploughmen's clocks, when turtles tread, and rooks and daws, and maidens bleach their summer smocks. The cuckoo then on every tree mocks married men, for thus sings he: cuckoo, 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 a word of fear, unpleasing to a married ear. Winter, when icicles hang by the wall, and Dick the shepherd blows his nail, and Tom bears logs into the hall, and milk comes frozen home in pail. When blood is nipped, and ways be foul, then nightly sings the staring owl: to-hoo, to-it, to-hoo, a merry note, while greasy Joan doth keel the pot. When all aloud the wind doth blow, and coughing drowns the parson's saw, and birds sit rooting in the snow, and Marion's nose looks red and raw. When roasted crabs hiss in the bowl, then nightly sings the staring owl: to-hoo, to-it, to-hoo, a merry note, while greasy Joan doth keel the pot. Armado, the words of Mercury are harsh after the songs of Apollo. You that way, we this way. Exeunt. Macbeth. Contents. Act I. Scene I. An open place. Scene 2. A camp near Fours. Scene 3. A heath. Scene 4. Fours. A room in the palace. Scene 5. Inverness. A room in Macbeth Castle. Scene 6. The same. Before the castle. Scene 7. The same. A lobby in the castle. ACT. Second Scene I. Inverness. Court within the castle. Scene 2. The same. Scene 3. The same. Scene 4. The same. Without the castle. ACT. Third Scene I. Fours. A room in the palace. Scene 2. The same. Another room in the palace. Scene 3. The same. A park or lawn, with a gate leading to the palace. Scene 4. The same. A room of state in the palace. Scene 5. The heath. Scene 6. Fours. A room in the palace. ACT. Fourth Scene I. A dark cave in the middle, a cauldron boiling. Scene 2. Fife. A room in Macduff Castle. Scene 3. England. Before the King Palace. Act V. Scene I. Dunsinane. A room in the castle. Scene 2. The country near Dunsinane. Scene 3. Dunsinane. A room in the castle. Scene 4. Country near Dunsinane, a wood in view. Scene 5. Dunsinane. Within the castle. Scene 6. The same. A plain before the castle. Scene 7. The same. Another part of the plain. Scene 8. The same. Another part of the field. Dramatis person. Duncan, King of Scotland. Malcolm, his son. Donalbain, his son. Macbeth, general in the King Army. Banquo, general in the King Army. Macduff, nobleman of Scotland. Lennox, nobleman of Scotland. Ross, nobleman of Scotland. Menteith, nobleman of Scotland. Angus, nobleman of Scotland. Caithness, nobleman of Scotland. Fleance, son to Banquo. Seward, Earl of Northumberland, general of the English forces. Young Seward, his son. Satan, an officer attending on Macbeth. Boy, son to Macduff. An English doctor, a Scottish doctor, a soldier, a porter, an old man. Lady Macbeth, Lady Macduff. Gentlewoman attending on Lady Macbeth. Hecate, and 3 witches. Lords, gentlemen, officers, soldiers, murderers, attendants and messengers. The ghost of Banquo and several other apparitions. Scene, in the end of the 4th act, in England. Through the rest of the play, in Scotland, and chiefly at Macbeth Castle. Act I. Scene I. An open place. Thunder and lightning. Enter 3 witches. First witch: when shall we 3 meet again? In thunder, lightning, or in rain? Second witch: when the hurlyburly done, when the battle lost and won. Third witch: that will be ere the set of sun. First witch: where the place? Second witch: upon the heath. Third witch: there to meet with Macbeth. First witch: I come, Grey Malkin. Second witch: Paddock calls. Third witch: anon. Fair is foul, and foul is fair, hover through the fog and filthy air. Exeunt. Scene 2. A camp near Fours. Alarum within. Enter King Duncan, Malcolm, Donalbain, Lennox, with attendants, beating a bleeding captain. Duncan: what bloody man is that? He can report, as seemeth by his plight, of the revolt the new estate. Malcolm: this is a sergeant who, like a good and hearty soldier, fought against my captivity. Hail, brave friend, say to the king the knowledge of the broil as thou didst leave it. Soldier, doubtful it stood, as two spent swimmers that do cling together and choke their art. The merciless Macdonald worthy to be a rebel, for to that the multiplying villainies of nature do swarm upon him from the western isles of kerns and gallow-glasses is supplied. And fortune, on his damned quarrel smiling, show like a rebel whore, but all too weak. For brave Macbeth well he deserves that name, disdaining fortune, with his brandished steel, which smock with bloody execution, like Villerminion, carve out his passage, till he fact the slave. Which ne'er shook hands, nor bade farewell to him, till he unseam him from the nave to the chops, and fix his head upon our battlements. Duncan, O valiant cousin! Worthy gentleman, soldier, as whence the sun ends his reflection shipwracking storms and direful thunders break, so from that spring, whence comfort seemed to come discomfort swells. Mark, King of Scotland, mark, no sooner justice had, with valor arm, compel these skipping kerns to trust their heels, but the Norwegian lord, surveying vantage, with furbish arms and new supplies of men, began a fresh assault. Duncan, dismay not this our captains, Macbeth and Banquo. Soldier, yes. As sparrows eagles, or the hare the lion. If I say sooth, I must report they were as cannons overgirt with double cracks. So they doubly redoubled strokes upon the foe, except they meant to bathe in reeking wounds, or memorize another Golgotha. I cannot tell, but I am faint, my gashes cry for help. Duncan, so well thy words become thee as thy wounds, they smack up honor both. Go, get him surgeons. Exit Captain, attended. Enter Ross and Angus. Who comes here? Malcolm, the worthy Thane of Ross. Lennox, what a haste looks through his eyes. So should he look that seems to speak things strange. Ross, God save the king. Duncan, whence cam'st thou, worthy Thane? Ross, from Fife, great king, where the Norwegian banners flout the sky and fan our people cold. Norway himself, with terrible numbers, assisted by that most disloyal traitor, the Thane of Cotter, began a dismal conflict. Till that Bellona bridegroom, lap in proof, confronted him with self-comparisons, point against point, rebellious arm against arm, curbing his lavish spirit, and, to conclude, the victory fell on us. Duncan, great happiness. Ross, that now Sweno, the Norway's king, craves composition. Nor would we deign him burial of his men till he disbursed at St. Columnage $10,000 to our general use. Duncan, no more that Thane of Cotter shall deceive our bosom interest. Go pronounce his present death, and with his former title greet Macbeth. Ross, I'll see it done. Duncan, what he hath lost, noble Macbeth hath won. Exeunt. Scene 3. A heath. Thunder. Enter the three witches. First witch, where hast thou been, sister? Second witch, killing swine. Third witch, sister, where thou? First witch, a sailor wife had chestnuts in her lap, and mounch, and mounch, and mounch. Give me, quoth I, aroint thee, witch. The rump-fed Ronian cries, her husband to Aleppo gone, master oth tiger, but in a sieve I'll thither sail, and, like a rat without a tail, I'll do, and I'll do. Second witch, I'll give thee a wind. First witch, thrt kind. Third witch, and I another. First witch, I myself have all the other, and the very ports they blow, all the quarters that they know I the shipman card. I will drain him dry as hay, sleep shall neither night nor day hang upon his penthouse lid. He shall live a man forbid. Weary 7 nights 9 times 9, shall he dwindle, peak, and pine, though his bark cannot be lost. Yet it shall be tempest-tossed. Look what I have. Second witch, show me, show me. First witch, here I have a pilot thumb, rack as homeward he did come. Drum within. Third witch, a drum, Macbeth doth come. All, the word sisters, hand in hand, posters of the sea and land, thus do go about, thrice to thine, and thrice to mine, and thrice again, to make up 9. Peace. The charm wound up. Enter Macbeth and Banquo. Macbeth, so foul and fair a day I have not seen. Banquo, how far is called to fours? What are these, so wither, and so wild in their attire, that look not like the inhabitants oth earth, and yet are on live you? Or are you aught that man may question? You seem to understand me, by each at once her choppy finger laying upon her skinny lips. You should be women, and yet your beards forbid me to interpret that you are so. Macbeth, speak, if you can. What are you? First witch, all hail. Macbeth. Hail to thee, Thane of Glamis. Second witch. All hail, Macbeth. Hail to thee, Thane of Cawdor. Third witch. All hail, Macbeth. That shalt be king hereafter. Banquo. Good sir, why do you start and seem to fear things that do sound so fair? Ith name of truth, are ye fantastical, or that indeed which outwardly ye show? My noble partner you greet with present grace and great prediction of noble having and of royal hope, that he seems rapt withal. To me you speak not. If you can look into the seeds of time, and say which grain will grow, and which will not, speak then to me, who neither beg nor fear your favors nor your hate. First witch. Hail. Second witch. Hail. Third witch. Hail. First witch. Lesser than Macbeth, and greater. Second witch. Not so happy, yet much happier. Third witch. Thou shalt get kings, though thou be none, so all hail, Macbeth and Banquo. First witch. Banquo and Macbeth, all hail. Macbeth. Stay, you imperfect speakers, tell me more. By sin or death I know I'm Thane of Glamis. But how of Cawdor? The Thane of Cawdor lives, a prosperous gentleman. And to be king stands not within the prospect of belief, no more than to be Cawdor. Say from whence you owe this strange intelligence? Or why upon this blasted heath you stop our way with such prophetic greeting? Speak, I charge you. Witches vanish. Banquo. The earth hath bubbles, as the water has, and these are of them. Whither are they vanish? Macbeth. Into the air. And what seemed corporal, melted as breath into the wind. Would they had stay. Banquo. Were such things here as we do speak about? Or have we eaten on the insane root that takes the reason prisoner? Macbeth. Your children shall be kings. Banquo. You shall be king. Macbeth. And Thane of Cawdor too. Would it not so? Banquo. To the self-same tune and words. Who here? Enter Ross and Angus. Ross. The king hath happily received, Macbeth, the news of thy success, and when he reads thy personal venture in the rebels' fight, his wonders and his praises do contend which should be thine or his. Select with that, in viewing all or the rest oth self same day, he finds thee in the stout Norwayan ranks, nothing afeard of what thyself didst make, strange images of death as thick as tale came post with post. And everyone did bear thy praises in his kingdom great defence, and pour them down before him. Angus. We are sent to give thee from our royal master thanks, only to herald thee into his sight, not pay thee. Ross. And, for an earnest of a greater honor, he bade me, from him, call thee Thane of Cawdor, in which addition, hail, most worthy Thane, for it is thine. Banquo. What, can the devil speak true? Macbeth. The Thane of Cawdor lives, why do you dress me in borrowed robes? Angus. Who was the Thane lives yet, but under heavy judgment bears that life which he deserves to lose. Whether he was combined with those of Norway, or did line the rebel with hidden help and vantage, or that with both he labor in his country racked, I know not. But treason's capital, confess and prov, have overthrown him. Macbeth. Aside. Glamis, and Thane of Cawdor, the greatest is behind. To Ross and Angus. Thanks for your pains. To Banquo. Do you not hope your children shall be kings, when those that gave the Thane of Cawdor to me promise no less to them? Banquo. That, trusted home, might yet enkindle you unto the crown, besides the Thane of Cawdor. But is strange, and oftentimes to win us to our harm, the instruments of darkness tell us truths. Win us with honest trifles, to betray in deepest consequence. Cousins, a word, I pray you. Macbeth. Aside. Two truths are told, as happy prologues to the swelling act of the imperial theme. I thank you, gentlemen. Aside. This supernatural soliciting cannot be ill. Cannot be good. If ill, why hath it given me earnest of success, commencing in a truth? I am Thane of Cawdor. If good, why do I yield to that suggestion whose horrid image doth unfix my hair, and make my seated heart knock at my ribs, against the use of nature? Present fears are less than horrible imaginings. My thought, whose murder yet is but fantastical, shakes so my single state of man that function is smother in surmise, and nothing is but what is not. Banquo. Look, how our partner rapt. Macbeth. Aside. If chance will have me king, why, chance may crown me without my stir. Banquo. New honors come upon him, like our strange garments, cleave not to their mold but with the aid of use. Macbeth. Aside. Come what come may, time and the hour runs through the roughest day. Banquo. Worthy Macbeth, we stay upon your leisure. Macbeth. Give me your favor. My dull brain was wrought with things forgotten. Kind gentlemen, your pains are register where every day I turn the leaf to read them. let us toward the king think upon what hath chank. And at more time, the interim having weighed, let us speak our free hearts each to other. Banquo very gladly. Macbeth tell then, enough. Come, friends. Exeunt. Scene 4. A room in the palace. Flourish. Enter Duncan, Malcolm, Donalbain, Lennox and attendants. Duncan. Is execution done on Cotter? Are not those in commission yet returned? Malcolm. My liege, they are not yet come back, but have spoke with one that saw him die, who did report, that very frankly he confess his treasons, implore your highness pardon, and set forth a deep repentance. Nothing in his life became him like the leaving it. He died as one that had been studied in his death, to throw away the dearest thing he owed as were a careless trifle. Duncan. There nowhere to find the mind construction in the face, he was a gentleman on whom I built an absolute trust. Enter Macbeth, Banquo, Ross and Angus. O worthiest cousin, the sin of my ingratitude even now was heavy on me. Thou art so far before, that swiftest wing of recompense is slow to overtake thee. Would thou hadst less deserved, that the proportion both of thanks and payment might have been mine. Only I have left to say, more is thy due than more than all can pay. Macbeth. The service and the loyalty I owe, in doing it, pays itself. Your highness' part is to receive our duties, and our duties are to your throne and state, children and servants, which do but what they should, by doing everything safe toward your love and honor. Duncan. Welcome hither, I have begun to plant thee, and will labor to make thee full of growing. Noble Banquo, that hast no less deserve, nor must be known no less to have done so, let me enfold thee and hold thee to my heart. Banquo. There if I grow, the harvest is your own. Duncan. My plenteous joys, wanton in fullness, seek to hide themselves in drops of sorrow. Sons, kinsmen, thanes, and you whose places are the nearest, know, we will establish our estate upon our eldest, Malcolm, whom we name hereafter the Prince of Cumberland, which honour must not unaccompanied invest him only, but signs of nobleness, like stars, shall shine on all deservers. From hence to Inverness, and bind us further to you. Macbeth. The rest is labour, which is not us for you, I'll be myself the harbinger, and make joyful the hearing of my wife with your approach. So, humbly take my leave. Duncan. My worthy Cotter. Macbeth. Aside. The Prince of Cumberland. That is a step on which I must fall down, or also or leap, for in my way it lies. Stars, hide your fires. Let not light see my black and deep desires. The eye wink at the hand, yet let that be, which the eye fears, when it is done, to see. Exit. Duncan. True, worthy Banquo. He is full so valiant, and in his commendations I am fed. It is a banquet to me. Let after him, whose care is gone before to bid us welcome, it is a peerless kinsman. Flourish. Exeunt. Scene 5. Inverness. A room in Macbeth Castle. Enter Lady Macbeth, reading a letter. Lady Macbeth. They met me in the day of success, and I have learned by the perfect tea report they have more in them than mortal knowledge. When I burned in desire to question them further, they made themselves air, into which they vanished. Whiles I stood wrapped in the wonder of it, came missives from the king, who all hailed me, Hayne of Cotter by which title, before, these words sisters saluted me, and referred me to the coming on of time, with ale, king that shalt be. This have I thought good to deliver thee, my dearest partner of greatness, that thou mightst not lose the dues of rejoicing, by being ignorant of what greatness is promised thee. Lay it to thy heart, and farewell. Glamis thou art, and Cotter, and shalt be what thou art promise. Yet do I fear thy nature. It is too full of milk of human kindness to catch the nearest way. Thou wouldst be great, art not without ambition, but without the illness should attend it. What thou wouldst highly, that wouldst thou holily. Wouldst not play false, and yet wouldst wrongly win. Thou have, great Glamis, that which cries, thus thou must do, if thou have it. And that which rather thou dost fear to do, than wishest should be undone. Hie thee hither, that I may pour my spirits in thine ear, and chastise with the velour of my tongue all that impedes thee from the golden round, which fate in metaphysical aid doth seem to have thee crowned withal. Enter a messenger. What is your tidings? Messenger. The king comes here tonight. Lady Macbeth. Thou mad to say it. Is not thy master with him? Who, were so, would have informed for preparation. Messenger. So please you, it is true. Our Thane is coming. One of my fellows had the speed of him, who, almost dead for breath, had scarcely more than would make up his message. Lady Macbeth, give him tending, he brings great news. Exit messenger. The raven himself is hoarse that croaks the fatal entrance of Duncan under my battlements. Come, you spirits that tend on mortal thoughts, unsex me here, and fill me, from the crown to the toe, top full of direst cruelty. Make thick my blood, stop up access and passage to remorse, that no compunctious visitings of nature shake my fell purpose, nor keep peace between effect and it. Come to my woman breasts, and take my milk for gall, your murdering ministers, wherever in your sightless substances you wait on nature mischief. Come, thick night, and pall thee in the dunnest smoke of hell, that my keen knife see not the wound it makes, nor heaven peep through the blanket of the dark to cry, hold, hold. Enter Macbeth. Great Glamis, worthy Cotter, greater than both, by the all hail hereafter. Thy letters have transported me beyond this ignorant present, and I feel now the future in the instant. Macbeth, my dearest love, Duncan comes here tonight. Lady Macbeth. And when goes hence? Macbeth. Tomorrow, as he purposes. Lady Macbeth. Oh, never shall sun that morrow see your face, my Thane, is as a book where man may read strange matters. To beguile the time, look like the time. Bear welcome in your eye, your hand, your tongue, look like the innocent flower, but be the serpent under. He that coming must be provided for. And you shall put this night great business into my dispatch, which shall to all our nights and days to come give solely sovereign sway and masterdom. Macbeth. We will speak further. Lady Macbeth. Only look up clear. To alter favor ever is to fear. Leave all the rest to me. Exeunt. Scene 6. The same. Before the castle. Hautboys. Servants of Macbeth attending. Enter Duncan, Malcolm, Donalbain, Banquo, Lennox, Macduff, Ross, Angus, and attendants. Duncan. This castle hath a pleasant seat. The air nimbly and sweetly recommends itself unto our gentle senses. Banquo. This guest of summer, the temple-haunting martlet, does approve, by his love mansionry, that the heaven breath smells wooingly here, no jutty, frieze, buttress, nor coign of vantage, but this bird hath made his pendant bed and procreant cradle where they most breed and haunt. I have observed the air is delicate. Enter Lady Macbeth. Duncan. See, our honor hostess. The love that follows us sometime is our trouble, which still we thank as love. Herein I teach you how you shall bid God ld us for your pains, and thank us for your trouble. Lady Macbeth. All our service, in every point twice done, and then done double, were poor and single business to contend against those honors deep and broad wherewith your majesty loads our house, for those of old, and the late dignities heap up to them, we rest your hermits. Duncan. Where the Thane of Cotter. We cowers him at the heels, and had a purpose to be his purveyor, but he rides well, and his great love, sharp as his spur, hath holpen to his home before us. Fair and noble hostess, we are your guests tonight. Lady Macbeth. Your servants ever have theirs, themselves, and what is theirs, incompt, to make their audit at your highness' pleasure, still to return your own. Duncan. Give me your hand. Conduct me to mine host, we love him highly, and shall continue our graces towards him. By your leave, hostess. Exeunt. Scene 7. The same. A lobby in the castle. Hautboys and torches. Enter, and pass over, a sewer and divers. Servants with dishes and service. Then enter Macbeth. Macbeth. If it were done when is done, then were well it were done quickly. If assassination could trammel up the consequence, and catch with his surcease success, that but this blow might be the be-all and the end-all here, but here, upon this bank and shoal of time, we jump the life to come. But in these cases we still have judgment here, that we but teach bloody instructions, which being taught, return to plague inventor. This even-handed justice commends ingredients of our poisoned chalice to our own lips. Here in double trust, first, as I am his kinsman and his subject, strong both against the deed. Then, as his host, who should against his murderer shut the door, not bear the knife myself. Besides, this Duncan hath borne his faculties so meek, hath been so clear in his great office, that his virtues will plead like angels, trumpet-tongued, against the deep damnation of his taking off. And pity, like a naked new-born babe, striding the blast, or heaven cherubing, or upon the sightless couriers of the air, shall blow the horrid deed in every eye, that tears shall drown the wind. I have no spur to prick the sides of my intent, but only vaulting ambition, which o'erleaps itself and falls on other. Enter Lady Macbeth. How now? What news, Lady Macbeth? He has almost supped. Why have you left the chamber? Macbeth. Hath he asked for me? Lady Macbeth. Know you not he has? Macbeth. We will proceed no further in this business. He hath honored me of late, and I have bought golden opinions from all sorts of people, which would be worn now in their newest gloss, not cast aside so soon. Lady Macbeth. Was the hope drunk wherein you dress yourself? Hath it slept since, and wakes it now, to look so green and pale at what it did so freely? From this time such I account thy love. Art thou afeard to be the same in thine own act and valour as thou art in desire? Wouldst thou have that which thou esteem'd the ornament of life, and live a coward in thine own esteem, letting I dare not wait upon I would, like the poor cat ith adage? Macbeth. Prithee, peace. I dare do all that may become a man. Who dares do more is none. Lady Macbeth. What beast was, then, that made you break this enterprise to me? When you durst do it, then you were a man. And, to be more than what you were, you would be so much more the man. Nor time nor place did then adhere, and yet you would make both. They have made themselves, and that their fitness now does unmake you. I have given suck, and know how tender is to love the babe that milks me. I would, while it was smiling in my face, have plucked my nipple from his boneless gums and dashed the brains out, had I so sworn as you have done to this. Macbeth. If we should fail? Lady Macbeth. We fail? But screw your courage to the sticking place, and we'll not fail. When Duncan is asleep, whereto the rather shall his day hard journey soundly invite him, his two chamberlains will I with wine and wassail so convince that memory, the warder of the brain, shall be a fume, and the receipt of reason a limbeck only. When in swinish sleep their drenched natures lies in a death, what cannot you and I perform upon unguarded Duncan? What not put upon his spongy officers? Who shall bear the guilt of our great quell? Macbeth. Bring forth men children only. For thy undaunted metal should compose nothing but males. Will it not be received, when we have marked with blood those sleepy two of his own chamber, and as their very daggers, that they have done? Lady Macbeth. Who dares receive it other, as we shall make our griefs and clamour roar upon his death? Macbeth. I am settled, and bend up each corporal agent to this terrible feat. Away, and mock the time with fairest show. False face must hide what the false heart doth know. Exeunt. Act second. Scene I. Inverness. Court within the castle. Enter Banquo and Fleance with a torch before him. Banquo. How goes the night, boy? Fleance. The moon is down. I have not heard the clock. Banquo. And she goes down at 12. Fleance. I take, is later, sir. Banquo. Hold, take my sword. Their husbandry in heaven. Their candles are all out. Take thee that too. A heavy summons lies like lead upon me, and yet I would not sleep. Merciful powers, restrain in me the cursed thoughts that nature gives way to in repose. Enter Macbeth and a servant with a torch. Give me my sword. Who there? Macbeth. A friend. Banquo. What, sir? Not yet at rest. The king abed. He hath been an unusual pleasure and sent forth great largesse to your offices. This diamond he greets your wife withal, by the name of most kind hostess, and shut up in measureless content. Macbeth. Being unprepper, our will became the servant to defect, which else should free have wrought. Banquo. All well. I dreamt last night of the three weird sisters. To you they have show some truth. Macbeth. I think not of them, yet, when we can entreat an hour to serve, we would spend it in some words upon that business, if you would grant the time. Banquo. At your kind leisure. Macbeth. If you shall cleave to my consent, when is, it shall make honor for you. Banquo. So I lose none in seeking to augment it, but still keep my bosom franchise, and allegiance clear. I shall be counsel. Macbeth. Good repose the while. Banquo. Thanks, sir, the like to you. Exeunt Banquo and Fleance. Macbeth. Go bid thy mistress, when my drink is ready, she strike upon the bell. Get thee to bed. Exit servant. Is this a dagger which I see before me, the handle toward my hand? Come, let me clutch thee. I have thee not, and yet I see thee still. Art thou not, fatal vision, sensible to feeling as to sight? Or art thou but a dagger of the mind, a false creation, proceeding from the heated pressed brain? I see thee yet, in form as palpable as this which now I draw. Thou marshal'st me the way that I was going, and such an instrument I was to use. Mine eyes are made the fools o' the other senses, or else worth all the rest. I see thee still, and on thy blade and dudgeon, gouts of blood, which was not so before. There no such thing. It is the bloody business which informs thus to mine eyes. Now o'er the one-half world nature seems dead, and wicked dreams abuse the curtained sleep. Witchcraft celebrates pale Hecate offings, and with a murder, alarum by his sentinel, the wolf, whose howl his watch, thus with a stealthy pace, with dark ravishing strides, towards his design moves like a ghost. Thou sure and firm set earth, hear not my steps, which way they walk, for fear thy very stones prate of my whereabout, and take the present hoar from the time, which now suits with it. Whiles I threat, he lives. Words to the heat of deeds too cold breath gives. A bell rings. I go, and it is done. The bell invites me. Hear it not, Duncan, for it is a knell that summons thee to heaven or to hell. Exit. Scene 2. The same. Enter Lady Macbeth. Lady Macbeth. That which hath made them drunk hath made me bold, what hath quenched them hath given me fire. Hark! Peace! It was the owl that shrieked, the fatal bellman, which gives the stern tea good night. He is about it. The doors are open, and the surfeited grooms do mock their charge with snores. I have drugged their possets, that death and nature do contend about them, whether they live or die. Macbeth within. Who there? What, ho! Lady Macbeth. Alack! I am afraid they have a walk, and is not done. Attempt and not the deed confounds us. Hark! I laid their daggers ready. He could not miss them. Had he not resembled my father as he slept, I had done. My husband. Enter Macbeth. Macbeth. I have done the deed. Didst thou not hear a noise? Lady Macbeth. I heard the owl scream and the crickets cry. Did not you speak? Macbeth. When? Lady Macbeth. Now. Macbeth. As I descended? Lady Macbeth. Macbeth. Hark! Who lies ith second chamber? Lady Macbeth. Donalbain. Macbeth. This is a sorry sight. Looking on his hands. Lady Macbeth. A foolish thought, to say a sorry sight. Macbeth. There one did laugh in sleep, and one cried, murder. That they did wake each other, I stood and heard them. But they did say their prayers, and addressed them again to sleep. Lady Macbeth. There are two lodg together. Macbeth. One cried, God bless us, and, Amen. The other, as they had seen me with these hangman hands listing their fear, I could not say Amen, when they did say, God bless us. Lady Macbeth. Consider it not so deeply. Macbeth. But wherefore could not I pronounce Amen? I had most need of blessing, and Amen stuck in my throat. Lady Macbeth. These deeds must not be thought after these ways. So, it will make us mad. Macbeth. Methought I heard a voice cry, sleep no more. Macbeth. Does murder sleep, the innocent sleep? Sleep that knits up the raw veil sleeve of care, the death of each day life, sore labor bath, balm of hurt minds, great nature second course, chief nourisher in life feast. Lady Macbeth. What do you mean? Macbeth. Still it cried, sleep no more. To all the house, Glamis hath murder sleep, and therefore Cotter shall sleep no more. Macbeth shall sleep no more. Lady Macbeth. Who is it that thus cried? Why, worthy Thane, you do unbend your noble strength to think so brain-sickly of things. Go get some water, and wash this filthy witness from your hand. Why did you bring these daggers from the place? They must lie there. Go carry them, and smear the sleepy grooms with blood. Macbeth. I'll go no more. I am afraid to think what I have done. Look on again I dare not. Lady Macbeth. Infirm of purpose. Give me the daggers. The sleeping and the dead are but as pictures. Is the eye of childhood that fears a painted devil. If ye do bleed, I'll gild the faces of the grooms withal, for it must seem their guilt. Exit. Knocking within. Macbeth. Whence is that knocking? How is with me, when every noise apples me? What hands are here? Ha! They pluck out mine eyes. Will all great Neptune ocean wash this blood clean from my hand? No. This my hand will rather the multitudinous seas incarnadine, making the green one red. Enter Lady Macbeth. Lady Macbeth. My hands are of your color, but I shame to wear a heart so white. Knocking within. I hear knocking at the south entry. Retire we to our chamber. A little water clears us of this deed. How easy is it then? Your constancy hath left you unattended. Knocking within. Hark! More knocking. Get on your nightgown, lest occasion call us and show us to be watchers. Be not lost so poorly in your thoughts. Macbeth. To know my deed, were best not know myself. Knocking within. Wake Duncan with thy knocking. I would thou couldst. Exeunt. Scene 3. The same. Enter a porter. Knocking within. Porter. Hear a knocking indeed. If a man were porter of Hell Gate, he should have old turning the key. Knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Who there? ith name of Beelzebub. Here a farmer that hanged himself on the expectation of plenty, come in time. Have napkins enow about you. Hear you else what for knocking. Knock, knock. Who there? Ith other devil name. Faith, here an equivocator, that could swear in both the scales against either scale, who committed treason enough for God's sake, yet could not equivocate to heaven. Oh, come in, equivocator. Knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Who there? Faith, here an English tailor come hither, for stealing out of a French hose. Come in, tailor. Here you may roast your goose. Knocking. Knock, knock. Never at quiet. What are you? But this place is too cold for hell. I'll devil porter it no further. I had thought to have let in some of all professions, that go the primrose way to th everlasting bonfire. Knocking. Anon, anon. I pray you, remember the porter opens the gate. Enter Macduff and Lennox. Macduff. Was it so late, friend, ere you went to bed, that you do lie so late? Porter. Faith, sir, we were carousing till the second cock. And drink, sir, is a great provoker of three things. Macduff. What three things does drink especially provoke? Porter. Marry, sir, nose painting, sleep, and urine. Lechery, sir, it provokes and unprovokes. It provokes the desire, but it takes away the performance. Therefore much drink may be said to be an equivocator with lechery. It makes him, and it mars him. It sets him on, and it takes him off. It persuades him, and disheartens him. Makes him stand to, and not stand to. In conclusion, equivocates him in a sleep, and giving him the lie, leaves him. Macduff. I believe drink gave thee the lie last night. Porter. That it did, sir, I the very throat on me. But I requited him for his lie. And I think being too strong for him, though he took up my legs sometime, yet I made a shift to cast him. Macduff. Is thy master stirring? Enter Macbeth. Our knocking has awake him. Here he comes. Lennox. Good morrow, noble sir. Macbeth. Good morrow, both. Macduff. Is the king stirring, or the thane? Macbeth. Not yet. Macduff. He did command me to call timely on him. I have almost slipped the hour. Macbeth. I'll bring you to him. Macduff. I know this is a joyful trouble to you, but yet is one. Macbeth. The labor we delight in physics pain. This is the door. Macduff. I'll make so bold to call, for is my limited service. Exit Macduff. Lennox. Goes the king hence today? Macbeth. He does. He did appoint so. Lennox. The night has been unruly, where we lay, our chimneys were blown down and, as they say, lamentings heard ith air, strange screams of death, and prophesying, with accents terrible, of dire combustion and confus events, new hatched to the woeful time. The obscure bird clamor the livelong night. Some say the earth was feverish, and did shake. Macbeth. Was a rough night. Lennox. My young remembrance cannot parallel a fellow to it. Enter Macduff. Macduff. O horror, horror, horror. Tongue nor heart cannot conceive nor name thee. Macbeth. Lennox. What the matter? Macduff. Confusion now hath made his masterpiece. Most sacrilegious murder hath broke ope the Lord anointed temple, and stole thence the life oth building. Macbeth. What is you say? The life? Lennox. Mean you his majesty? Macduff. Approach the chamber, and destroy your sight with a new gorgon. Do not bid me speak. See, and then speak yourselves. Exeunt Macbeth and Lennox. Awake, awake. Ring the alarum bell. Murder and treason. Banquo and Donalbain. Malcolm. Awake. Shake off this downy sleep, death counterfeit, and look on death itself. Up, up, and see the great doom image. Malcolm. Banquo. As from your graves rise up, and walk like sprites to countenance this horror. Alarum bell rings. Enter Lady Macbeth. Lady Macbeth. What the business, that such a hideous trumpet calls to parley the sleepers of the house? Speak, speak. Macduff. O gentle lady, is not for you to hear what I can speak. The repetition, in a woman ear, would murder as it fell. Enter Banquo. O Banquo, Banquo. Our royal master murder. Lady Macbeth. Woe, alas! What, in our house? Banquo. Too cruel anywhere. Dear Duff, I pray thee, contradict thyself, and say it is not so. Enter Macbeth and Lennox with Ross. Macbeth. Had I but died an hour before this chance, I had lived a blessed time. For, from this instant there nothing serious in mortality. All is but toys, renown and grace is dead. The wine of life is drawn, and the merleys is left this vault to brag of. Enter Malcolm and Donalbain. Donalbain. What is amiss? Macbeth. You are, and do not know, the spring, the head, the fountain of your blood is stop. the very source of it is stopped. Macduff, your royal father murder. Malcolm, oh, by whom? Lennox, those of his chamber, as it seem, had done, their hands and faces were all badg with blood. So were their daggers, which, unwhip, we found upon their pillows. They star, and were distracted. No man life was to be trusted with them. Macbeth, oh, yet I do repent me of my fury, that I did kill them. Macduff, wherefore did you so? Macbeth, who can be wise, Emma's, temperate, and furious, loyal and neutral, in a moment no man, expedition of my violent love outrun the pauser, reason. Here lay Duncan, his silver skin black with his golden blood, and his gash stabs look like a breach in nature for room and wasteful entrance. There, the murderers, steep in the colours of their trade, their daggers a mannerly breach with gore. Who could refrain, that had a heart to love, and in that heart courage to make love known? Lady Macbeth, help me hence. Ho! Macduff, look to the lady. Malcolm, why do we hold our tongues, that most may claim this argument for ours? Donalbain, what should be spoken here, where our fate, hid in an auger hole, may rush, and seize us? Let away, our tears are not yet brew. Malcolm, nor our strong sorrow upon the foot of motion. Banquo, look to the lady. Lady Macbeth is carried out, and when we have our naked frailties hid, that suffer in exposure, let us meet, and question this most bloody piece of work to know it further. Fears and scruples shake us, in the great hand of God I stand, and thence against the unillulled pretense I fight of treasonous malice. Macduff, and so do I. So all. Macbeth, let briefly put on manly readiness, and meet all together. Well contented. Exeunt all but Malcolm and Donalbain. Malcolm, what will you do? Let not consort with them. To show an unfelt sorrow is an office which the false man does easy. I'll to England. Donalbain, to Ireland. Our separated fortunes shall keep us both the safer where we are. Their daggers in men's smiles, the near in blood, the nearer bloody. Malcolm, this murderous shaft that shot hath not yet lighted, and our safest way is to avoid the aim. Therefore to horse, and let us not be dainty of leave-taking, but shift away. They warn in that theft which steals itself, when there no mercy left. Exeunt. Scene 4. The same. Without the castle. Enter Ross and an old man. Old man. 70 I can remember well, within the volume of which time I have seen hours dreadful and things strange, but this sore night hath trifled former knowings. Ross. Ha, good father, thou seest the heavens, as troubled with man act, threatens his bloody stage, by the clock is day, and yet dark night strangles the travelling lamp. Is night predominance, or the day shame, that darkness does the face of earth entomb, when living light should kiss it? Old man. Is unnatural, even like the deed that done on Tuesday last. A falcon, towering in her pride of place, was by a mousing owl hawk at and kill. Ross. And Duncan horse is a thing most strange in certain beauteous and swift, the minions of their race, turn wild in nature, broke their stalls, flung out, contending against obedience, as they would make war with mankind. Old man. Is said they eat each other. Ross. They did so, to the amazement of mine eyes, that look upon. Here comes the good Macduff. Enter Macduff. How goes the world, sir, now? Macduff. Why, see you not? Ross. Is known who did this more than bloody deed? Macduff. Those that Macbeth hath slain. Ross. Alas, the day. What good could they pretend? Macduff. They were suborned. Malcolm and Donalbain, the king 2 sons, are stole away and fled, which puts upon them suspicion of the deed. Ross. Ain't nature still, thriftless ambition, that will raven up thine own life means? Then is most like the sovereignty will fall upon Macbeth. Macduff. He is already Nam, and gone to Scone to be invested. Ross. Where is Duncan Bonny? Macduff. Carried to Colmakill, the sacred storehouse of his predecessors, and guardian of their bones. Ross. Will you to Scone? Macduff. No, cousin, I'll to Fife. Ross. Well, I will thither. Macduff. Well, may you see things well done there. Adieu, lest our old robe sit easier than our new. Ross. Farewell, farther. Old man. God benison go with you, and with those that would make good of bad, and friends of foes. Exeunt. Third. Scene I4. A room in the palace. Enter Banquo. Banquo. Thou hast it now, king, Cotter, Glamis, all, as the word women promise, and, I fear, thou playest most foully for. Yet it was said it should not stand in thy posterity, but that myself should be the root and father of many kings. If there come truth from them as upon thee, Macbeth, their speeches shine. Why, by the verities on thee made good, may they not be my oracles as well, and set me up in hope? But hush! No more. Senate sounded. Enter Macbeth as king, Lady Macbeth as queen. Lennox, Ross, lords, and attendants. Macbeth, here our chief guest. Lady Macbeth. If he had been forgotten, it had been as a gap in our great feast, and all thing unbecoming. Macbeth. Tonight we hold a solemn supper, sir, and I'll request your presence. Banquo. Let your highness command upon me, to the which my duties are with a most indissoluble tie forever knit. Macbeth. Ride you this afternoon? Banquo. My good lord. Macbeth. We should have else to hear your good advice, which still hath been both grave and prosperous in this day council. But we'll take tomorrow. Is far you ride? Banquo. As far, my lord, as will fill up the time wixt this and supper. Go not my horse the better, I must become a borrower of the night, for a dark hour or twain. Macbeth. Fill not our feast. Banquo. My lord, I will not. Macbeth. We hear our bloody cousins are bestowing England and in Ireland, not confessing their cruel parricide, filling their hearers with strange invention. But of that tomorrow, when therewithal we shall have cause of state craving us jointly. Hie you to horse, adieu, till you return at night. Goes Fleance with you? Banquo. My good lord, our time does call upon. Macbeth. I wish your horses swift and sure of foot, and so I do commend you to their backs. Farewell. Exit Banquo. Let every man be master of his time till 7 at night. To make society the sweeter welcome, we will keep ourselves till supper time alone, while then, God be with you. Exeunt Lady Macbeth. Lords, and see Sirrah, a word with you. Attend those men our pleasure. Servant. They are, my lord, without the palace gate. Macbeth. Bring them before us. Exit servant. To be thus is nothing, but to be safely thus. Our fears in Banquo stick deep, and in this royalty of nature reigns that which would be fear, is much he dares. And, to that dauntless temper of his mind, he hath the wisdom that doth guide his valour to act in safety. There is none but he whose being I do fear, and under him my genius is rebellic. As, it is said, Mark Antony was by Caesar. He chid the sisters when first they put the name of king upon me, and bade them speak to him. Then, prophet-like, they hail him father to a line of kings. Upon my head they plaque a fruitless crown, and put a barren sceptre in my gripe, thence to be wrenched with an unlineal hand, no son of mine succeeding. If be so, for Banquo issue have I fill my mind. For them the gracious Duncan have I murder. Put rancours in the vessel of my peace only for them, and mine eternal jewel given to the common enemy of man, to make them kings, the seed of Banquo kings. Rather than so, come, fate, into the list, and champion me to th utterance. Who there? Enter servant with 2 murderers. Now go to the door, and stay there till we call. Exit servant. Was it not yesterday we spoke together? First murderer. It was, so please your highness. Macbeth. Well then, now have you consider of my speeches. Know that it was he, in the times past, which held you so under fortune, which you thought had been our innocent self. This I made good to you in our last conference, pass in probation with you how you were born in hand, how cross, the instruments, who wrought with them, and all things else that might to half a soul and to a notion say. Thus did Banquo. First murderer. You made it known to us. Macbeth. I did so, and went further, which is now our point of second meeting. Do you find your patience so predominant in your nature, that you can let this go? Are you so gospel, to pray for this good man and for his issue, whose heavy hand hath bound you to the grave, and begged are yours forever? First murderer. We are men, my liege. Macbeth. In the catalogue ye go for men, as hounds, and greyhounds, mongrels, spaniels, curs, chows, water-rugs, and demi-wolves are clept all by the name of dogs. The value-file distinguishes the swift, the slow, the subtle, the housekeeper, the hunter, every one according to the gift which bounteous nature hath in him clause, whereby he does receive particular addition, from the bill that writes them all alike. And so of men. Now, if you have a station in the file, not ith worst rank of manhood, say, and I will put that business in your bosoms, whose execution takes your enemy off, grapples you to the heart and love of us, who wear our health but sickly in his life, which in his death were perfect. Second murderer. I am one, my liege, whom the vile blows and buffets of the world hath so incensed that I am reckless what I do to spite the world. First murderer. And I another, so weary with disasters, tug with fortune, that I will set my life on any chance, to mend it or be rid on. Macbeth. Both of you know Banquo was your enemy. Both murderers. True, my lord. Macbeth. So is he mine. And in such bloody distance, that every minute of his being thrusts against my nearity of life. And though I could with bare fact power sweep him from my sight, and bid my will avouch it, yet I must not, for certain friends that are both his and mine, whose loves I may not drop, but wail as fall who I myself struck down, and thence it is that I to your assistance do make love, masking the business from the common eye for sundry weighty reasons. Second murderer. We shall, my lord, perform what you command us. First murderer. Though our lives, Macbeth, your spirits shine through you within this hour at most, I will advise you where to plant yourselves, acquaint you with the perfect spy time, the moment on. For must be done tonight and something from the palace. Always thought that I require a clearness, and with him to leave no rubs nor botches in the work. Fleets his son, that keeps him company, whose absence is no less material to me than is his father, must embrace the fate of that dark hour. Resolve yourselves apart. I'll come to you anon. Both murderers. We are resolv, my lord. Macbeth. I'll call upon you straight, abide within. Exeunt murderers. It is concluded. Banquo, thy soul flight, if it find heaven, must find it out tonight. Exit. Scene 2. The same. Another room in the palace. Enter Lady Macbeth and a servant. Lady Macbeth. Is Banquo gone from court? Servant. Madam, but returns again tonight. Lady Macbeth. Say to the king, I would attend his leisure for a few words. Servant. Madam, I will. Exit. Lady Macbeth. Naught had, all spent, where our desire is got without content, is safer to be that which we destroy, than by destruction dwell in doubtful joy. Enter Macbeth. How now, my lord, why do you keep alone, of sorriest fancies your companions making, using those thoughts which should indeed have died with them? They think on things without all remedy should be without regard, what done is done. Macbeth. We have scorched the snake, not killed it. She'll close, and be herself, whilst our poor Malice remains in danger of her former tooth. But let the frame of things disjoint, both the world suffer, ere we will eat our meal in fear, and sleep in the affliction of these terrible dreams that shake us nightly. Better be with the dead, whom we, to gain our peace, have sent to peace, than on the torture of the mind to lie in restless ecstasy. Duncan is in his grave. After life-fitful fever he sleeps well. Treason has done his worst, nor steel, nor poison, malice domestic, foreign levy, nothing can touch him further. Lady Macbeth. Come on, gently my lord, sleek are your rugged looks. Be bright and jovial among your guests tonight. Macbeth. So shall I, love. And so, I pray, be you. Let your remembrance apply to Banquo. Present him eminence, both with eye and tongue, unsafe the while, that we must lave our honors in these flattering streams, and make our faces vizards to our hearts, disguising what they are. Lady Macbeth. You must leave this. Macbeth. Oh, full of scorpions is my mind, dear wife. Thou know'st that Banquo, and his fleets, lives. Lady Macbeth. But in them nature copied not etern. Macbeth. Their comfort yet. They are assailable. Then be thou jocund, ere the bat hath flown his cloister flight, ere to black Hecate summons the shard-born beetle, with his drowsy hums, hath rung night yawning peal, there shall be done a deed of dreadful note. Lady Macbeth. What to be done? Macbeth. Be innocent of the knowledge, dear as Chuck, till thou applaud the deed. Come, sealing night, scarf up the tender eye of pitiful day, and with thy bloody and invisible hand cancel and tear to pieces that great bond which keeps me pale. Light thickens, and the crow makes wing to rookie wood. Good things of day begin to droop and drowse, whiles night black agents to their praise do rouse. Thou marvel'st at my words, but hold thee still. Things bad begun make strong themselves by ill. So, PRV, go with me. Exeunt. Scene 3. The same. A park or lawn, with a gate leading to the palace. Enter 3 murderers. First murderer. But who did bid thee join with us? Third murderer. Macbeth. Second murderer. He needs not our mistrust, since he delivers our offices and what we have to do to the direction just. First murderer. Then stand with us. The west yet glimmers with some streaks of day. Now spurs the lated traveller apace, to gain the timely inn, and near approaches the subject of our watch. Third murderer. Hark! I hear horses. Banquo. Within. Give us a light there, ho! Second murderer. Then is he. the rest that are within the note of expectation already are ith court. First murderer, his horses go about. Third murderer, almost a mile. But he does usually, so all men do, from hence to the palace gate make it their walk. Enter Banquo and Fleance with a torch. Second murderer, a light. Third murderer, is he. First murderer, stand to. Banquo, it will be rain tonight. First murderer, let it come down. Assaults Banquo. Oh, treachery. Fly, good Fleance, fly, fly, fly. Thou mayst revenge, O slave. Dies. Fleance escapes. Third murderer, who did strike out the light. First murderer, was not the way. Third murderer, there but one down. The sun is fled. Second murderer, we have lost best half of our affair. First murderer, well, let away, and say how much is done. Exeunt. Scene 4. The same. A room of state in the palace. A banquet prepared. Enter Macbeth, Lady Macbeth, Ross, Lennox, lords and attendants. Macbeth, you know your own degrees. Sit down. At first and last a hearty welcome. Lords, thanks to your majesty. Macbeth, ourself will mingle with society, and play the humble host. Our hostess keeps her state. But, in best time, we will require her welcome. Lady Macbeth, pronounce it for me, sir, to all our friends. For my heart speaks they are welcome. Enter first murderer to the door. Macbeth, see, they encounter thee with their hearts' thanks. Both sides are even, here I'll sit ith midst. Be large in mirth. Anon we'll drink a measure the table round. Their blood upon thy face. Murderer, is Banquo then? Macbeth, is better thee without than he within. Is he dispatch? Murderer, my lord, his throat is cut that I did for him. Macbeth, thou art the best oth cut throats. Yet he good that did the like for Fleance. If thou didst it, thou art the nonpareil. Murderer, most royal sir, Fleance is cap. Macbeth, then comes my fit again, I had else been perfect. Whole as the marble, founded as the rock, as broad and general as the casing air, but now I am cabin, crib, coffin, bound into saucy doubts and fears. But Banquo saith, murderer, my good lord, safe in a ditch he bides, with 20 trenched gashes on his head. The least a death to nature. Macbeth, thanks for that. There the grown serpent lies. The worm that fled hath nature that in time will venom breed, no teeth for th present. Get thee gone. Tomorrow we'll hear, ourselves, again. Exit murderer. Lady Macbeth, my royal lord, you do not give the cheer, the feast is sold that is not often vouch, while is a making, is given with welcome. To feed were best at home. From thence the sauce to meat is ceremony. Meeting were bare without it. The ghost of Banquo rises, and sits in Macbeth place. Macbeth, sweet remembrancer. Now, good digestion wait on appetite, and health on both. Lennox, may please your highness sit. Macbeth, here had we now our country on a roof, were the grand person of our Banquo present. Who may I rather challenge for unkindness than pity for missions? Ross, his absence, sir, lays blame upon his promise. Please your highness to grace us with your royal company. Macbeth, the table full. Lennox, here is a place reserved, sir. Macbeth, where? Lennox, here. My good lord, what is that moves your highness? Macbeth, which of you have done this? Lords, what, my good lord? Macbeth, thou canst not say I did it. Never shake thy gory locks at me. Ross, gentlemen, rise. His highness is not well. Lady Macbeth, sit. Worthy friends, my lord is often thus, and hath been from his youth. Pray you, keep seat. The fit is momentary. Upon a thought he will again be well. If much you note him, you shall offend him, and extend his passion. Feed, and regard him not. Are you a man? Macbeth, and a bold one, that dare look on that which might apple the devil. Lady Macbeth, O proper stuff. This is the very painting of your fear. This is the air-drawn dagger which you said, led you to Duncan. Oh, these flaws, and starts impostors to true fear, would well become a woman's story at a winter fire, authoress by her grandam. Shame itself. Why do you make such faces? When all done, you look but on a stool. Macbeth, PRV, see there. Behold. Look. Lo. How say you? Why, what care I? If thou canst not, speak too. If charnel houses and our graves must send those that we bury back, our monuments shall be the maws of kites. Ghost disappears. Lady Macbeth, what, quite a man in folly? Macbeth, if I stand here, I saw him. Lady Macbeth, fie, for shame. Macbeth, blood hath been shed ere now, ith olden time, ere humane statute purged the gentle wheel. And since too, murders have been performed too terrible for the ear, the time has been, that, when the brains were out, the man would die, and there an end. But now they rise again, with 20 mortal murders on their crowns, and push us from our stools. This is more strange than such a murder is. Lady Macbeth, my worthy lord, your noble friends do lack you. Macbeth, I do forget. Do not muse at me, my most worthy friends. I have a strange infirmity, which is nothing to those that know me. Come, love and health to all. Then I'll sit down. Give me some wine, fill full. I drink to the general joy oth whole table, and to our dear friend Banquo, whom we miss, would he were here. Ghost rises again. To all, and him, we thirst, and all to all. Lords, our duties, and the pledge. Macbeth, avaunt, and quit my sight. Let the earth hide thee. Thy bones are marrowless, thy blood is cold. Thou hast no speculation in those eyes which thou dost glare with. Lady Macbeth, think of this, good peers, but as a thing of custom, is no other, only it spoils the pleasure of the time. Macbeth, what man dare, I dare, approach thou like the rugged Russian bear, the armed rhinoceros, or Hyrcan tiger. Take any shape but that, and my firm nerves shall never tremble, or be alive again, and dare me to the desert with thy sword. If trembling I inhabit then, protest me the baby of a girl. Hence, horrible shadow, unreal mock, why? Hence, ghost disappears. Why, so? Being gone, I am a man again. Pray you, sit still. Lady Macbeth, you have displaced the mirth, broke the good meeting with most admire disorder. Macbeth, can such things be, and overcome us like a summer cloud, without our special wonder? You make me strange even to the disposition that I owe, when now I think you can behold such sights, and keep the natural ruby of your cheeks, when mine are blanched with fear. Ross, what sights, my lord? Lady Macbeth, I pray you, speak not. He grows worse and worse. Question enrages him. At once, good night, stand not upon the order of your going, but go at once. Lennox, good night, and better health attend his majesty. Lady Macbeth, a kind good night to all. Exeunt all lords and attendants. Macbeth, it will have blood, they say, blood will have blood. Stones have been known to move, and trees to speak. Augurs, and understood relations, have by magpies, and chows, and rooks, brought forth the secret tea-man of blood. What is the night? Lady Macbeth, almost at odds with morning, which is which? Macbeth, how say'st thou, that Macduff denies his person at our great bidding? Lady Macbeth, did you send to him, sir? Macbeth, I hear it by the way. But I will send. There not a one of them but in this house I keep a servant fee. I will tomorrow and betimes I will to the weird sisters, more shall they speak. For now I am bent to know, by the worst means, the worst. For mine own good, all causes shall give way. I am in blood step in so far that, should I wade no more, returning were as tedious as go o'er. Strange things I have in head, that will to hand, which must be acted ere they may be scan. Lady Macbeth, you lack the season of all natures, sleep. Macbeth, come, we all to sleep. My strange in self-abuse is the initiate fear that wants hard use. We are yet but young indeed. Exeunt. Scene 5. The heath. Thunder. Enter the 3 witches meeting Hecate. First witch. Why, how now, Hecate? You look angrily. Hecate, have I not reason? Beldams as you are, saucy and overbold, how did you dare to trade and traffic with Macbeth in riddles and affairs of death? And I, the mistress of your charms, the close contriver of all harms, was never called to bear my part, or show the glory of our art? And, which is worse, all you have done hath been but for a wayward son, spiteful and wrathful, who, as others do, loves for his own ends, not for you. But make amends now, get you gone, and at the pit of Acheron meet me ith morning, thither he will come to know his destiny. Your vessels and your spells provide, your charms, and everything beside. I am for air. This night I'll spend unto a dismal and a fatal end. Great business must be wrought ere noon. Upon the corner of the moon there hangs a vapous drop profound. I'll catch it ere it come to ground, and that, distilled by magic's lights, shall raise such artificial sprites, as, by the strength of their illusion, shall draw him on to his confusion. He shall spurn fate, scorn death, and bear his hopes of wisdom, grace, and fear. And you all know, Security is mortal's chiefest enemy. Music and song within, come away and see. Hark, I am call. My little spirit, see, sits in a foggy cloud and stays for me. Exit. First witch, come, let make haste. She'll soon be back again. Exeunt. Scene 6. 4's a room in the palace. Enter Lennox and another lord. Lennox, my former speeches have but hit your thoughts, which can interpret farther, only, I say, thing have been strangely born. The gracious Duncan was pitied of Macbeth, marry, he was dead, and the right valiant Banquo walked too late. Whom, you may say, if please you, fleens kill, for fleens fled. Men must not walk too late. Who cannot want the thought, how monstrous it was for Malcolm and for Donalbain to kill their gracious father. Damn fact, how it did grieve Macbeth. Did he not straight, in pious rage, the two delinquents tear that were the slaves of drink and thralls of sleep? Was not that nobly done? Ay, and wisely too. For would of anger any heart alive, to hear the men deny. So that, I say, he has borne all things well, and I do think, that had he Duncan's sons under his key as, and please heaven, he shall not they should find what were to kill a father. So should fleens. But, peace. For from broad words, and as he fail his presence at the tyrant feast, I hear, Macduff lives in disgrace. Sir, can you tell where he bestows himself? Lord, the son of Duncan, from whom this tyrant holds the due of birth, lives in the English court and is received of the most pious Edward with such grace that the malevolence of fortune nothing takes from his high respect. Thither Macduff is gone to pray the holy king, upon his aid to wake Northumberland, and warlike Seward that, by the help of these with them above to ratify the work, we may again give to our tables meat, sleep to our nights. Free from our feasts and banquets of bloody knives, do faithful homage, and receive free honours, all which we pine for now. And this report hath so exasperate the king that he prepares for some attempt of war. Lennox, said he to Macduff. Lord, he did, and with an absolute sir, not I. The cloudy messenger turns me his back, and hums, as who should say, you'll rue the time that clogs me with this answer. Lennox, and that well might advise him to a caution, to hold what distance his wisdom can provide. Some holy angel fly to the court of England, and unfold his message ere he come, that a swift blessing may soon return to this our suffering country under a hand occurs. Lord, I'll send my prayers with him. Exeunt. Act 4th Scene I. A dark cave in the middle, a cauldron boiling. Thunder. Enter the three witches. First witch. Thrice the brinded cat hath mew. Second witch. Thrice, and once the hedge pig win. Third witch. Harpier cries, is time, is time. First witch. Round about the cauldron go, in the poison entrails throw. Toad, that under cold stone days nights hast 31 swelter venom sleeping got, boil thou first ith charmed pot. Double, double, toil and trouble. Fire, burn. And cauldron, bubble. Second witch. Fillet of a fenny snake, in the cauldron boil and bake. Eye of newt, and toe of frog, wool of bat, and tongue of dog, adder fork, and blind worm sting, lizard leg, and howlet wing, for a charm of powerful trouble, like a hell broth boil and bubble. Double, double, toil and trouble. Fire, burn. And cauldron, bubble. Third witch. Scale of dragon, tooth of wolf, which mummy, maw and gulf of the raven salt sea shark, root of hemlock dig ith dark, liver blaspheming Jew, gall of goat, and slips of you sliver in the Munich lips, nose of Turk, and Tartar lips, finger of birth strangled babe ditch deliver by a drab, make the gruel thick and slab, add thereto a tiger chaudron, for th ingredients of our cauldron. Double, double, toil and trouble. Fire, burn. And cauldron, bubble. Second witch. Cool it with a baboon blood. Then the charm is firm and good. Enter Hecate. Hecate. Oh, well done. I commend your pains, and everyone shall share ith gains. And now about the cauldron sing, like elves and fairies in a ring, enchanting all that you put in. Music and a song, black spirits, and see. Exit Hecate. Second witch. By the pricking of my thumbs, something wicked this way comes. Open, locks, whoever knocks. Enter Macbeth. Macbeth. How now, you secret, black, and midnight hags? What is you do? A deed without a name. Macbeth. I conjure you, by that which you profess, how are you come to know it? Answer me, though you untie the winds, and let them fight against the churches, though the yeasty waves confound and swallow navigation up. Though bladed corn blodg, and trees blown down. Though castles topple on their warders' heads. Though palaces and pyramids do slope their heads to their foundations. Though the treasure of nature Germans tumble all together, even till destruction sicken, answer me to what I ask you. First which speak, second which demand, third which we'll answer. First which say, if thou st rather hear it from our mouths, or from our masters. Macbeth call let me see First which pour and sal blood, that hath eaten her 9 Pharaoh. Grease that sweaten from the murderer gibbet throw into the flame. Come, high or low. Thyself in office deftly show. Thunder in apparition of an armed head rises. Macbeth tell me, thou unknown power. First which he knows thy thought, hear his speech, but say thou not apparition. Macbeth beware Macduff. Beware the Thane of Fife. Dismiss me. Enough descends. Macbeth wait thou art, for thy good caution, thanks. Thou hast harped my fear aright. But one word more. First which he will not be commanded. Hear another, more potent than the first. Thunder in apparition of a bloody child rises. Apparition. Macbeth. Had I 3 ears, I hear thee. Apparition. Be bloody, bold, and resolute. Laugh to scorn the power of man, for none of woman born shall harm. Macbeth descends. Macbeth then live. Macduff, what need I fear of thee? But yet I'll make assurance double sure, and take a bond of fate. Thou shalt not live. That I may tell pale-hearted feared lies, and sleep in spite of thunder. Thunder in apparition of a child crowned, with a tree in his hand rises. What is this, that rises like the issue of a king, and wears upon his baby brow the round and top of sovereignty? Listen, but speak not to apparition. Be lion-mettled, proud, and take no care who chafes, who frets, or where conspirators are. Macbeth shall never vanquished be, until great Birnam wood to high Dunsinane shall come against him. Descends. Macbeth that will never be, who can impress the forest? Bid the tree and fix his earth-bound root. Sweet bodements, good rebellious head, rise never till the wood of Birnam rise, and our high plaque Macbeth shall live the lease of nature, pay his breath to time and mortal custom. Yet my heart throbs to know one thing. Tell me, if your art can tell so much, shall Banquo issue ever reign in this kingdom? Seek to know no more. Macbeth I will be satisfied, deny me this, and an eternal curse fall on you. Let me know why sinks that cauldron? And what noise is this? Hautboys. First which show, second which show, third which show. Show his eyes, and grieve his heart. Come like shadows, so depart. A show of 8 kings appear, and pass over in order, the last with a glass in his hand. Banquo following. Macbeth thou art too like the spirit of Banquo. Down thy crown does sear mine eyeballs, and thy hair, thou other gold-bound brow, is like the first. A third is like the former. Filthy hags, why do you show me this? A fourth. Start, eyes. What, will the line stretch out to crack of doom? Another yet. A seventh. I'll see no more, and yet the 8th appears, who bears a glass which shows me many more. And some I see that twofold balls and treble scepters carry. Horrible sight. Now I see is true. For the blood-bolter Banquo smiles upon me, and points at them for his. What? Is this so? First which, sir, all this is so, but why stands Macbeth thus amazedly? Come, sisters, cheer we up his sprites, and show the best of our delights. I'll charm the air to give a sound, while you perform your antic round. That this great king may kindly say, our duties did his welcome pay. Music. The witches dance, and vanish. Macbeth where are they gone? Let this pernicious hour stand accursed in the calendar. Come in, without there. Enter Lennox. Which your grace will. Macbeth saw you the weird sisters? Lennox no, my lord. Macbeth came they not by you? Lennox no, indeed, my lord. Macbeth infected be the air whereon they ride, and damn all those that trust them. I did hear the galloping of horse, who is came by. Lennox is 2 or 3, my lord, that bring you word Macduff is fled to England. Macbeth fled to England. Lennox my good lord. Macbeth time, thou anticipate my dread exploits, The flighty purpose never is ortook unless the deed go with it. From this moment the very firstlings of my heart shall be the firstlings of my hand. And even now, to crown my thoughts with acts, be it thought and done, the castle of Macduff I will surprise. Seize upon Fife. Give to Thoth sword his wife, his babes, and all unfortunate souls that trace him in this line. No boasting like a fool. This deed I'll do before this purpose cool, but no more sights. Where are these gentlemen? Come, bring me where they are. Exeunt. Scene 2. Fife. A room in Macduff Castle. Enter Lady Macduff, her son and Ross. Lady Macduff. What had he done, to make him fly the land? Ross. You must have patience, madam. Lady Macduff. He had none, his flight was madness. When our actions do not, our fears do make us traitors. Ross. You know not whether it was his wisdom or his fear. Lady Macduff. Wisdom. To leave his wife, to leave his babes, his mansion, and his titles, in a place from whence himself does fly. He loves us not, he wants the natural touch. For the poor wren, the most diminutive of birds, will fight, her young ones in her nest, against the owl. All is the fear, and nothing is the love. As little is the wisdom, where the flight so runs against all reason. Ross. My dearest coz, I pray you, school yourself, but, for your husband, he is noble, wise, judicious, and best knows the fits of season. I dare not speak much further, but cruel are the times, when we are traitors, and do not know ourselves. When we hold rumour from what we fear, yet know not what we fear, but float upon a wild and violent sea each way and move. I take my leave of you, shall not be long but I'll be here again. Things at the worst will cease, or else climb upward to what they were before. My pretty cousin, blessing upon you. Lady Macduff. Father he is, and yet he fatherless. Ross. I am so much a fool, should I stay longer, it would be my disgrace and your discomfort. I take my leave at once. Exit. Lady Macduff. Sirrah, your father dead. And what will you do now? How will you live? Son. As birds do, mother. Lady Macduff. What, with worms and flies? Son. With what I get, I mean. And so do they. Lady Macduff. Poor bird. Thou st never fear the net nor lime, the pitfall nor the gin. Son. Why should I, mother? Poor birds they are not set for. My father is not dead, for all you're saying. Lady Macduff. Yes, he is dead. How wilt thou do for a father? Son. Nay, how will you do for a husband? Lady Macduff. Why, I can buy me 20 at any market. Son. Then you'll buy 'em to sell again. Lady Macduff. Thou speak tea with all thy wit. And yet, I faith, with wit enough for thee. Son. Was my father a traitor, mother? Lady Macduff. That he was. Son. What is a traitor? Lady Macduff. Why, one that swears and lies. Son. And be all traitors that do so? Lady Macduff. Every one that does so is a traitor, and must be hanged. Son. And must they all be hanged that swear and lie? Lady Macduff. Every one. Son. Who must hang them? Lady Macduff. Why, the honest men. Son. Then the liars and swearers are fools, for there are liars and swearers enow to beat the honest men and hang up them. Lady Macduff. Now, God help thee, poor monkey. But how wilt thou do for a father? Son. If he were dead, you'd weep for him. If you would not, it were a good sign that I should quickly have a new father. Lady Macduff. Poor prattler, how thou talk tea. Enter a messenger. Messenger. Bless you, fair dame. I am not to you known, though in your state of honor I am perfect. I doubt some danger does approach you nearly. If you will take a homely man advice, be not found here. Hence, with your little ones to fright you thus, methinks, I am too savage. To do worse to you were fell cruelty, which is too nigh your person. Heaven preserve you. I dare abide no longer. Exit. Lady Macduff. Whither should I fly? I have done no harm. But I remember now I am in this earthly world, where to do harm is often laudable. To do good sometime accounted dangerous folly. Why then, alas, do I put up the womanly defense, to say I have done no harm? What are these faces? Enter murderers. First murderer. Where is your husband? Lady Macduff. I hope, in no place so unsanctified where such as thou mayst find him. First murderer. He a traitor. Son. Thou liest, thou shagger villain. First murderer. What, you egg? Stabbing him. Young fry of treachery. Son. He has killed me, mother. Run away, I pray you. Dies. Exit Lady Macduff, crying murder. and pursued by the murderers. Scene 3. England. Before the King Palace. Enter Malcolm and Macduff. Malcolm. Let us seek out some desolate shade and there weep our sad bosoms empty. Macduff. Let us rather hold fast the mortal sword, and, like good men, bestride our downfall birthday. Each new morn new widows howl, new orphans cry. New sorrows strike heaven on the face, that it resounds as if it felt with Scotland, and yell out like syllable of dolor. Malcolm. What I believe, I'll wail. What no, believe. And what I can redress, as I shall find the time to friend, I will. What you have spoke, it may be so, perchance. This tyrant, whose sole name blisters our tongues, was once thought honest, you have loved him well. He hath not touched you yet. I am young. But something you may deserve of him through me. And wisdom to offer up a weak, poor, innocent lamb to appease an angry God. Macduff. I am not treacherous. Malcolm. But Macbeth is. A good and virtuous nature may recoil in an imperial charge. But I shall crave your pardon. That which you are, my thoughts cannot transpose. Angels are bright still, though the brightest fell. Though all things foul would wear the brows of grace, yet grace must still look so. Macduff. I have lost my hopes. Malcolm. Perchance even there where I did find my doubts. Why in that rawness left you wife and child, those precious motives, those strong knots of love, without leave taking? I pray you, let not my jealousies be your dishonors, but mine own safeties. You may be rightly just, whatever I shall think. Macduff. Bleed, bleed, poor country. Great tyranny, lay thou thy base assure, for goodness dare not check thee. Wear thou thy wrongs. The title is a fear. Fare thee well, Lord. I would not be the villain that thou think te for the whole space that in the tyrant grasp and the rich east to boot. Malcolm. Be not offended, I speak not as in absolute fear of you. I think our country sinks beneath the yoke. It weeps, it bleeds. And each new day a gash is added to her wounds. I think, withal, there would be hands uplifted in my right. And here, from gracious England, have I offer of goodly thousands, but, for all this, when I shall tread upon the tyrant head, or wear it on my sword, yet my poor country shall have more vices than it had before, more suffer, and more sundry ways than ever, by him that shall succeed. Macduff. What should he be? Malcolm. It is myself I mean, in whom I know all the particulars of vice so grafted that, when they shall be open, black Macbeth will seem as pure as snow. And the poor state esteem him as a lamb, being comper with my confineless harms. Macduff. Not in the legions of horrid hell can come a devil more damning evils to top Macbeth. Malcolm. I grant him bloody, luxurious, avaricious, false, deceitful, sudden, malicious, smacking of every sin that has a name, but there no bottom, none, in my voluptuousness. Your wives, your daughters, your matrons, and your maids, could not fill up the cistern of my lust. And my desire all continent impediments would overbear, that did oppose my will. Better Macbeth and such an one to reign. Macduff. Boundless intemperance in nature is a tyranny. It hath been untimely emptying of the happy throne, and fall of many kings. But fear not yet to take upon you what is yours. You may convey your pleasures in a spacious plenty, and yet seem cold the time you may so hoodwink. We have willing dames enough. There cannot be that vulture in you, to devour so many as will to greatness dedicate themselves, finding it so incline. Malcolm. With this there grows in my most ill-compass affection such a staunchless avarice, that, were I king, I should cut off the nobles for their lands. Desire his jewels, and this other house, and my more having would be as a sauce to make me hunger more. That I should forge quarrels unjust against the good and loyal, destroying them for wealth. Macduff. This avarice sticks deeper, grows with more pernicious root than summer seeming lust. And it hath been the sword of our slain kings, yet do not fear. Scotland hath foisons to fill up your will, of your mere own. All these are portable, with other graces way. Malcolm. But have none, the king becoming graces, as justice, verity, temperance, stableness, bounty, perseverance, mercy, lowliness, devotion, patience, courage, fortitude. I have no relish of them, but abound in the division of each several crime, acting it many ways. Nay, had I power, I should pour the sweet milk of concord into hell, uproar the universal peace, confound all unity on earth. Macduff. O Scotland, Scotland. Malcolm. If such a one be fit to govern, speak, I am as I have spoken. Macduff. Fit to govern? No, not to live. O nation miserable, with an untitled tyrant bloody sceptre, when shalt thou see thy wholesome days again, since that the truest issue of thy throne by his own interdiction stands Acus, and does blaspheme his breed? Thy royal father was a most sainted king. The queen that bore thee, oftener upon her knees than on her feet, died every day she lived. Fare thee well. These evils thou repeat upon thyself. Banish me from Scotland, O my breast, thy hope ends here. Malcolm. Macduff, this noble passion, child of integrity, hath from my soul wiped the black scruples. Reconcile my thoughts to thy good truth and honor. Devilish Macbeth by many of these trains hath sought to win me into his power, and modest wisdom plugs me from over credulous haste, but God above deal between thee and me. For even now I put myself to thy direction, and unspeak mine own detraction. Here abjure the taints and blames I laid upon myself, for strangers to my nature I am yet unknown to woman. Never was forsworn. Scarcely have coveted what was mine own. At no time broke my faith. Would not betray the devil to his fellow. And delight no less in truth than life. My first false speaking was this upon myself. What I am truly, is thine and my poor country to command, whither, indeed, before thy here approach, old Seward, with 10,000 warlike men, already at a point, was setting forth. Now we all together, and the chance of goodness be like our warranted quarrel. Why are you silent? Macduff. Such welcome and unwelcome things at once is hard to reconcile. Enter a doctor. Malcolm. Well. More anon. Comes the king forth. I pray you, doctor. Sir, there are a crew of wretched souls that stay his cure. Their malady convinces the great essay of art. But at his touch, such sanctity hath heaven given his hand, they presently amend. Malcolm. I thank you, doctor. Exit Doctor. Macduff. What the disease he means. Malcolm. Is called the evil, a most miraculous work in this good king. Which often, since my here remain in England, I have seen him do. How he solicits heaven, himself best knows, but strangely visited people, all swollen and ulcerous, pitiful to the eye, the mere despair of surgery, he cures. Hanging a golden stamp about their necks, put on with holy prayers, and is spoken, to the succeeding royalty he leaves the healing benediction. With this strange virtue, he hath a heavenly gift of prophecy. And sundry blessings hang about his throne, that speak him full of grace. Enter Ross. Macduff. See, who comes here? Malcolm. My countryman. But yet I know him not. Macduff. My ever gentle cousin, welcome hither. Malcolm. I know him now. Good God, betimes remove the means that makes us strangers. Ross. Sir. Amen. Macduff. Stands Scotland where it did? Ross. Alas, poor country, almost afraid to know itself. It cannot be called our mother, but our grave, where nothing, but who knows nothing, is once seen to smile. Where sighs, and groans, and shrieks, that rent the air, are made, not mark. Where violent sorrow seems a modern ecstasy. The dead man knells there scarce ask for who. And good men lives expire before the flowers in their caps, dying where'er they sicken. Macduff. Oh, relation too nice, and yet too true. Malcolm. What the newest grief? Ross. That of an our age doth hiss the speaker. Each minute teems a new one. Macduff. How does my wife? Ross. Why, well. Macduff. And all my children? Ross. Well too. Macduff. The tyrant has not batter at their peace? Ross. No. They were well at peace when I did leave 'em. Macduff. Be not a niggard of your speech. How goes? Ross. When I came hither to transport the tidings, which I have heavily borne, there ran a rumour of many worthy fellows that were out. Which was to my belief witness the rather, for that I saw the tyrant power afoot. Now is the time of help. Your eye in Scotland would create soldiers, make our women fight, to doff their dire distresses. Malcolm. Be their comfort we are coming thither. Gracious England hath lent us good Seward and 10,000 men. An older and a better soldier none that Christendom gives out. Ross. Would I could answer this comfort with the like, but I have words that would be howl out on the desert air, where hearing should not latch them. Macduff. What concern they? The general cause? Or is it a fee grief due to some single breast? Ross. No mine that honest, but in it shares some woe, though the main part pertains to you alone. Macduff. If it be mine, keep it not from me, quickly let me have it. Ross. Let not your ears despise my tongue forever, which shall possess them with the heaviest sound that ever yet they heard. Macduff. I guess at it. Ross. Your castle is Cyprus. your wife and babes savagely slaughter. To relate the manner were, on the quarry of these murdered deer, to add the death of you. Malcolm, merciful heaven! What, man? Near, pull your hat upon your brows. Give sorrow words. The grief that does not speak whispers the o'er-fraught heart, and bids it break. Macduff. My children too. Ross. Wife, children, servants, all that could be found. Macduff. And I must be from thence. My wife killed too. Ross. I have said. Malcolm. Be comforted, let make us mediness of our great revenge, to cure this deadly grief. Macduff. He has no children. All my pretty ones? Did you say all? Oh hell kite! All what? All my pretty chickens and their damned one fell swoop. Malcolm. Dispute it like a man. Macduff. I shall do so. But I must also feel it as a man. I cannot but remember such things were, that were most precious to me. Did heaven look on, and would not take their part? Sinful Macduff, they were all struck for they not that I am, not for their own demerits, but for mine, fell slaughter on their souls. Heaven rest them now. Malcolm. Be this the whetstone of your sword. Let grief convert to anger. Blunt not the heart, enrage it. Macduff. Oh, I could play the woman with mine eyes, and braggart with my tongue. But, gentle heavens, cut short all intermission. Front to front, bring thou this fiend of Scotland and myself. Within my sword length set him. If he cape, heaven forgive him too. Malcolm. This tune goes manly. Come, go we to the king. Our power is ready. Our lack is nothing but our leave. Macbeth is ripe for shaking, and the powers above put on their instruments. Receive what cheer you may. The night is long that never finds the day. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I dunce name. A room in the castle. Enter a doctor of physic and a waiting gentlewoman. Doctor. I have 2 nights watched with you, but can perceive no truth in your report. When was it she last walked? Gentlewoman. Since his majesty went into the field, I have seen her rise from her bed, throw her nightgown upon her, unlock her closet, take forth paper, fold it, write upon, read it, afterwards seal it, and again return to bed. Yet all this while in a most fast sleep. Doctor. A great perturbation in nature, to receive at once the benefit of sleep, and do the effects of watching in the slumbery agitation, besides her walking and other actual performances. What, at any time, have you heard her say? Gentlewoman. That, sir, which I will not report after her. Doctor. You may to me. And as most meet you should. Gentlewoman. Neither to you nor anyone. Having no witness to confirm my speech. Enter Lady Macbeth with the taper. Lo you, here she comes. This is her very guise. And, upon my life, fast asleep. Observe her. Stand close. Doctor. How came she by that light? Gentlewoman. Why, it stood by her. She has light by her continually. Is her command. Doctor. You see, her eyes are open. Gentlewoman. But their scents are shut. Doctor. What is it she does now? Look how she rubs her hands. Gentlewoman. It is an accustomed action with her, to seem thus washing her hands. I have known her continue in this a quarter of an hour. Lady Macbeth. Yet here a spot. Doctor. Hark, she speaks. I will set down what comes from her, to satisfy my remembrance the more strongly. Lady Macbeth. Out, damn spot. Out, I say. 1. 2. Why, then is time to do. Hell is murky. Fie, my lord, fie. A soldier, and a feared. What need we fear? Who knows it, when none can call our power to account? Yet who would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him? Doctor. Do you mark that? Lady Macbeth. The Thane of Fife had a wife. Where is she now? What, will these hands ne'er be clean? No more o' that, my lord, no more o' that. You mar all with this starting. Doctor. Go to. You have known what you should not. Gentlewoman. She has spoke what she should not, I am sure of that. Heaven knows what she has known. Lady Macbeth. Hear the smell of the blood still. All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. Oh, doctor. What a sigh is there. The heart is sorely charged. Gentlewoman. I would not have such a heart in my bosom for the dignity of the whole body. Doctor. Well, gentlewoman. Pray God it be, sir. Doctor. This disease is beyond my practice, yet I have known those which have walked in their sleep, who have died wholly in their beds. Lady Macbeth. Wash your hands, put on your nightgown. Look not so pale. I tell you yet again, Banquo buried. He cannot come out on grave. Doctor. Even so. Lady Macbeth. To bed, they're knocking at the gate. Come, give me your hand. What done cannot be undone. To bed, to bed, to bed. Exit. Doctor. Will she go now to bed? Gentlewoman. Directly. Doctor. Foul whisperings are abroad. Unnatural deeds do breed unnatural troubles. Infected minds to their deaf pillows will discharge their secrets. More need she the divine than the physician. God, God, forgive us all. Look after her. Remove from her the means of all annoyance, and still keep eyes upon her. So, good night, my mind she has mated, and am as my sight. I think, but dare not speak. Gentlewoman. Good night, good doctor. Exeunt. Scene 2. The country near Dunsinane. Enter, with drum and colours, Menteith, Caithness, Angus, Lennox and soldiers. Menteith. The English power is near, led on by Malcolm, his uncle Seward, and the good Macduff. Revenge is burning them. For their dear causes would to the bleeding and the grim alarm excite the mortified man. Angus. Dear Burnham would shall we well meet them. That way are they coming. Caithness. Who knows if Donalbain be with his brother. Lennox. For certain, sir, he is not. I have a file of all the gentry, there is Seward's son and many on our youths, that even now protest their first of manhood. Menteith. What does the tyrant? Caithness. Great Dunsinane he strongly fortifies. Some say he mad. Others, that lesser hate him, do call it valiant fury, but, for certain, he cannot buckle his distemper cause within the belt of rule. Angus. Now does he feel a secret murder sticking on his hands? Now minutely revolts upbraid his faith breach. Those he commands move only in command, nothing in love. Now does he feel his title hang loose about him, like a giant robe upon a dwarfish thief. Menteith. Who, then, shall blame his pester senses to recoil and start, when all that is within him does condemn itself for being there? Caithness. Well, march we on, to give obedience where is truly beat we the medine of the sickly wheel, and with pour we, in our country purge, each drop of us. Lennox. Or so much as it needs to do the sovereign flower, and drown the weeds. Make we our march towards Burnham. Exeunt. Marching. Scene 3. Dunsinane. A room in the castle. Enter Macbeth, doctor and attendants. Macbeth. Bring me no more reports. Let them fly all, till Burnham would remove to Dunsinane. I cannot taint with fear. With the boy Malcolm. Was he not born of woman? The spirits that know all mortal consequences have pronounced me thus. Fear not, Macbeth. No man that born of woman shall have power upon thee. Then fly, false thanes, and mingle with the English epicures. The mind I sway by, and the heart I bear, shall never sag with doubt nor shake with fear. Enter a servant. The devil damn thee black, thou cream-fact loon. Where got thou that goose look? Servant. There is 10,000. Macbeth. Geese, villain. Servant. Soldiers, sir. Macbeth. Go prick thy face and overread thy fear, thou lily-liver boy. What soldiers? Patch. Death of thy soul. Those linen cheeks of thine are counsellors to fear. What soldiers? Wayface. Servant. The English force, so please you. Macbeth. Take thy face hence. Exit. Servant. Satan. I am sick at heart, when I behold Satan, I say. This push will cheer me ever or deceive me now. I have lived long enough, my way of life is fall into the sere, the yellow leaf. And that which should accompany old age, as honor, love, obedience, troops of friends, I must not look to have. But, in their stead, curses, not loud but deep, mouth honor, breath, which the poor heart would fain deny, and dare not. Satan. Enter Satan. Satan. What your gracious pleasure? Macbeth. What news more? Satan. All is confirmed, my lord, which was reported. Macbeth. I'll fight till from my bones my flesh be hack. Give me my armor. Satan. Is not needed yet. Macbeth. I'll put it on. Send out more horses, scare the country round. Hang those that talk of fear. Give me mine armor. How does your patient? Doctor. Doctor. Not so sick, my lord, as she is troubled with thick coming fancies, that keep her from her rest. Macbeth. Cure her of that. Canst thou not minister to a mind diseased, pluck from the memory a rooted sorrow, raise out the written troubles of the brain, and with some sweet oblivious antidote cleanse the stuffed bosom of that perilous stuff which weighs upon the heart? Doctor. Therein the patient must minister to himself. Macbeth. Throw physic to the dogs, I'll none of it. Come, put mine armor on. Give me my staff. Satan. Send out. Doctor. The thanes fly from me. Come, sir, dispatch. If thou couldst, doctor, cast the water of my land, find her disease, and purge it to a sound and pristine health, I would applaud thee to the very echo. that should applaud again. Pull off, I say. What rhubarb, senna, or what purgative drug, would scour these English hence? Hear thou of them, Doctor? My good lord, your royal preparation makes us hear something. Macbeth, bring it after me. I will not be afraid of death and bane, till Burnham Forest come to Dunsinane. Exeunt all except Doctor. Doctor, were I from Dunsinane away and clear, Prophet again should hardly draw me here. Exit. Scene 4. Country near Dunsinane, a wood in view. Enter, with drum and colours, Malcolm, old Seward and his son, Macduff, Menteith, Caithness, Angus, Lennox, Ross and soldiers, marching. Malcolm. Cousins, I hope the days are near at hand that Chambers will be safe. Menteith. We doubt it nothing. Seward. What wood is this before us? Menteith. The wood of Burnham. Malcolm. Let every soldier hew him down a bough, and bear before him. Thereby shall we shadow the numbers of our host, and make discovery in report of us. Soldiers. It shall be done. Seward. We learn no other but the confident tyrant keeps still in Dunsinane, and will endure our setting down before. Malcolm. Is his main hope. For where there is advantage to be given, both more and less have given him the revolt, and none serve with him but constrained things, whose hearts are absent too. Macduff. Let our just censures attend the true event, and put we on industrious soldiership. Seward. The time approaches, that will with due decision make us know what we shall say we have, and what we owe. Thoughts speculative their unsure hopes relate, but certain issue strokes must arbitrate, towards which advance the war. Exeunt. Marching. Scene 5. Dunsinane. Within the castle. Enter with drum and colours, Macbeth, Satan and soldiers. Macbeth. Hang out our banners on the outward walls. The cry is still, they come. Our castle strength will laugh a siege to scorn. Here let them lie till famine and the egg eat them up. Were they not fork with those that should be ours, we might have met them dareful, beard to beard, and beat them backward home. A cry of women within. What is that noise? Satan. It is the cry of women, my good lord. Exit. Macbeth. I have almost forgot the taste of fears. The time has been, my senses would have cooled to hear a night shriek, and my fell of hair would at a dismal treatise rouse and stir as life were in. I have supped full with horrors. Direness, familiar to my slaughterous thoughts, cannot once start me. Enter Satan. Wherefore was that cry? Satan. The queen, my lord, is dead. Macbeth. She should have died hereafter. There would have been a time for such a word. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, creeps in this petty pace from day to day, to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief kindle. Life but a walking shadow. A poor player, that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Enter a messenger. Thou come to use thy tongue. Thy story quickly. Messenger. Gracious my lord, I should report that which I say I saw, but know not how to do. Macbeth. Well, say, sir. Messenger. As I did stand my watch upon the hill, I looked toward Burnham, and anon, methought, the wood began to move. Macbeth. Liar, and slave. Messenger. Let me endure your wrath, if be not so. Within this 3 mile may you see it coming. I say, a moving grove. Macbeth. If thou speak false, upon the next tree shalt thou hang alive, till famine cling thee. If thy speech be sooth, I care not if thou dost for me as much. I pull in resolution, and begin to doubt equivocation of the fiend, that lies like truth. Fear not, till Burnham wood do come to Dunsinane. And now a wood comes toward Dunsinane. Arm, and out. If this which he avouches does appear, there is nor flying hence nor tarrying here. I am to be a weary of the sun, and wish estate world were now undone. Ring the alarm bell. Blow, wind. Come, rack. At least we all die with harness on our back. Exeunt. Scene 6. The same. A plain before the castle. Enter, with drum and colours, Malcolm, old Seward, Macduff and their army, with boughs. Malcolm. Now near enough. Your leafy screens throw down, and show like those you are. You, worthy uncle, shall with my cousin, your right noble son, lead our first battle, worthy Macduff, and we shall take upon what else remains to do, according to our order. Seward. Fare you well. Do we but find the tyrant power tonight, let us be beaten, if we cannot fight. Macduff. Make all our trumpets speak. Give them all breath, those clamorous harbingers of blood and death. Exeunt. Scene 7. The same. Another part of the plain. Alarums. Enter Macbeth. Macbeth. They have tied me to a stake. I cannot fly, but, bear like I must fight the course. What he that was not born of woman, such a one am I to fear, or none. Enter young Seward. Young Seward. What is thy name? Macbeth. Thou be afraid to hear it. Young Seward. No. Though thou call thyself a hotter name than any is in hell. Macbeth. My name Macbeth. Young Seward. The devil himself could not pronounce a title more hateful to mine ear. Macbeth. No, nor more fearful. Young Seward. Thou liest, abhorred tyrant. With my sword I'll prove the lie thou speak. They fight, and young Seward is slain. Macbeth. Thou wast born of woman, but swords I smile at, weapons laugh to scorn, brandished by man that of woman born. Exit. Alarums. Enter Macduff. Macduff. That way the noise is. Tyrant, show thy face. If thou be slain and with no stroke of mine, my wife and children ghosts will haunt me still. I cannot strike at wretched kerns, whose arms are hired to bear their staves. Either thou, Macbeth, or else my sword, with an unboughter edge, I sheathe again undeeded. There thou shouldst be. By this great clatter, one of greatest note seems bruited. Let me find him, fortune and more I beg not. Exit. Alarums. Enter Malcolm and old Seward. Seward. This way, my lord. The castle gently render, the tyrant people on both sides do fight. The noble thanes do bravely in the war, the day almost itself professes yours, and little is to do. Malcolm. We have met with foes that strike beside us. Seward. Enter, sir, the castle. Exeunt. Alarums. Scene 8. The same. Another part of the field. Enter Macbeth. Macbeth. Why should I play the Roman fool, and die on mine own sword? Whiles I see lives, the gashes do batter upon them. Enter Macduff. Macduff. Turn, hellhound, turn. Macbeth. Of all men else I have avoided thee, but get thee back. My soul is too much charged with blood of thine already. Macduff. I have no words. My voice is in my sword. Thou bloodier villain, none terms can give thee out. They fight. Macbeth. Thou losest labor, as easy mayst thou the intrenchant air with thy keen sword oppress, as make me bleed. Let fall thy blade on vulnerable crests. I bear a charmed life, which must not yield to one of woman born. Macduff. Despair thy charm, and let the angel whom thou still hast served tell thee, Macduff was from his mother womb untimely ripped. Macbeth. Accursed be that tongue that tells me so, for it hath calmed my better part of man. And be these juggling fiends no more belly of, that palter with us in a double sense, that keep the word of promise to our ear, and break it to our hope. I'll not fight with thee. Macduff. Then yield thee, coward, and live to be the show and gaze. Time we'll have thee, as our rarer monsters are, painted upon a pole, and under it, here may you see the tyrant. Macbeth. I will not yield, to kiss the ground before young Malcolm feet, and to be baited with the rabble curse. Though Burnham would be come to Dunsinane, and thou oppose, being of no woman born, yet I will try the last. Before my body I throw my warlike shield. Lay on, Macduff, and damn be him that first cries, hold, enough. Exeunt. Fighting. Alarums. Retreat. Flourish. Enter, with drum and colours, Malcolm, old Seward. Ross, thanes and soldiers. Malcolm. I would the friends we miss were safe ere of. Seward. Some must go off. And yet, by these I see, so great a day as this is cheaply bought. Malcolm. Macduff is missing, and your noble son. Ross. Your son, my lord, has paid a soldier debt. He only lived but till he was a man, the which no sooner had his prowess confirmed in the unshrinking station where he fought, but like a man he died. Seward. Then he is dead. Fleance. And brought off the field. Your cause of sorrow must not be measured by his worth, for then it hath no end. Seward. Had he his hurts before? Ross. On the front. Seward. Why then, God's soldier be he. Had I as many sons as I have hairs, I would not wish them to a fairer death, and so his knell is knoll. Malcolm. He worth more sorrow, and that I'll spend for him. Seward. He worth no more. They say he parted well and paid his score, and so, God be with him. Here comes newer comfort. Enter Macduff with Macbeth head. Macduff. Hail, king, for so thou art. Behold, where stands th usurper cursed head, the time is free. I see thee compass with thy kingdom pearl, that speak my salutation in their minds, whose voices I desire aloud with mine. Hail, King of Scotland. Hail, King of Scotland. Flourish. Malcolm. We shall not spend a large expensive time before we reckon with your several loves, and make us even with you. My thanes and kinsmen, henceforth be earls, the first that ever Scotland in such an honour nam. What more to do, which would be planted newly with the time, as calling home our exiled friends abroad, that fled the snares of watchful tyranny, producing forth the cruel ministers of this dead butcher, and his fiend-like queen, who, as is thought, by self and violent hands took off her life. This, and what needful else that calls upon us, by the grace of grace, we will perform in measure, time, and place. So thanks to all at once, and to each one, whom we invite to see us crown at Scone. Flourish. Exeunt. Measure for measure. Dramatis personae. Vincentio, the Duke. Angelo, the deputy. Aeschylus, an ancient lord. Claudio, a young gentleman. Lucio, a fantastic. Two other like gentlemen. Varius, a gentleman, servant to the Duke. Provost. Thomas, friar. Peter, friar. A justice. Elbow, a simple constable. Froth, a foolish gentleman. Pompey, a clown and servant to Mistress Overdone. Aborson, an executioner. Bernardine, a dissolute prisoner. Isabella, sister to Claudio. Mariana, betrothed to Angelo. Juliet, beloved of Claudio. Francisca, a nun. Mistress Overdone, a bawd. Lords, officers, citizens, boy, and attendants. Scene, Vienna. Act I. Scene I. The Duke's palace. Enter Duke, Aeschylus, lords, and attendants. Duke. Aeschylus. Aeschylus. My lord Duke of government, the properties to unfold would seem in me to affect speech and discourse, since I am put to know that your own science exceeds, in that, the lists of all advice my strength can give you. Then no more remains but that to your sufficiency as your worth is able, and let them work the nature of our people, our city's institutions, and the terms for common justice, ye are as pregnant in as art and practice hath enriched any that we remember. There is our commission from which we would not have you warp. Call hither, I say, bid come before us, Angelo. Exit an attendant. What figure of us think you he will bear? For you must know we have with special soul elected him our absence to supply, lent him our terror, dressed him with our love, and given his deputation all the organs of our own power. What think you of it? Aeschylus. If any in Vienna be of worth to undergo such ample grace and honor, it is Lord Angelo. Enter Angelo. Duke. Look where he comes. Angelo. Always obedient to your grace's will. I come to know your pleasure. Duke. Angelo. There is a kind of character in thy life that to th observer doth thy history fully unfold. Thyself and thy belongings are not thine own so proper as to waste thyself upon thy virtue. They on thee. Heaven doth with us as we with torches do, not light them for themselves. For if our virtues did not go forth of us, 'twere all alike as if we had them not. Spirits are not finely touched but to fine issues. Nor nature never lends the smallest scruple of her excellence, but, like a thrifty goddess, she determines herself the glory of a creditor, both thanks and use. But I do bend my speech to one that can my part in them advertise. Hold, therefore, Angelo, in our remove be thou at full ourself. Mortality and mercy in Vienna live in thy tongue and heart. Old Aeschylus, those first in question, is thy secondary. Take thy commission. Angelo. Now, good my lord, let there be some more test made of my metal before so noble and so great a figure be stamped upon it. Duke. No more evasion. We have with a leavened and prepared choice proceeded to you. Therefore take your honors. Our haste from hence is of so quick condition that it prefers itself, and leaves unquestioned matters of needful value. We shall write to you as time and our concernings shall importune how it goes with us, and do look to know what doth befall you here. So, fare you well. To th hopeful execution do I leave you of your commissions. Angelo. Yet give leave, my lord, that we may bring you something on the way. Duke. My haste may not admit it, nor need you, on mine honor, have to do with any scruple. Your scope is as mine own, so to enforce or qualify the laws as to your soul seems good. Give me your hand. I'll privily away. I love the people, but do not like to stage me to their eyes. Though it do well, I do not relish well their loud applause and aves vehement, nor do I think the man of safe discretion that does affect it. Once more, fare you well. Angelo. The heavens give safety to your purposes. Aeschylus. Lead forth and bring you back in happiness. Duke. I thank you. Fare you well. Exit. Aeschylus. I shall desire you, sir, to give me leave to have free speech with you. And it concerns me to look into the bottom of my place. A power I have, But of what strength and nature I am not yet instructed. Angelo, 'tis so with me. Let us withdraw together, and we may soon our satisfaction have touching that point. Aeschylus, I'll wait upon your honor. Exeunt.